Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-848-1331. That's 800-848-1331.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Corbin Burns was sensational for the Diamondbacks Saturday in their 3-0 win over the Dodgers, but they finished the series flat Sunday in an 8-1 loss. The Snakes and the Dodgers split the 4-game series, and here's manager Torey Lovello.
Look, I'm proud of the way we fought for these last 4 games, especially these last 4 games, considering all the circumstances we went through in Game 2. This team is good, they're hungry, and now we're on to San Francisco.
The D-backs will head to San Francisco and start a 3-game series with the Giants, and they'll be bringing top prospect Jordan Lawler with them, who got called up from AAA Reno late last night. First pitch in San Fran will be at 6:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. In the NBA yesterday, the Thunder evened up the series in Denver 92-87, and it will head back to OKC for a Game 5. And the Pacers crushed the Cavs 129-109 to go up 3-1 in that series. And tonight, 2 pivotal Game 4s, the Knicks and Celtics in Madison Square Garden, and the Warriors host Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Packed Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire! It's the greatest radio show ever. Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta.
Oh, wait, who's better than Ben?
And Jared Carlin.
It can only be Jared.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Business Vince. Okay.
And away we go on another Monday morning. Good morning, Valley sports fans. How you feeling today? You feeling lucky? If you're a Suns fan, it doesn't matter if you're feeling lucky.
Your feelings are irrelevant.
Your
tonight,
feelings
Suns
are
fan.
irrelevant.
Are you feeling unlucky? Because that does matter.
That is the question. Has anybody in this room ever won a lottery of any form?
A couple scratch-offs here and there. I don't know
Okay.
if that
Yes.
Is that a lottery? It's considered a lottery, right?
Yeah.
What's the most you've ever won in the scratch-off?
like $50.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever won more than like
bad.
$10.
I won a boom box in high school.
Did you?
Yeah. Some drawing I didn't even know I was entered in, but I won.
Wow. Did you carry it around?
Oh, absolutely.
Like a homie? Did you? Bouncing with it? Got some LL Cool J?
I had that on one shoulder, and then under my arm I had my linoleum all rolled up. So I could do a backspin wherever I wanted to.
Jared, have you ever won anything significant?
Nope.
Okay. Okay.
That was the quickest no ever.
Yeah, I did win a lottery. I won a lottery to play Augusta National as the media golf lottery at the Masters in 05 or 04, one of those years. Yeah, that was pretty sick.
How many people were in that drawing?
I think about 8 to 10 get selected.
Wow.
As you know, I'm so unlucky on these kind of drawings that this past Christmas at the sort of party we had when they were giving away things, I'm so unlucky that 2 other people, one was you and one was Larry Gatos, they won something. You both gave it to me because you felt bad for me because I never win anything.
I did give it. I didn't know Gatos gave you his card, too. Wow, you did luck out that day.
I know. That wound up be better than if I actually had one.
Wow.
The only thing I ever won that I can remember is I did win the ping pong table that we used to have in the across the other side.
What'd you ever do with that?
It's in my backyard now.
It's outside.
How dusty is it?
It's
Bick, you gave your gift card to Jarrett? You should have given it to Gambo. From what I've heard, he never wins anything.
It's fixed. It's rigged.
It's rigged against me.
Yeah. No, I was, it was the giving spirit. It
Right.
was around the holidays.
Very nice of you.
Yeah.
He got caught up in it.
No,
He said, "Don't expect this ever again to me be this nice to you," but it was very nice.
I did not say that.
No.
I did not say
It was
that.
really nice.
All right, so
Because
I bring it
the
up.
year before. I did win. I won that $500.
That's right.
I won a $500
See?
gift card.
Oh,
for
that's
Christmas.
really good.
How'd you forget?
And I kept it for myself.
You didn't lose that gift card, did you?
No. I actually spent that.
That's pretty significant.
Yeah.
$500
I'd forgot
win?
about that one. Yeah.
He spent that on some Suns merchandise that he never received in the mail. So, que sera, sera.
Still
Well,
waiting for
it's
those Valley hats to come in.
It's a big deal because the NBA draft lottery is tonight, and there's a secondary news item that Vinny is about to tell you about that's going to make this incredibly consequential. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Dodgers hand out a thorough shellacking of the Diamondbacks on Sunday. They went 8-1 at Chase Field. Freddie Freeman continues his ownership of the ballpark. He went 4 for 4 with 2 doubles, a home run, 3 runs batted in. The top of the LA order in Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, and Freeman combined for 9 of the Dodgers' 18 hits in the game. Dodgers right-hander Tony Gonsolin was sharp. He pitched 5 shutout innings while allowing just 3 hits for his second win of the season. So 4 games in the books, split down the middle, 2-2. No rest for the Diamondbacks. It's on the road for another NL West opponent, the San Francisco Giants, 3-game series. First meeting of the season between the two teams is tonight. Merrill Kelly on the mound for the Snakes against San Francisco right-hander Justin Verlander. First pitch, 6:45. Pregame coverage starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It was a perfect depiction of who the Diamondbacks are this weekend.
Very
Up
much
and down.
so. Very much so. I came out of the weekend with a good lather of anger at this baseball team.
Oh my God.
I'll explain why later. Although I will tell you this: the Serpiente jerseys, fire. You don't like them?
No, the exact opposite. The use of those jerseys has spurred me in a different direction. They need to go back to that as their primary color combination.
Do you still think the white pants with it?
Yes.
Okay.
They look fantastic this weekend.
What were you thinking? Purple pants?
No, I thought black.
Oh. Black baseball pants don't
I know,
work.
I know.
It looks like the D-backs are also calling up top prospect Jordan Lawler for the road trip. Nick Picoro of AZ Central reporting last night that Lawler will be getting the call. He's hit .336 with 6 home runs, 31 runs batted in, and 13 stolen bases in 37 games for Reno. In AAA, Lawler last saw time in the big leagues in the D-backs World Series season in 2023. He hit .129 at 31 at-bats. So there's something to be excited about for the road trip.
And they've told us time and time again, once he's up, he's up.
Well,
we'll see.
It depends. Colorado Rockies actually won a game yesterday. They beat the Padres 9-3 to snap an 8-game losing streak. But they also fired their manager, Bud Black, just a day after he got a vote of confidence from the general manager.
Oops.
And then the Rockies went out and got embarrassed 21-0 by San Diego on Saturday. Colorado 7-33 on the season, which is the worst 40-game start in the majors since the 1988 Baltimore Orioles started 6-34. Black was in his 9th season as Rockies manager. Hadn't posted a winning record since 2018. Warren Schaefer, their third base coach, takes over as the interim skipper. What an opportunity.
What an opportunity. Yeah. Run with it, Warren. Run with it.
Sunday of the NBA playoffs, Oklahoma City evened up its Western Conference semifinal with the Denver Nuggets at 2-2. 92-87 win at Ball Arena. OKC held Denver to 8 points in the first quarter, led most of the way. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander led the Thunder with 25. Nikola Jokic had 27 in the loss for Denver. Game 5 of that series Tuesday night in OKC. Meanwhile, the Indiana Pacers just 1 win away from advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals. They pasted the Cavaliers 129-109 at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Pacers led by 41 at the half, cruised to the victory. Pascal Siakam had 21 for Indiana on 9 of 10 shooting. Miles Turner, Obi Toppin each had 20 for the Pacers. They'll try to wrap things up tomorrow night in Cleveland in Game 5. And Cavs guard Donovan Mitchell didn't play in the second half on Sunday due to an ankle injury. He'll have an MRI today, and head coach Kenny Atkinson says he has no idea about Mitchell's availability for Game 5.
Oh, boy.
What a season for the Cavs,
boy.
huh?
Oh,
now it's
boy.
on the brink. Tonight, 2 more games on the schedule. First, it's Game 4 in New York. Knicks hosting the Celtics. Boston got its first win of the series Saturday in convincing fashion, a wire-to-wire 115-93 triumph at Madison Square Garden. The Celtics found their three-point shooting. They hit 20 of 40 attempts from deep. Tonight's game gets rolling at 4:30. Then it's Game 4 between the T-Wolves and Warriors in San Francisco. Minnesota leads the series 2-1 after a 102-97 win in Game 3 on Saturday. Anthony Edwards had 28 of his 36 points in the second half. Julius Randle, a triple-double for the T-Wolves. Tip-off tonight from Chase Center, 7 o'clock. It's also on ESPN. Steph Curry's still out for Golden State with that hamstring. It's also NBA Draft Lottery night. We will find out which team will be drafting Cooper Flagg out of Duke next month. The Utah Jazz, Washington Wizards, and Charlotte Hornets all have 14% chances to land that pick. New Orleans, 12.5%, and Philadelphia, a team you could certainly create a conspiracy theory for.
Much more than those top 4 teams.
10.5% chance. The Suns, of course, were a lottery team. Their first-round pick is owned by the Houston Rockets, who have a 3.8% chance to land the number 1 selection. Somewhat related to that, Shams Charania of ESPN published a story this morning, just a little bit ago, that Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Milwaukee Bucks, for the first time in his career, will explore best fits outside of Milwaukee.
Wow.
He hasn't asked out, but he has not made any firm decisions on his Bucks future, and he's open-minded about exploring whether his best long-term fit is remaining in Milwaukee or playing elsewhere.
Wow.
Yeah. That's a huge one.
That's a huge one, especially if, say, a good team that Giannis is interested in wins the draft lottery.
Yep.
Then you've got Cooper Flagg for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Oof. Wow.
The Arizona Cardinals wrapped up their rookie minicamp at Dignity Health Training Facility in Tempe on Sunday. Veterans returned today for voluntary Phase 2 work. Full squad will reconvene in Tempe on May 28th for the first of 2 weeks of voluntary OTAs. We know what the first game of the NFL season will be. The Super Bowl champion Eagles will host the Dallas Cowboys at Lincoln Financial Field Thursday, September 4th on NBC and Peacock. That'll open the 2025 season. The entire schedule comes out on Wednesday. We're going to have a lot more leaks. Eric Fisher of Front Office Sports reported last Friday that the Chiefs and Chargers will open the season in Brazil in Week 1. Big news over the NFL this weekend, the retirement announcement of Saints quarterback Derek Carr, calling it quits after 11 years in the league. He's been dealing with a labral tear in his right shoulder and degenerative changes to his rotator cuff, foregoing his guaranteed $30 million.
Wow.
And now the quarterback position for the Saints comes down to Jake Haener, Spencer Rattler, and Tyler Shuck. 2 guys who played their high school
Aaron
football
Rodgers, does he want to play in New Orleans?
No.
Probably not.
The Mercury wrapped up their preseason with an 84-79 loss to the expansion Golden State Valkyries at PHX Arena. Alyssa Thomas and Satu Sabali each had 15 in the loss for Phoenix. They'll open the regular season Saturday at home against the Seattle Storm. There you go. There is your splash for Monday, May 12th. Where did the weekend go? Coming up next, what were our biggest takeaways from the NBA's weekend action? And how will a new report on Giannis impact tonight's NBA lottery? We'll get into all of it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Dodgers.
The 2-1. Swung on. That's a line drive to left center. Hernandez will make the catch. The ball game is over. The Dodgers win it. It is a series split between these two. The D-backs took the odds. The Dodgers took the evens.
No break for the Snakes as they begin a 3-game series at the Giants tonight. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvi's here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben Ding. Make it a double ding because we've talked about how committed they regard to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fund Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Arrive early to the D-backs versus Rockies matchup on Saturday, May 17th and get a replica home jersey courtesy of Avnet. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Bedding. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in-store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Bedding. Brooklyn Bedding has 12 Basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Hey, it's Wolf. How much will tonight's NBA draft lottery affect what the Suns can get back in a Kevin Durant trade? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, I think we fought. We stayed the course. The game, especially in the series, has been so random almost. And it's thrown different things at us. And I think we've been able to stay the course. We did that to perfection tonight, and it gave us a chance late. And then we closed the game.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Oklahoma City Thunder after a 92-87 win over the Denver Nuggets yesterday. Anybody who sat through that game had to stay the course as well. It was a rough watch.
Yeah.
The Denver Nuggets had 8 points in the first quarter of that game, yet they came back to take the lead. And if I'm Oklahoma City, yes, you've tied the series up at 2-2. I have not been impressed with the Thunder in this series.
No,
Shai
Gilgeous-Alexander, generally, you watch him during the regular season, and he's a guy that looks like he can get anywhere he wants to go on a basketball court. He hasn't looked that way this series, and I don't know whether the Nuggets are doing a good job of sealing him off or what they're doing. But I would agree with you. I think that both the Thunder and the Cavaliers are on the edge of a cliff, by the way. But these two top-seeded teams in each conference, they really are kind of not living up to the regular season record.
Obviously, the Thunder in much better shape. They're going home for Game 5 in a 2-2 series. Cleveland got their players back, and now Donovan Mitchell might be out. They were trailing by 41 points last night at halftime.
After Cleveland won Game 3, I thought to myself, okay, they're going to find their way back into this thing, and the Pacers just thumped them. Absolutely annihilated them.
Yeah, at 42 points alone in the second. They outscored them 42-16 in the second quarter.
Yeah.
And look, you're going home down 3-1 if you're Cleveland, and if you don't have Donovan Mitchell, I mean, that's how fragile things can be.
Yeah, I think
the
Cleveland's
NBA.
done. Unfortunately, I think they're done. And Oklahoma City, I don't know, because like I said, they still are capable of playing very good physical defense. That's their calling card.
Yes.
And as you said, the Nuggets scored 8 points in the first. They only scored 18 in the fourth. They went into the fourth quarter leading a game at home with the chance to go up 3-1, and Oklahoma City kind of locked them up and got out of there with the win. But like you said, they have not been all that impressive. So the West seems wide open.
It does. And on the other side of that series, you got Nikola Jokic. This is tabbed as a battle between the top two candidates for the MVP.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think either one of them has played like an MVP. No. And Nikola Jokic has struggled in this series as well. Yes, he had 27 points and 13 rebounds yesterday, 7 of 22 from the floor. Why is he struggling?
I mean, it's a little bit of everything, they're playing really good defense on me. They're really, to my body, handsy, physical. I think I missed like 2-3 open looks tonight. So it's a little bit of everything, They're shrinking the ball. They're shrinking the floor for me. They're having guy behind the defender. So it's a little bit of everything, So I need to do a better job, of course, but it's part of the game.
Yeah, and the depth, I think, for Denver is becoming an issue. They've really only played... they played 6 players mostly.
Mm-hmm.
Peyton Watson played 9 minutes. Julian Strawther played 5 minutes. Didn't really contribute much.
Yeah.
And the one guy they did use off the bench was Russell Westbrook. He played 27 minutes. Was 2 for 12 and minus 20 in the game. So they got some roster issues in Denver.
One of the things that I've seen repeatedly in the NBA is player A wins the MVP, but then flames out in the playoffs, and it creates a mini controversy that lasts a couple of weeks. In watching Shai Gilgeous-Alexander this playoff, if he indeed wins the MVP, this could have been one of those years, but Nikola Jokic looks like he's struggling too.
The last 3 games especially.
Yeah. He is right now in this series, this is a career low, playoff low in turnovers. He's averaging almost 6 per game in shooting percentage, 39%. For the Joker.
Oof.
And this is after a first-round series in which Ivica Zubac did really, really well, kind of D'ing him up. So there's a belief that Nikola Jokic might be kind of grinded down to a nub at this point in the season.
Yeah, and then the most anticipated game of the weekend was that afternoon game at Madison Square Garden on Saturday. I was tuned in, I was jacked, and so were the Boston Celtics. They look like the Boston Celtics again.
Yeah.
They hit their threes. I think they made their first 5 or 6 threes, set the tone, hit 50% from three-point range, up from 25% in the first 2 games, and they dominated the Knicks.
After every game of this series, Jared has proclaimed the series over. Even though the Knicks are up 2-1, he's proclaimed this thing over after every game of the series.
I was just a little bit off on my timing.
Well, maybe. It is true that if you look at these games, Game 3 was more of a testament to the meltdown of the Celtics in Games 1 and Games 2 than some great Knicks uprising. In fact, in 3 games, let's see, 48 times 3 is 144? In 144 minutes of basketball, the Knicks have led for 11 of them.
I saw that stat, too.
They led for 10 minutes in Game 1 and barely over a minute in Game 2, and they're up 2-1.
And there was all this debate, too, those first 2 games. Celtics get up 20. They blow the lead. Was it the Knicks taking the game or the Celtics losing the game? And they broke it down even further. The three-point shooting, that is the fabric of what the Boston Celtics do. They shot 25%. In the first 2 games of the series, Bick, on wide open threes, as they're characterized, they hit 25% of those as well. 12 of 48. It was between their ears. They hit 12 wide open threes on Saturday alone. They play their style of basketball, they're going to win the series.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's accurate. I do. Tonight's game in Madison Square Garden obviously is gigantic. If the Knicks want to win this series, they've got to win this game. If they don't win this thing, then Jared can finally say with certitude that it's over.
We also have a story that was published this morning from Shams Charania from ESPN and it came up in the Splash. Giannis is going to explore best fits outside of Milwaukee. Ooh. This changes everything. Obviously, it has no effect on what happens with the ping pong balls tonight in the draft lottery, but we're going to have a draft order after those ping pong balls are situated, and that could change everything.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Because if you are a team, there's a handful of teams in the NBA draft lottery that may or may not belong there based on where they're at, and Houston Rockets are one of them because they have the Suns pick, and we all know the doomsday scenario is the Houston Rockets with the 3.9% chance win the draft lottery with the Suns pick, and then they get Cooper Flag, and we go, oh, really? Do we ever get a break here in Phoenix? But San Antonio's got 2 cracks at it. They're not good cracks, but if San Antonio wins it, you could send that to the Bucks for Giannis. You could add Giannis to Victor Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox and Steph Castle, and now you got yourself a basketball team.
Yeah. I mean, they've got a 6% chance with one of their picks to land the top pick and a 0.7% chance with the other one. That's from the Hawks. But they're guaranteed 2 of the top 14 picks in the draft.
Yeah. So this is going to really kind of, this has got either way, wherever Giannis ends up going, and the fact that he's exploring possibilities now, he's gone. You don't make that step if you're going to stay. If you're going to stay, it's because you're going to be that guy. You're going to be forever loyal to one market, and that's antithetical to being loyal to one market if you go out on a dating circuit.
Isn't that his brother's name? Antithetical?
Antithetical Antetokounmpo. Yeah, that's him. That's him.
Yeah, so developments there. We'll have more on that story as the show rolls on today here on this Monday. Coming up next, the Arizona Diamondbacks split with the Dodgers. Was that split good news, bad news, or both? We'll get into all of it. D-Backs Daily next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL schedule will be released this Wednesday. Oh, wait, hold up. I'm being handed a note from our fact-checking team that reads, actually, the NFL is doing this thing where they let everyone know parts of the schedule today and tomorrow, with the remainder of the schedule made known to the public on Wednesday, but only if you have Netflix. So we're going to know some of the schedule today and then some more tomorrow, and by Wednesday afternoon, we'll have the whole thing. Hang with us, amigos. We'll get it all sorted out. Stick with Arizona Sports for the full drop. 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900, or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445. And includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and our annual nightmare is here. Triple-digit temperatures got them over the weekend, which means we're going to be spending a lot of time indoors, which means now is a great time to get prepped up for summer by getting your air conditioning tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons does a lot of great things, prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs and help prevent breakdowns in the future, and most importantly, gives you a great deal of peace of mind, because the last thing you want is to find your AC not working during the height of summer. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Remember, all their techs are trust certified, which means they are the company you trust in your personal space. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Corbin Burns was sensational for the Diamondbacks Saturday in their 3-0 win over the Dodgers, but they finished the series flat Sunday in an 8-1 loss, and the Snakes and Dodgers split the 4-game series. The D-backs will now head to San Francisco and start a 3-game series with the Giants, and they'll be bringing top prospect Jordan Lawler with them, who got called up from AAA Reno late last night. First pitch today is in San Fran at 6:45, right here on 98.7. In the NBA yesterday, the Thunder evened up the series in Denver 92-87, and it will head back to OKC for a Game 5, and the Pacers crushed the Cavs 129-109 to go up 3-1 in that one. In 2 pivotal Game 4s tonight, the Knicks and Celtics in Madison Square Garden, and the Warriors host Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs going for a series win in Sunday's Mother's Day finale against the Dodgers at Chase Field. Zach Gallen on the hill against LA right-hander Tony Gonsolin. Top of the Dodgers order gave a preview of how things would go very early. Gallen started the game by getting Shohei Ohtani to ground out to first. Then Mookie Betts followed with a single to center. That brought up Freddie Freeman, and that usually means bad news.
The 1-2 swung on. That's drilled towards the gap in left center. That's going to get down and go for extra bases. Betts rounding second, hustling towards third. Dino Ebel waves him around. Gurriel seemed to have a hard time picking up the ball. Betts will score. It's 1-0 LA.
Yeah, 3 batters into the ball game. Dodgers led 1-0. Gallen buckled down. He got Will Smith and Max Muncy out to end the inning. Things remained that way until the 5th. And once again, it was the top third of the LA order stirring the drink. Ohtani single to center. Betts followed with a single to left. That sent Ohtani to third. Freeman followed with a sac fly, scoring Ohtani, making it 2-0 LA. That score would change thanks to the next hitter, Will Smith.
3-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded up the middle base set. In to score is Betts, and the Dodgers now lead at 3-0.
Yep, 3-run lead for L.A. More Dodgers offense in the 6th. Gallen still on the mound. He gave up back-to-back singles to Michael Conforto and Haesung Kim, although Kim was thrown out at second trying to stretch for a double. Gallen struck out James Outman, and that would end his day. Torey Lovello called on Shohei stopper Joe Mantiply, who's back from the minors, although Mantiply didn't stop Ohtani in this at-bat.
Here comes Ohtani. Swings right to right. That's down in front of Carroll, a base hit. Coming home to score is Conforto. And Ohtani's second hit of the day makes it a 4-0 Dodger lead.
Chris Garagiola, possessed by demons on
yeah,
that particular call. 4-0 Dodgers. Mantiply would pick Ohtani off of first base to end the inning. D-backs just could not get the bats going, but the Dodgers didn't have that problem with one out in the 7th. Freeman came up with the bases empty.
And the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, and that's hit high and deep out to right field. Carroll going back at the track and out of room. Splash landing for Freeman. It goes into the pool. His 9th of the year. And his good Sunday continues. It's now 5-0 Dodgers.
He hit a 2-2 curveball 405 feet over the wall in right center. 5-0 as you heard on the call. D-backs would finally get on the board in the bottom of the 7th. 2 outs, a runner on first. Jose Herrera facing reliever Ben Casparius.
The 2-1. Ripped down the right field line. That's a fair ball. And that's going to be extra bases as Thomas is flying towards second. He'll be waved around. The throw goes into second. And an RBI double on cue by Josie.
Yep, lead down to 4, 5-1 at that point. No further comeback by the D-backs. In fact, the Dodgers would add 3 more runs in the 9th off of Jose Castillo, highlighted by Mookie Betts.
First pitch to Betts. Swung on, lifted in the air to right, and it's hit deep. Carroll racing back, still going, looks up, and it's gone. Another pull shot for the Dodgers for Betts, his 6th. And the Dodgers now have a 6-1 lead.
Yeah, Smith would add an RBI double in the 9th. Andy Pages a run-scoring single to arrive at the final score of 8-1. Dodgers managed the split and left everybody emotionally exhausted, according to Torey Lovello.
Oh, boy.
Emotional, exhausting, and you're right. I think if you're given each game a body or a mind or a spirit, it was totally different. They were not related in any way, shape, or form. Some were clean by one team and not the other, and some were pitching, some weren't. So that takes its toll on you emotionally, right? You're trying to get a good feel for how the game is going. My seat in the dugout, that's my job, to get a feel for it. There were parts of the game where it was fairly predictable, and then other parts that weren't. So that's the beauty of the game, though. Look, I'm proud of the way we fought for these last 4 games, especially these last 4 games, considering all the circumstances we went through in Game 2. This team is good, they're hungry, and now we're on to San Francisco to see what's going on in other parts of the NL West.
I'm going to give you first crack to react.
I'm going to take a couple of exceptions with this. First of all, this team is good. Barely. You are 1 win above mediocre. If you are what your standings say you are, you cannot claim you're a good baseball team. Number 2, hungry. Okay, for a team that had a chance to put to bed that nightmare we all watched on Friday, by winning 3 out of 4 games, I think you know exactly where I'm going with this. Who in the organization thought it was a good day to give Ketel Marte the day off? Who thinks that's a good idea? It's asinine.
They don't think like that.
They don't.
Well, but
it's pre-scheduled stuff. It does not matter any situation.
But you can't pre-schedule a baseball season.
But now they're saying, okay, he's been back a week, he's ramped up, and now he's going to play 6 or 7 games in a row before he takes the day off.
Vinny, by the time I had finally gotten my blood pressure down at the end of the game yesterday, and I hate-watched the Diamondbacks all afternoon yesterday because of this. By the time I got my blood pressure down, Torey Lovello, hey, good news is we're going to get to the point where Ketel Marte can rip off 6 or 7 games before we can give him a day off. And I was ready to throw up. Go take a look at the list of most consecutive games played. There's a whole bunch of dudes who played in 500 or more consecutive games. And I know it's a different era. I get that it's a different era. Okay? But yesterday was a different kind of game. And if you can't suck it up and put your best team out there to take 3 of 4 from the Dodgers, what are we doing?
Bick, but go back to last year, the last week of the season. They're trying to get into the playoffs, and he took a day off.
No, but again, that was him asking for it.
Yes, but
Lourdes Gurriel Jr. asked for a day off on Saturday.
The day after he hit a grand slam home run.
This is the most tired baseball team I've ever seen in my life.
Fatigued.
They're fatigued. They're exhausted, Jared. Emotionally exhausted. Can this team get a little more hardcore, please? Please?
Hey, they've played 41 games, Bick. 121 to go.
That's half an NBA season.
I had a conversation with a real smart baseball dude over the weekend, and it occurred to me, this applies to all sports, but it really, really applies to baseball. I think we are at the point of having an existential crisis in baseball where nobody can stay healthy for the course of a season. Everyone now is starting to slow roll their way into things, and you've got a schedule that encompasses 162 games, which is absolutely absurd. If this gigantic season full of baseball games doesn't count for anything, which we know with the wild cards, it really has diminished. You could pair 60 games off that schedule. Now, of course, it'll never happen because it's revenue, but the quality of what we are watching, this is really becoming an issue. What if you went to the game yesterday and you bought tickets and you're bringing your son who loves Ketel Marte? Oh, prescribed day off. This is happening in all sports, but in baseball, where you have got a rash of pitching injuries and you've got 162 games to determine teams that will play best of 3 matchups in the playoffs.
Not only that, but Marte had 3 home runs in the series.
I can't wait for the Bickley Blast after that.
Well, listen, the idea that, oh boy, we're at the point where Ketel can rip off 6 or 7 games in a row. What garbage.
I mean, it's very, very frustrating.
Oh,
go back to Friday night. The Diamondbacks have lost some gut punch games.
Mm-hmm.
We've already gone over it. You score 10 runs in an inning against the Cubs, you blow that game.
Yep.
Geno Suarez hits 4 home runs in a game, and you lose somehow.
You blow that game.
I think Friday night was the most painful of all of them.
No doubt about it.
Down 8-3. There was some strife given to Torey Lovello. Did he stay with Eduardo Rodriguez too long? And in fact, he thought Eduardo Rodriguez was tipping his pitches. I get it. You don't want to tax the bullpen that much, but you're also trying to win baseball games. And for them to fight back and take a 3-run lead only to give it back and lose by 3, I was beside myself on Friday night.
Yeah.
I could not believe what I was watching.
Right. And then, yes, I couldn't either. And then Saturday, Corbin Burnes did exactly what an ace does.
Yes.
Comes out of a emotionally gut-wrenching game and shuts the other team down. That's exactly what an ace, by definition, is required and expected to do, and he delivered. And he gave this team a chance to win 3 of 4 against L.A., which would have been a huge proclamation. And we're sitting Ketel Marte. I just don't understand it.
It was a split. It was exactly a 4-game depiction of who the Diamondbacks are. They played a really good, clean first game, a great third game, and games 2 and 4 were garbage. And that's why they're 1 game above 500.
Yes, but again, you said it right. There have been 3 games this year that have been eviscerating for this fan base.
Mm-hmm.
And you had a chance to pivot off one of them, the latest of them, with 2 big boy efforts that could have launched this season. And you roll out there yesterday with Tim Tawa and Jose Herrera, and I understand catchers can't catch every day, but if Ketel Marte, why couldn't Ketel Marte DH?
It's a good question. Welcome to 2025 in the Major Leagues, Vic. D-backs on the road to take on the Giants, starting 3-game series tonight. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports. Coming up next, what does the NFL schedule release have in common with a cheap diaper? Despite best efforts to contain league, stuff still trickles out. We'll get into
You are
it next.
disgusting, Jarrett.
Vinny said that. I didn't even open my mouth there. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm the idiot that read that. That's next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports. the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, if you've got missing or loose teeth, if you're wearing dentures that don't really fit, if you're struggling to eat because of those inconveniences, or if you're ashamed to smile or take pictures, I've got great news for you. New Life Dental Implant Center, changing and revolutionizing the industry, and they can restore your ability to chew, speak, and yes, smile again. They're even giving people their dignity and their happiness back. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, unbeatable prices. Everything is now 100% digital, which means there's no guesswork, there's no human error. It means your new implants are going to turn out absolutely perfect. The convenience comes from the fact that everything is done under one roof. The lab work, the surgery, the follow-ups, all happening in one place. You don't have to bounce around to a bunch of different offices in the Valley. And unbeatable pricing, that is currently what they're vibing for. They are the most... They're the most affordable option you are going to find in the entire industry. Go find out for yourself. Go get that brand new smile that can change your life. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
In Arizona, air conditioning isn't a luxury. It's a necessity. And when it breaks down, who can you trust? At Precision Air and Plumbing, we take the guesswork out of AC repair with our revolutionary technology, Precision Link. Precision Link performs a complete diagnostic, grading every part of your system. No opinions, no guesswork, no upsells, just honest answers. For AC service you can trust, make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Based on what Jarrett wrote up for me to read.
Yeah.
Yeah, leaking diapers.
This wasn't exactly a leak that happened today. This was reported by the league. But we do know what the first game of the NFL season will be.
Mm-hmm.
And it will be the Thursday night special, which is always reserved for the Super Bowl champs playing a home game. And they're putting a division game on first. Philadelphia Eagles against the Dallas Cowboys in week 1. Now, the Eagles have the Rams on their schedule. The Eagles have the Lions on their schedule. I think those would be two pretty good picks to start that game. But
I'm bummed out by this. Other than having Jerry Jones be forced to watch the ceremony, whatever that entails, aside from the Cowboys having to deal with that.
Yeah.
But Lions versus Eagles would have been ideal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
It feels just like a concession to, all right, the Cowboys are popular. We're going to give it to them.
That's exactly what it is.
Continue the agenda.
That's exactly what it is.
Because you're right. Lions, Eagles essentially would be the two top teams in the NFC projected.
Yeah.
Facing off.
Uh-huh.
And, instead.
And the Rams Eagles would have been a rematch of their game in the snow that some people thought that the Rams had a chance to win at the end. Yeah.
Outside of the Eagles, obviously they're going to play a division foe in Dallas in week 1. We know that now. But outside of the Commanders and the Giants, the other teams on the home schedule are Chicago, Denver, Detroit, the Raiders, not going to schedule them, Rams. You had some really good options there.
The Commanders would have been a better choice.
That would have been incredible.
Yeah,
they're the hot team.
I'm not necessarily in favor of. You had two playoff teams from. Both the Commanders and Eagles in the playoffs last year. Do you want a divisional matchup between playoff teams in week 1? That's probably a more important game, and I think division games are more important down the stretch than they are in week 1.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's the other weird thing is that the other game that it's been reported, I haven't seen it anywhere but Front Office Sports, but Chiefs and Chargers, another division matchup, and they're playing in Brazil. And who knows, the Chargers might get their stuff. They were much better last year with Harbaugh as head coach. That's another division opponent.
Well, you wonder, is that going to be a trend then?
I wonder.
Maybe the league now opens the season in division, and that's a kind of a switch they're doing.
So the full schedule is set to be released on Wednesday. Cardinals, we know they're going to play the home and aways against the 49ers, Rams, and Seahawks. There are other home games against the Falcons, Panthers, Jaguars, Titans, and Packers. Oof. That's a pretty brutal home schedule. I don't mean brutal as in difficult. I mean brutal as in not very attractive teams other than Green Bay and the division teams.
Now, the good news is, though, not a lot of those teams travel well.
True.
Like Carolina, Tennessee, they're not going to take over the stadium.
Have you ever met a Jacksonville Jaguars fan?
I haven't. I have not.
The road games are the division foes at Houston, Indianapolis, Tampa Bay, New Orleans, Dallas, and Cincinnati. Are you sniffing a division game to open things up for the Cardinals?
I don't know.
Last year it was in Buffalo on the road. I could see them starting out at Tampa Bay. Just getting the short end of the stick and having to go play in Florida in early September.
In early
and
September
just melting.
That's the last thing you want to do.
Yeah.
I will say this. So the actual schedule releases when? Thursday?
Wednesday.
I'm sorry, Wednesday. I used to think the NFL draft was the league's biggest flex. This is fast becoming the league's biggest flex because they are not giving us any information we don't already know other than the sequencing of games. And we already also know that the sequencing of games is meaningless right now because of injuries and all that kind of stuff. Week to week, we all know the NFL is a week-to-week proposition. And yet it's now become a big-time event on the schedule. In fact, you remember during this last draft in Green Bay, didn't they spend like 2.5 minutes on the first night in prime time pimping the schedule release? Yeah. It's here. It's here, baby. The monster's back.
Do you think they'll ever try to do it where you don't know the teams ahead of time, other than division opponents?
How would they do that? There's a formula.
Well, I'm saying that not where they don't know, where we don't know as fans, where they don't make it known like, oh, you're playing this divisions next year. They just change it up where you could play anybody at any time now. Is that not possible?
I mean, the formula has been in place for a long time, so you know exactly who you're playing for every team. I don't know how.
Imagine how exciting that would be.
I wonder if they could. I think you're onto something interesting here. If you as the NFL could safeguard that information, then a schedule release would be very impactful, I
Right,
think.
because then it would be actually exciting to see which teams you're going to play outside your
Yeah.
division. Now, you can't even say like, oh, well, they need to give people time to plan their schedules because we don't know the order that they're playing in. Just because we know they're playing Tampa.
Yeah. To me, I think the intrigue for all of this is the sequencing of the games. When you can piece the schedule and you can go game by game.
Right.
I don't think there's much intrigue in the actual opponents. Does that make sense?
Yes,
and
I
the
think you're
NFL is
accurate.
flexing on that.
I think you're accurate, but I think the reality is just the opposite. Because, like I said, the idea of going through all the games, win, loss, it's irresistible. We all do it, but so much changes from week to week in the NFL that it's really an exercise in folly.
All right, let's do it right now without the sequencing of events for the Cardinals, and then when the schedule comes out, we'll do it again and see how much it changes, all right?
Okay.
Home games. Atlanta.
Win.
Carolina.
Win.
They never beat Carolina. Jacksonville.
Win. I'm going 6. You see what I'm doing? I'm just kind of
Tennessee.
What about you? Wait, no, we do this together. Start
forth,
again.
Okay.
Okay. Atlanta.
I'm the same as you.
Win.
Win.
Yes.
Jacksonville. Win.
Carolina. Tennessee.
They never beat Carolina, though.
Yeah, they don't. Especially in Charlotte, but this is here.
Win. I got them 4-0 so far, Jarrett.
Green Bay.
Loss.
Okay. Rams.
They're going to, are they going to split with the Rams?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's say yes.
So that's a win?
So win and a loss.
Win and a loss with the Rams.
Well, we'll get to the road games. San Francisco.
Who's their quarterback?
Brock Purdy.
Okay.
You heard of him?
Yeah. I can't do this yet. You do it.
I'm
He
playing
was
along.
into it
I'm
for a
playing
second
along.
there.
I can't do
So we're at
this.
4 wins.
You do it.
San Francisco, I think, is a loss.
Okay.
Seattle.
At home.
I think there's a split there. So 5 wins. At Houston, probably a loss.
Mm-hmm.
At Indianapolis,
Win.
probably a win. So we're at 5. Or is that 6?
6.
6 wins. Tampa Bay on the road.
That's a loss.
Probably a loss. Dallas on the road. Kyler owns that place.
No
That's a
doubt. Win.
Cincinnati.
And that's where? On the road?
That's on the road.
That's a loss.
Rams.
Well, whatever the
You're
opposite.
going to win
of
one road game.
Yeah.
Guess what? It's 8 wins.
Oh, is that what you got? 8 wins?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's with Tennessee, Jacksonville, and Carolina.
I have 7 wins.
Okay.
Yikes.
All right.
So now we got to do it again on Thursday morning after the sequencing comes out.
Now we got to get it up to 10 wins by Thursday. How do we do it?
We got to tease it up to 10.
It's going to change. We're going to win
That's right.
12.
Coming up next, how big of an impact will this year's rookie class have on the Cardinals this season? We got our first look at them this weekend. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like? Cynthia.
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, outdoor and home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through May 14th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top-quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Corbin Burnes was sensational for the Diamondbacks Saturday in their 3-0 win over the Dodgers, but they finished the series flat Sunday in an 8-1 loss, and the Snakes and Dodgers split the 4-game series. And here's manager Torey Lovullo after the loss yesterday.
Look, I'm proud of the way we fought for these last 4 games, especially these last 4 games, considering all the circumstances we went through in Game 2. This team is good, they're hungry, and now we're on to San Francisco.
The D-backs will head to San Francisco and start a 3-game series with the Giants, and they'll be bringing top prospect Jordan Lawler with them, who got called up from AAA Reno late last night. First pitch in San Fran will be at 6:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Tonight, 2 pivotal Game 4s in the NBA, the Knicks and the Celtics in Madison Square Garden, and the Warriors host Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Day preview sale is going on now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through May 14th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Hey
everybody, it's Dave Burns, and if the Phoenix Suns are going to hire a first-time NBA head coach, who are some assistants they could potentially target? Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6, right here on Arizona Sports.
It's this. Everyone, Michael talked, Monty talked, I talked yesterday, right? And the goal obviously is to win, right? But if you don't win, or if you do win, and your thought processes after that happens is oh well, so be it. Like I don't get down with that. So we try to define that as this, like winning behavior versus non-winning behavior. And that goes into, on a day-to-day basis, both inside the gates and outside the gates. And are you willing to maximize yourself as a player in the areas that we want you to maximize yourself?
Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, speaking on Friday ahead of the first day of rookie minicamp, which happened Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. A little different in reading the article that Darren Urban put out on azcardinals.com. He went through the history of his experience with rookie minicamps, and there were times where it was over 40 players out there, and it was almost like scrimmaging 11 on 11. There were 13 players at this rookie minicamp. And from Darren's synopsis, basically treated more like an orientation than anything. There was some on-field work, but Sunday was all about meetings. This was about acclimation more than it is the installation of anything. And that's the way football's changing.
That's all it is. Because, again, if you're a rookie coming to the NFL, you're not learning about the NFL from other rookies.
No.
You're learning when you're on the field with established veterans. That's when the real education begins. So the word acclimation, that's exactly what it is.
That was Jonathan Gannon talking about what it means to be a Cardinal. Here was more from Gannon.
When we draft these guys, there's a lot of work done on that to make sure those check out. Not to say they always stay in alignment. I say when they don't do that, they get out of alignment. You got to snap them back in alignment. Not to say that they're going to be ready-made right now. We have some that are like that. Not all of them are like that, and that's okay. They just got to assimilate into how we do things here. Because it's different. All 32 buildings are different. All 32 head coaches are different. You know what I mean? It's just kind of what we hang our hat on here. So, being a good dude with being a good person outside the gates, being a good dude inside the gates is being team first and displaying winning behavior and maximizing your buckets. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, so
maximizing your buckets.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
A lot of alignment talk there, too. Kind of got cringy first.
Well, yeah.
Maximizing your buckets, that's like when Torrey starts talking about points.
Yeah.
It's like you're mixing sports.
Mixing sports metaphors. Yeah. Yeah, I said it last week. Unfortunately, thanks to the Suns, we are never going to hear the word alignment the same way ever again.
Nope.
It's when it's said by anybody or at any context, you immediately think of Brian Gregory.
You take your car in for some service, and they say, you need a front-end alignment. And then your response is, well, that's the most important thing. We can't drive without alignment.
We can't drive without alignment. That's right. But you're going in the wrong direction, sir. Doesn't matter. I'm in alignment.
A few of the rookies did speak on Friday as well, including Jordan Birch, the edge rusher from the University of Oregon. He talked about the learning curve that he's experiencing going from college right into the National Football League.
I would say like the speed or what the coaches ask of me. I know different teams play different. Just being able to do exactly what they say and, make sure it fits into the game plan.
And what he wants to learn from the veterans when they arrive?
I say, they've been doing it for a while, so just adjusting to the game speed, the mindset when you step onto the field and what to look at. I know there's a lot of aspects that go into the game and people play differently, but, from these older guys, they've been doing it for a while, so I know they got different tips that can help me out.
And May 28th is when the voluntary OTAs start.
Oh boy.
2 weeks of those, then mandatory mini camp. There's going to be some phase 2 work that's starting today, veterans and rookies, but none of the on-field stuff, more of the conditioning stuff. We talked a little bit about it last week. What do you expect? What do the Cardinals want to achieve from this rookie class? And starting at the top of it with Walter Nolan, with Will Johnson. His name was. I can't remember a name like Will Johnson.
That's very uncommon, very unusual name.
I know.
Giannis Antetokounmpo, you remembered. But.
Yeah. Those guys, I think you have to get big contributions from. you want to hit on your top draft picks. I'm not to say that I'm not intrigued with by some of these other guys. Denzel Burke, I think, is an intriguing story. His local tie-in. Jordan Birch, another one. Cody Simon is a guy that everybody seems to be talking about for a 4th-round pick, but a lot of that has to do with how involved he was and kind of thought of as the glue of the Ohio State defense. I can't wait to see what he does as a rookie.
Okay, I know I say this every year, and I don't want to be a killjoy, but you can talk yourself. This is the time of year where you talk yourself into the Cardinals might have had the most historic draft in the history of drafts. Every one of these guys is a steal.
How did they do it? How did every other team miss on every of these guys?
Right, exactly. And we know that just isn't the case. So if you get contributions from a couple of the guys, then I think you're ahead of the game is what I think. And I think you've identified a couple of guys right off the top who certainly have the talent level to do that. As I said last week, to me, I want the biggest jumps to come from 2 of the rooks from last year, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson. If those 2 guys make big second-year jumps, it's going to take a lot of pressure off this football team.
Did you see the footage of Marvin Harrison Jr. playing basketball over the weekend?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, threw down some dunks.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
If that were to occur, and I think that's very important for this team moving forward this year as well, is both of those guys take a jump. But if that happens, along with your top 2 or 3 rookies from this class making big contributions, now you really got the wheels in motion and everything pointing in the right direction.
Because to me, when I take a look at this, I look at the defensive line, and we know that an edge rusher was a huge need for this team last season, particularly in the final month of the season. That's when the win rate of pass rushers just plummeted, and the Cardinals couldn't generate pressure, and as a result, they kind of dovetailed out of playoff contention. I think they've got a lot of talent on that side of the ball now. I think somebody's going to work out. They clearly are comfortable with their wide receiver room. To me, the only way I am is if Marvin Harrison Jr. is markedly better. Now, I know that publicly the Cardinals claim, we love what he did for us last season. He did everything we hoped for last season. I think that's an oversimplification of the season that Marvin Harrison Jr. had. He had moments. He finished strong. Week 17, he looked fantastic.
There's also a difference between he should be better this year, we expect him to be better this year, and we need him to be better this year. They need him to be a true number 1 NFL receiver this year.
The promising part about it is apparently what he worked on in the offseason was physical strength. And that was on display last year when he was having difficulty getting separation from cornerbacks. Or, how many times did we talk about 50-50 balls? Just not coming down with 50-50 balls. Your strength will help you in that
No
capacity.
doubt about
and
it.
he looks jacked. So
yeah, and again, if this whole team is built on physicality, then he's got to add that element to his game.
Yep.
And you can do that. Larry Fitzgerald certainly did that.
Yes. Coming up next, in an up and down season, isn't it about time for the D-backs to have more ups than downs? Didn't happen over the weekend. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Who makes the bigger impact as a rookie, Walter Nolan or Will Johnson? Can I put a little twist on it
Yeah,
for the
go
purposes
ahead.
of our conversation? Who do you want to make a bigger impact as a rookie? Walter Nolan is who I would prefer. Step in, be just a disruptive force in the interior of the defensive line.
I'm really proud of you. Really proud of you. You went with the 3 technique. Of course. What is the most destructive force in the game of football? What is it?
It's a good 3 technique.
It is a great 3 technique.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Right, your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Right, your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carol Rice with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employer pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445 and includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Hey, it's Luke. What did we learn about the Diamondbacks in their massive series against the Dodgers over the weekend? We get going at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. And the 1-0. Swung on. High fly ball out to left. Taylor turns, watches it go! Atonement! A grand slam for Lourdes. And we are tied at 8. 2 on, 1 out. We're tied at 11 in the 9th. Here's the pitch. Swung on, that is crushed. Ohtani gives the Dodgers the lead with a massive moonshot over to right. And LA has come all the way back by scoring 3. Check that, 6 in the 9th inning. 14-11, Dodgers with the lead.
Your blood pressure down from watching that game on Friday night? That was one highlight for the Diamondbacks. The tie coming back from a 5-run deficit. They end up going up 11-8. They end up losing the game 14-11. Ohtani with the big blow there in the 9th. The home run to tie it, they would add 3 more.
Well, first of all, Jared's guy, the Gink.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
The stink.
Yeah. And then, did you have any issue with the decision to pitch to Shohei Ohtani?
As it turned out, yes. Torrey talked about it the day after and said he had thought about it, but with Mookie on deck, it didn't make as much sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pick. Their top of the lineup is pick your poison.
Right.
It's 3 MVPs basically, back to back to back.
That was a Torrey decision where, in real time, I thought to myself, okay, this is the greatest offensive force in the National League and maybe the greatest player in history. Don't you walk him? After listening to Torrey Lovello's rationale after the game, I kind of went, yeah, that makes sense because there's runners on first and second. Now you're putting the winning run 90 feet away.
Yes.
And Mookie, and you've got an MVP up. So I buy that. So I had no issue with that. What Torrey was really angry with was, why did Ryan Thompson throw his third best pitch to Shohei at that point in time?
Yeah, and Shohei tattooed it.
Killed it.
And he said afterwards, that's not a pitch we can throw there.
Yeah.
So
somebody done messed up.
Yeah, but going back to, and for me, a lot of the weekend and the reaction was Friday because I think it was the worst loss of the year.
I do too.
All things considered. And I tweeted as such on Friday night. After, those other 2 gut punch losses that we already talked about, this was the worst loss of the year. And there's a Torrey Lovello fascination going on with Diamondbacks fans. That everything is his fault.
Everything.
And that we, and I'll just say, me and you, are incapable of being critical.
Right.
Did you not listen to any of the shows last week? Have you not listened at all this year? Did you not listen earlier today when Bick was beside himself that Ketel Marte got another day off? There's reason to be critical. It's not all his fault. At some point, a relief pitcher has to get somebody out.
Yeah, that's
when you're protecting a 3-run lead in the 9th inning after a miraculous comeback, do your job.
Listen, if you want to build a case that Torrey Lovello's demeanor and his temperament as a manager is such that he is so decent and so empathetic to his players that you can risk them taking advantage of him, I'll listen to that. Because that does happen in sports. But you also know exactly the hard-ass tyrant, that brings a different set of problems. That brings bad morale. So I agree with you that everyone, anytime anything goes wrong with this baseball team, it's fire Torrey Lovello. As we've been told repeatedly by people in baseball and people who know, this idea of giving guys days off, that is not coming from the manager. It can't be, can it? We'll ask Derek Hall this week. We'll try to get some clarity on this.
Not necessarily coming directly from him. I think on those prescribed days off for certain players, it's certainly coming from him based on what the organization believes, but I don't think he's against it either. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. But people blame Torrey for it because he goes so overboard in supporting his players in public situations. Right? He's exactly the opposite of J.J. Redick or other people who put players on blast in press conferences for the very expressed reason of that criticism getting back to the player.
Yeah,
and Torrey doesn't roll like that.
And what made the weekend even more frustrating was, again, 2 clean games. Friday morning, we were talking about a great clean game, a 5-3 win over the Dodgers where, they handled things. Then they let Saturday get sideways. They bounced back. Corbin Burns had his best game as a Diamondback. To shut out the Dodgers.
Ryan Nelson giving you 2 innings of relief?
Yeah, and 2 innings of stress-free relief for his first save. And then yesterday, you put that out there.
Listen, the reason why I got so angry at this is I woke up yesterday morning so excited to watch the Diamondbacks play. I thought to myself, you get both these games after that heartbreak on Friday. And I agree with you. That was the worst loss of the year. What happened in Wrigley when you gave up 10 runs, when you scored 10 runs in an inning and still lost? That was one of those weird days in Wrigley where you can point exactly to the weather. And I know this because I've lived in that city and I've lived in that ballpark, and those kind of games pop up every blue moon. You'll have a game where everything that gets elevated is leaving the ballpark, and it's not even baseball anymore.
No, not to say that the relievers didn't have some blame in that.
Well, of course they did.
Locate the ball a little bit better. Right,
locate the ball a little bit. But the fact that this came against the Dodgers in Game 2 of the series, it ripped the heart out of metaphorically speaking, of course, out of a lot of Diamondbacks fans. And I woke up Saturday feeling crushed. And then Saturday, after Corbin Burns did what he did, I thought, this is the best sign yet.
Yeah.
You came out of that heartbreaking loss on Friday with exactly the kind of game from exactly the kind of pitcher you spent all that money to acquire.
But there's been, even in those 2 instances against the Dodgers, you keep thinking this is the beginning of it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's been a failure to launch after those moments.
Mm-hmm.
They're 11-12 at home this year at Chase Field. Torey Lovello was asked, hey, do you need to start playing better at home?
I'm looking for this team to get on a run and, 10-game run and win a lot of baseball games. And I want to protect home field advantage. Our fans deserve to see wins more than losses, and playing 500 baseball at home is not anything that we talk about. We want to go out and win every baseball game we play, but when we're home, we love our fans. We need to go out and show them that we're Arizona proud and we play good baseball. So I want to protect home field a little bit better than we are.
And that flies directly in the face of what you brought up earlier. We want to win all the games we play, but with the guys that are healthy.
Right.
And
with the guys that we need to prevent.
Yeah.
Again, I said this earlier. I really believe this is becoming a big issue in Major League Baseball where you are asking teams and fans to take serious and consider a 162-game schedule is not only meaningful but sacred. And now pitchers can't stay healthy at the velocity they're throwing anymore. And now load management has come to Major League Baseball, and it's just these things are becoming very incompatible all across sports. Mm-hmm. This sudden now emphasis on peak player performance through more rest and less grind, up against seasons that will not shorten based on money reasons. So if you really cared about the quality of the product and the quality of competition and the consistency of competition and the integrity of what fans are going to witness when they pay money to come to your stadium, you need to cut back on the inventory. It's true in the NBA. It's true in Major League Baseball. It doesn't apply to hockey because those guys are warriors. Those guys would rather put an ice pick in their ear than load manage.
They're playing with broken legs.
They're right, exactly. And it doesn't really apply to football, but it will. It will. Roger Goodell and the NFL, they're going to push this regular season schedule to the point where guys in the NFL are going to take weeks off. You watch.
I think you're right.
We'll punt on games. Yeah. And it's this collision of greed and profit and inventory with the new medical enlightenment that is taking place across sports.
Trivia question for you. Do you know who the Diamondbacks' all-time leader for consecutive games played is?
Steven Drew?
Nope. Luis Gonzalez.
Wow.
446 games in a row. It's a decent streak.
It's very good. There's only 15, I think it's 15 guys in Major League Baseball who've done more than 500. That's a really good streak.
Yeah. I think his record is safe.
Yeah, but listen, but there's also a belief from old school athletes, and Wolf is one of them, that believes once you start playing competitive sports at the highest level, the worst thing you can do for your body is take days off. That the best thing to do is stay in the fight until it's over.
Well, that's the frustrating part on the back end of it is, okay, they're treading with caution. They're listening to the players' bodies and what the players need. It's not cutting down on injuries.
No, that's the whole thing.
And they're also preparing themselves for games later in the season that might not happen or matter.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just, and again, I hate to sound like the old dude yelling at clouds, but this
yell
thing,
away.
Yeah, but this thing in sports is it aggravates me to no end.
Coming up next, the big stories on this Monday morning. Sammy's going to take us through them in the Rush Hour Reboot here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Dodgers.
The 2-1. Swung on. That's a line drive to left center. Hernandez will make the catch. The ball game is over. The Dodgers win it. It is a series split between these two. The D-backs took the odds. The Dodgers took the evens.
No break for the Snakes as they begin a 3-game series at the Giants tonight. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Hey, get in.
What? Who are you?
I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead, and if I'm ever hurt in an accident, I'm calling Sweet James. That's right. I already know that's the team I want on my side, and so should you. Because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. For example, one of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light. The insurance companies offered them $60,000. Now, that might seem like a lot of money, but with Sweet James protecting them, they were awarded $745,000 instead. They can't guarantee the outcome of a case, but whether it's a car crash, motorcycle accident, or trucking accident, the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and you pay nothing until they win your case. So if you or a loved one is hurt in an accident, call Sweet James, 800-9-MILLION, for a free consultation. An easy number to remember during an uneasy time. Don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. 800-9-MILLION. That's the firm that wins the most. Sweet James. 800-9-MILLION or at sweetjames.com. Once again, that's sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Corbin Burns was sensational for the D-backs Saturday in their 3-0 win over the Dodgers, but they finished the series flat Sunday in an 8-1 loss, and the Snakes and Dodgers split the 4-game series, and now they'll head to San Francisco to start a 3-game series with the Giants, and they'll be bringing top prospect Jordan Lawler with them, who got called up from AAA Reno late last night. First pitch in San Fran will be at 6:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. In the NBA yesterday, the Thunder evened up the series in Denver 92-87 and will head back to OKC for a Game 5. And the Pacers crushed the Cavs 129-109 to go up 3-1 in that series. And tonight, 2 pivotal Game 4s. The Knicks and Celtics are in Madison Square Garden, and the Warriors host Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate tax increases are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind to your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. Happy Monday to 7:32, and that means it's the Rush Hour Reboot. And guys, we were 1 win away on our bingo card.
Oh.
Went 3 for 7. Ketel Marte did have 2 home runs over the weekend. We hit that.
Okay.
Vinny was hot. He had the Celtics to win by 20 and for them to make 23. So he did his job. Unfortunately,
I whiffed.
We had some other whiffs. The Diamondbacks let us down on Sunday. Had they won, there would be some Bosa donuts in the break room. But nonetheless, there was a weekend series, and we did split with the Dodgers. And genuinely, we all agree they had a case to really take 3 out of 4.
Mm-hmm.
But they got their first shutout against the Dodgers at home since 2018, and Corbin Burns' best performance of the year. Eugenio Suarez hit home runs in back-to-back games, and Ketel Marte, regardless of if he played on Sunday or not, seems to have the bat going again. So what was the best thing to come out of this series?
Christian Mena coming in on Saturday and spinning it. He was lights out.
I like that.
After Eduardo Rodriguez was a disaster. Eduardo Rodriguez not only gave up 9 hits before he got to 9 outs. Did you see him lollygag on that bunt?
Mm-hmm. The Mena thing was great. That'll serve him well in his next appearance in Reno.
Well, when you got Joe Mantiply just sitting there, you gotta bring him up.
Can somebody take a crack at explaining that to me? Is it just they need the lefty?
Yeah, they needed a roster spot, and since he wasn't going to pitch again after doing 2 and whatever innings, I guess they needed the spot.
That's
3,
right.
yeah.
That's right. Yeah, because after throwing 2 innings, he needs a couple of weeks off.
But yes, it was a very weird thing to come across as a move when he just pitched so fantastic that they were sending him down and bringing up Mantiply.
To me, the best thing was Corbin Burns' start on Saturday.
He was fantastic.
Yeah, that was what, and in that spot too. After the debacle that was Friday night, for him to do it there was big, and hopefully he can bottle that up and follow it up with more performances like that, because they absolutely need him.
It's like you said earlier, this whole series was the season in a nutshell. You had 2 really clean games, both victories, and then you had a lot of sloppy in one of them, and then just a lot of nothing in the other.
Yeah, a lot of lifelessness.
Yeah.
I think Vinny put it into this season to perfect. The failure to launch.
Mm-hmm.
Like, our record is what we are. We're a game above 500. But in some cases, it feels like we've played better baseball. But in some cases, it feels like we haven't. And it's really been a failure to go on a run, to win 9 out of 10 like Torrey wants to see. Hopefully, we can start that run. We go to San Francisco, and we're bringing Jordan Lawler with us. The Diamondbacks' top prospect, MLB's pipeline number 4 prospect, will be joining the team, and it feels like a long time coming for him. And it's been said that once we make the decision to bring him up, he's going to stay up.
Mm-hmm.
A, do you expect that? And B, if so, what is the role you would like to see him play on the team?
The latter's a great question. I think they are committed to giving him a long runway this time, but he's going to have to earn it. So he can't go do a 1 for 40 kind of deal and expect to be here all summer.
No, but he's going to get, I think the opportunity is going to probably infuriate Bick even more, because I think Jordan Lawler is going to be the recipient of guys taking days off at one of 3 positions, whether it's Ketel at second, Perdomo at short, or Suarez at third. I think you're going to see him play a lot of those different positions day to day. And is that ideal for a young player who's thought to be that important? You know, you're messing with his inconsistent reps at defensive positions. Can that affect you at the plate? I'm very curious to see what that looks like.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and it's unsure yet what the roster move is going to be, but in my head, it's probably Tim Tawa, so maybe he takes the Tim Tawa reps. And I mean, he's been playing good, but Jordan Lawler is going to get a shot.
I think it's going to be Hampson.
Yeah. Hampson?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would guess. Because Tao got to start in left field over the weekend, too. So he's showing his versatility a little bit.
All right, fair.
And how can you deny the tower of power?
No doubt. So we'll see, hopefully, over the course of the San Francisco series and the Rockies series where he slides in. But in the NBA, the lottery's tonight. There's more playoff basketball going on, and the Suns are talking about this.
You know, I never talk regarding players, contracts, movement, anything like that. I will tell you this. I have a very, very good relationship with both those guys. My main focus right now, to be honest with you, is finding the right head coach for those guys.
So, not focused on the lottery. We won't have the pick, but our eyes are peeled. We're watching NBA. And this head coach search with the Suns is going on, I guess. At what point would you like to hear some updates, some candidates, some interviews? Are we still in kind of a...
I'd take an update right now. I'd love to know what they're cooking up.
Yeah, but to me, I don't mind the radio-free silence. If the number one mission is to cast a really wide net to make sure we really get this one right, then take your time. There's nobody else on the market looking for a head coach, and even though I would like an update, I don't need one.
Fair. If we get to June and we can start talking about actually Durant trades and roster moves, and there's still no coach, is that the worry? Is that the mark? June?
I mean, Brian Gregory said he's not going to put a timetable, but he would prefer it to be by the draft. That is, again, still 6 weeks away.
Yeah.
June 1st, depending on the availability of the candidates, because we don't know, we don't have their lists. We don't know what they're going on. So,
yeah,
I don't want them to rush it, but still, the sooner the better. I think.
What is the date of the NBA draft?
It's the 24th.
That's what I thought. 24th, 25th. Yeah, third week of June, second week of June is fine by me.
All right, fair enough. And in the sports world, this weekend we had a golf winner, we had NBA playoffs, kind of coming back down to earth, but still some decent games, and the Diamondbacks, a roller coaster of a weekend. So, in your minds, it could be anywhere. Who won the weekend in sports?
Ooh.
That's a good question.
It's a real good question. Anthony Edwards?
It wasn't the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Didn't Aaron Judge have a big weekend?
Aaron Judge had a massive weekend.
I think Aaron Judge or Anthony Edwards. That's what I'm going to vote for.
I'll give it to the Judge. Here comes the Judge.
Yeah,
Here comes the Judge.
He had 4 hits yesterday, moving his average to 409 on the year. An absolute absurd. And Anthony Edwards at 38 points in a Warriors win. Who won the weekend? Sepp Straka. Who won the Truist championship for the PGA.
Yeah.
That's his second win on tour, and we're coming into a major week in golf. But I think Sepp Straka won the weekend.
Sepp Straka became the PGA Tour's second two-time winner this year. So he's had a really good for somebody no one has any idea about. He's had a real strong start to the year.
God, you guys are dorks.
Super dorks. Like, it's bad.
It is bad. It's very bad. This week is going to be fantastic.
So
Sepp Straka.
Sepp Straka.
Yep.
I got nothing.
Wednesday preview PGA. It's coming.
All right,
championship. But that's the reboot on a Monday. There you go.
NBA draft first night is Wednesday, June 25th. So we were close, but not exact.
Okay.
Thank you, Sammy. All rebooted on this Monday morning. Coming up next, Giannis might want out of Milwaukee. What could that mean for Kevin Durant's future this summer? We'll get into it with some new details next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL schedule release. Why is it important? Teams want to know if they're playing in an early season Miami monsoon or a blizzard in Buffalo in December. Fans want to know if they're going to tack on tickets at Soldier Field for their visit to Grandma's.
Stop Bears. Stop Bears.
Or if there's another reason to hit Vegas for a long weekend.
Changing 500.
We'll share the NFL schedule as it's revealed. So keep it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, our YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Are you looking for an easy way to get a daily detox? Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. You can find Active Liver in the vitamin aisle of your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Do you have great credit, good with your money? Then why are you in a traditional mortgage that was created for people with poor credit? You know, pay all interest first to the bank, pay for 30 years, zero access to your equity, etc. On a Life Changer loan, you pay all principal first, always retain access to your equity, and pay off in just a matter of years, not decades. Maybe it's time your mortgage matched your credit. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimer.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hey, it's Luke. What did we learn about the Diamondbacks in their massive series against...
Hey, it's Wolf. How much will tonight's NBA draft lottery affect what the Suns can get back in a Kevin Durant trade? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Around the league, everyone's eyes are all on Giannis Antetokounmpo. This is a 30-year-old player in the prime of his career. For him to be potentially available or even open-minded to thinking about leaving Milwaukee is a domino that this league is waiting on. All 29 other teams are waiting on this domino.
They're waiting on the domino. Giannis today, that's Shams Charania on ESPN. He wrote a story today. Sources, Giannis Antetokounmpo to explore best fits outside of Milwaukee. So there's not any obvious, final decision by Giannis, but for the first time in his career, he's having these thoughts. And it makes sense because of the frustration. They've won one playoff series in Milwaukee since their championship run in 2021. Obviously, last season, Giannis couldn't go in the playoffs. This year, they lose Damian Lillard. He's probably out for all of next year or a big portion of next year.
Yep.
They have all kinds of salary issues in Milwaukee. The writing might be on the wall for him to get out. I know it's not going to be an easy decision for him to leave Milwaukee, the only city he's known as a pro, but these things happen.
Whoever trades for Giannis is getting a perennial MVP candidate. Now, how many more years you're going to get that from Giannis is up for debate. I would say it's probably at least 3, maybe 4. Does that sound fair? Would you go more?
He's 30. I mean,
I'd go 5 or 6 that runway.
5 or 6?
35 sounds about right. I mean, his style of play isn't the easiest style of play for any, from a physical standpoint, even though he's a physical marvel. It takes its toll. He's he's kind of a violent basketball player with the way he throws his body around. So, but 5 years probably seems like the timetable.
The question going out among a lot of shows this morning are, if you win the draft lottery tonight, would you trade Cooper Flagg for Giannis? Would you give up on the promise of Cooper Flagg, the great white hope, the American-born superstar, the kid from Maine who went to Duke and lit it up as a 17-year-old kid or 18? Would you trade him for Giannis?
I think it depends who the number one team is. If you're the Hornets, you trade the number one overall pick for Giannis.
Well,
no. That's just the opposite, I think.
If you're a really good team,
if you're Houston or Dallas
right now,
Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, I think those are and Philadelphia.
The question becomes, how do you think Cooper Flagg is going to translate? Because what we learned about Cooper Flagg last year is that he's pretty much really good at everything.
Yeah.
Doesn't really have an identifiable weakness, and people rave about his competitive fire. He's a dog.
You know who's got great competitive fire and is 6'11" and has won an MVP and an NBA championship?
That would be Giannis.
He's already that good.
That's my thing.
That's
so
the thing.
If Giannis is already that good, what do you do?
But it's also not as simple as say, here, have the number one overall pick and we'll take Giannis.
No,
There's still there's all kinds of salary red tape you got to run through.
Again, I'm just talking conceptual. I'm not asking to connect the dots and make a trade.
No. But this is the closest we've been to Giannis saying, I want out. He hasn't said it, but this is as close as he's considering it. There's another article that was published today on The Athletic from Sam Amick, their national NBA writer, and Kelly Iko, who covers the Houston Rockets, on what they're going to do after they fell short in the playoffs after being the number 2 seed in the Western Conference. He writes, they not only want to build a championship team, but also one with a lengthy window to contend. And while there was significant disappointment with the loss to the Warriors, the belief remains that this group, with enough player development, could grow into a title contender. That's where it gets complicated. Depending on how these next few months play out, NBA stars like Milwaukee Bucks Giannis Antetokounmpo, Phoenix Suns Kevin Durant, and New Orleans Pelicans Zion Williamson might be on the market, and that list could grow.
Wow.
He writes, while Durant is widely seen as the most attainable of that group, and he is known to be very interested in playing in Houston, team sources said the Rockets still have significant reservations about that possible partnership, in large part because of Durant's age, would be so out of sync with their younger timeline. It's worth noting that previous talks between the teams about Durant, team sources said, were initiated by the Suns. Follow-up to that. The Rockets have previously held serious interest in the Suns' Devin Booker, but team sources said that is no longer the case. Not only do team officials still have faith in Jalen Green, who's 5 years younger than Booker and $66 million cheaper over the next 3 seasons, but also Booker's struggles last season shifted the thinking on this front.
Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting on a couple of different levels.
Yes.
Because in my opinion, the idea that Kevin Durant doesn't fit the Rockets' timeline, I'm going to reject that. Because if you're in the business to win a title right here and now, then he fits your timeline perfectly. But I think the bigger question is, would you as the Rockets look at what Kevin Durant did or did not do for the Phoenix Suns and then come to the conclusion, as I said yesterday, that the idea of trading for KD is not exactly in alignment with the reality and the experience of having Kevin Durant?
But the idea of the timeline is like, are in their minds, do they want to try to win 1 title in the next 3 years, or do they want to try to win 3 titles in the next 10 years? Like they might be thinking like our best chance to really win a title and really build this franchise is to get a younger guy over the next decade, then go all in and really try to win over the next 2 years, which, like you said, you just saw how it happened with the Suns.
It's a franchise that hasn't won a title in 30 years, and I would be very surprised if they don't do something significant this offseason, whether it's Durant, whether if it go after Giannis, because I am not a believer in what I saw from that team in the playoffs, and I think everybody, you didn't have to have a basketball PhD to diagnose what could have been their problem in the playoffs, and that was scoring the ball in key situations. They don't have that guy. If you want to count on Jalen Green, go for it. That's your prerogative.
Yeah,
it'll probably blow up in your face.
Do you agree that everything now, though, with Durant is on hold because of this Giannis stuff?
Yes, because he gets knocked down a peg to, at best, the second most attractive option out there for teams that want to add somebody like that.
There's also a report out there that the two teams most likely to land Kevin Durant would be the Miami Heat, although that report claimed the Heat are not willing to give up a ton of draft capital. So you're going to have to make a combination of players be the focal point, and what's that going to get us?
But I also don't think the Suns are that interested in a ton of draft capital, because that goes along the lines of a rebuild. I mean, you're not going to.
No, you're right.
You're not going to thumb your nose at it, depending on where those draft picks are coming. But I don't think they value draft picks that much. I don't think that's changed. Maybe I'm wrong.
But you don't want
right about that.
You don't want Andrew Wiggins and Tyler Hero.
No,
but you might want Jaden McDaniels and Julius Randle. That's the Minnesota trade, and that's the other team that's kind of listed in the.
Well, who knows how far Minnesota's going to go in this playoffs now that it looks like they turned
going
around.
At least to the Western Conference Finals.
Well, and what happens if the Knicks lose 4 in a row, get reverse swept, and they look themselves in the mirror and they're like, we had Boston down 2-0 and we couldn't close.
We played that sound from Frank Isola about a week and a half ago, saying he could see the Knicks doing that. Again, talking about a desperate franchise. They haven't won a title since '73.
That's a good point.
Like we also said, every one of those teams we just mentioned would rather have Giannis.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be foolish not to.
But Giannis can only go to one place.
But that's the thing, though. Yeah. But you have to wait. Unfortunately, you can't have Can you say if you guys don't get Giannis, we will agree on this deal and start to negotiate, or is every team just going to be pushing their hand away and say wait?
On the flip side, it could be you get word of what the asking price is for Giannis, and you don't want to do that, or it's too much for them, and then you go, okay, our consolation prize is going to get Kevin Durant. Okay, cool.
It's going to be an interesting offseason.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
At least we hope so. Coming up next, it'll definitely be interesting when Bick delivers the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks are reportedly calling up top prospect Jordan Lawler. A flat finale prevents D-backs from series win over the Dodgers. And signs point to right-hander Kendall Graveman returning for the D-backs against the Giants. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance. Did you know Waltz has been around since 1957? They are a Valley institution, but have you seen them lately? If not, you should go on and take a look. Waltz has everything you need to take your sports fandom to the very next level. They are going to give you incredible expertise. They've got an incredibly knowledgeable staff. They're going to give you the wisdom you will not get at the big box stores. And speaking of experience, when you shop at Waltz, everything you want, they have in stock. Big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. You can find that in their theater room. It is absolutely spectacular. Great lineup of audio components, from sound bars to top-of-the-line speakers. You put the right audio component together with the right television, you will have magic. I know Waltz did it for me. They gave me a great price. They'll do exactly the same for you. In fact, they'll do you one better. Shop at Waltz. Drop my name. You're going to get a little extra sugar, 10% off installation labor, or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your choice. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can reach them by calling 480-968-4999. Shop local, shop Waltz.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is happening now at Bingham Equipment. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 60 months. Or choose cash rebates or low lease payments on select models. Visit one of 12 Bingham Equipment locations today for these limited-time offers during the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Make your memorial memorable with Bunker to Bunker's 14th annual Memorial Weekend Golf Tournament, presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses, on Sunday, May 25th at the Wigwam Golf Club and Resort. Open to the public, the 2-person scramble benefits the Tunnel to Towers Foundation and is loaded with our big raffle, awards, breakfast, and even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $130. Make it the perfect stay and play with our hotel specials. For details and registration, go to bunkergolf.com.
Maybe the best part of owning V's is to seeing the journey that the little guys have gone on when they started going to V's for their first haircut. And when they come to see us for, a haircut before they go away to college, they've become friends with the barbers. They've become friends with the brand. They look for it when they move to their new school. And nothing can make me happier than that. We accomplished something. We touched some people. And we want to do that on a daily basis to another generation. When Dave Burns takes his son to the barbershop before his wedding, all of the things leading up to that, 20 years from now, you're going to remember going to the barbershop with your boy before his wedding. That's what a barbershop can be. Why change it?
Especially considering I took my boy to a V's barbershop to get his haircut when he was 2 or 3. Then here we are 25 years later, and he's getting his haircut before his wedding. It's something we'll never forget.
You'd be hard-pressed to find another parallel in your life that's as consistent as your experience with your boy at V's.
You're going to love it. A great haircut or a hot lather shave, so book today at vbarbershop.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account's going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date, so just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Corbin Burnes was sensational for the Diamondbacks Saturday in their 3-0 win over the Dodgers, but they finished the series flat Sunday in an 8-1 loss, and the Snakes and Dodgers split the 4-game series. And here's manager Torey Lovullo after yesterday's loss.
Look, I'm proud of the way we fought for these last 4 games, especially these last 4 games, considering all the circumstances we went through in Game 2. This team is good, they're hungry, and now we're on to San Francisco.
The D-backs will head to San Francisco and start a 3-game series with the Giants, and they'll be bringing top prospect Jordan Lawler with them, who got called up from AAA Reno late last night. First pitch in San Fran will be at 6:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. 2 pivotal Game 4s tonight. The Knicks and the Celtics are in Madison Square Garden, and the Warriors will host Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Day preview sale is going on now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through May 14th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
For a team that is one tick above mediocrity, the Diamondbacks have had a wild season so far. They've got a losing record when scoring 10 or more runs in a game, which has happened only once in Major League Baseball history. They even lost a game when they scored 10 runs in an inning. And on Sunday, in a game that could have been a launching pad for the rest of the season, when they could have staked a claim by winning 3 of 4 games against the mighty Dodgers, they decided to give Ketel Marte a day off. And that meant I spent a chunk of my afternoon hate watching our baseball team. I am so sick of this trend in sports and in baseball. This is not an issue exclusive to the Diamondbacks, but in my mind, there are days in games that are more important than normal, and yesterday was one of them. And if Marte was good enough to pinch hit and play the 9th inning, what are we doing here? Fans are killing Torey Lovullo over this, even though this decision is probably coming from above his head. After all, the best player in baseball is Aaron Judge, who has played in all 40 games for the Yankees. And even if the medical staff is right, the effect on the fan base is undeniably bad. Good news is, Lovullo said we're almost at the point where Marte can play 6 or 7 games in a row without needing a day off. Oh boy, lucky us! All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Look, this was a tough game. This is a tough game to stomach all the way around. You know, we never really got anything going offensively. The Dodgers seemed like they were playing at a very different pace than we were. I thought Zach did a really nice job of keeping us in the game. He had really effective stuff. They just kept chipping away at him. We pulled him off the mound. I felt like the matchups were right. It ended up not working out perfectly, but overall, Zach did everything he could to keep us in that ball game. There were some moments where I thought we had some momentum offensively, and it never got finalized. We, some early count outs, some different things took place, and we finally scratched across the run with a real good approach by Hosey, but that was really the only noise that we made.
Yeah, it was tough to stomach for you. It was tough to stomach for Torey Lovullo. I think it was tough to stomach for anybody who on the Diamondback side of the ledger yesterday. And it was a frustrating weekend. It was filled with highs and it was filled with lows. I think the lows probably feel worse than the highs felt, quite honestly. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. I mean, at the first game, I thought, wow, the Dodgers have just brought out the best in the Diamondbacks, and that win was really, really crisp and clean on Thursday. I remember on Friday thinking really, really good about this. And then Friday night happened, and that was just another heartbreak. And, my thinking on that is when you lose multiple games in tragic, heartbreaking fashion, it not only can sink the morale of the fan base, it can really drag down the morale of a baseball team. Like, when are we, you know what I mean? It can just drag down the vibe when you're always on the wrong end of magical comebacks and all that kind of thing.
I guess it's just not our year.
That's
what they might say.
Yeah, exactly. And then Saturday happened, and I thought, oh, no, that Corbin Burns, that is studly. That is what an ace does. You look it up in the baseball dictionary, and what do aces do? They stop losing streaks. They stand in the breach when things are going really, really bad, and they change momentum. And I thought, if they win on Sunday, this could change the entire season and the trajectory of the entire season. And that's why I'm so angry about the lineup on the field. Now, I guess it's conceivable that Ketel Marte went to him and said, I need the day off.
Yeah.
Because he did that with 10 days to go in the regular season last year.
Sure. Jack Summers, who covers the D-backs for SI.com, wrote a piece, Who Manages Diamondbacks Player Load and Return to Play Protocols, and illustrates that there's a lot of chefs in that kitchen. In fact, he points out that the media guide, the Diamondbacks media guide, shows the sports medicine and performance page 22 personnel responsible for this area.
Wow.
So that, in terms with mixing with the front office, mixing with the field manager and Torey Lovullo, there's a lot of moving parts there. But a lot of it comes from the players as well.
Ketel Marte had played 16 games all season prior to yesterday. Okay, and I get that he's coming back from injury, but when he came back from injury, he said, I'm ready, I'm good, let's get after it.
Are you healthy or you're not healthy?
And again, this is such a pivotal part of the lineup.
And I get your frustration, and I'm right there with it. This is also complicated by the first real sustained stretch. I think it's 16 straight days with a game. And the Diamondbacks seemingly to that point before these last two series, they were getting a day off in between like every series, it seemed like.
Then give him today off. Don't sit him on Sunday against the Dodgers when you have a chance to take 3 of 4 and
the optics matter too. I agree.
And burrow out from underneath that Friday debacle that we all witnessed. I woke up Saturday going, this might kill our baseball team. This a third ridiculous loss. They're 1-2 in games when they've scored 10 or more runs. The 2015 Atlanta Braves are the only team ever to have a losing record in a season when they scored 10 or more runs.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And the Diamondbacks are at 1-2 right now.
It's not just about the gut punch losses. It's the gut punch mixed with the anger from those losses.
Yeah.
They were obviously difficult games, but they were all seemingly in hand at one point as well. And Friday night was just, it was surreal.
Yeah, it was.
And for it to happen that weekend with the Dodgers in town, where there was 100 and what? They got over 40,000 fans, so over 160,000 fans through the turnstiles.
Yeah.
With that atmosphere, and they were talking about the atmosphere too. Zach Gallen really appreciated it.
A lot of fun for sure. I forget. I know I saw one of the nights was like a sellout of like 49,000, which is really cool. I mean, I this is my 7th year now, so to kind of see the evolution of the games being a little bit more full, fans being a little bit more engaged, is a lot of fun. I think years past when we played the Dodgers, it's been kind of leaned a little more blue out there. I think this weekend it was a good split. I mean, I think it's something we're going to be able to control. I think with a lot of people living here, maybe being from LA and it being so close, it's they tend to have a good turnout. But I think our fans did a really good job of kind of staying in the game, being engaged, matching their energy, matching their kind of volume. So it's a lot of fun to watch, a lot of fun to be a part of.
Through the frustration, let me ask this question, Bick. Are we ignoring progress? Because I don't think what we saw this weekend and like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you could say, the Dodgers are just on a different level. I don't think it was 4 games of the Dodgers proving they're that much better than the Diamondbacks.
No.
Which makes, I guess that could add to the frustration too. Because I don't think the gap is that large, despite the gap in payroll, despite the gap in star talent that they have. The Diamondbacks, I mean, they very easily could have, they should have won that series. Absolutely should have taken three or four in that series. So I guess it's one, you could look at it one way through an optimistic lens and say that, but it also then bleeds back over into the frustrating part. Why didn't they do it?
Well, I don't know if I agree with the fact that they should have won 3 of 4. Friday night's game, the Dodgers took from them because this bullpen has been a repeated debacle. So
up 3 in the 9th.
But again, it's not the first time they've done this.
I know. But it also wasn't. It wasn't up 3 in the 9th with scrubs out there either. It was 2 of your more successful, accomplished relievers that were culpable.
I'll say this. I can understand why you might say you could look at this team and say, okay, for all your anger, especially me, for all your feeling they're making progress, they've won 1 of their last 7 series. And this one could have been one. And again, I just did not at all agree with the lineup they put on that field yesterday.
And beyond, you mentioned the bullpen, but also Eduardo Rodriguez not having a great season. Corbin Carroll had a terrible series versus the Dodgers, which is too bad because he was having such a great year.
Mm-hmm.
Just some other things. Zach Gallen, mediocre. You're hoping, could you follow up Corbin Burns and give you another ace 1-2 punch? And he was just mediocre.
Well, the subject of tipping pitches came up yesterday.
Yeah.
Post game, and Torey Lovullo was asked about Gallen. Was he tipping pitches?
No, I didn't think that. I thought Erod was, but that's our job as staff to pay attention to that, and we go back to the drawing board and pay attention to every little movement our pitchers make. They were on every pitch that Erod was throwing. I will say, Jack, between me and you, I thought at one point in time they were sitting and backlegging some breaking balls, and when Zach's got a lot of velo and he can spot it up the way he can, I was a little bit suspicious, but it never reached I'm only repeating it the second time. I thought about it the first time, and now I'm repeating it to you. So that's between me and you. Let's not tell anybody.
Interesting, though. Thought Erod was. And that was part of the frustration, go back to Friday, was why he only got, 2 2/3 innings is what he lasted, but the damage had been done. Why not make a move a little earlier? But 3 just absolute hair-pulling defeats this year.
Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know where this is going. I'm sure Eduardo Rodriguez is not in danger of losing his rotational spot right now, especially if there's that alibi that, okay, you got loose in your delivery, you started giving indicators. It's amazing. Major League Baseball, almost to an organization, they have somebody with just cat eyes, able to see the most imperceptible movements that might be tipping off pitches.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's insane.
And then when you find out, like in past instances where pitchers have been tipping pitches, and then you see the video, you're like, oh, yeah, there it is. you can tell. Yeah. But without that, I mean, it takes a special person.
I can't even notice balks usually when there's balks. Like Castillo had 3 balks.
Speaking of that, how about that weirdness yesterday? From Jose Castillo, I mean...
Chicks dig the balk.
You can go literal months, where you don't see a balk. And to see 3 in one game.
Right, and Tori's like, can we get somebody here? Do any of you speak Spanish? Because one of y'all have got to explain to him what he's doing wrong.
He said explain it to him in English, then explain it to him in Spanish, and then both of you explain it to him again so he knows what he's doing.
Coming up next, can Suns fans withstand another stomach punch if the nightmare scenario happens in tonight's draft lottery? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Dodgers.
The 2-1. Swung on. That's a line drive to left center. Hernandez will make the catch. The ball game is over. The Dodgers win it. It is a series split between these two. The D-backs took the odds. The Dodgers took the evens.
No break for the Snakes as they begin a 3-game series at the Giants tonight. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. Not that long ago, I visited their beautiful facility in Chandler, and I heard an incredible story. So they had a former rugby player come in. He was dealing with crippling back pain. No matter what he did, he could not get relief from it, whether he was sitting, standing, or lying down. As soon as he began getting treatments from QC Kinetics, he started feeling better. After his 3rd treatment, he walked into their office. He handed them his walking cane, which he no longer needed. This is what people are getting from QC Kinetics. For over 8 years, they've been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. Over 50,000 satisfied patients, people who've been dealing with knee and back pain, shoulder and hip pain, now living pain-free. What they do is they use regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your aching joints, and the patient satisfaction reports are incredible. Emmett Smith raves about what QC Kinetics did for him, and the best part is no drugs, no surgery, no downtime, an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call for your free consultation. Learn what these cutting-edge treatments can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
New Harley-Davidson Street Glides under $265 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Ride out for under $265 a month on a new Street Glide at Desert Wind Harley.
Payments based on Street Glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Wolf. How much will tonight's NBA draft lottery affect what the Suns can get back in a Kevin Durant trade? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
The second pick will be made by the Washington Wizards, and that means that the number 1 pick in the 2024 NBA draft goes to the Atlanta Hawks.
Video from last year with a smiling Hawks general manager, Landry Fields, who has since been fired from that position.
Whoops. Who did they select? Zachary.
Let's just say this, because there was a wow that followed that, because the Atlanta Hawks, 36-46, had the 9th worst record in the NBA last year and moved all the way up to number 1 to get that number 1 pick. The Phoenix Suns this year, 36-46, 9th best odds to land the number 1 overall pick. The Hawks had a 3% chance of getting that pick.
Oh, boy.
The Suns, 3.8%. So it's possible it could happen again.
Yeah.
The only difference is if it happens this year, it won't be the Suns drafting first. It will be the Houston Rockets.
For the sake of Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory and the sanity of every basketball-loving fan in the Valley, I pray the Rockets don't hit the lottery tonight. I have no idea what we would do with the impact of that.
Well, here's the other complication in all of this. It's one thing for a team to move up from 9 to 1 in a year where, I mean, last year, even at the time of the draft lottery, we knew it was a pretty weak draft, right? Zachary Riza-Shea, decent. He's not going to be a game changer, in my opinion. But at the top of the draft this year, there's potentially a franchise-changing player in Cooper Flagg. And that's where you start. That's what people start believing that there's conspiracy theories involved. Can you see Cooper Flagg landing in Utah?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
The perfect player for that team.
Yeah, but does it benefit the NBA? That's the question.
Does it benefit the NBA? No.
Washington?
No.
Charlotte?
No.
New Orleans?
No.
Philadelphia?
Yes.
Yeah. San Antonio?
Yes.
Brooklyn? Maybe.
Yes.
Houston? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Dallas?
Yes.
Chicago?
Yes.
There are spots where a team could get the number 1 pick and land Cooper Flagg, and they'll say, "Oh, it's just the way the ping pong balls bounced." But you can also have a thick layer of, it really helps the NBA for that to happen too.
But there's also thought that like the NBA wants their nothing franchises to elevate, to have a reason to be watched.
Here's the other thing.
Do they though?
Well, I mean, look at like in history, who are like the all-time most hyped number 1 picks. LeBron James went to Cleveland. I mean, Tim Duncan went to San Antonio. I mean, it happens sometimes where they sort of, you want to elevate the lesser teams. I don't think it's rigged, but if you had those thoughts.
Okay, but people who generally don't believe in conspiracy theories believe in the frozen envelope. of Patrick Ewing going to the Knicks.
I absolutely believe that. And I'm not a conspiracy theory guy.
Yeah. But here's what you have to reconcile. If the NBA is willing to do that once, they're willing to do anything. If you're willing to rig a draft lottery, you are willing to rig games. You don't think so?
I don't want to be naive and say it's not possible. It's not impossible, but that's a hard one for me to swallow. If the games are being manipulated, then I check out.
Yes. Here's the thing about it, and I generally don't go down this road, but I just read something about it. Tim Donaghy,
our old friend, friend of the show.
Don't say that, Jared.
No, yeah.
Remember the day he booked him? You were like, I don't know if I want to talk to him.
Him and LeVar Ball.
Yeah, those two. Those are yeah. So Tim Donaghy, if you go back in the years in which he is accused and which he's even admitted to doing, he received some of the highest grades on record that an NBA official received that season. But what he was great at was those innocuous calls that stop runs, that stop momentum.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know that because basketball it's a game of those runs, and then you make that one call that changes a run or gets one guy in foul trouble, and it's seemingly innocuous and out of nowhere. But so that's the whole thing. Now, as it applies to tonight, if any of these first few teams, as I said earlier, win the draft lottery, they're certainly selecting Cooper Flagg. Everybody would.
Yes.
But if you're a team like Philadelphia and you win the draft lottery, wouldn't you rather have Giannis? We've talked about this already today. My point is if there's an upset winner in the NBA draft lottery, it's good. It might have big time ripple effects.
And I'm just reading a piece on the Ringer right now about Houston, and if they do get the number one pick, and to your point, like if you're Houston, and we talked about it, maybe Booker and Durant are off the table, but if you're Houston, you get the number one pick, you call Phoenix and go, hey, we'll give you the first pick and something for Booker. Are you hanging up the phone?
No.
I wouldn't be.
No.
But the Suns might be.
Right, but that's what this piece is saying of kind of to Houston's point of if you get the first pick,
let's see,
the luxury you have.
Booker's not Giannis. Even though Booker is young and even though Booker is great, he's not Giannis. So I don't think Houston would do that. Here's the question. If you're let's suppose San Antonio wins the lottery.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather have Giannis or Cooper Flagg with their timeline?
Oof.
Wow.
Still Giannis.
Still Giannis, but if Cooper Flagg with Wemby and Stephon Castle,
15 years.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. You know what would worry me about Giannis, and I love the guy. I love his game. I love his personality. I love everything about him. That freak injury he had at the end of last season, not this past season, but
I believe it was
ago.
a Greek freak injury.
It was weird, right?
The calf injury, I think, right?
Right. It just buckled on him when he was walking up the court, and then he never played again that season.
Yeah.
That's something structural to me, and that's what I would worry about.
Also, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the last time the team with the worst record in the NBA actually ended up getting the first pick in the draft, the 2018 Phoenix Suns, when they drafted DeAndre Ayton. Since then, the Pelicans had the 7th worst record, the Timberwolves had the 3rd worst, Pistons and Orlando and San Antonio 2nd worst, and as you mentioned, the Hawks had the 9th worst record.
Which was the goal, I guess, when they changed the odds
the
to
odds
prevent tanking, give more people a chance.
The Suns benefited. That was the last year of the 25% chance for the worst team. Now it's down to 14%.
Oh.
So, I mean, the last 4 of the last 5, a team with a 14% chance has got it, but it hasn't been the team with the worst record.
And they changed those. They changed the odds structure based on tanking, right? Because they wanted to limit tanking.
I don't think it's worked at all, but
no, it hasn't. Just watch March and April basketball and the early April basketball in the NBA, and you'll see that it hasn't worked at all. Coming up next, what is a realistic timeline for the Suns to make their off-season moves, and how much will they be affected by what happens with Giannis and the draft lottery? We'll talk to Kellen Olson about all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I have concerns about a guy who's never been an NBA GM stepping in this summer when everything is on the line. It's good to have a GM that when that GM disagrees, he'll trust him right away.
What I am excited about, again, this is a dynamic that exists. Accountability matters. So because of that, what you need is somebody who can look at him and metaphorically say, sit down and shut up. This is what I was talking about. Exactly. That's right.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, well, good. Too bad. Google it, my young crunks.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, if you're a homeowner in Arizona, chances are really good you've had a really bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Maybe they charged you a fortune. Maybe they ghosted you. Maybe they quit showing up. Happens to all of us. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. Now, they're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams no matter what you're looking for. From fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. If you've always wanted a beautiful green sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. All of their premium turfs are of the highest quality. If you're a golfer, they can build you a state-of-the-art putting green. Their putting greens are absolutely fantastic. But more to the point, it's how they conduct themselves that impresses people. They believe in doing what they say they're going to do. They believe in professionalism, staying on schedule. They believe in your happiness with the finished product. Imagine that. Find them online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks and the Dodgers split their 4-game series over the weekend. Corbin Burns was sensational for the D-backs Saturday in their 3-0 win, but they finished the series flat Sunday in an 8-1 loss. They'll now head to San Francisco and start a 3-game series with the Giants, and they'll be bringing top prospect Jordan Lawler with them, who got called up from AAA Reno last night. First pitch in San Fran will be at 6:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. In the NBA yesterday, the Thunder evened up the series in Denver 92-87 and will head back to OKC for a Game 5. And the Pacers crushed the Cavs at home 129-109 to go up 3-1 in that one. Tonight, 2 pivotal Game 4s. The Knicks and Celtics are in Madison Square Garden, and the Warriors will host Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon.
We got to do stuff different and change to be better.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, it is big offseason for the Phoenix Suns. They have their general manager in place, still looking for a coach, and a lot of change maybe on the horizon. Here to talk about all of it with us and the rest of the NBA, our NBA guru, our Suns guru, Kellen Olson, joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Kellen, good morning to you, sir.
Morning, guys. Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Are you in alignment today, Kellen? Everything good?
I'm aligned on my potential availability, guys. I'm really open to my future, really, in any facet. Again, like it's posturing season, guys. Everyone make sure that your potential availability is being reported today.
No doubt.
I like it. Last week at the Brian Gregory press conference, I don't think anybody walked away with an idea that this was going to be a hasty search or a conclusion in finding a new head coach. They're going to take their time, and he said by the draft, hopefully they'll have their coach in place. But in the spirit of alignment, doesn't it behoove the Suns maybe to get somebody in here a little bit quicker than that, Kellen?
Yeah, for sure. And I think it'll come within the next week and a half, 2 weeks. I think that's like the sort of timeline that I have in my head, at least. Gambo's been reporting and just letting us know exactly kind of where they're at in terms of the numbers that they're looking at, the process that they're going through in terms of the way in which they're speaking to candidates at the moment and how it's going to sort of dwindle down. And I think sort of what we're looking at, he made it sound like at least coming within the next week or so is getting it down to single digits in terms of the amount of names that they're talking to. And that's when these things start to get a bit more serious, and then you start to have those in-person interviews, and then from there you have your finalists and go on. So I would expect somewhere within like the next week and a half, 2 weeks is when we're at the very least going to start to get a handful of names reported and finalists emerging, if not hearing about the new coach coming. So, yeah, I would assume like second week of June at the very latest to get this thing rolling because, again, you need to get the head coach in. You need to figure out the way you want to play under your head coach, and with that in mind, you need to figure out like what kinds of players you're going to be targeting with all the moves you're going to be making.
All right, curious with what you know about basketball, with what you know about the Suns, and what you know about Devin Booker, because you've been covering him his entire career. What kind of traits do you think would be best suited for this next era of Suns basketball?
I think pace and just like a free-flowing style. I think that's something that Book has been open and adamant about wanting to play for the last 2 years, and with everything that got lost in the shuffle and everything that took the headlines with Vogel and with Budenholzer, I think that the thing that they really missed on was the style of play that benefits him the most and the way that they want to play. And again, there are a lot of different extenuating circumstances and factors that played into the style of play that they have and how they were playing and how they weren't playing. But I think just something like direct and definitive and concrete with the way that they're going to play is going to go a long way to sort of benefit him. Because when you're playing like loose and aimless in the way that they did and didn't really have any identifiable traits to speak of at all, and that's kind of my long-winded way of answering, Dan, like any traits. Like I think he will attach to like whatever sort of style that they have, but they just didn't have one the last 2 years. So it wasn't surprising to see him be a bit aimless with his play and not really stick on in the way that we've come to expect from him.
Kellen Olson, our Suns insider for Arizona Sports at Night. He joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Obviously, watching the playoffs for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, they've been largely entertaining, some great stuff going on in the playoffs. But Suns fans watching through the lens of, okay, which one of these teams is going to fall short of their goal and be interested in Kevin Durant. And it seems to be this fluctuating scale, Kellen. Is it Houston? Is it New York? Is it Minnesota? Is it Oklahoma City now who can't put the ball in the hole? What do you think at this point makes the most sense in terms of a future landing spot for Kevin Durant?
I still think that it's Houston for sure. I'm going to have a story coming out on ArizonaSports.com like early this week, probably tomorrow, just outlining why Houston is the perfect fit for a Kevin Durant trade. And I know that that has a lot to do with where the Suns are at and their pick situation and looking at all that. But really it has to do with the situation that Houston is in right now. I know there's the reports coming out of the Athletic today, like we're in the season where, again, like posturing and all that stuff is going to happen over the next couple of weeks. But the bottom line is that they're in a situation right now where Alpert and Şengün and Amen Thompson are their two building blocks for the future. They spent a lot of draft capital the last couple of years sort of kind of figuring out what their young core was going to be. I would not expect it to include Jabari Smith Jr. I would not expect it to include Jalen Green. Both those guys were not on the floor in crunch time in their closing lineups. They chose to pretty much just play miss ball, for lack of a better phrase, at this time of the day, where they were fine just tossing up bricks and having Steven Adams try to grab them as opposed to having Jabari Smith Jr. space the floor or their leading scorer, Jalen Green, be on the floor. Green's about to undergo a new contract. His contract extension is going to kick in next year. So is Şengün's. Jabari Smith Jr. is due for a contract extension this summer. If he doesn't get it, he's a restricted free agent next summer. This team is about to become incredibly expensive, and Green has shown through his inconsistencies in this last series. And then Smith just wasn't really on the floor all that much. He was out there like 20, 25 minutes. He wasn't closing games. Those are two guys I think that they're going to look to move, and it makes the Suns a perfect match for a trade because the Suns are in a situation to take those two guys on, two guys who, in my opinion, aren't going to have much trade value this summer, and take them on for someone in Kevin Durant, who's a top 10 player, who can give them a short-term solution while they build around Thompson, while they build around Şengün. And in my opinion, the way the Suns should attack it, and again, like maybe Smith and Green have far more trade value than I'm speaking on here, but I really doubt it, in a way where the Suns should be able to build this type of deal around getting draft picks back or getting younger players back that have not more upside per se, but looking at someone like Reed Shepherd or looking at Phoenix's own picks in 27 or 29 or looking at the number 9 overall pick. I just think Houston makes so much sense because of the move that it feels like they sort of have to make this summer, because everyone can look at this team and look at how super young they are and look like, oh, yeah, they've got all these years ahead of them. They're about to become incredibly expensive, so they don't have as much time as everyone thinks.
What do you think the effect of Giannis is going to be, and where do you maybe see him landing? What might this do to the marketplace?
I think the sooner the better for the Suns in terms of what Giannis's intentions are. Again, like I was joking at the start of our segment here about Shams' story, and it's a legitimate report. Don't get me wrong, he's doing his job, but we're not going to really get anything concrete anytime soon. What would really help is knowing that Giannis wants to leave and knowing that the Bucks are open to trading him and fulfilling his sort of request. But that is not the story that we got this morning, and I don't think we're going to get that type of story here for a while. Once that happens, the Suns will have a lot more clarity with what they're going to do with Durant, because as you can imagine, if they're talking to Houston, if they're talking to San Antonio, New York, Minnesota, Oklahoma City, all those teams you guys mentioned, those teams are going to want to wait to hear if they've got a shot at Giannis. Some of those teams I don't think are going to. Like, I don't think the Knicks are going to have a shot at Giannis because you're going to need a ton of draft pick capital on top of a lot of talent. But those teams are going to have to decide. Like, if Houston wants to wait around on Giannis, guess who you have to give up? You have to give up Thompson or Şengün. And if they don't want to, they're just not getting Giannis. If they're not giving up 4, 5, 6 first-round picks, you're not getting Giannis. So that's something where the Suns can offer an alternative, and maybe this will be a lot easier than we think because, again, like Oklahoma City, they can be like, oh, wow, is this our opportunity to get Giannis? Maybe we can do like the 9 first-round picks and Case and Wallace and all these guys. And it's like, no, you have to give up Chet Holmgren or you have to give up Jalen Williams. You do not have to give up those types of talents to get Kevin Durant. So maybe the alternative can actually work out for the Suns, but I think it's going to stall things for them, unfortunately, from their perspective.
Kellen Olson, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Before we let you go on the playoff front, I mean, we've been having a lot of fun with the Boston-New York series, and the Celtics finally showed up and played 48 minutes of Celtics basketball. How damaging, how much trouble are the Knicks in if that continues?
They're in a lot of trouble. And I think for the Knicks specifically, like, they need to get back to the offensive team that they have been pretty much all year. It doesn't make sense for a Tom Thibodeau team with Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, Josh Hart, those types of guys to be an offensive-minded team. But that's what they were all season. And just the way that they've been starting some of these games offensively has gotten them in this position where they fall behind. Like, that's the thing about Boston. Like, you think about them as the three-point shooting team, as the team led by Tatum and Brown, and like the drive and kick over and over again. They're a really, really good defensive team, and they've shown it in this series to get all of these leads. And if the Knicks don't execute, if they don't find better ways to score other than trying to get Jalen Brunson switched onto a certain guy, like you said, they're going to be in serious trouble, because I think if everyone agrees, like, if they go down or if this gets to 2-2 again, like, Boston's not only back in control, but they're going to win the series. It's a huge game this weekend. I can't wait to watch it, or on Monday, I should say.
Yeah.
Today's Monday.
You are in alignment with the calendar.
You're the best. See you, bud.
Thanks, Kellen. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, guys.
Kellen Olson, who covers the Suns, the NBA for us at Arizona Sports. He joined us on the Arizona Sports on this week on Monday. Today is Monday. That was
great.
That was very funny. Coming up next, what are Jonathan Gannon's expectations for this year's Cardinals rookie class? We'll get into that and more straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, here's a simple question for you, courtesy of Life Changer Loan. If you could pay off your mortgage in 5 years without changing a penny of your spending habits, would you do it? Of course you would, and that's why if you're buying a home, if you're looking to refinance, your first call should be to Life Changer Loan, because they can save you a ton of money. Life Changer Loan, an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage, allows you to pay all principal first. This is the predominant way people borrow money in many places across the world. It's going to be the future of mortgage banking in America, because it does a lot of great stuff. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which means you get the power to pay down, pay off, borrow back whenever you want. And here's the key. When you pay off your mortgage in a matter of years, you now get decades to build personal wealth, while everybody else, they're using that time to pay off their 30-year fixed rate mortgage. Now, like they say at Life Changer Loan, it's not magic, it's just math, but you've got to be a good fit. Give them a call, find out if you are a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi, you started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvi's here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Hey, it's Luke. What did we learn about the Diamondbacks in their massive series against the Dodgers over the weekend? We get going at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, teach their own. Not one right or wrong way to do it. We got a couple things that we want to get out of it. How we do it, and I think it's set up that we get that. I've been a part of a lot of different ways that it's been done. We kind of settled on this since we've been here, and it's changed. Our first year, we did something a little different. This year, it looks a little different, but hopefully for obviously the players' best interest. But I do have an understanding of they're in the building for the first time in a new city for the first time. A lot of cortisol, their cortisol levels are high right now, so I'm really not trying to kill them. But I do want them to acclimate with how we do things, because on Monday they're going to jump in with the vets, and I don't want them to stick out not knowing what to do. So they got to get caught up to speed pretty quick here.
That's Jonathan Gannon Friday previewing what kind of rookie mini camp he'd be holding. A little different this year. Very few participants, 13 participants, 7 drafted players, 6 undrafted free agents. But they're talking about cortisol.
Yeah, first of all,
the levels being high.
Yeah, and that sent me to the dictionary. Because as a medical term, I know of cortisone.
Yeah.
I had never heard of cortisol before.
Yes.
But Jonathan Gannon, he does deep dives into things that you wouldn't think he would, such as momentum. Is it real? Perhaps.
We went into a deep dive, and the outcome was maybe.
And cortisol apparently is a natural produced steroid hormone by the adrenal glands, often called stress hormones. And he's absolutely right about that, that these young players are probably overloaded with emotions and eagerness and wanting to impress everybody, and so he's kind of tapping that down a little bit.
Well, it's weird because the way the draft calendar works is these players get done with their college football, whenever that is. Might be the regular season, might be all the way through the championship game. They go into draft preparation, and it's a very different kind of preparation than what they're used to. But from the time the draft happens to the time that you're actually signing a deal, wearing the team's, garb and going out there and representing, it's a very short turnaround. So it goes from this long uphill battle, and then it gets really real very quick.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of what they're going through. And Jonathan Gannon saying there, like, hey, the veterans are joining them on Monday. I don't want these guys to stick out. So I'll get our first blending of veterans with the rookies. And then, later in May 28th is when you get the OTAs happening. And I think this is a very interesting rookie class for the Cardinals. I like a lot of the personalities in this class. I like a lot of the attitudes in this class. Walter Nolan's attitude, I want to sack everybody. Will Johnson, finna kill people.
Finna kill people. I love it. Yeah, no, I love Will Johnson's attitude. Did you see the tweet the Cardinals put out on social media? Paris Johnson Jr.
giving hugs to all the rookies as they showed up.
That's cool.
It really, really super cool.
Of course, he played football.
I was going to say, he was
with all of them.
That is true. That is true. Cody Simon, Marvin Harrison Jr.,
Denzel
Burke. So the vibes on this team are immaculate right now. And Jonathan Gannon sounds incredibly comfortable. And if you'd have told me that a new head coach would come to Arizona, win 4 games, and then have another losing season entering year 3, I would have said, no way would his vibes be as good as they are. But think about it. Jonathan Gannon, in a 4-13 debut season, was hailed for bringing a real substantive culture to Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
In year 2, while the owner's taken a lot of heat, he gets an A+ from the NFLPA report card. So for a head coach who has yet to taste a successful season by wins and losses, he's done real good. He's had about as long of a honeymoon as I can recall without the success.
Never really thought of it that way, but
factor in the lack of a winning record. I can't. This honeymoon's going to 3 years for this guy, and props to him. I'm not saying it's not well deserved. I'm saying it's very much deserved.
But I would say that, I mean, judging from the growth that has been made over the first 2 years, I think the days are numbered on the honeymoon. You got to get results at some point.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So everything is going to be incredible all the way through training camp. And you're right. There's a lot of great elements to this draft class, but everybody, the way people are raving about what they got in round 1 and what Walter Nolan could be, and the steal of Will Johnson at 2, and the fact that some people, look at the rest of this class and see a lot of potential talent and a lot of potential hits, starting with linebacker Cody Simon, who seems to be the latest one who's getting a lot of lift. There's going to be a lot of expectations. And so when they actually start playing games in September, they're going to have to deliver, because that's when the honeymoon is either going to really take off or it's going to take a hit.
Yep. Gannon also talked on Friday about what he thinks the toughest position is in football to make the transition from college to the NFL.
That's a good question. I probably don't have enough experience to answer that one. I mean, I think there's all positions, there's a learning curve, honestly. Quarterback, I would say, would be the hardest, but, they're all a little bit different. They all provide different challenges, too. What Walter, the adjustment that he's going to have to make is different than Hayden, and different than Denzel or Will or, whoever, Jordan. So I think the main thing is control the controllables and just make sure that the coaches do a really good job of that. They really know what's going on, and then my job is, as far as how we're operating on a daily basis, that they fit in and blend in with how we want them to act, truthfully.
Quarterback's got to be the answer, right?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's without a doubt.
And not to say what Gannon said isn't true. There's a big step up at every position.
Maybe wide receiver, just because of the corners and secondary, the difference in skill that you're going against. Could that be it? You'd probably skate by so much on athleticism.
I'd probably put corner second.
Corner second?
Yeah. Well, the quality of receivers you're guarding goes way up, too.
To further Vinny's point, Walter Mitchell, who I think does a great job at revengeofthebirds.com, he says that Walter Nolan, possible day one starter at defensive tackle. Will Johnson, possible day one starter as a zone cornerback. Jordan Birch, possible day one starter as outside linebacker. Cody Simon, possible day one starter at middle linebacker. Hayden Connor, possible day one starter at guard. Denzel Burke, possible day one starter at zone cornerback, and Keaton Crawford, possible day one starter on special teams. So his viewpoint is very much in alignment, there's that word again, with what you said, that every player is a really good fit for the Cardinals' systems and their style of play.
Well, and at those positions, like Simon at inside linebacker, there's opportunity there. Obviously, with Johnson and Burke, there's opportunity in a young cornerback room.
Right. That's right.
Jordan Birch, you can get after the quarterback, you're going to play.
You're going to play. Yeah, you're going to play. So let's hope. Every NFL team, I think, is probably saying almost exactly the same things about their draft class. I mean, you heard people raving about Shedeur Sanders over the weekend. So, but that's the season we're in right now. We're in the season where everybody is ramped up and hyped about their draft class. And
did you see Shador's going to wear number 12 in Cleveland? And Dion is already politicking to have the Browns retire that number.
That's funny.
He's put the helmet on. He's done enough.
He's done enough.
Coming up next, we'll run into the 9 o'clock hour of social studies with Sammy Sabolka straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you natural gas delivers good value, and Southwest Gas provides safe and reliable energy service its customers can depend on. Natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, cooking meals. In fact, a typical new home can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. And Southwest Gas, they are at the forefront of all of it. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for 2024 for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. You can discover more about these prestigious recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence in the community by visiting swgas.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Lowe's knows a thriving yard starts with quality care. Right now, get Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot all-purpose garden soil for just $2. Was $4.58. Plus, get a free Select Ego 56-volt trimmer or blower with the purchase of a Select Ego 56-volt mower. The best yard starts with the best deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/14. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement, for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David and smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445. It includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs and the Dodgers split the 4-game series over the weekend. Corbin Burns was sensational for the Diamondbacks Saturday in their 3-0 win, but they finished the series a little flat on Sunday in their 8-1 loss, and here's manager Torey Lovullo after Sunday's loss.
Look, I'm proud of the way we fought for these last 4 games, especially these last 4 games, considering all the circumstances we went through in Game 2. This team is good, they're hungry, and now we're on to San Francisco.
They will head to San Francisco and start a 3-game series with the Giants, and they'll be bringing top prospect Jordan Lawler with them, who got called up from AAA Reno late last night. First pitch in San Fran will be at 6:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. In the NBA yesterday, the Thunder evened up the series in Denver 92-87 and will head back to OKC for a Game 5. And the Pacers crushed the Cavs 129-109 to go up 3-1. And tonight, 2 pivotal Game 4s. The Knicks and Celtics will be in Madison Square Garden, and the Warriors will host Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Day preview sale is going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through May 14th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Let's head to the world of social media. Time for some social studies with Sammy Cebulka.
Yeah, good morning. First and foremost, be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata if you'd like to chime in on the questions we ask every single morning. We're also on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook at Bickley and Murata. And on YouTube, you can watch us at Arizona Sports. And so the first question we asked, we've been talking a lot about the Diamondbacks in a somewhat frustrating opening almost 40 games of the season. So we asked D-back fans, what has been the most frustrating thing this season and why?
It's the inconsistency for me. We just went through 4 games of it. Good, bad, good, bad. And that's kind of been the inability to string anything together from a consistency standpoint.
Yeah.
Or a winning standpoint. I mean, there's a lot of other little things you could get into, but big picture, that's it for me.
Yeah, before this weekend happened, I probably would have answered that differently. I probably would have said at first it was the starting rotation and then followed by the bullpen and the injuries that really are very frustrating for a team that does give their guys so much time off. But I think the answer now is just that, the up and down nature, the not able to take flight. That's what's bugging me.
Yeah, I agree with both you guys. Vinny nailed it earlier in the show, just the inability to take 4 steps forward as opposed to 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Like that's how the season has felt. You win 2 games and you lose a game you should, and that's kind of the way it's been. AZ Sports Fan says, sitting Cattell every other series, especially when we're facing teams with potential playoff implications. Also, bullpen collapses are a part of baseball, but sitting your best player every 6 games is an active decision. And Bick, you were mentioning that earlier. Tom Foss says the injuries. So frustrating having your best relieving pitchers, your closers injured, and your best offensive player injured, all kind of at the same time. If you put this team together with no injuries, they could win a World Series, which he makes a case, but injuries are a part of the game, and you got to be able to bounce back. Stephen Ruiz says Torey has leaned so hard into catering to their players' feelings that it's come at the expense of the team's success. There's no reward for having the most rested players at the end of the season. So some backlash in the way maybe players are getting rested. Our next question, the NBA lottery is tonight, and we've talked a little bit about who will be capturing the flag, and if it's the Houston Rockets.
Capture the flag.
Yeah. If it's the Houston Rockets, that would have came at the expense of the Phoenix Suns. So, and also Giannis just mentioned this morning he is interested in looking elsewhere for the best fit. So give us your predictions on where these players will end up next season. The first, Kevin Durant, then Giannis, and then Cooper Flagg.
I've noticed a trend in our social studies questions.
Which is what?
Jarrett's leaning on the why punctuation. Where will these players wind up next season and why?
You know why?
That's why they're going to end.
I for a long time I would forget to put the why, and people would give us one-word answers and stuff, which doesn't make for great. So now, no matter what the question, even if it calls for a one-word answer, I put the why, just in case.
You want to crack at this first?
Yeah, I'll say Kevin Durant's going to end up in Houston. I'm going to say Giannis ends up. That's a hard one to predict because I need to see what Oklahoma City does this playoff to know whether or not they're going to be involved. I'll just take a wild guess and say Miami for Giannis.
Wow.
Yeah.
And who wins
Cooper
the lottery?
Flagg, I'm going to say Philadelphia. Their pick is top 5
Top
protected?
six
Top 6
protected.
protected. I'm going to say Philadelphia.
I have the same for Durant, Houston. I wanted to say Giannis to San Antonio, but I can't see him going small market to small market, even with San Antonio's trajectory.
Yeah.
I'm going to say New York.
I like that.
And I'm going to say Philadelphia for Cooper Flagg, too.
All right.
They're going to win this darn thing tonight. You watch.
I really hope not. Andy Bryant agrees with Vinny over there. Durant to Houston, Giannis to Knicks, but he said Cooper Flagg to Washington. They're due for a lottery win, aren't they? And they might just be. They've been brutal. Wookie says Kevin Durant to Cleveland, Giannis to Houston, and Cooper Flagg to Utah. Cleveland's a team we haven't really mentioned in Durant's party, but they're down 3-1, and it's a team that's been together for a while. Keith says Durant to Miami, Giannis to the Lakers, and Cooper Flagg to Houston. Why? Because I feel like this screws the Suns the most, and unfortunately, that's the way things go here in Phoenix. Which he's not necessarily wrong. Okay, our last question.
We didn't say Connor. Connor had a bold prediction. It says KD, Dodgers, Giannis, Dodgers, Flagg, Dodgers.
That's funny.
They play baseball? Our last question we talked about at the beginning of the show. What was the most, or what has been the most exciting thing you've ever won in a drawing, lottery, giveaway, etc.?
Yeah, I've already said mine. I was selected to play Augusta National after the Masters as part of the media lottery. So I have won a lottery, and in retrospect, it was a fairly impactful one.
What'd you shoot at Augusta?
108.
Do you still have your scorecard?
I do.
100%.
Yeah.
Have to.
Yeah, and listen, I was just completely overwhelmed by the course, and my swing was really, really bad back then.
And
Not that
this
it's
is
great
what
now,
year?
but it was really bad. 05, 06,
That's
somewhere around
20 years ago.
Yeah.
How much better of a player are you now than you were then?
A lot better.
Yeah.
My swing is amazingly better compared to what it is, but I still can suck out loud like anybody else who plays the game. And it's the most confounding thing in the world.
So true. Did you play it? So when you won that lottery, do you have to then come back to play it?
You play it the day after on Monday. Yeah. So you have to do a lot of things. Like for me, I had to find a golf bag. I had to rent one from a golf pro in some podunk suburb of Georgia. Then I had to change my flight. But you do anything to play Augusta National.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Mine, won the $500 gift card at the Bonneville Christmas party, and gave it all to Apple. Got some headphones.
Nice. A couple quick
$500 headphones. What an idiot.
The pros?
The ones you're wearing right now?
No.
The pros are no joke.
They are phenomenal on a plane.
I'm sure.
It's amazing how much sound they drown out.
Yeah. A couple quick ones from the listeners. Chad Clark says he got selected for tickets to the Masters. I know that's how you have to get tickets to the Masters, by winning that lottery. He said it was a win unlike any other. Lacey said on her 21st birthday, she hit a slot machine jackpot. That's a good way to start your 21st birthday.
Not
and
bad.
then Tom Foss says, I'm pretty lucky with calling in on various shows on Arizona Sports because I listen so much. Maybe the most exciting win was when I won the Pantera call-out, winning Metallica tickets from Wolf and Luke, and he won a $600 scratcher, which was pretty exciting. That's pretty dang good, not going to lie.
Are you talking to me? Listener Tom Foss? Yeah, Tommy!
That's pretty good.
I haven't done that in a while. Now it hurts.
But that's...
Have you known anybody that's actually won the lottery, like the Powerball or anything?
No.
I wish.
When the Arizona lottery first started, we had a family friend who won $1 million.
Wow.
And then I know somebody who won, I think on a bunch of scratchers, won like $100,000.
Wow.
Damn. Is there a number for the Powerball that like it gets to and you're like, I have to go buy a couple tickets?
I always find that to be the most foolish phenomenon in this country.
We've lived through that, though, on the show when it's gotten like 500 million or more.
Yeah.
It's been over $1 billion a couple times in the last 5-6 years. And we talk about, the station's doing a group one.
Yeah.
What if we don't buy in and everyone we know wins?
We're going to win all this money and we're going to walk away with $13 a piece. All right, that's Social Studies. Thank you, Sammy. At Bickley_Murata on X/Twitter, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram, Facebook, and Blue Sky. Coming up next, we'll dive back into the NBA playoffs. Can the Knicks get it done or the Celtics going to even things up? That and more straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Dodgers.
The 2-1. Swung on. That's a line drive to left center. Hernandez will make the catch. The ball game is over. The Dodgers win it. It is a series split between these two. The D-backs took the odds. The Dodgers took the evens.
No break for the Snakes as they begin a 3-game series at the Giants tonight. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and big purchases can be very, very stressful, and you should have really high standards when buying a car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a really good price, and a vehicle you cannot wait to drive. That's what you'll get from my friends at Chapman BMW and a whole lot more. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which is pretty important because it means whatever you're looking for, you're going to find it at Chapman BMW. High-end inventory, new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, high-quality used cars, a great lineup of electric vehicles. Whatever you're looking for, you will find it at Chapman BMW. And as many of our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. One of them said it took them longer to buy a suit than it did a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. And finally, once you purchase and become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center, staffed by BMW certified techs, ensures your vehicle will receive expert care. Finally, you also have a friend in the business. Take a test drive, find what you like. Make sure you ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He ensures you're going to get the very best deal possible in the state of Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack. But that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For proven scorpion control, call 602-BLUE SKY. We'll shut the door on scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Valley's heating up, and if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare, and total privacy. Now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support our heroes. Go to allproshade.com.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice? You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi? Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
We need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42. When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Where's the donkey? Where's the straight?
It's just a matter of time. We're all professionals. We work really hard on our craft. We put a lot of time in. You understand there's times where your shot might not be falling, but it always balances out.
It's Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics. The Celtics got on the board in their Eastern Conference semifinal on Saturday. They beat the Knicks 115-93, and people didn't want to believe it. It does kind of even out, according to Jason Tatum.
Mm-hmm.
The Celtics were such a good three-point shooting team. To see them shoot 25% from three-point range for 2 straight games was alarming. To see them blow 2 20-point leads was alarming. But they played Celtics basketball, and we talked to Kellen about it, and he brought up a great point. Like, they don't get enough credit for how good defensively they are, and they did a really good job in that game. And it starts with Drew Holiday and Derek White at the guard positions. 2 of the better defenders in the game. Al Horford can still D up. Porzingis gives you length. Tatum and Brown are both very good defensive players. That's just a really good team. And I think it was wake-up call time for them when they got away from TD Garden and got to New York. They played a really good – they looked like the champs in that game to me.
So this is going to be a very, very impactful game tonight for the New York Knicks, and all that amazing belief that they felt in games 1 and 2. But game 3 really validated the people who said that was more of the Celtics just messing it up, just melting down a couple different times in a row. In all 3 games of this series now, the Celtics have led by 20 or more points. And I said this earlier, we've had 144 minutes of basketball in that series. The Knicks have led for 11 of them. And they're up 2-1.
And they're up 2-1.
And they're up 2-1 in the series.
Well, it comes down to the Knicks were not in a position, or even close in a position, to close the game in the fourth quarter in Game 3.
No.
Game 1's and Game 2, they put themselves within striking distance, and then they gave the keys to Jalen Brunson.
Yep.
That's got to be the Knicks' game plan tonight, is how can we not get, quote, blown out through the first 3 quarters and just give ourselves a chance in the fourth to win.
Yeah, if they're within 20 with like 6 minutes to go in the third, they actually have a good chance to win the game, which sounds ridiculous. It was also a weird game for OG Anunoby on Saturday, only 2 points. He didn't really get involved offensively. And there's also questions now about Karl Anthony Towns' hand. He was 5 of 18 in that game. He scored 21 points. He grabbed 15 boards, but he was wincing, and injured a few of his fingers on his left hand, so it's not his shooting hand. But man, if he's not 100%, that's a big blow.
Yeah, and so I really would love to see the Knicks push this team. I would really love to see this thing go 7 because, like I said, the idea of New York City taking down Boston would be really, really. It would be epic, is what it would be. Tonight's going to decide whether that happens or not.
You know what I enjoy, and they do this pretty much every time before a Knicks telecast at Madison Square Garden.
Mm-hmm.
They'll do like the roll call of all the celebrities that are there. And you know what's cool is not only are Knicks fans that are celebrities like at the games, they're all decked out head to toe.
Yeah.
Even their former players get decked out. That doesn't happen here. When there's a famous person at the Suns game, they're wearing their own stuff. Knicks fans are.
Guy Fieri's wearing a full leather suit, not Suns stuff.
That is synonymous with Phoenix Suns basketball, the full leather suit. The other game tonight, Minnesota and Golden State. Game 4 of that series. The T-Wolves are up 2-1 in that one. And going back to Saturday, they won that game 102-97. Warriors were in position to win that game and just kind of faltered in the fourth quarter, got overtaken in the fourth quarter, and Anthony Edwards was superb in the second half of that game. Julius Randle, he probably has been Minnesota's best player in the playoffs.
They're saying that this is the best he's ever looked in a playoff series.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, there's no doubt about it. Anthony Edwards had a monstrous dunk as usual. And you're also talking about what'd you think about that foul call or the foul call on Draymond at the end of that game? There's a lot
refresh my memory.
There's a lot of people claiming that his fifth foul, that it was a BS call, and people are saying that it's because of all of the just how maniacal he can be. That referees, that you're not going to get 50-50 calls if you're always berating refs. I don't know.
No, but we talked even before, and he ended up fouling out of that game.
He did.
So yeah.
So
did you also see the footage of him where people are saying that he was on the bench after he fouled out, and he was talking about what the point spread was?
I did see that.
And he said it was 5.5.
And they hit a
and then
three really late.
Kaminga hit a 3 that cut the lead to 5.
Wow.
As someone with the 5.5 on the Timberwolves side, I didn't love that.
Wow.
How about yesterday? I mean, Cleveland got obliterated by Indiana. Man. Did you make any sense of the DeAndre Hunter, Benedict Mathurin thing?
Okay, so I watched it 5 times, and I can't discern what DeAndre Hunter did to Benedict Mathurin to make him kind of clutch over and then come at him and push him to the floor.
Mathurin extended his arm to the chest, and I thought there was a camera angle. I was like, "Oh, did he hit him low in the midsection?" You know,
right
in the no-go zone,
in the lower midsection.
No, it was
no-go zone.
It was right. He hit like he poked him. It wasn't even like a full punch. They called a foul. They stopped play. But you're right. Hunter kind of went over, kind of like doubled over, and pushes Mathurin down to the floor with two hands.
Yeah,
and Hunter stayed in the game, and Mathurin got ejected.
I couldn't believe that.
It was one of the softest ejections I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Now, obviously,
or not even softest ejections. If you're going to inject one, how could you? The guy who pushed the guy to the floor.
Yes.
Like that implies that he was truly, really, really, really provoked into doing it. But you're right. That didn't really show up.
I didn't say. I don't know what was being said. I know Mathurin likes to talk a lot of smack, but so maybe it was
the ref was a Sun Devil.
Rarely
obviously.
do you see an NBA player lay out a guy like that. Two-handed push to the chest.
No,
he wasn't the one that got thrown out.
And I know that.
And the reaction time by the refs too. If you watch the replay from the wide shot, because they whistled the foul.
Yeah.
And when Hunter got upright again and starts, he makes kind of a beeline. He was walking, but he was pointing at Mathurin. Nobody moved until Mathurin hit the floor. It was a very weird play. I still don't understand that. That's ejection. So we got 2 games tonight, and we'll see. I mean, I think all eyes are still on the New York-Boston series. Game 3 was such a disappointment.
No. And so, but again, I think a lot of people are fearing now, if I invest my time in watching this tonight, is it going to be more of the same?
Yeah.
Is it going to be just more Celtics dominate? Was Jarrett Carlin right all along?
Eventually, right.
It's over.
Right. It's
Never
over.
mind the other 3 times I told you it was over.
They've lost both games. It's over.
It's the beauty and the fault of NBA playoffs, best of 7.
Yeah.
Is that in the best of 7, the better team almost always wins. There's very few upsets in the NBA. If it was best of 5, obviously one and done, then you could have more upsets. But it looks like the Knicks. We'll see.
Yep. Coming up next, it's Monday. We'll hand out some hardware. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Who makes the bigger impact as a rookie, Walter Nolan or Will Johnson? Can I put a little twist on it for the purposes of our conversation? Who do you want to make a bigger impact as a rookie? Walter Nolan is who I would prefer. Step in, be just a disruptive force in the interior of the defensive line.
I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud of you. You went with the 3 technique. Of course. What is the most destructive force in the game of football? What is it?
It's a good 3 technique.
It is a great 3 technique.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless New York Strip Steaks are only $7.99 a pound in the Super Value Pack with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Hi, I'm Carol Rice with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many homeowners move out of necessity, which is why I developed my Guaranteed Multiple Cash Offer program, giving you up to 6 of the best offers, including at least one at 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. A fast sale doesn't have to mean settling for one lowball offer. To get multiple offers, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. DISC website is www.sciatica.com or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Memorial Month is underway. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? Memorial Month savings are here. Upgrade your ride now with exclusive discounts across our entire vehicle lineup. Save $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $13,000 off a Hummer EV. There's a deal for everyone and big-time Memorial Month savings.
Kick off summer strong with a new ride from Liberty GMC. Visit Chris in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it,
you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
I'm Sammy Savolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Corbin Burnes was sensational for the Diamondbacks Saturday in their 3-0 win over the Dodgers, but they finished the series a little flat Sunday in an 8-1 loss to split the series with the Dodgers. Now they'll head to San Francisco and start a 3-game series with the Giants, and they'll be bringing top prospect Jordan Lawler with them, who got called up from AAA Reno late last night. First pitch in San Fran will be at 6:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. In the NBA yesterday, the Thunder evened up the series in Denver 92-87 and will head back to OKC for a Game 5. And the Pacers crushed the Cavs 129-109 to go up 3-1. And tonight, 2 pivotal Game 4s, the Knicks and Celtics in Madison Square Garden, and the Warriors host Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder by volume in Arizona, and with summer around the corner, you could be swimming in 60 days or less and add major value to your home. PresidentialPools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. We talk about biggest development from the D-backs series split with the Dodgers. So was the biggest development Corbin Burnes' performance, or Ketel Marte and Gabriel Moreno's first home runs, or the bullpen's struggles in the 14-11 loss?
Vote. Give me the vote for Burnesy.
Burnesy, what's going on? Yeah, the bullpen failures aren't really a development. They've been here all year long.
They've been fairly constant.
So let's vote for Burnesy.
Yeah, Corbin Burnes leading the way with 49% of the vote. Coming in a close second, 43, is the bullpen's struggles. And then 8% is Ketel and Gabby grabbing their first homers of the season.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings, handing out the hardware.
Yep, we hand out hardware Monday mornings. It's how we do the award show. It's in our style, based on what we saw over the weekend. We'll each hand out 2. What do you got for us first, Bick?
First award, Vinny, is the greatest baseball player ever award, and I'm giving it to University of Indianapolis pitcher Brady Ware, who threw a no-hitter and hit for the cycle in the very same game.
See, you were on the same tweet. Somebody sent that to us.
It didn't happen recently.
No, it happened in 2023.
Right. Oh, I didn't know it was. I thought it was last April.
Because I normally stuff like that, I'll be like, wow. And then I looked him up, and
Oh, I knew it was dated, but I thought it was April 7th of this year. Was it April 7th of 23?
Hey, better late than never. Brady
still.
Okay,
Brady Ware hit for the cycle and threw a no-hitter.
What a guy.
The better late than never award. Then why did that just pop up now? Did somebody? That's odd.
I don't. Somebody grabbed a tweet that was just from over the weekend.
Wow.
And it said when Brady Ware did this, but I did.
I thought that there was a delay only because it happened at the University of Indianapolis. Who pays attention to the University of Indianapolis?
Well, that could very well be the explanation.
From 2023.
It finally broke.
It just got internet.
I just learned that there was a University of Indianapolis this morning. Congratulations, Brady Ware.
Right.
Who's probably selling insurance now.
You just made his day.
Yeah.
He probably hasn't been in the headlines in years. He's happy to hear his name.
Probably not. My first award is, that's a good way to pass the time award. And I'm giving it to the Philadelphia Phillies bullpen. Have you seen what they're doing in the bullpen?
No.
So, relievers have a lot of time. They're out there goofing off, so they have a lot of contests. They've started a new contest where somebody takes a baseball and all the relievers have to write down their prediction of what the actual attendance will be in the game.
Wow.
So they do it, they put their uniform number and then their guess, and by the end of the season, whoever has the most baseballs is going to win some fantastic prize. But there was actually an image taken of one of the baseballs. It's pretty cool. There's like 9 guesses on this ball.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Interesting.
My first award is the best basketball player of all time. Award goes to Wilt Chamberlain, who scored 100 points over the weekend.
In Hershey, Pennsylvania. I was there, Jarrett.
My first award is the New Chicago Pope's First Decree Award, and it goes to NBC, who announced today that their NBA coverage on NBC and Peacock will now feature Michael Jordan, who will be joining the coverage as a special contributor. Wow. Don't know what that means, but it kind of surprised everybody, came out of nowhere, and I have to think it had to come from Bulls fan, the Pope, saying that he's doing it. But that's weird because
he made it a decree.
As much as Michael Jordan has done in his post-playing career, not a lot of media. So be interesting to see how that works out.
That is true.
It is.
Well, he's not an owner anymore. At least not a majority owner.
All right, my first award is the Head Scratcher Award. So the NBA playoffs going on, and I'm giving it out to the Indiana Pacers, who have the 3 most efficient playoff shooters in the NBA right now. So average points per jumper, and it's Aaron Nesmith, Miles Turner, and Andrew Nembhard. Those 3 guys are the most efficient shooters in the NBA right now over in the playoffs. And it kind of head scratcher, given you have Jalen Brunson, Shea, Steph, Ant, all of these world-class players, and those 3 players are your most efficient shooters.
Interesting.
In the NBA.
They go 2 for 3
and who?
Nembhard, Nesmith, and Miles Turner. So Nesmith is actually the most efficient with 1.5 points per jumper.
And he's not a great shooter.
No. Miles Turner, 1.44 average points per jumper, and Andrew Nembhard, 1.4 average points.
Is it any wonder the Indiana Pacers are up 3-1 in this?
No.
So when you blow out teams by 40 is because you got your 5th string players.
Yeah.
Yeah, how about it? All right, my last award is the No Days Off Award. Certainly not giving that to Torrey Lavelle and the Diamondbacks. I'm giving that to Aaron Judge, who through 40 games, played every game for the Yankees so far. Aaron Judge has got on the list of the highest batting average with 14 or more home runs in a team's first 40 games. Aaron Judge is 4th of all time. Mickey Mantle was hitting .430 at this point in time with 14 or more homers in 56. Jimmy Fox in 1932. Manny Ramirez in 01 in that great year he had with the Dodgers. Yeah, right.
He was still with the Red Sox.
Oh, he was with the Red Sox then?
Yeah.
What's that? What was that needle you were jabbing into your arm about, Jarrett?
Oh, I was scratching my bicep there.
And then Aaron Judge.
You're looking big back there, Jarrett.
Aaron Judge is hitting .409.
With
14 or more. Yeah, he's been ridiculous.
He's ridiculous.
He is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you?
No, I'm not saying anything.
No, your gesture did it all.
No. I'm not implying anything. A player that age doesn't usually continue to get better and better and better at this
He was a late
stage of his
bloomer.
career. He was a late bloomer. It's very impressive.
Jarrett was insinuating
I
something.
know I wasn't. About Manny. Manny, yes. Not even insinuating.
My last award is the You're an Absolute Loser Award.
Oh, boy.
I don't know if you saw what happened Saturday night with the Houston Astros pitcher Lance McCullers. He came back, second game back after 915 days of being, he missed 2 full baseball seasons. He struggled early. He gave up 3 hits, 7 earned runs, walked 3, and a home run in 1/3 of an inning in a 13-9 loss to the Cincinnati Reds. And then he's talking to the media afterwards, and he lets this little nugget out.
Yeah, it's been a tough evening. I understand people are very passionate, and people love the Astros and love sports, but threatening to find my kids and murder them is a little bit tough to deal with. So, just as a father, I think there have been many threats over the years aimed at me mostly, and I think actually 1 or 2 people have, from other issues around baseball, actually had to go to jail for things like that. But
threatening to murder his kids because he had a bad start. And he said, look, I know people are passionate and they love the Astros. This is not a fan. A fan would be a little bit more understanding of a guy coming back from a 2-year injury.
That is unbelievable.
This is a loser gambler.
Yeah. Yes. That's what it is. That's what it is.
And then people were actually responding to that part of it, too, saying, he hasn't pitched in 2 years. If you had Lance McCullers in a parlay, you're a moron.
My last award is the she would have done better, but she refused to respond to the Q&A section of the competition award. And that goes to Jordan Hudson, Bill Belichick's girlfriend, who finished in 3rd place in the Miss Maine competition this weekend, which was the the first step on the way to Miss USA. She finished in 3rd place in the beauty pageant. I don't know what happened there, but Bill Belichick was on hand cheering her on from the front row.
She got asked a question in the interview section, and she said, we're not talking about this.
My last award is the He's How Old award. Over the weekend, Lamine Yamal for Barcelona. They played Real Madrid in what is known as El Clasico. Barcelona won 4-3. They were down 0-2, and then Yamal scored a 32nd minute goal, and he is 17 years old.
Yeah.
He is a teenager, and in his career with Barcelona and Spain, he has 24 goals and 32 assists at the highest level in professional soccer, and he can't even have a sip of alcohol in Spain.
Wow.
What is the drinking age in Spain?
18.
Do we know? Is it 18?
He won the Euros, and he couldn't even go out and celebrate.
Yeah, at 17, one of the best players in the world already.
Yep.
Wow. Nuts.
All right, that's hardware.
Good stuff.
Final thoughts on this Monday. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and life changes in an instant. If you ever are hurt in an accident, it can be a time of confusion, pain, uncertainty. Your car can be broken, your body and spirit might be broken. You are not alone though. Sweet James accident attorneys are waiting for your call, waiting to fight all those battles so you don't have to. Here's what Sweet James is going to do for you. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They'll get your car fixed. Then they're going to go and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They're going to treat you with compassion every step along the way. What they do so special besides everything is their attorneys have extensive trial experience, which means when they send that demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, those insurance companies know they can't play games. They can't nickel and dime Sweet James. Not when Sweet James attorneys are more than willing to litigate. This is why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big. They recover more in a year than most firms do in a lifetime. And remember, the call is free, the consultation is free. You pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION, online at sweetjames.com.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
This is Jill Schlesinger. May is Military Appreciation Month, and I know how much I appreciate the military. I married into a military family. I hear from so many members of the military, and Navy Federal Credit Union wants us to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. If you're active duty, a veteran, or part of a military family, you're eligible to join. At Navy Federal Credit Union, the members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Dave Burns here
here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Valley's heating up, and if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare, and total privacy. Now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support our heroes. Go to allproshade.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, today's Song of the Day, chosen by Vinny, Eye of the Tiger from Survivor.
There's a reason why.
I'm sure there is.
But first, when this song came out,
yeah,
on the Rocky III soundtrack, I was convinced it was the greatest song ever made.
It is a good song.
It's not the greatest song ever made.
But it's a good song.
It is a good song. I was looking up today in sports history. On this date in 2013, one Eldrick Tiger Woods won his second Players' Championship at Sawgrass.
Who?
Eldrick Woods.
There you go.
Yeah. He had the Eye of the Eldrick that day.
The Eye of the Eldrick.
2 strokes
Doesn't quite
ahead.
have the same ring to it.
No. He had 2 strokes better than David Lingmerth, Jeff Maggart, and Kevin Streelman.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Plus, we got to hear Survivor.
Yeah. So there you go.
Can see all the montages right now. It's the Muppet Show with Rocky Balboa. Remember that from the beginning of the movie?
I don't.
I've seen that movie a few times.
Yeah, you have.
Survivor, Eye of the Tiger. Today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, draft lottery is tonight.
Mm-hmm.
It's before the first game, right? Or is it going to be between the games?
I thought it was usually at halftime of the first game. No?
It's 7 p.m. Eastern time.
So that would be before the first game.
Right, yeah.
Before the first game. Okay, so
all right.
We'll know when the ball gets tipped in the first game tonight.
Yep.
Who's got the number 1 pick? You've already given your pick. I've already given mine. We're in agreement. Philadelphia's winning this thing. With the 5th best odds, 10.5% chance. Jarrett?
I think Utah's winning it.
Do you really?
Yeah.
I also think Utah's winning it, and I'll go as far to say I think Philly falls out of the top 6, and their season was a waste of time.
And Houston stays where they are? Or what?
Yeah.
Can Houston? I don't understand how all this stuff works
if
anymore.
Utah wins it.
Well,
is it?
Utah will have their face of their franchise. Do you think? I don't know how it all works nowadays.
Let's tackle the 800-pound elephant in the room.
Jared,
here. Are you smirking at this because Cooper Flag is white?
Are you all white? I mean, all right, Jared.
Don't you think that's like being considered like as marketing in Utah? I mean, I think it'd be a good fit there. I don't know.
I think that
he'd be a good fit anywhere. But
because he's
but
great.
I think in that criteria, listen, the idea of being a great white hope in basketball is very real. There's nothing wrong in discussing it. It brings a relatability factor to your core demographic, right? And it is what it is.
And
it was part of Larry Bird's popularity. It was part of Christian Leitner's lack of popularity.
It was part of
Mike Jaminski's.
There was controversy about Larry Bird. It was part of that too, because there were players during Larry Bird's career that said, "Oh, if he wasn't white, he'd just be another dude."
Yeah.
Spike Lee, right? Said that?
No, Isaiah Thomas.
Isaiah Thomas said that, yeah.
Or Dennis Rod. No, was it Dennis Rodman and then Isaiah's doubled down on it?
Yes.
No, Isaiah said it. I don't know, but one of the two.
On the Houston thing, if they don't, is it one of those things like they either move into the top 3 or they stay where they are kind of deal? I can never keep track of all the way the odds work and stuff.
It's confusing to me too. But right now they have the 9th best odds, 3.8%. And remember, I'm just, again, reminding you that last year the Atlanta Hawks had a 3% chance
and won
to win the lottery, and they did.
And Rockets legend Hakeem Olajuwon will be representing them. I always love looking at who's going to be representing them, the teams.
Yeah.
So Olajuwon for the Rockets, and then Tamani Kamara for the Blazers.
My God.
Yep.
The face of their franchise now. Franchise player.
Matas Buzelis for the Bulls. A lot of players this year. Bub Carrington for the Wizards, Wizards, and then Charles Lee for the Hornets. Those are the ones that are out right now.
Isn't it amazing also, like, you don't just have to have the luck to win the lottery. You have to have the luck to win the lottery the right year.
Yep. That's very well said.
Atlanta won the lottery, like, out of nowhere with a 3% chance in a year with maybe the worst draft class in a decade.
Maybe.
And this year's draft class is considered pretty good, and next year's is supposed to be insanely good.
This year's is very good. Like, even the fact if Houston, that they just have our pick is just brutal, because whoever that player they do pick or is available could immediately help this Suns team. Like, looking at the players that might be available.
Hey, the Suns just got to scout somebody. Got to find a gem at 29. That's all.
They need to get lucky. That's exactly right. They need to pick somebody and then be so right that it blows everyone's minds.
All right, you ready for an installment of great moments in Cleveland / National Sports Radio?
Absolutely.
Matt Fontana, he works at a station in Columbus, actually, but he's a Cleveland fan on ESPN Radio, and he was beside himself after what the Cavs did last night.
I've been through a lot. I've seen a lot in my sports town. Tonight is one of the most embarrassing games that I have ever seen of a team that I root for. And I went through 0-16 with the Cleveland Browns. I went through Johnny Manziel with the Cleveland Browns. I've been through one of the longest losing streaks in NBA history with a prior Cleveland Cavaliers team. And I watched them tonight just getting obliterated by the Indiana Pacers.
That is something.
Wow.
If you've been through that much in Cleveland and losing by 20, I know they were down by 40 when they lost by 20. They're going to be bounced from the playoffs, especially if Mitchell can't play. It just goes to show you again. And I said this to a buddy of mine in a text message probably 6 weeks ago, that Cleveland kind of reminded me of the 2022 Suns. Just went right. They had the same record. They won 64 games. And I didn't think I mean, I thought the Suns were built for a championship, but Cleveland never really struck me as a real contender to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't expect them to get bounced in potentially 5 games in the second round.
But that's got to be what angers their fans, because all season long, nobody took them seriously, and they were ready to show people that they were serious, and now they're going to lose in the second round.
They came in and played the Suns near the end of the season at PHX Arena, and they stunk up the joint.
I remember
Donovan Mitchell was awful.
Yeah, I remember thinking, what's the big deal about this team?
Yeah,
we're finding out not a lot.
No big deal at all. That's going to do it for us on this Monday. Thanks to Kellen Olson for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
The NFL schedule will be released this Wednesday. Oh, wait, hold up. I'm being handed a note from our fact-checking team that reads, Actually, the NFL is doing this thing where they let everyone know parts of the schedule today and tomorrow, with the remainder of the schedule made known to the public on Wednesday, but only if you have Netflix. So we're going to know some of the schedule today and then some more tomorrow, and by Wednesday afternoon, we'll have the whole thing. Hang with us, amigos. We'll get it all sorted out. Stick with Arizona Sports for the full drop. 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimers.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Bedding. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Bedding. Brooklyn Bedding has 12 basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. With over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joint. Best part, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. Imagine doing all the things you enjoyed this summer without being slowed down by awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Postseason dunks, threes, buzzer beaters. There's so much NBA happening. I gotta keep up.
Whoa, take it easy there. There's a better way to NBA. All playoffs long.
Wait, really?
With the NBA app, you get real-time stats and scores for every playoff matchup. Witness playoff drama as it unfolds.
But seriously?
Catch every bucket all in one place, all for free.
Where have you been all my life?
There's a better way to NBA. Download the app today. Available on the Google Play, Apple app, and Android stores.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs and the Dodgers split the 4-game series this weekend, and Corbin Burns was sensational for the D-backs in their 3-1 win on Saturday, but the Diamondbacks were flat on Sunday in an 8-1 loss, and here's manager Torey Lovello after yesterday's game.
Look, I'm proud of the way we fought for these last 4 games, especially these last 4 games, considering all the circumstances we went through in Game 2. This team is good, they're hungry, and now we're on to San Francisco.
The D-backs will head to San Francisco and start a 3-game series with the Giants, and they'll be bringing top prospect Jordan Lawler with them, who got called up from AAA Reno late last night. First pitch in San Fran will be at 6:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And tonight in the NBA, 2 pivotal Game 4s. The Knicks and Celtics will be in Madison Square Garden, and the Warriors will host Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Monday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. How was your
weekend? Did you have a good weekend? Oh, yeah.
I did.
You know what? Are you kidding me? Happy Mother's Day. Belated Mother's Day, of course, to everybody that is out there right now. And there's a lot of mothers out there. It's a very difficult day, as we all know, from time to time. So we wish you our best and give you our love. Happy Mother's Day to all.
Look at that, a bonus Mother's Day wish
Indeed.
on a Monday. My weekend was good, but I was at Chase Field for pretty much all of it. Wasn't there for Friday's game, actually. That's the one game I haven't been to since in the last 7. And that was kind of a weird one, Wolf, to be honest.
You're going to start with the Friday game.
Well,
Is that what it is right now?
That's the one I wasn't at.
Brothers, did you know there was a big series, a big 4-game series that Diamondbacks actually had against the Dodgers over the weekend? Did you have any idea that was going on here in the Basin? Of course you did. This thing has been dominating the weekend, other than mothers, of course.
The stat I saw was for the attendance for the series was over 182,000.
Man,
it's only the second time since 1998 that they've gone over 180,000 for a full series like that.
Incredible.
And it was jam-packed every day. I will say Thursday there was a lot of people in Dodgers jerseys. Yesterday I didn't see nearly as many. Like it seemed to taper off. Now you could still hear Dodgers fans because they were chanting for Freddie Freeman, but there was a great D-backs crowd turnout, I would say, too, over the weekend. And I mean, this is. I made this comment on Friday. I'll just make it. Just give me 162 games of these two teams because I honestly think it would be about 81 and 81 by the end of it, which is crazy when you look at the Hall of Fame lineup the Dodgers have. But the Diamondbacks just play them better than most teams do.
Yeah, I'd agree with that assessment right there. I thought the Diamondbacks missed an opportunity to win the series,
They did.
though.
Twice.
I once again, man, I thought they missed an opportunity right now. I understand it's a 4-game series. We talk about it all the time. It's difficult to win a 4-game series, especially against a good team like the Dodgers. Had they won that 4th game, though, man, that would have changed everything to me. I was greedy yesterday watching Game 4. I wanted to see them win that game.
Yeah,
I was disappointed.
I'm torn on this, but not like I'm like on the fence. Like I'm extreme both directions because one of them is, you should have. Given the 2 games you won and then the 2 games you lost, either yesterday was that you got to come out with a better effort and win the series or really just hold on to a 3-run lead in the 9th on Friday. You should have won the series looking back. But the flip side to me is I'm just more concerned about deal with the Dodgers in October. If you can just play them even until you hopefully meet them in the playoffs, then that's
that's really all I care about with the Dodgers once we get out of the actual moment in the game. I'm more concerned with like a series like tonight against San Francisco because you need to pass this team to make the playoffs. But it's hard to look at that series now that it's over and be like, hey, could have won 3. Probably should have won 3.
Yeah. You know, I know it's still early in the season as well, but I think more of the guys inside the clubhouse, Basinonians, I do. I think of the baseball players, the professional baseball players that are inside the clubhouse for the Diamondbacks right now. They all understand the expectations that were out there. I'll guarantee you they had expectations as to what this team was going to be and what they were going to do. I'll guarantee you, Luke, they have expectations. When you don't live up to those expectations, it can become a negative in a locker room or a clubhouse. It can, because all the guys understand. They're talking about the same things we're talking about. You know, I can't believe what happened in that 9th inning. Can't believe what happened in that 9th inning in Game 2 of this series on Friday night. They're talking about the same stuff, and sometimes when you're not reaching your level, your capability level, now all of a sudden you're underachieving. And Basinonians, when you're underachieving, it can really be a thorn in the side collectively. That's why you also want to start winning collectively. This was an opportunity, and I thought they missed the opportunity against a good team to say, hey, this is what we're capable of.
Yeah, they did. And
it's one game. I get it.
It's one. It was. I mean, it's tough when the last game of the series is probably your worst game as a team. That's tough. Even if you'd won the first 3, when you go out of the series, like, okay, Sunday's game is probably our worst game. If we're looking for biggest takeaways from the series, Wolf, I have 3 that really jumped out to me.
Okay.
1, they can still play with this team. The Diamondbacks are 11-9 in their last 20 against the Dodgers, going all the way back to the playoffs 2 seasons ago. They were 6-7 against them last year, and they're 2-2 against them this year. So they play with the Dodgers. I mean, they are above 500 against the Dodgers in their last 20 games. 2, they've got bullpen issues. That's undeniable. And 3, it was great to see Corbin Burns on Saturday say, I don't really care about the bullpen issues. I'm just going to pitch so well that last night's loss isn't going to carry over. Because he did. He was dominant for 7 innings. And the Dodgers afterwards had called it the best pitching performance they've faced all year.
So you're saying he actually said that, or are you saying it metaphorically?
I'm saying metaphorically he said it was his pitching. Right, but the Dodgers were like, that was the best pitching performance we've seen.
Yeah, seriously. It was fantastic. That was awesome. That was my biggest takeaway from the series as well. After the disaster that was Friday night. It's so demoralizing, isn't it?
Yeah.
The bullpen and losing games late is demoralizing. Demoralizing in the game of baseball, the way that it's demoralizing in the game of football when you can't stop the other team from running the ball, running it right down your throat.
Yeah.
It's demoralizing.
Because you never feel like a lead is safe.
That's exactly right. And once again, to lose games late, the bullpen, and we all understand why the bullpen is a mess right now. We all understand the injury situation and what has transpired. But to come off that game where you gave up 6 runs, you had a 3-run lead going into the 9th inning, and you gave up 6 runs and lost that game in that fashion. Man, for Corbin Burns to come out the next day and take the ball and give you the kind of performance, the outing that he did, that was huge.
It's such a mess, too. I mean, you can't really talk about one of those games without the other, because the game on Friday, if you just lost 8-1, like early in that game, the Dodgers were way up. If you had just lost, like, okay, yeah, that sucks. You lost to the Dodgers, but you don't have to use up the bullpen, you know? It worked against them almost ultimately that, okay, it's 8-3 Dodgers. Hey, look, here's Lourdes Gurriel with a grand slam. Hey, it's 8-8. Hey, now the D-backs are up. So then you got to burn through your bullpen that night. You'd almost have, in retrospect, have rather just lost and saved your bullpen. Instead, you have to burn through it, and Shelby Miller pitches, and Gink pitches, and Ryan Thompson pitches, and Jalen Beeks. They all pitch in that game. And that is, I mean, they are now going into their 14th consecutive day with a game tonight.
Yeah.
So that would have been 11 at that point. The bullpen needs a rest. And if you aren't going to win, you would rather not have to use all those guys, but they did. And so that's why Corbin Burns just giving them 7 shutout innings the next day kind of reset the bullpen anyway.
Yeah, and it felt good, did it not, also in this series to see Brandon Pfaadt go out there and pitch the game that he did, and then Corbin Burns. That's right. I'm just saying it right now. To party! It just felt really, really good once again. I think the emphasis was clear as well. Starting pitching is the strength of this team. It is. And even though they haven't lived up to that yet collectively, I believe they will. I thought it was an excellent example of how the Diamondbacks need to get it going. If this rotation starts coming around with a little bit more consistency than what we have seen, and they pitch up to their capability, we're going to see more series like this.
I will say Corbin Burns, 2 earned runs now total in his last 3 starts, and his ERA for the season's under 3 now.
He looks like he's in the groove.
Yeah, that was the first one where it's like, okay, he looks dominant, but he really hasn't been giving up any runs. He really hasn't. He's got 2.95 ERA. So even if he's been quietly doing it, he's now starting to put up Corbin Burns numbers. All right, we come back. Potentially big moments tonight. The NBA draft lottery is tonight, and no, the Suns can't win it, but their former pick could win it for another team. So how bad would that be? And what are the ramifications of this just across the board for the Suns this offseason? We'll get into all that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Dodgers.
The 2-1. Swung on. That's a line drive to left center. Hernandez will make the catch. The ball game is over. The Dodgers win it. It is a series split between these two. The D-backs took the odds. The Dodgers took the evens.
No break for the Snakes as they begin a 3-game series at the Giants tonight. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Listen, Aria, they believe everyone deserves that smile, right? They deserve a smile and teeth that can bite into whatever food they want to. Let Dr. Joe, with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment, Basinonians. I can tell you right now, I've had the All-on-4. It is awesome. It is just great. Smile real nice for the camera, of course. Bite into that apple, whatever it may be. The All-on-4 is awesome. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective for you. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
New Harley-Davidson Street Glides under $265 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Try now for under $265 a month on a new Street Glide at Desert Wind Harley. Desert Wind Harley has over 300 bikes in stock. Get on a new Harley-Davidson Street Glide today for under $265 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Finance specialists on site to help get you approved. Good credit, bad credit, no credit, we can help. Visit DesertWindHarley.com.
Payments based on Street Glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks are reportedly calling up top prospect Jordan Lawler. A flat finale prevents D-backs from series win over the Dodgers, and signs point to right-hander Kendall Graveman returning for the D-backs against the Giants. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, over to basketball, Wolf. You might be saying, wow, basketball this early in the show, does it really matter right now? You know, the Suns aren't in the play. Yeah, unfortunately, it does matter right now because the NBA draft lottery is tonight. Now, the Suns are picking 29th. They're not in the lottery. They're picking 29th.
Yeah.
So you might also be saying, like, wait a minute, this season was miserable. How are they not in the lottery? Well, Houston has their pick. It's a long story. We don't need to get into that.
Appreciate it, Luke. Thank you.
Well, because you always say there's always somebody driving around like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, I know. You're right about that. You're right. Luke Lipinski reporting.
So turning that back around on you, Wolf.
My sources.
Yes.
Breaking news.
The Houston Rockets have the Suns pick. The Houston Rockets have a 4% chance, 3.8% chance of getting the number 1 pick in this draft with the Suns pick, which would obviously be Cooper Flag.
3.8%.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Just
minuscule.
Under 4. Just under 4%.
Should not even be a possibility.
Can you imagine if it were, though? What would happen right now? Just think of the reaction of that, right? What are the odds? Well, it's 3.8%. That is the odds.
It's not great.
And I can still hear it.
Yeah,
right?
I think I can hear Foo Fighters, right?
Yes, the Foo Fighters. Yeah, you might want to go ahead and kill that.
We're doing like a Foo Fighter remix here. Yeah, look, the 3.8% is nothing, except it should be, you know, yeah, I can still hear Foo Fighters too. We're just rocking out to the Foo Fighters. Yeah. It should be nothing, but look, it's Arizona sports, so you have to note the fact that, hey, you know, there's still a chance. The bigger thing, though, Wolf, is there's a 17.3% chance that Houston moves into the top 4 with the Suns pick. That's not nothing.
Yeah.
That's like, you know, a little, 1 in 5, maybe 1 in 6 chance that they move into the top 4. So I just think we should all prepare for this. First of all, if they're picking 9th, that's a pick the Suns could use. But if they're picking 4th, 3rd, 2nd, or 1st, I think we should all just take tomorrow off, honestly.
Okay. What is your take on that, though? What are you rooting for? Are you rooting for the Rockets to be in the top 4?
No.
Okay. I'm just hypothetically, once again, I'm saying this. Kevin Durant, do you think Kevin Durant is really, really good?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's really, really good. Do you think the Houston Rockets could use Kevin Durant? Of course, based on needs. And by the way, did you hear the latest rumor? Rockets aren't interested.
Yeah, they don't need anybody.
They're not interested.
Perfect. Go out in the first round every year.
And Devin Booker. They had to throw in Booker as well.
We wouldn't take Book.
We don't want your stinking Suns players.
Did you see us? We just got bounced in the first round, and we will again next year,
yes,
too.
You know, we're not interested. Boy, I laughed out loud when I saw that report.
Because you're the grassy knoll.
Yes.
You don't even have to be the grassy knoll on that.
Are you kidding me right now? Yeah. I think they're interested in the guys they say they're not interested in, as a matter of fact, according to the latest rumor that is out there. And because of that, it does make me very interested in this. We all understand if they were to win the lottery, the draft lottery, there's no way in the world the Rockets would move that pick. They're taking Cooper Flag.
Yes.
Okay, they're not going to do it. I agree with you. I think if they're in the top 4, there's no way.
I guess maybe if they got the 4th pick, but then that's like all you're going to get from Houston.
Right. But I was going to say that. If you hung right there, let's just say they are where they're at number 9.
Yeah.
Okay. Would that be included in a KD trade?
I'd sure ask for it because the other picks that you're going to get from other teams, I mean, think about this logically. If you're going to trade Kevin Durant, it's going to be to a team that is contending. KD's not going to want to go to a team that isn't contending at this point in his career, and it doesn't really make sense for Charlotte to trade for KD. It's got to be a team that's contending.
Right.
So right off the bat, when you're like, hey, look, we got 3 first-round picks from the Knicks. Like, cool, you got the 26th pick in the draft 3 times. Now you're going to get nothing with that, most likely. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll get Ryan Dunn. But you're not. So that's why you want to make the trade with the Rockets, because at least the first-round picks are yours. And I think if they stay at 9, you can at least ask for it and not get laughed at. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the reason why, I think, Luke, is because the Rockets are so young themselves.
Yeah, they don't really need it.
They're so young. Oh, my gosh. I went back and looked at it. How many guys under 23 years old can you possibly have on a team that was as good as the Houston Rockets? I mean, Şengün, Amen Thompson, Jalen Green, Jabari Smith Jr., Tari Eason, Reed Shepard. These guys are all under 23 or younger.
Yeah. And your roster's not that big in the NBA. At a certain point,
these guys are playing for them too.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Houston and you're sitting there and you're okay, we got the 9th pick. Look, it's not the worst thing in the world to take another player there. I get that. But if you're like, yeah, we could have the 9th pick, or we could just add Kevin Durant to that core, it would be extremely negligent to just make the 9th pick. Like, you want to win, or do you just want to have a bunch of young players on your team? I'm trying to just see who's been projected in that range, in the number 9 overall pick range. They're players that Houston could add, but they're not going to help them as much as making that part of a package for KD. But you're 100% right. If they get the 1st pick in the draft, Cooper Flagg becomes their best player probably, and they're just going to be laughing at the Suns and Brooklyn for trading those picks to them and then having it become the number 1 pick in the draft. So that's the one thing that can't happen.
What's really interesting, though, it could. It's going to be very, very close. It's going to be tough tonight watching it because, again, if to what degree, if they're pick number 5 or 6 or 7, it's going to be a pick where, again, what are they going to do? Aren't they going to use that for acquiring somebody, knowing how young their team already is? At what point is it we're going to keep this thing?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what is the cutoff point on that?
Well,
that's what I'm interested in.
So I just pulled up a random mock draft just to see who they would have mocked to Houston at 9. And it's Jeremiah Fears, the point guard out of Oklahoma. A good player. It would really help the Suns a lot more than he would help the Rockets. And maybe not who the Suns would take if they had the 9th pick, but you get what I'm saying. Like Malwak is there at 8. That's a guy I've seen mocked to them a lot. Rasheer Fleming, the point guard out of St. Joseph's. Like guys that if you're the Suns and you're trying to rebuild around Devin Booker, that 9th pick is a lot more valuable than if you're Houston. You already have all those players under 23, like you said. Like at a certain point, you do need to have some guys that have been there before and have succeeded there before. And honestly, I can't come up with a better person than Kevin Durant. But even if they truly were like, no, we don't want Kevin Durant, they still need a veteran player that has finished and can score.
Yes,
so,
Devin Booker.
They're not getting Devin Booker.
You're not getting Book. You're not getting Book. I thought it was funny, though.
They're not interested.
Once again, I thought it was also very interesting that in that rumor, the latest rumor, the story that is out there, I thought the Houston Rockets are not interested in Kevin Durant or Devin Booker.
No, why would they want? Why would they not?
Just
want
to me, that just ruined the story. The rumor was out there; it seemed legit, and then all of a sudden, when you said we're not even interested in Buck, we're not interested anymore. We're out of this thing. What are you talking about?
I have the quote. It's from The Athletic.
Okay, yeah, this is good.
It says, this is from The Athletic. It says, while Durant is widely seen as the most attainable of that group, and he is known to be very interested in playing in Houston, team sources said the Rockets still have significant reservations about that possible partnership, in large part because Durant's age, 36, would be out of sync with their younger timeline. Side note, unquote, this is me. That's the biggest joke I've ever heard in the history of sports. All right, back to the quote. It's worth noting that previous talks between the teams about Durant, team sources said, were initiated by the Suns, unquote. Oh, yeah, the Suns called us. All right.
That's why it matters, though. It does.
Let me just say this. If the Suns trade Durant and he doesn't go to Houston because Houston's like, oh, we don't want him, he's the age not matching up is so absurd. Would you rather win a title next year, or would you rather have everybody be the same age so they can go out together? I will be actively rooting against Houston from this point forward. If that's their dumb logic, they deserve to lose.
Yeah, there's another team I'm going to be rooting against as well in terms of the draft lottery base earnings. And it's the team right in front of the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, who have a 6% shot at actually landing the draft lottery and winning the draft lottery, I should say. To me, can you imagine, that would be a close second in terms of sucking buttermilk.
I think that would be worse for some Suns fans, honestly.
Some.
Yeah, not me. And it doesn't sound like you either.
No.
Houston would be worse.
Yes.
Do you want me to run this lottery sim again?
Yeah, do it.
I'm going to run it once.
Okay, cool.
They have Washington getting the first pick. Look at that.
There you go.
Big win for Rick.
The Wizards.
And in that scenario, Houston actually drops to 10th. Take that, Rockets. All right, when we come back, Diamondbacks reportedly calling up Jordan Lawler. If that's the case, what can he bring to the table, and how is he going to fit in? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL schedule will be released this Wednesday. Oh, wait, hold up. I'm being handed a note from our fact-checking team that reads, actually, the NFL is doing this thing where they let everyone know parts of the schedule today and tomorrow, with the remainder of the schedule made known to the public on Wednesday, but only if you have Netflix. So we're going to know some of the schedule today and then some more tomorrow, and by Wednesday afternoon, we'll have the whole thing. Hang with us, amigos. We'll get it all sorted out. Stick with Arizona Sports for the full drop. 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You know what would be great is a checking account without a bunch of stressful fees. You don't need stressful fees from your own checking account. Well, Chime is the answer. No maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. Learn more at Chime.com. When I first got into radio, I was going to grad school too, living paycheck to paycheck, trying to do a lot at once, working a couple jobs. That's like the worst time for an overdraft fee to hit. It becomes a bigger deal than you want it to be at just the wrong time. And again, you don't need your bank working against you. They should be working for you. So that's why Chime will take care of you. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date. Just learn more at Chime.com. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between? You'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4, men.com. It's time to get it back.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimer.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimer.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After splitting a 4-game series with the Dodgers over the weekend, the D-backs move on to another NL West foe. They take on the San Francisco Giants in San Francisco. First pitch is at 6:45, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the big news surrounding the D-backs is they are reportedly calling up top prospect Jordan Lawler. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Gambo. What do the NL West standings look like now following that 4-game series with the Dodgers as the D-backs prepare for 3 straight division series? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back. D-backs right back at it tonight against the San Francisco Giants in San Francisco. Wolf, this came up yesterday. It's come up a few times, actually, but it came up yesterday before the D-backs game. And it's coming up again now because there's a report out there, courtesy of Nick Picoro, that the Diamondbacks are going to call up Jordan Lawler. Now, to be fair, the Diamondbacks have not said they're calling up Jordan Lawler. There's no press release, there's no anything, so he has not been called up yet. But it was brought up with Torey before the game yesterday. Just, okay, I mean, look, Jordan Lawler's hitting everything in the minors. Like, he can't stop hitting. He's just tearing the cover off the ball. MLB Pipeline has him moved up to the number 4 prospect in all of baseball, Jordan Lawler. There's a lot of prospects in baseball, but
yes.
number 4, they don't really have room for him. They don't necessarily need a Jordan Lawler.
They don't need...
But
need to win.
See, voice guy gets it. But he's hitting so well that whether they're calling him up right now or not, it seems, even yesterday before the game, it seemed inevitable that he's got to get called up soon. And that's why Torey was asked about it even before the game yesterday.
Yeah, so where do you think they're going to play him, Basinonians? That is the question that we have right now. Shortstop, of course, that is his natural position right there, shortstop. They could play him there, but Jerry is playing there. Perdomo, of course, is playing there. Pretty good player and a guy that's really, really important to your clubhouse as well. Ketel Marte at second base.
Pretty good player.
Yes, third base. They've actually worked Lawler out at third as well. You've got Eugenio Suarez. And Eugenio Suarez, I know from time to time, he's got peaks and valleys. There's no doubt about it. But he is tied for number 2 with 12 home runs, of course, in Major League Baseball right now.
Good fielder.
DH, maybe a DH. Yes, maybe is the answer. Yes to everything.
So that's what Torey talked about yesterday. I'm going to play the cut. He basically talked about everything you just said. They've Lawler's a natural shortstop. They've played him at third. Now they've been playing him at second when Cattell was hurt, in case Cattell was out for a long time. You've got the DH spot. Could you just move him around the infield and get him enough at bats for it to be worth it for him to be up here?
We are very well aware of Jordan Lawler and his progression and his development, and he is coming on quickly. We know that, and he's doing his job, and I'm really proud of him because he is a very talented player that is knocking as hard as you can at this door, at the big league door. Yes, when Mike asks me certain questions, I'm prepared to answer them the best way that I can. And, based on some of the things I'm just telling you with guys needing days off, we could. If we need to, we could probably get them three days a week, 3 to 4 days a week. And that's enough at-bats per week. I agree. There's different criteria for different players. I think guys like Garrett Hampson, I told him to maintain, you probably need 2 at-bats a week, 2 or 3 at-bats a week. And he's in that role where he's been a bench player and coming in off the bench or maybe getting a start every now and then. So I think to maintain, you need 2 at-bats a week. To hang in there, that's probably the low side. But to continue to develop and impact games, you probably need 2 to 3 starts a week.
So Lawler in the minors this year is hitting .336 with 6 home runs and 13 steals and a ton of extra base hits. He's got 88 total bases in 37 games. Like he is one of the best hitters in the minors right now.
Yeah, it's always fascinating to me as well. There is no verification yet, right, that Jordan Lawler has been called up. There's no verification yet. It's just a report that is out there right now. Could this be the beginning? Could this be the beginning of poking and prodding people inside the clubhouse? I'm just saying, oh, by the way, we got this kid down here who's absolutely on fire. Is this a way to do it? And even if they do call him up, is it a way to remind everybody in the clubhouse who might be going through a bit of a malaise at the moment for whatever reason, maybe to get their attention once again? I do wonder about that in the game of baseball, how often this happens where you do bring this prospect up who's raking at the AAA level, and suddenly is it a reminder to everybody else? Because when you play as many games, what is the one thing you hear baseball players talk about all the time? Hey, it's one of 162.
Yeah.
Buck Showalter once told me, looked me dead in the eye and said the hardest thing for a human being to do is to show up to the ballpark every day ready to play. That's the hardest thing. Maybe this is a way to remind.
Lame drama.
Just saying. Maybe, no, that's Buck told me it. Maybe this is just a way to actually remind everybody. This is baseball at the highest level our species can generate. What are you going to do about it? Maybe you want to shake it up, stir it up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you'll keep everybody sharp for sure. If it's like, yeah, I'm kind of not feeling it today. Well, Jordan Lawler's right here, and he'll gladly take your spot if we need him to play a few days. And by the way, number 6 overall pick in the draft in 2021, and he's hitting like that right now, and he can play multiple positions. So if he has to take your spot for a few days, he might not give it back, depending who you are. Here's more from Torrey yesterday.
I want impact players here. That's what I always tell Mike. And you got to impact the game offensively, defensively, and run the bases. If you're just getting by here, we don't want those types of players, because we have really good players on this team, in the system, and when you are making statements the way that Jordan Lawler is, we certainly are taking notice. He's a once every 5-year type of player. That's what he potentially can do. We just got to make sure that we're giving him the chance to show us that he's able to do that.
Torrey is so cool. It's the first time I've ever heard once in a 5-year player. Have you ever heard that before?
Only yesterday.
I don't know if I've heard that before, honestly. That was kind of weird right there. But I think he just reminded everybody, any player that would have been listening to that cut, he just reminded them of what it's all about right there.
Yeah, because if he is the impact player, he sure has looked like every step of the way up to this point in his career, at least. You do want him on the team, but the challenge is you don't want him there watching. You don't want, hey, we brought Jordan Lawler up and he got 4 at-bats this week and he's been watching. Isn't that great for him? Like, he watched during the postseason run a couple years ago, but that was different. That's fine. He was 21. He's allowed to watch them play at that point in the playoffs. But, do you play him at second one day? You play him at third one day, like you said? Like, where is his future? That's the bigger question to me. Is he your third baseman? Gino's only signed through this year. Is he your second baseman and you move Ketel Marte to the outfield at some point to maybe save his body a little bit or make him a DH? Is he your DH, Jordan Lawler? Like, where is his? You're not moving Jerry.
Yes.
So
you're not moving. You could actually move Jerry to third. I'm just saying. Jerry's played that before.
But you're not moving Jerry out.
You're not moving Jerry out.
He's so good at short, though.
I know. He is good at short. There's no doubt about that. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how Torrey uses Jordan Lawler, if in fact he does get called up.
Yeah.
I can't get over the whole, hey, we're going to call up Jordan Lawler. We're just not going to release any statement about it.
Well, they haven't called him up yet.
Because they haven't called him up. But, we're going to call him up. To me, the motivational aspect of it is very interesting as well.
Jordan Lawler was on with our own Alex Weiner on the Ain't No Fang podcast last week. And so Alex asked him how second base is going, because that is relatively new to him.
Great, yeah. It's always fun to kind of move around and see different perspectives on the field. I've come up as a shortstop, so I always love a new opportunity.
And he asked him what the biggest adjustment to playing second is.
Maybe initially it was probably flipping. Everything's opposite. Mm-hmm. And then once you get enough reps there, then you start to feel comfortable with that. And now I feel pretty confident really anywhere on the field.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see.
Maybe a lot more of Ketel Marte as your DH.
Yeah.
Just saying.
That's fine. If it keeps Ketel in the lineup, you put him at DH, and you just play Lawler a little bit at second. I mean, the standard that they have internally, though, for can you field your position on this team. So, yeah, it'll be, if he's going to keep hitting like this, they're going to have to bring him up and play him somewhere. We'll stick with D-backs when we come back. How are they supposed to feel? How are we supposed to feel after that series split against L.A.? We're going to ask D-backs broadcaster Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I would love it if the Suns would do the same thing. Some NFL teams, when having a coaching search, will be we just completed an interview with Mitch Vareldis today. We just completed an interview with Lauren Koval today. I would love it if the Suns would do that. Hey, we just completed an interview with Dave Yeager today. Oh, cool. Okay, at least we know he's on the list, right? I get it.
Yeah.
You want it, but if you're seriously the only NBA team looking for a head coach, why not?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford. Listen, right now, a limited time. It's still a limited time only. Santan Ford, they have employee pricing, which can save you thousands of dollars right now. Do I have your attention, brothers? Plus, at Santan Ford, you can actually buy a new 2025 Ford Explorer for as low as 2.9% APR financing. That really is a great rate for you folks. Or you can take up to $8,700 off. $8,700 off a brand new 2025 Ford Escape. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap here. Employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on right now from America for America. We'll see you over at Tim Hovik, Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to santanford.com.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time, exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system, up to $2,500. Because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, welcome back, Wolf and Luke, on a Monday morning following the Dodgers series, but going right into the San Francisco Giants series tonight in San Francisco. Jody Jackson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line at this pivotal time in the D-backs season. Wolf, Jody, what's going on?
Jody.
Hey, guys. Yeah, it's going great. Excited for this. You definitely get, hopefully, a shot of energy with Jordan Lawler coming up. I was a little surprised because they usually have not carved out a path for a guy that isn't going to get, completely regular at-bats. But hearing Torey Lovullo talk about it yesterday, was interesting that he could potentially play at all these different positions and get enough at-bats for them to feel good about his development there.
Yeah, it will be really interesting to see how he hits major league pitching and if and where he fits on this team. Jody, the series with the Dodgers ends as a split. Wolf and I were talking about this earlier. They're 11-9 in their last 20 against the Dodgers. They don't look intimidated by that team. They play them pretty closely. But then you see games like Friday night where like, oh, yeah, the Dodgers can just score 6 runs and beat you in the 9th. But then you have a game like Corbin Burns delivered on Saturday. Where do you come out after all that 2-2? Are we supposed to feel good about this or frustrated?
It's a great question because the emotion of Friday was so raw. It was like, I think I even came on in the post game, like literally my emotions were, it was like, this is what it feels like to get your heart ripped out or something to that effect, because it was just, it's once you're up 11-8, you're feeling good about it. And then like Kevin Ginkel said after the game, credit to Kevin for speaking to the media after the game, but it's like, it did happen so quickly. It kind of, and it just was like, bang, where for Eduardo Rodriguez, it was a bad outing, whether he was tipping his pitches or not, I don't know. But, the D-backs were down 8-3. And most teams are not able to overcome that against the Dodgers, right? And that's the thing. Even Shohei Ohtani, told Kirsten Watson, the Dodgers reporter after the game, like, we don't play many games like that. And why that is, and as horrible as it was, is that there aren't many teams that can fight fire with fire, and they did that, and they came back and they tied it with the grand slam by Gurriel, and then they came back 11-8, and then as much as Erod was was bad that night. Then you had Kevin Ginkel really struggling, and then you had Ryan Thompson who just threw a pitch that Ohtani could take out. So, there was a lot of emotion there on Friday, but, Saturday was the complete and utter opposite, right? Corbin Burns was in control against that team. Another thing that doesn't happen often. So really, to answer your question, Luke, is, the Diamondbacks are able to do things that most teams cannot do against the Dodgers. And we saw it in 2 days, putting up 11 runs and showing resilience, and then the next day coming out and shutting them out. And so I guess in a weird way I am encouraged, because when they're playing, when they're doing what they need to do, execute, they have guys that are capable of beating the Dodgers. So, that's clear to me. Now, they'll face them again. We're going there next week, but you gotta just worry about the Giants at this point too, and just keep going. And I think this team is still not really clicking though, and that's why we're going to see some moves today. And I don't know. I think it's going to be maybe more than one move. I don't know, but I think they're looking to really get the engine. The engine's running, okay, and it's going, but I think the foot on the gas part of this team is not quite there yet.
Boy, that is awesome, Jody, because speaking of Jordan Lawler, once again, why would they be bringing him up right now? Is it possible that they're trying to get him to stoke that fire and get that engine running and maybe get the attention of some of the guys inside the clubhouse? Is that possible?
It's possible, Wolf. When a guy's having success like that at the minor league level, I know it's Reno, and he's cooled down a little bit in this last week, but if he's doing everything they're asking, he's playing all the different positions, he's up and over 135 innings or whatever at second base, which is something that they, this was clearly kind of the plan, right? When you're moving him off of shortstop and you're moving him to third, moving him to second, heavier workload at second, it tells me a lot of things. I think a lot of things are going to be more clear here in a couple hours, to be honest with you. But just from me looking at it, knowing the team like I do, and knowing what they're looking for, it's surprising because they usually would not want a young player like this to have to move around the diamond and take on that extra responsibility. But I think they think Jordan Lawler can handle it. And again, when I saw Nick's report yesterday, Nick Pecora, I was a little bit surprised. I was off yesterday. I was enjoying Mother's Day, which I don't usually get to do, but I did yesterday. So I was catching up on everything, and I think though that it is a situation where Jordan Lawler is a really mature kid, and I think you guys have probably talked to him. I've talked to him a number of times through the years. He's been through a lot. I don't think he's just the average kid coming up, and he doesn't. I understand he doesn't have a lot of experience, but I think he can. I think they think he can handle it, and it might be time to try that. Now, as far as what we're looking at is does this mean that other guys who are trending toward, that's a little bit contradictory. What I heard on Ketel Marte is he's ready to play 6 or 7 days a week, and then you see this move, so it tells me, is there something else going on? Maybe are there guys that do need more of a break that usually play every day? What does this mean for, Suarez? What does this mean? Is Ketel going to continue on this return to play, or is he going to play more? I think there's a lot of questions that are going to be answered. Mm-hmm. But as to your point, Wolf, I think the other thing that he brings is speed on the bases. Mm-hmm. And I think that there's an element of, can we get this thing revved up and going? Can Jordan Lawler help us with that? And is it just about having the best roster that we can right now? And what that means for the other guys, I don't really know. And I think that's why we're not seeing the transactions yet, because it is going to clearly mean a demotion for someone on the roster, on the back end of the roster. But I think we'll know all of that soon. And I think it's just trying to be the best group of hitters and players, fielders, and base runners that you can be.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, looking ahead to this series tonight, the Diamondbacks have played 13 straight days, and they go 14, 15, and 16. Then they finally get a break on Thursday. Look, the Dodgers series is the big one everybody looks at, and I get it. But for me, this one might even be more important because San Francisco is a team you're probably going to have to get ahead of at some point here to just make the postseason. So what are you expecting from this series in San Francisco? Starts tonight with Merrill Kelly on the mound.
I think it's going to be a great series. It always is when these two teams meet, and the Giants have been better at home. They're coming off a bit of a struggle there facing the Twins. So, are they coming in with are a little bit down, or are they just hungry, after losing some games to Minnesota? So, they've been hungry. Bo Mel has this team really going. I think they've surprised a lot of people. They'll face 42-year-old Justin Verlander tonight, who has actually pitched pretty well. I mean, I think he's looking for his first win in, I think, 8 or 9. This might be his 9th already start. But if you look at I think he's 0-2, and he's actually pitched pretty well of late. But, he's a guy that used to throw a lot harder, be more consistent with location. All of those things do show up more when you're 42 years old. We saw what they did to him last year with the Astros, with Pavin Smith in particular, just clubbing Verlander. He got clobbered by the Diamondbacks, and so they have that in the back of their mind. But also the other thing about San Fran is you go there and usually my experience is they're a great place to pitch, right? So are these going to be low-scoring games? Maybe. It could be. And then Merrill Kelly's been outstanding. He's been terrific, especially his numbers when he sees the second time through the order. As the game goes on, he gets better. So, the key for him is just to come out and be able to shut them down. This is the first look at the Giants. Willie Adames is there now. They continue to have, pretty good production from a number of different places. So I think it's going to be a great, great series. And, hopefully the Diamondbacks coming off what was kind of exhausting against the Dodgers, and maybe we did see a little bit of that yesterday. Hopefully they are reset and ready to go for this, because it's going to be very important these next 3 games.
Jody, it's always great to talk to you. We'll catch up with you again soon, all right?
All right, guys. Have a great week.
All right, you too. Hey, Jody. Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of this series against the Giants. We'll get into this later, Wolf, but you can make the argument the games against the Giants are more important than any of them, really, because you probably have to finish ahead of them to make the postseason the way this is going. When we come back, we'll get to football. How much is on the line for Kyler Murray this season? And is he really worse than J.J. McCarthy? We'll explain that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After splitting a 4-game series with the Dodgers over the weekend, the D-backs move on to another NL West foe. They take on the Giants in San Francisco. First pitch is at 6:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the D-backs. And the big news surrounding the Snakes is they are reportedly calling up prospect Jordan Lawler. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
God knows. I am.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns, and if the Phoenix Suns are going to hire a first-time NBA head coach, who are some assistants they could potentially target? Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6, right here on Arizona Sports.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Arizona Sports Studios. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. Lots of baseball, but we are going to do a little football right now, Wolf. And I'm looking at this. It's a list, but we're not going to go through the list so much. Okay, we're just going to kind of use this as a launching pad to what it potentially means.
Because until we get to June, that's when list broadcasting really begins.
We don't have to do list broadcasting for another few weeks.
Make the list in June.
CBS has their post-draft 2025 NFL QB power rankings. First of all, nice short title, guys. Okay. Way to go.
Yeah, that's
like 75 syllables.
We appreciate that.
And the reason it caught our attention is because they have Jaden Daniels number 1 in the NFL.
Wow.
So I already was kind of like, maybe this is what they wanted. I was like, okay, so is this like some weird thing where it's not the best to worst? Like, what are we doing here, right? I mean, Jaden Daniels is going to be a good quarterback. He already is. I don't think he's taking a step back. Like, I think he's legit. He's not better than Patrick Mahomes. He's not better than Josh Allen. He's not better than Lamar. Like, come on.
Can we just let him prove that?
Well,
could we just see him do that again? Prove it.
It'd be nice before you make him the number one quarterback in the league.
You're going to put him over Pat Mahomes. Stop.
They have Mahomes 6th on this list.
It's ridiculous.
Based off of last season, I think Mahomes is lower than a good amount of quarterbacks. But if you're talking about overall, like, career-wise, Mahomes is still the top QB in the league.
But if you're drafting quarterbacks for next year, you would take Mahomes 1.
I don't know, just because Travis Kelce is going to be 36. I don't know if I trust their offense.
I'm not. But I'm just saying Mahomes. No. Like if you were building a team, you would take Mahomes first.
Mahomes.
Oh, yeah, sure, 100%.
Yes, of course. We're not talking about fantasy football, Rick.
Kelce.
We're talking about actually drafting a player and saying Patrick Mahomes is going to be your starting quarterback. Yeah.
They did make the Super Bowl last year, didn't they? The Chiefs. Like that was his down year as they got to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Not enough was given to that defense.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm serious. Yeah.
Either way,
Pat Mahomes is in a class by himself.
Might be the best quarterback of all time. If not, he's going to be number 2 or number 3 all time, and is still good. It's not like he's at the end of his career. So that I thought was more egregious than having Jaden Daniels 1 was having Mahomes 6th. So take this all with a grain of salt. But naturally, I wanted to see where Kyler Murray was, right? So I scrolled down, I kept scrolling, and I kept scrolling, and I scrolled past. Let me give you some names they had me scroll past before I got to them, okay, Wolf?
Okay, let me write them down.
You tell me when it starts to get egregious, okay? So, like, Dak Prescott at 14. Okay.
Okay, that's all right. Yeah, I can kind of see that.
Okay. Bo Nix at 15.
Wow.
I mean, what is he really?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's early, looks good. Okay. Caleb Williams.
Nix?
Caleb Williams at 16, who I would have ahead of Bo Nix, but whatever. Geno at 17. Drake May at 19, who hasn't done
Geno
anything
Smith,
yet.
of course.
Yes, Geno Smith.
Okay, thank you.
Not Geno Suarez. J.J. McCarthy, who hasn't played a snap in the NFL at 20. Sam Darnold at 22.
All right, Sam Darnold had a great year last year. There's no doubt about that. But J.J. McCarthy?
J.J. McCarthy
Stop.
I don't want to say the guy can't be good because he might be amazing.
Man.
But up to this point, man, he didn't have to throw the ball in college, and he hasn't played yet in the NFL.
Okay, whose list is this, once again?
CBS, and I think it's the real CBS. It's not like...
CBS is... Really?
Yeah.
What are you going to do this for? Why are you doing this? First of all, let me just say this. Kyler Murray has a lot to prove, Masononians. He has a lot to prove. And Kyler Murray would tell you that himself. He's going into year 7. You stop and think about it. He's got a lot to prove coming up. There's no doubt about it. I'm looking for Kyler Murray to use 2025 to prove everything, every doubt that is out there in regard to him being your franchise quarterback going forward. And I think specifically I would have to say the second half of the season is going to be huge. Not just for Kyler Murray, for everybody on the team. But that's where this team has wobbled with Kyler Murray at the Q.
Well, I'm going to go in a different direction here, but this is why I brought this list up in the first place. And it's a direction I don't intend to talk about a whole lot this season. And if Kyler Murray plays well, especially in the second half, we may never have to talk about it. But if you were going to trade him next offseason, I would hope the view of him around the league is higher than, he's slightly better than Justin Fields and Mason Rudolph. So
He's not as good as J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah. Boy, have you seen McCarthy put that helmet on?
Oh, my goodness. That's honestly, when I think of that, I think of clicks. That's what they're looking for when they do stuff like that.
It has to be. It has to be because when I saw Kyler, they have Kyler at 23. I was like, okay, I mean, I get it. He's not finishing season strong. It was more just kind of, I want to get a sense of what the rest of the league perceives him as, and CBS is not the rest of the league. I get that. But just kind of, if this doesn't work this year, what can they get for him a year from now? But when I saw Mahomes at 6, I was like, oh, this list doesn't matter.
That is incredible. Pat Mahomes at 6. Yeah, for the most part. You know, to me, I'm thinking where we're going to see Kyler Murray improve. And I think for him to continue to develop as a Q, he's got to improve his chemistry with Marvin Harrison Jr. Now, that is first and foremost. We've talked about that over and over.
Item
and over
one
again.
on the to-do list.
It's item 1 on the to-do list for the Arizona Cardinals. If they want to start winning games, again, the number one thing that will help them win games is to improve chemistry between Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray, and in particular, throwing the ball down the field. You do that, and they take a significant step forward, and it sets off a chain reaction I've been talking about for weeks, dare I say months. Number 2, throw the ball from the pocket. Throw the ball from the pocket more. Going to have to do that. Run from the pocket more. Notice there's a theme that is here. The pocket, the pocket, the pocket. And at some point in time, Kyler Murray has got to continue to develop his pocket skills, whether you're throwing it from the pocket or running from the pocket. I don't want to see a bunch of called runs for Kyler Murray. Every now and then, do you use it? Heck yeah! You kidding me? You let the other team know. You let the defensive coordinator know. You don't think we're going to do this? You don't think we're going to run Kyler Murray? Watch this. It's great, especially early in a game, to set that standard that you're willing to do it. But I want to see him use his legs more to get out of trouble.
It's now go back to something we talked about a couple weeks ago. If the defense truly is as improved as it looks like it is on paper, and it already really wasn't bad last year. I mean, on paper it was like, okay, they have to address some stuff, but the defense put them in position to win some games last year, and some they won and some they didn't. But if the defense is going to take a step to being like in the top third maybe of the league with defenses, it makes it less likely you have to trade Kyler because you have a better chance of making the playoffs. But I also think it makes it easier if you miss the playoffs to be like, look, man, we've got everything else in place and we're not making the playoffs. So I just think it puts even more on this season, which you've been saying for a year and a half, going towards this season. All right, we come back. What's up with the D-backs bullpen, and can it get better? We'll discuss next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. You got to join me. Listen to this, Basinonians. Join me at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th. At 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Yeah, Retirement on the Brink, the eye-opening documentary everyone nearing retirement needs to see. If you're close, brothers, you got to see this. You can reserve your VIP seat now at retirementonthebrink.com. That's retirementonthebrink.com. I wouldn't call it a starring role in this documentary, Basin audience, but I do make an appearance in Retirement on the Brink. Once again, you can join me June 10th at 5 p.m. I'm going to be right there at the studio. June 10th at 5 p.m. at Desert Ridge AMC. You can sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. And when you do that, show your VIP badge for a complimentary popcorn and drink. Yeah, join me. And go see this, Retirement on the Brink for Trajan Wealth.
DQ presents how to hit summer's sweet spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan-favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fries. Fresh for everyone.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please. Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours. Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours. Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimers.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carol will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carol delivers. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and are the Diamondbacks rested enough to play a game in San Francisco tonight? Big game for the Diamondbacks. We'll talk about it tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, if you were looking for positives from that weekend series with the Dodgers, I think it would be starting pitching has gotten better over the last week or so. It looks like Corbin Burns looks locked in. Merrill Kelly's been good. Brandon Pfaadt looks locked in. Zach Gallen a little bit off yesterday, but I think you have to give a little leeway when it's the Dodgers since he pitched so well the previous 2 games. Eduardo Rodriguez right now is a different story, I guess, but the negative, though, Wolf, would have been the bullpen. Not everybody in the bullpen, but certainly the bullpen. The bullpen right now seems like this team's biggest weakness, does it not?
Yes, it does. And I think you can look at it, and you can look at it statistically and remove all doubt that they are not doing well in the bullpen right now. Number 25 with a 5.02 ERA. So I think, once again, what we're seeing and what we're feeling, especially over the last few weeks when the injuries were mounting in the back end of the bullpen, man, it's real.
Yeah, it's not great. If you, I guess if we're going to look at this objectively, yes, there's the injuries. You don't have A.J. Puck. You don't have Justin Martinez. This is now your 14th straight day with a game, so that's going to tax your bullpen a little bit. But, like Kevin Ginkel is so steady typically.
Man.
The taser, as you call him. And I know. Instead, he tased all of us on Friday. It's still a great walkout song.
Yes.
And
I expect him to right the ship, too, before the end of the season.
Yeah.
But right now, it is disconcerting to see him struggling the way that he is, especially with that slider, struggling horribly.
I mean, right now, let's say they're up tonight, and let's say Merrill Kelly gives you 6 innings, and he gives up 2 runs. This is just basically what Merrill Kelly has been doing every night, okay? And let's say you're up 4-2 on the Giants. Like, you got to have this game tonight. Who do you trust in the bullpen right now that you can go to? Because the guys that have come in and pitched well out of the bullpen, Christian Mena, they sent back down because they're just trying to get innings right now because of the 16 straight days with games. And Tommy Henry pitched well the other day, but they sent him down because they're just trying to churn through innings.
Yeah.
So, like, Shelby Miller, he's been really good. And Jalen Beeks?
Yeah. I would say, for the most part, Juan Murillo as well has been okay. A couple of blow-ups, But yet at the same time, I think it is. It's Shelby Miller. That if I really had to say one, it'd be Shelby Miller.
Yeah.
And, it's the state of the bullpen right now, and it's the most demoralizing thing you could possibly have. We were talking about this earlier, and it's the truth. When your bullpen, especially late, can't secure games, when you have leads, like 3-run lead heading into the ninth inning, and all you need is 3 outs, and suddenly you give up 6. Now, I realize it was one game. I realize it was one half of an inning. I get all that, yet at the same time, it's real and it's happened, and it's not the first time. The back end of the bullpen has blowed up on the Diamondbacks as of late, and it's so demoralizing to lose games like that. It's like not being able to stop your opponent from running the football in the game of football. It's horrible. It's demoralizing. The other guy lines up and jams it down your throat, and you can't do anything to stop it. There's nothing worse for a football team to collectively endure. And I would say the same thing for a baseball team. To lose games late because your bullpen can't hold a lead.
They have 3 of the more ridiculous losses this season. Friday was one of them. You're down 8-3, you come back, you're up 11-8 in the ninth, you lose.
That was the worst.
They have the game earlier this season where they scored 10 runs in the 8th and then blew the lead. They had the game earlier this season where Gino hit 4 home runs in one game and they lost. Like, think about those 3 losses. You lost a game where you came back against the Dodgers from down 8-3 and you were up 3 in the ninth. That's probably the least ridiculous of the 3, really. You have a game where you scored 10 runs to take the lead in the 8th and lost. And you have a game where a guy hit 4 home runs for your team and you lost. And the bullpen, unfortunately, has had their fingerprints all over those losses and quite a few other, meltdowns this season. Some of these guys I look at and I'm like, when they're not playing every single night and the bullpen's healthier, I think they'll be fine. Like Ryan Thompson, I think will be fine when they get going. But some of this, this is the position you're in right now. I mean, they had a reliever yesterday, Wolf, pick up 3 balks. When have you ever seen 3 balks in the same career, let alone the same 20 minutes?
Pretty stunning right there. But, once again, this is part of the process that you have to go through. This is what you have to endure right now. And I do believe, this is just me, but I do believe that the Jordan Lawler, if in fact he is being called up, which has been reported, and we all think this is definitely going to happen. And if he is being called up right now, I can't help but think that it's just new blood. It's a new face. It's somebody to walk into the clubhouse and remind everybody, some of the older guys that might be in that clubhouse. This is baseball at the highest level our species can generate. And guess what? Sometimes you're going to have to sacrifice for somebody else who's going to get your at-bats, somebody else who's going to eat your innings, so to speak. You're going to have to do that. And sometimes that means you're not going to be here anymore. I'm just saying, it's a good reminder to everybody. It's professional sports, Basinonians. This is what it is. And the best motivation you could possibly have sometimes is the guy right next to you in the locker room.
We had Jody Jackson on earlier. She kind of alluded to I didn't get the impression that these moves are coming. I can't tell you. It was more just like, is there more coming today when moves get announced? And one of those that I think, whether it's coming today or tomorrow or whatever, is it sounds like Kendall Graveman is really close to being able to pitch for the Diamondbacks. This was Torrey before the game yesterday giving an update on him.
Graveman is feeling great. He got through his outings. And just stay tuned, with what's happening there. We'll know something within the next 24 hours.
I always like when it sounds like somebody's driving a forklift next to the press conference.
Yeah, I think somebody was probably driving a forklift next to the press conference.
That'll make
logical thing to happen in the bowels of Chase Field.
And I would say as well, Basinonians, there's a lot of people get fired up with Torrey Lovello because Torrey's always so even-keeled. He's always so even-keeled for the most part. And there's a lot of fans out there that want to see him show emotion and explode. Are you taking this seriously? Right? this is something that's
the optics, right? You're talking about the optics.
It just is. And this is the strength to me of Torey Lovullo. This is what I love about Torey. I don't think he'll ever show the public what the public wants to see. I don't think he's into that. I think he's more into a face-to-face conversation with his players, where he can look him in the eye and really get a feel for what it is that they are doing and how they feel about this. And you know what? Have a frank conversation. I appreciate that about him. Now, it's not what goes on in the game of football. For the most part, you're a hanging piece of meat, and the coach is just going to sometimes kick you as you're hanging on that hook. Just kick you in front of everybody else that is in the room. That's the game of football. I don't know if it's like that in the game of baseball.
I think what Torey is good at is, and he's very intentional about this, is kind of knowing what each of his players needs, knowing that you can talk to Merrill Kelly one way, and you might need to talk to so-and-so a different way.
Really a good point.
And I think in 2025, that is just kind of, that puts you ahead of the curve. That's how you kind of have to manage in 2025. Now, are there games or situations where I'm looking, I'm like, dude, why aren't you as mad as I am right now? But I think that he is, and he's just, I think it's intentional to not show that to the public or
it is
on the field.
Intentional. Yeah, no, I think it is intentional, and I think he does a great job actually doing it, because all I care about, once again, are you letting these guys know what's what in the clubhouse? Yes. There's no doubt about it to me.
Yeah, I have
that he is.
No doubt.
Whether it's a one-on-one conversation or he's saying it in front of everybody. Yes, he's holding them accountable. You're never going to be able to make me believe that Torey Lovullo is not holding his players accountable inside that clubhouse. No way. And you know what else, too? It's players that can walk up to the other guy and say, what are you doing? Knock it off. That's the most important thing. And anyone who's listened to me over the last 2 decades, you know I'm a big believer in accountability in terms of leadership.
I think they do have that on this team. Kind of the more you just kind of watch them and kind of the more just cover that team. I don't know. It's just my opinion, but there are certain guys you look at. It's just my opinion, but it's not only me that holds that opinion. Let me put it that way. Where there's 3, 4, maybe more guys you look at, and you're like, that guy's a leader on this team that can go up to somebody else and be like, hey, let's get going. And I think you can tell who they are by watching this team if you watch them consistently, which was a question I had at the beginning of the year. Like, who are those guys going to be? Because Christian Walker's not here. All right, we come back over to basketball. NBA playoffs continue. Is anything that's going on right now in the postseason going to affect the Suns' ability to make moves this offseason? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Dodgers.
The 2-1. Swung on. That's a line drive to left center. Hernandez will make the catch. The ball game is over. The Dodgers win it. It is a series split between these two. The D-backs took the odds. The Dodgers took the evens.
No break for the Snakes as they begin a 3-game series at the Giants tonight. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. Talking about disc, ladies and gentlemen. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis. It's in my low back. Listen, the spine surgeons at Disc, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation. If you're battling spine or back issues, you need to go see my brothers over at Disc. Disc surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. Disc surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery. It's what they do. It's who they are. Basinonians from all over the world, players from all over the world, people from all over the world come right here to the Basin for Disc. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for Disc.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is happening now at Bingham Equipment. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 60 months. Or choose cash rebates or low lease payments on select models. Visit one of 12 Bingham Equipment locations today for these limited-time offers during the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, for America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445 and includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After splitting a 4-game series with the Dodgers over the weekend, the D-backs move on to another NL West foe. They take on the Giants in San Francisco. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes. And the big news surrounding the D-backs is they are reportedly calling up top prospect Jordan Lawler. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon.
We got to do stuff different and change to be better.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
The NBA playoffs continue. The second round has been pretty good, Wolf. Thunder Nuggets tied it 2 apiece. I hope it goes 7. Whatever happens, I just hope it goes 7. Because you never know, like the Thunder might just rip off 3 straight wins and end this. I mean, I guess Denver could too, but it's just you feel like the Thunder at any point could just win by 43. They've already done it once. Celtics Knicks has been better than I thought it would be. Pacers Cavs has kind of been what I think a lot of people thought it would be, especially with the Cavs injuries. And unfortunately, that's the same with T-Wolves Warriors right now with Steph out. Minnesota's quickly won 2 in a row. But all these series, no sweeps. They're all 2-1 or 2-2, and then the Pacers one's 3-1. So it's all been pretty good.
Yeah, can I just say for the Cavs with all the injuries that they've had, and Donovan Mitchell goes out. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What a bummer that was to see that actually happen. They look done to me right now. They look a little done and a little defeated. And I understand why that would be the case, but the Pacers take nothing away from them and how they have played.
I think that Pacers team is dangerous in a way where, like we had Kellen Olson on last week, and that's kind of the team I was thinking of when I asked him, where do you draw the line of teams that could actually win a championship? And he had the Pacers. I think he had 3 teams that couldn't of the 8 that are left, and he had the Pacers as one of the 3 teams he couldn't see actually winning the whole thing. I put a lot of stock in what Kellen says about this stuff because all he does is watch basketball all day, every day. But I could sure see the Pacers winning this series and sneaking past Boston or New York even. I don't know that they would beat whoever comes out of the West, but like that's a sneaky good team.
Yeah.
And they've been great since the All-Star break, really.
Yeah, for me right now, of course, the Celtics and the Knicks, I think this is my favorite. It's my favorite series right now, and the reason why I say that is because the Knicks and how they've gone about their business. Now, I realize it's a 2 versus a 3 situation. I get that. And at the same time, I mean, the history behind the Celtics and the Knicks.
Yeah.
It just can't be avoided.
No.
It cannot. And now all of a sudden you've got this contested series. And the defending champions got fired up and blew the Knicks out in Game 3. And Game 4 happens tonight. This should be a must-win situation for the Celtics. But me, and I've always believed this.
To win.
I've always believed this, Space Anonians, right here. In a 7-game series, Game 4 is the most pivotal.
Yeah.
Not Game 5. A lot of people say Game 5. Game 4, to me, is the pivot point. It's either going to be over because you swept somebody.
Yeah.
It's either going to be over or it's going to be 2-2.
Yeah.
And it's a series. Or it's going to be 3-1 and somebody is sitting in the catbird seat.
Yeah, I especially agree with this particular series with what you're saying. To me, I feel like whoever wins tonight wins the series. I feel pretty confident in that, actually. It's funny, I'm looking at the odds in Vegas. Boston, who is down in the series, heavy favorites to win the series. Like, heavy favorites to win the series. Minus 295 to win the series, which I know means nothing to you, Wolf, but that's the further you get away from even. If you're a minus, you're a heavier favorite. So to be basically minus 300 to win the series when you're down 2-1 shows you that even though it is a 2 seed and a 3 seed, like you're saying, it hasn't been viewed that way.
Yeah.
Boston is viewed as the defending champs, and they are. And the Knicks are viewed as the Knicks, who always find a way. I mean, if you talk to Knicks fans, they always find a way to screw it up, right? The Knicks are a good team, and the Celtics are a little banged up. I still tend to believe Boston wins this series, but I think it's pretty even. And apparently the people in Vegas do not think it's even at all.
I think that is stunning right there. It really is, because think about the Knicks and how they won those first 2 games.
Yeah.
Came back from being down to win those things historically.
Yeah.
It's an incredible series right now. I love it too because of the competitiveness, because of the defense that we're typically seeing. Now, we didn't see it last night. The Celtics blew the Knicks out, but at the same time, this is my favorite series.
Even bigger favorites, actually. Oklahoma City's minus 620 to win their series, and that series is tied.
Wow.
So I want to play a couple cuts here from Shams talking about Giannis. Obviously, Milwaukee knocked out in the first round by Indiana, but Shams had this news from today.
There's no firm decisions that Giannis Antetokounmpo has made, but for the first time in his NBA career, he's exploring what the best fits look like outside of Milwaukee. So whether that's staying as a Buck, but potentially leaving elsewhere. And this Combine Week is essentially the summit of Giannis Antetokounmpo. All 30 NBA decision makers are here. Agents are in town. There's going to be some substantive conversations that are going to be taking place this week that could determine where he lands. Of course, tonight is lottery night. We'll see where Cooper Flag could end up. We'll see which team out of several of them in the lottery that are trying to be contenders, trying to compete, where they end up in the lottery. But around the league, everyone's eyes are all on Giannis Antetokounmpo. This is a 30-year-old player in the prime of his career. For him to be potentially available or even open-minded to thinking about leaving Milwaukee is a domino that this league is waiting on. All 29 other teams are waiting on this domino.
Man, and this domino is a strange domino, is it not? Giannis is not like everybody else.
True.
He isn't. He is a man unto himself. And that's why it's going to be really interesting to watch this. The psychology, you know this. I love this. The psychology of sport. I wonder what the psychology is for Giannis Antetokounmpo. I mean, to me, is he really going to ask out? I don't see him doing it. I still don't.
It's boy, it'd be just the Suns' luck, right? This offseason, hey, you know, we're trying to build things back up, but we've got Kevin Durant to offer. Good luck anybody topping Kevin Durant, and then all of a sudden Giannis becomes available. And I don't know that Giannis is 30, as you just heard Sham say.
Yeah.
We had that cut from Kendrick Perkins about a week or so ago, and he was like, if I'm Houston, though, I'd still rather have Durant than Giannis for what I specifically need. If Giannis becomes available, teams are going to line up for him, and it's going to be more of, certain teams want KD, certain teams want Giannis, but Giannis being 30 is going to probably get the majority of it's going to be the first domino that has to fall. And you would think if you're in a position where you might trade Kevin Durant, you would hold all the cards in the sense of, like, we dictate the offseason because we have Kevin Durant, right? And now Giannis is potentially available.
You know, I'm clinging on to something you just said right there, though. KD is a different type of player than Giannis.
Yeah,
of
certain
course,
teams.
You know,
yeah.
and again, Giannis, don't get me wrong here. Love Giannis. Oh, my goodness. He's
Talking
one of
about
my
two Hall of
favorite
Famers that
guys.
can play.
Two
still.
Hall of Famers, no doubt about it. One of my favorite two-way players in the league, and Giannis is a true two-way player. KD's something different.
Can I make one request that I'm sure the basketball universe won't honor? If Giannis gets traded, can we just not have him come to the West?
Yeah.
The West is kind of loaded with these really good players. We don't need Giannis in the West, too, with Wembanyama and Oklahoma City's entire roster. And, no
Between
thanks.
the Western Conference and the NBA, of course, and what's going on in baseball.
In the National League.
Oh, my goodness. It drives you nuts.
All right, we come back. Ketel Marte not in the lineup yesterday against the Dodgers. So what does that mean now going forward? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL schedule will be released this Wednesday. Oh, wait, hold up. I'm being handed a note from our fact-checking team that reads, actually, the NFL is doing this thing where they let everyone know parts of the schedule today and tomorrow, with the remainder of the schedule made known to the public on Wednesday, but only if you have Netflix. So we're going to know some of the schedule today and then some more tomorrow. And by Wednesday afternoon, we'll have the whole thing. Hang with us, amigos. We'll get it all sorted out. Stick with Arizona Sports for the full drop. 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat? That's what I'm talking about right there. Gather around the transistor and press the ear, brothers. Man, you got to hear about the Memorial Preview sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, the Memorial Preview sale at Brooklyn Betting. Now through May 14th. Man, you got a couple of days. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 Basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. I can tell you it was such an enjoyable experience when we purchased our Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. Tell them Wolf sent you, by the way, and they will hook you up, no doubt. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview sale at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Toyota's Summer Starts Here national sales event is going on now. Choose from the best-selling Toyotas like Camry, 4Runner, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
New Harley-Davidson Street Glides under $265 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Ride out for under $265 a month on a new Street Glide at Desert Wind Harley.
Payments based on Street Glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Gambo. What do the NOS standings look like now following that 4-game series with the Dodgers as the D-backs prepare for 3 straight division series? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, yesterday's game, I don't know. Let's play this game that we often play in this city, Wolf. Which one was worse, yesterday or Friday's loss to the Dodgers?
Friday,
you think?
To me.
Yeah.
Friday. I mean, I understand why you would say they scored 11 runs.
Yeah.
They scored 11 runs. They had it in the bag.
And I heard a stat, and it's such an unbelievable stat to me that I'm trying to figure out how to how to double check it. But I've heard the stat in a few places now that it's the Diamondbacks have only in their history scored 11 runs and lost 3 times.
Yeah.
And 2 of them have been in the last month and a half.
Think about that for a minute. That's brutal.
So, yeah, Friday was worse. Yesterday was just kind of you lost a game. Sometimes you lose a game. And it got out of hand in the 9th. It was 5-1 to the Dodgers until all of the balking issues in the 8th and 9th inning, and I don't really even know what to say there. But in the game yesterday, though, and this is getting a lot of scrutiny now today, Ketel Marte did not start. He did pinch hit. I believe he swung at the first pitch and grounded out, so he really was in there for a second, basically. So that's getting obviously a lot of second guessing. Here's Torey Lovello, and this is from before the game yesterday, explaining why Ketel was out of the lineup.
He is still in a little bit of a return to play program. We were talking about that as we were making the decision to activate him. When we did, he's going to get to play, several days in a row. He's going to need a day off every once in a while. So I'm choosing to give him the day game after the night game off. But we're going to get into a real good rhythm here where he's going to eventually play 6-7 days in a row and then get a day off. I'm going to try to make sure, to the best of my ability, to give players days off when they need them. And with Marte, I need to do it before he gets to that point where he says he needs one. I'm trying to stay 1 or 2 days ahead of him. Such an important player. He is 100%. in most cases, but there are days where he gets a little fatigued. So we got to be careful with him still.
Well, now we know why Jordan Lawler is being called up. Just saying.
Well,
Torrey just told us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's kind of what it sounded like, right? I mean, Ketel's been back since, what was his first game back was May 2nd?
Yeah.
And again, the Diamondbacks are in this weird stretch where they play 16 straight days.
Yeah.
So that has sort of exacerbated a lot of things. But Ketel came back on the 2nd, played the 3rd, sat the 4th, played the 5th and 6th, was in there for one at bat in the 7th, played the 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then yesterday was the 11th, and where he was a pinch hitter.
And I know fans got all fired up about Ketel Marte being out of the lineup. To me, once again, I think there is a relationship that is there between Ketel Marte and Torey Lovullo. And I think they all understand what it is between those two men.
Yeah.
At least they do. And because of that, they've got an understanding. But what's interesting to me, again, is the Jordan Lawler thing. Why not? You can bring this guy up. He can play second. He can play short. He can play third. He can DH. Now, all of a sudden, maybe you can find him enough at-bats if, in fact, that's what you're trying to do, trying to give guys days off.
Everybody is different. So I'm trying to. So Gino's played, where they've played 41 games. Gino's played in all 41 of them. So is Jerry, right? So there's your shortstop and your third baseman. Some of those might be. I don't even think those are pinch hits. I think they've both played in all the games. But Ketel has missed games, and I thought Torrey said something right there that kind of stands out. Of we're trying to get out ahead of when Ketel tells us he needs a day off. Ketel's coming back from the injury. They're trying to play the big. We're basically at the quarter mark of the season. He's coming back from an injury, so you don't want to risk the injury. I get the frustration. You're looking at it, and there's plenty of times where I watch the Diamondbacks, and I'm like, hey, what's going on here? Like, so-and-so just hit a grand slam, and he's out the next day.
Yeah.
Is there an injury or what? I think with Ketel, I don't know. That move yesterday didn't bother me as much as it bothered a lot of people. Now, I definitely raised an eyebrow at it. I'm like, you're playing the Dodgers, but you've got 3 against the Giants coming up here this week. You've got 3 more against the Dodgers coming up next week. You're going to get to the point where if Ketel Marte not playing on May 11th means you have him for the majority of the rest of the season, it was worth it to me. I'll just put it that way. Because I do think that Ketel Marte, like you said, and Torey Lovullo understand each other and know how this works. It felt like if Ketel didn't sit yesterday, he would be sitting today anyway.
Luke, you have to understand, man. I mean, especially in the game of baseball, Basinonians, but this is something that coaches and players, this is an ongoing conversation. Whether it's on the bus, sometimes it's on the plane, wherever it may be. It's in the hotel lobby. If you're out on the road, these conversations are happening all the time, and I think Torrey is really, really good at getting a feel for a player. And you already mentioned this, and I think you're spot on in regard to this. But these players trust Torrey, and they tell him, I think, how they're truly feeling. And this is the one thing that a lot of the media and a lot of the fans don't understand. The relationship that a player and a skip has with each other and the way they've got to depend on each other. You've got to tell them the truth. You have to in regard to how you're feeling. And I think Ketel Marte is a guy that you need to protect.
Shouldn't you want to push yourself, though, against the Dodgers of all teams? Like, take off 2 games against the Rockies if you have to.
See, this is where I think it comes down to not putting it on the player, but like if Ketel Marte's like, no, I want to play. Like, I don't think they would have held him down and be like, no, you can't play. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've said this before, Wolf. Sometimes you have to protect the player from themselves.
Yes.
If this were the final week of the season, last year, Ketel missed that game. That to me is a lot different. Your season's on the line. This is you're playing the Dodgers, and I get it. And being there, like the atmosphere is great. But as a manager or as a general manager, you're supposed to not get caught up in the emotion, right? You're supposed to look around and say, it's May 11th. I need Ketel Marte for another 110 of the next 121 games. I don't need him today as much as I need him the rest of the season.
Yeah, but to answer Rick's question in regard to the Dodgers, who knows if Ketel didn't feel a little tweak? You know what I'm talking about? Maybe not. Maybe he didn't strain his ham, but maybe he felt a little uncomfortable, whatever it is. You got to be honest about this stuff. You really do, because a little thing could lead can lead to a big problem. And I think maybe that also is one of the reasons why you're going to say, we got to sit him down today.
I would be shocked, to your point, if they weren't at least managing something. I don't think they were like, hey, Ketel's exhausted, we're sitting him. It's
Correct.
definitely more than that. And
Yes.
there's just, he's coming back from the injury. And again, that's where I draw the distinction between a May 11th game. Take the Dodgers out of it for a second and just be like, it's May 11th. If this were September 28th and you have to win, you got to play through it. I'm sorry, you got to play through it because we have to win to make the playoffs. If you're hurt and you get more hurt, sorry, it's going to be a rough October or November for you dealing with it. But now it's like if you get hurt because we ran you out there and you're saying or implying or whatever, we know that you're not quite 100% yet or you can't, we're going to risk it, then we lose you for a month. That's a much bigger deal than
exactly.
If they played the Rockies yesterday, nobody would have cared that he was out of the lineup.
See, that's once again all the dichotomy that I love so much about the game of baseball, brothers, in the game of football, and how different it is, Luke. In football, it's once a week. You're going to play one game.
Yeah, you're playing through it in football.
Stick it in there. Get the needle in there and the blue juice and go play. Have at it, bro. I love that. In the game of baseball, you got to manage this stuff.
It's frustrating.
And it's little stuff a lot of the time.
Don't you find it frustrating, though?
Yes.
You're watching, it's like, dude, I'm just, like, I need the Mikal Bridges of baseball. Did you go out there and play 162 games, and this is never an issue? Now, there's a lot here, right? Because Ketel's coming back from the injury. I can easily write that off yesterday. We have seen times, though, where the Diamondbacks they'll juggle their lineup card. We'll be like, well, this guy was due for a day off. And it's like, well, this dude's 7 for his last 10. Why is he sitting? I didn't take yesterday's as that. Now, Ketel was going off in this series.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're sitting him, especially with the way they regard him.
I get it. It's the Dodgers.
It is
Come
the Dodgers.
on. It's a big 4-game series.
You have a chance to win the series.
It's the Dodgers. Let's go. Why would you sit Ketel Marte? Well, maybe because he needed to be sat for a day because it was now. And to your point, because maybe if you didn't sit him down, maybe he could go out there and tweak something. And here comes the 15-day IL.
But I think you're right. If Jordan Lawler's going to get some playing time, maybe they're trying to rest Ketel a little bit more. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, you can put Lawler at DH and Pavin Smith doesn't play every day anyway. You're cutting into either his time or Randall Grichuk's time. Maybe you cut into a day of Ketel Marte.
Jerry and Eugenio's already played 41 games.
They both have played 41 games, yeah, those two guys. And the Diamondbacks have played 41 games.
I was going to say, how many games have the team?
Yeah.
You get my point.
And now I'll double check closer during the break because I think sometimes it'll count a game played if you just came in and had one at bat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, it does.
So I don't know that they've played the full, like if they've started all 41 games, I can double check that. But either way, I mean, just from the eye test, Jerry's out there it feels like every inning, Jerry's out there. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Wherever Giannis ends up going and the fact that he's exploring possibilities now, he's gone. You don't make that step if you're going to stay. If you're going to stay, it's because you're going to be that guy. You're going to be forever loyal to one market, and that's antithetical to being loyal to one market if you go out on a dating circuit.
Isn't that his brother's name? Antithetical?
Antetokounmpo. Yeah, that's him.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Arizona's #1 pool builder. That's right, Basinonians. They still have quick project start times available to you. Right now, you can still get this thing in for the summer before the summer is over right now. That's right. There's still some off-season discounts as well. Maybe you're looking to build that dream pool in your backyard, man. Go with Arizona's #1 pool builder. That's right. Arizona by volume, the #1 pool builder. They earned my business, and I'm recommending them to you right now because of what they did at the Wolfley compound. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts just for you. Presidential Pools, they love our military and first responders. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602-ROOFING for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After splitting a 4-game series with the Dodgers over the weekend, the D-backs move on to another NL West foe. They take on the Giants in San Francisco. First pitch is at 6:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes. And the big news surrounding the D-backs is they are reportedly calling up top prospect Jordan Lawler. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Make the right choice for windows and doors in your home. Visit thewindowdepot.com or one of their 3 Valley locations for the lowest prices and biggest inventory.
And I'm hungry like the wolf. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Monday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
What's going on, Rick?
The Arizona Diamondbacks are reportedly calling up top prospect Jordan Lawler from AAA Reno. And 37 games with the Aces this season, Lawler is hitting .336 with 6 homers and 31 RBIs. What do you guys make of this move?
I think, honestly, it's probably just a product of he's been hitting so well in the minors, and this is a first-round pick from a few years ago, number 6 overall. It's just, it feels like a classic, this guy's hitting too well to keep him in the minors type thing, Wolf. And if he comes up and he doesn't hit amazing, or they can't find him consistent at bats and they feel like they're stunting his development, then he'll go back down. But the way he's played this season, it's almost like his pedigree and the way he's performing now, it's like you just got to find a way to fit him in.
Yeah, when you look at his slash line, there's no doubt about it, man. 336, 413, 579. This is a kid that is ready. He is ready to come up and play at the highest level our species can generate. And yet I also think there's a little bit of something here, too. It's just a great reminder to bring a guy like Jordan Lawler up and get him inside that clubhouse where maybe you're an older veteran, maybe you're an established veteran, maybe you're a guy that's been around for a little bit. Maybe it's just going to remind you of how competitive it really is to compete at the highest level our species can generate. And maybe that will be the impetus to get you going a little bit more, doing what you should be doing and being a little bit more locked in. I'm just saying. If it can't hurt.
If he continues, he's not going to hit those numbers in the majors, but if he continues this trajectory in the majors, it's just going to raise the floor for everybody. I mean, because you're going to look and be like, this dude's a rookie, he's 23, and he's hitting like one of the best prospects in baseball. He's going to take somebody's at-bats if you're not locked in.
And then maybe somebody's job. Ooh.
Wow, this just got real.
The D-backs split a 4-game series with the Los Angeles Dodgers over the weekend. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at ArizonaSports.com, which asks, what was the biggest development from the D-backs series split versus the Dodgers? Corbin Burns' performance, Marte and Moreno's first homers of the year, or the bullpen struggles in a 14-11 loss?
I mean, those are all huge. Honestly, if we're going to go biggest development, I'm going to say Corbin Burns' performance because the bullpen had already been struggling.
I'm with you.
So I'll go Corbin Burns' performance.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought that was so important, especially when you think of Game 2 of the series, Friday night, had a 3-run lead going into the 9th, and suddenly you give up 6 and lose the game. Oh, I can still feel that right now. Watching that, you've got to be kidding me. And then Corbin Burns takes the ball the next day and goes out there and says, I want everyone in Dodger blue to sit down and shut up.
Couldn't have been a better time for him to have that game. Right?
I'm just saying that was it's not always what you do, Basinonians. It's when you do it as well. And Corbin Burns was ace.
Oh, you're feeling good about yourselves, but I'm just going to completely shut you out for 7 innings.
Yes.
And then Ryan Nelson comes in. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Well, how about that, Ryan?
That was helpful
6
too.
outs that look real good.
Because that would have really not been great if Corbin Burns had that performance and then they blew that lead in the 8th and 9th inning. So credit to Ryan Nelson there as well.
All right, I voted Corbin Burns' performance, which is leading at 49%. The bullpen struggles in a 14-11 loss is 43%, and then Marte and Moreno's first homers of the year is third in 8%.
I will say Cattell followed up the first homer with 2 homers the next game. So if they're going to get that going, that's,
He's a pretty good hitter. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty good.
Now?
He's up there. He hits the ball pretty far.
New Orleans Saints quarterback Derek Carr has retired from the NFL after 11 seasons. He finishes his career with 4 Pro Bowls and is actually 22nd in NFL history in passing yards. What will you guys remember about Derek Carr?
I'll remember him a lot more on the Raiders than the Saints. There was a stretch there where he was going into seasons as like a dark horse MVP candidate. There was one year where he was talked about like even towards the end of the season, like this guy's not going to win MVP, but he's had a really good year. That's about it, though. I mean, the Raiders have kind of, especially in that era, were kind of they almost feel like they're separate from the league sometimes. And then when he was in New Orleans, that they just kind of had some forgettable seasons.
Yeah, for me, I think Derek Carr, I'm going to remember him as a really good quarterback, not a great quarterback. That's what it's going to come down to. And that's no slam on him whatsoever. He's had a great career, and although nobody likes to see somebody retire because of an injury, yet at the same time, I think you got to look at his career and say he had a successful career. And because of that, I wish him well.
The second round of the NBA playoffs continues. Yesterday, the Pacers crushed the Cavaliers to go up 3-1 in that series, and the Thunder squeaked by the Nuggets to even that series at 2-2. Tonight, the Knicks look to take a 3-1 lead on the Celtics, and the Timberwolves look to take a 3-1 lead over the Warriors. Which NBA series intrigues you guys the most?
It's got to be Thunder Nuggets, just because it kind of feels like those are the two best teams in the NBA right now, and they're playing each other in the second round. I think, to be fair, believe Oklahoma City is a better team, top to bottom. I mean, Denver really is leaning on Jokic right now, but it feels like whoever wins that series, unless they're just so beat up from that series, is going to go to the NBA Finals and potentially win it. So that to me is the most intriguing, and it looks like it might go 7 games.
Yeah, for me, it really was the T-Wolves Warriors that had my attention until Steph got hurt, and now all of a sudden that has changed everything. Because of that, I'm looking at the Celtics and the Knicks right now and love what I'm seeing, because I think the Celtics are going to win Game 4 tonight. And suddenly it's going to be 2-2, and I think we're going to get 7 out of this series as well.
Yeah, if the Celtics win tonight, I think the Knicks are in trouble, and that would be the road team winning all 4 of the first 4 games.
Okay, so you think maybe it could be over in 6?
No, would you say 7?
7.
I just think the Knicks are in trouble in the sense of, like, I don't know that you're going to win the series now. If it goes 7, it's in Boston. Like,
yeah.
If the Celtics win tonight, that indicates to me they kind of woke up and they were like, hey, maybe we don't need to just settle for threes. Maybe take the extra effort and just beat the team by driving to the hoop. So, but that has been a really good series as well. And if the Knicks win tonight, I mean, I understand people believe the Celtics are a much better team, and I do too. But at a certain point, if one team has 3 wins and the other one only has 1, I would hope at that point the Knicks would be favored in the series in Vegas.
Yeah. The other thing, too, is you go down 0-2 in a series, especially to a rival like the New York Knicks. I mean, think about it. Celtics, Knicks.
Yeah. Boston, New York.
Just gotta
Even if it's not Celtics, Knicks.
Come on. It's so beautiful right there. You get down 0-2. Do you see the desperation from the Celtics in Game 3? Oh, my goodness. They were locked in. Sometimes you got to wake the snake up. And I think the snake is coiling right now in the Celtics.
Red Sox, Yankees, Patriots, Giants, even Bruins, Rangers in hockey. Like Boston, New York, it's always just a good rival. All right, that was Wolf and Daddy Lunch. Thank you, Rick. It's National Water Safety Month. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes are reminding you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids around water. For life-saving water safety tips and to enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Lifebuoy, text SWIM to 620-620. When we come back, what if the football season started like this weekend? Would the Cardinals be ready, or do they still have some holes they have to fill before the season begins? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Dodgers.
The 2-1. Swung on. That's a line drive to left center. Hernandez will make the catch. The ball game is over. The Dodgers win it. It is a series split between these two. The D-backs took the odds. The Dodgers took the evens.
No break for the Snakes as they begin a 3-game series at the Giants tonight. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away without waiting to sell your old place first. That sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program is going to let you do. They're going to set you up so you can buy your new home right now. Right when you find it, just go ahead and buy it. Sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. Get that part done on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. There's a lot of moving parts here already when you're trying to switch homes, so you at least get that first part taken care of. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home. They're going to make price-boosting upgrades. And then once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then still sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day. So no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
I got your picture. I'm coming with you, dear Maria.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns, and if the Phoenix Suns are going to hire a first-time NBA head coach, who are some assistants they could potentially target? Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6, right here on Arizona Sports. All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Monday afternoon.
What up, bro?
What up, Wolf?
What up, man?
I found this story. I think we both found it. We both had it in our email, and it kind of got me thinking. And it's a question I'm going to ask you, okay? This is the stuff you're usually really, like, just locked in on, okay?
Okay.
So no pressure or anything.
Yeah,
You just
thank
have to
you.
be 100%
Appreciate
perfect. ESPN has a story. Every team's biggest need going into, I guess, the month before, the 2 months, I guess, before training camp.
Yes.
Just, come out of the draft, most free agents done. And they had the Cardinals. So many different places are doing this, and most of them, when you get to the Cardinals, it's interior offensive line.
Yep.
For the Cardinals, they had inside linebacker, which is something that you and I have kind of been looking at each other for a few months now. Like, do they have their inside linebackers? So the question I have for you is just simply this, Wolf. I like a lot of what the Cardinals have done this offseason. If week 1 was Sunday, do they have their team for the most part, or are they kind of still waiting on inside linebacker or maybe interior offensive line?
Honestly, I don't think so. I think they could play a game.
Okay.
If this Sunday was coming up and it was game day, it was opening week in the NFL, I think the Arizona Cardinals could play a game. No doubt about it.
And they feel good about it?
And be okay with it. Once again, an interior offensive lineman, I think that is going to be my biggest question mark going into training camp right now. And I cannot wait to see Hayden Conner. Hayden Conner. And the reason why I'm saying this, I realize he's a 6th-round pick. Played a lot of games at Texas, Basinonians. Played against some really good high-level competition at Texas.
Like ASU?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah. I am. Okay. Of course, man. Kenny Dillingham's got him playing at that
college
level
football playoff
right now. Ding!
Should have been Final Four.
But that's right. But I think right now, honestly, that kid could be the mauler the Arizona Cardinals are looking for. He's a big
Finish
unit.
him.
He's a big unit. And once again, if he gets his hands on you, it could be over. Now, here's the other thing. Once he gets his hands on you, he could hold you to the ground. There could be flags all over the place because of it.
I don't like that option as much.
Okay? He's not a great athlete. I'm just saying, hey, Hayden, I was not a great athlete either. So I can say that. I'm not throwing stones at Hayden Conner at all. I wasn't a great athlete. It's going to stick that forehead on your chin, bruh. You going to do that? I think Hayden Conner's going to do that too, bruh. And because of that, I think they could play. I think this is my prediction. Here's my bold. Not really prediction.
Well, you walked that back really quick. You didn't even say it yet.
You know what? I will say it as a prediction.
All right.
Just because it's a guess based on names, and you know that. I'm going to put it in the prediction category. Hayden Conner's going to be your starting left guard.
Not
Coming
week
out
one,
of training camp.
Coming out of training camp.
Here we go.
Wow. You hear this?
Here we go.
Everybody
Coming
hear
out
this?
of training camp.
We are putting that in the audio file.
Let's brawl, shall we? Let's do it. We'll take Isaiah Adams. We'll take this kid who's a second-year kid. Isaiah Adams, you know what? He started, of course, the last 5 games of the season. We'll take that kid. We'll move him over to right guard right now if we don't sign Will Hernandez, which I, still think is a possibility. I'm holding out hope. That could be that could happen. But even if he does sign, maybe he's not ready to go that first week. And there's Isaiah Adams right there at right guard. And then you got this Hayden Conner kid who's just this big brawler. We'll stick him at left guard because he gets more help than anyone else, and he gives more help than anyone else on an offensive line. That left guard, I think that fit real nice.
Well, I was not prepared for that. That was not even the question. That was not the answer I was expecting, but now we have that in the audio file.
Yeah, okay, good.
Download it to your cloud account or whatever you always say.
That's right.
It's up there. It's right above the station.
Give me a beat.
The essence, I guess, of the question, you kind of hit on it, is, if you're looking at inside linebacker, well, it's because of Kaiser White. If you're looking at interior offensive line, it's because of Will Hernandez. So I just wonder how much are the Cardinals like, we got our team. And you're always going to get the, hey, somebody amazing becomes available for whatever reason, or somebody gets hurt, you got to change things up. But do they feel like they have their team, or do they feel like they have like 97% of their team, but they're still waiting to see, A, if Will Hernandez is healthy in time for the start of the season, or B, what happens with Kaiser White? Because Kaiser White is just still out there. I'm just waiting for the news alert that he signed with whoever, and he just hasn't.
Yeah, again, I've gone on the record as saying this, but if there's any way the Arizona Cardinals can sign Kaiser White and Will Hernandez, I think, honestly, Monty Ossenfort will have put together one of the best off seasons a Cardinal general manager has ever had.
Yeah, I'd be right there with
you. Now,
you.
once again, I'm basing that on his draft, but more importantly, I'm basing it on his past 2 drafts.
Well, yeah.
The fact that he nailed the 2023 draft and the 2024 draft.
And the Josh Sweat signing and the Dalvin Tomlinson signing, too. I mean, he added established guys, too.
But because of the type of guys they got, Will Johnson in the second round is a big deal. Walter Nolan in the first round. I'm talking about guys that I think are going to be able to come in here. Jordan Birch, come in here and make an impact. Make a significant impact right out of the gates. So because of that, I'm bullish on the draft picks as well, making an impact.
Yeah, I guess the caveat or the asterisk to what you're saying right there, too, is because at least in recent memory, to me, this is one of the better off seasons the Cardinals have had as a general manager in at least 10 years, it feels like. Now, yeah, if you can bring back Will Hernandez and or Kaiser White, but I'd also add this as the asterisk, Wolf, or if Cody Simon really is that good that he is an impact player midway through this season already, or if Isaiah Adams has already taken that next step. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that only they're going to know if Isaiah Adams has already taken that next step, or I guess we'll all find out together if Cody Simon is able to make that jump that quickly. Dave Sears from earlier this month was asked how hard it is for a guy to make the jump of wearing the green dot in the NFL. This is what he said.
It's a pretty big leap, but usually the guys that can do it in college can do it in the NFL. You know, there's a lot put on their plate, too. It's a newer thing in the college game, actually having the green dot on the field, but it's the same responsibilities. The guys making the calls or relaying them from the sidelines. But you're looking for that leadership capacity, that football intelligence capacity, the ability to command 10 other players on the field and know where they all have to line up. And so if somebody turns to you, echoing the calls and getting guys aligned before the snap. So that takes some poise and some football intelligence for sure.
Yeah, football intelligence right there really is a situation where suddenly when formations change, it changes everything. And you've got to have a guy that can make that call immediately and make sure that everybody else around him knows what's going on. Man, listening to Cody Simon, I was really, really impressed. This is a guy who's got a big, big brain.
Oh, yeah, we were playing some of that audio on Friday.
Big brain.
Yeah. I don't have all that audio in front of me right now, but a lot of the stuff he was saying about leadership and just kind of even it wasn't so much the questions, it was just or the topics. It's just how he was answering every question that you kind of get a sense of this dude gets it. I mean, you know, there's a huge jump to can you perform at the NFL level, obviously, but it's also not inconceivable that the Cardinals or really any team, but that the Cardinals in this draft just hit on some guy that's just going to be a monster. Like Will Johnson could just be a monster with the 47th pick. Cody Simon could be a monster in the 4th round. You mentioned Jordan Birch. He could be and I mean, those guys, those players are in every draft. And the Cardinals, as much as they've hit on some really good players so far in these first few drafts, I love the depth. They've built a team through the draft already. But what if Cody Simon or Jordan Birch just is a complete wrecking ball out there within 2 years?
Starts with one.
And now you're going to get
Never
that song.
forget that.
You're going to get that song coming back.
We're not getting it.
All right, when we come back, we talked about the bullpen. How about the Diamondbacks starting pitching right now, though? That has kind of taken a turn for the better. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Before you know it, the temperatures will be rising into the 100s. Is your AC system ready? For a limited time, we are offering AC tune-ups for just $59.95. Plus, we're including a free 1-year maintenance membership at absolutely no charge. Don't wait until the last minute. Make sure your AC system is up to the task for handling Arizona's scorching desert weather. Call Precision Air and Plumbing today at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, for America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445 and includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. 1 pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After splitting a 4-game series with the Dodgers over the weekend, the D-backs move on to another NL West foe. They take on the Giants tonight in San Francisco. First pitch is at 6:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes. And the big news surrounding the D-backs is they are reportedly calling up top prospect Jordan Lawler. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Phoenix.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning when we will know where Cooper Flagg will play his NBA basketball. Philadelphia. Starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Or maybe we should have that conversation next time we talk about the NBA, Wolf. Where you want Cooper Flagg to go. That's not here, but we'll do that at some point.
Okay.
Because we always talk about where we don't want him to go, which the more we talk about it, to me, is like pretty much everywhere. Like anywhere he could go. I don't want him going anywhere in the West. Let's over to baseball, though, with the Diamondbacks. This was one of the positive developments, I argue, to come out of certainly the Dodgers series, but I would even just say over the last couple weeks. The last time through the rotation, I'm gonna set yesterday's game aside for a second just to make the point. Zach Gallen, again, don't count yesterday. The last time through the rotation, Zach Gallen had one of his best starts of the season. Corbin Burns had his best start of the season. and Brandon Pfaadt had arguably his best start of the season.
Yeah.
And Merrill Kelly was good. Merrill Kelly, another quality start. Erod, you got to set Erod aside because something's up there. His ERA is, but the other four guys all pitching good to great through the most recent time through the rotation. And again, this is prior to yesterday. Gallen had been great his previous time through the rotation. And Corbin Burns has given up 2 runs in his last 3 starts total. And Brandon Pfaadt's been really good and consistent, and so has Merrill Kelly. It's a long way of me saying I feel like the starting rotation is becoming the strength now that it was supposed to be at the start of the year.
No, I think you're right about that, honestly, Luke. This is something that you can feel it. You can see it, of course, and you can feel it right now. The Diamondbacks rotation starting to come together. I look, they still have a long way to go, I think, in terms of the expectation that was put on them before the season started. But I think we saw a little glimpse of it in this last 4-game series against the best baseball team in the baseball universe. The Dodgers.
Yeah.
This 4-game, how did they win their 2 games? They won their 2 games by having great starting pitching. Brandon Pfaadt went out there and set the tone, really. To me, set the tone for the 4-game series in that first game. Went out and just pitched lights out. And then got it again from Corbin Burns on Saturday in Game 3, especially coming off the disaster of what happened on Friday night in Game 2. The things we do not speak of.
I was going to say, we may never need to speak of that game
We do
again.
not speak of these things, Masononians. And then there's Corbin Burns. I think the blueprint for how the Diamondbacks need to win games for the most part, and it's never going to be 100% thing. But the blueprint is there. Get that great starting pitching, and then hit home runs.
Yeah, grand slams and back-to-back games, that always helps too.
That'd be nice.
One thing that really became clear to me, we were kind of talking about this on the post-game show yesterday after the series was over against the Dodgers. You know, why a lot of really intelligent baseball people that don't have ties to Arizona or LA believe that the Diamondbacks are, and we saw this before the season, even all those stories that came out, the teams that are most likely to beat LA if somebody takes LA out of a playoff series, the Diamondbacks are always like 1 or 2 on those lists. It became kind of a reminder this series did of because of the starting pitching. Like you beat LA in the 2 games where Brandon Pfaadt and Corbin Burns pitched out of their minds, but also didn't pitch in such a way where you're like, well, they could never do that again. Like that's kind of who Corbin Burns is, and it might be who Brandon Pfaadt's turning into. But then the other 2 games, you know, Erod gets lit up. Zach Gallen, I don't know, I think his final numbers weren't great. You let the Dodgers get going early in a game, forget it. You know, and that's why people look at the Diamondbacks as a team that could beat them in a playoff series because you could see it. Here's a best of 5, and you've got Corbin Burns and then Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly, maybe even Brandon Pfaadt if you had to go to him. There's guys there, even if not all of them, there's a few there that won't let the Dodgers score a ton of runs in the first 6 or 7 innings, and that's how you have to beat them.
Man, right now, it's so cool to see this because Brandon Pfaadt, you're looking at Brandon Pfaadt, and what is the number one thing you're thinking of? What are you becoming? Oh, Brandon, what are you becoming, my brother?
You gotta fight!
Yeah, you got to.
You're right!
To party! What are you becoming, Brandon Pfaadt? And then you've got Corbin Burns looking like Corbin Burns. And Merrill Kelly. Merrill Kelly, save for one bad outing. Merrill Kelly starting to look like Merrill once again and being the leader that he is. Yeah, you just got to get Zach Gallen right for the most part. And Erod, we'll have to wait and see. Who knows what's going to happen there.
That'll be something to keep an eye on for sure with Erod, because his numbers are
because the questions are being asked already. Hey, Ryan Nelson.
Yeah.
Ryan Nelson looks pretty good right there.
Well,
Ryan Nelson.
You've got a Ryan Nelson right there.
I think he was asked specifically. I heard a cut coming in on Bickley and Murata, as a matter of fact, this morning. specifically where Torrey was asked about that.
Yeah,
Hey.
I have a cut right here.
Oh,
This is
cool.
probably the one you're talking about.
No, we haven't had that conversation. Erod's been throwing the ball well enough. I think early on, if we had picked up the ball behind him defensively, he would be in a totally different scenario. He's had some good wins for us and good games for us, so we haven't had that conversation.
Ah, there you go, right there. They have not had that conversation. What are you thinking? You're out there driving around the basin thinking, oh, yeah, Torrey, he's had that conversation. He has not had that conversation about Ryan Nelson replacing Erod.
So now I'm looking at everybody through this run.
What, Rick? What are you saying?
Well, you guys usually joke about going and sending me down to ask questions about stuff.
yeah,
I
right.
actually went down and asked that question.
That was your question?
Nice.
Yes.
That's right. You did say that in show prep, in prehab. Oh, my
Perfect.
goodness, that's right.
Now you owe Rick $20.
That was Rick.
That you're never going to pay him.
Rick, that was a poignant question right there, Rick.
He didn't. I'm guessing Torrey didn't do the Lincoln Riley eye roll. He probably just gave.
No,
you a
Torrey
respectful answer.
Torrey always gives me a good answer to pretty much anything that's a tough question that I ask him.
Oh.
So respect to Torrey.
Unfortunately, he may have to ask that question again in a few weeks if Erod doesn't get right. That ERA is what 6.86 now.
Man,
I mean that's
brutal,
and that's through 40 2/3 innings. That's not like a reliever who had one bad outing or something.
The Diamondbacks now 21-20 on the season. 41 games in. 41 games in.
Quarter of the way in.
Quarter of the way right here. Not exactly, but you get my point.
Well, halfway through the fifth inning yesterday, they were a quarter of the way through.
Okay, can I just say right now, man, I did expect them to be better than they are. 21-20 is not where I saw them being. I did expect them to be better. I will admit, they've played a really, really tough schedule. They have. This first 41 games, for the most part, not a lot of patsies in there, basically.
No, I think where they're at right now, let's say this the right way. I'm fine with it, but now it's time to start. It's time to get going. With you need to. This team is too good to be one game above 500. I don't care what division you're in. Honestly, at that point, now's the time to get going, and that's why the starting rotation pitching a lot better is encouraging. Because if that's the case, well, you got San Francisco and Colorado who you need to sweep, and then the Dodgers coming up again. It's funny. I was talking to Bob Nightingale at the game yesterday, and I was like, "How are they gonna separate this division?" And he was like, "It may come down to just who beats up on the Rockies the most." Everybody's playing the Rockies 13 times. You probably need to
Name drama.
It's been on the show.
That's right. Luke is over there talking about that. I was talking to this guy and that guy.
I wasn't going to pass it off as my own opinion, but
talking to all these guys.
10, 11 wins out of 13 against the Rockies, that might not be enough. You need to beat that team. The point is, if your rotation is coming around right now as you're playing 13 straight divisional games, that's the right time to do it, because to me, you're right. One game above 500 is not enough.
But once again, let's not just gloss over the fact that Corbin Burns took the ball after the shellacking, the absolute meltdown in the ninth inning Friday night. He took the ball and restored order by saying, "Shut up and sit down, Dodger Blue."
Gray Mantle on the YouTube chat. Wolf, I know you're a big YouTube chat guy, but we're obviously on YouTube Live now. He said my rotation would be Burns, Fott, Kelly, Gallon. I think he spelled Gallon wrong. I'm assuming that's Gallon, unless there's a guy named Allen. I don't know.
Spell check.
Ryan Nelson, and then Erod to the bullpen, or as the sixth starter. So,
you mean spell check like teal?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Right. With a capital.
But the rest of the word
Capital
was spelled
T.
differently.
The rest of the word was spelled wrong.
Just saying.
Anyway, that's very inside baseball.
Sometimes
nobody listening knows what we're talking about.
Stuff is messed up.
You're always
especially
blaming
on my
Allen
phone.
Iverson.
I don't know what it is, man.
Anyway, that
The
rotation.
Warrior Queen says it senses something about me. That's what the Warrior Queen says right there. That's something with AI. It knows that it's not dealing with a normal human being.
We're talking about practice, man.
Just saying.
Well, how often is the Warrior Queen wrong? I don't feel like she's wrong very often.
She isn't wrong very often.
So she might be onto something.
Yeah, she might.
All right, we come back. We'll go NFL. New York City getting its first introduction to Cam Scatterbo, and he is not mincing words. We'll play those comments next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Monday, I'm going to come in here, and I know you're going to ask. I'm still deciding what it is I'm going to break if the Rockets get the top pick in the draft.
To reset, Gambo's taking the Gopher down.
The Gopher's going down. I've been tired of looking at him, too. He's right over my shoulder. I feel like he stares at me every day.
Gambo, I'm watching you. I know who your sources are. I can look over your shoulder and see your phone. Oh,
the Gopher knows.
The Gopher knows.
The Gopher knows.
The Gopher knows who Gambo's sources are.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Is thinning hair or receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Memorial Month is here. What kind of freedom-inspired savings can customers expect at Liberty GMC this month?
What's up, Dave? Now's the time to kick off summer and prepare for the perfect summer road trip. With only $29.99 down, you can lease the 2025 GMC Train for only $359 a month for 36 months. Whether you're hitting the road or cruising the city, the Train is built for it.
So kick off summer at Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
If you have old windows, they're probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving.
Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner. Fish for dinner. No, stop. This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota. But it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns, and if the Phoenix Suns are going to hire a first-time NBA head coach, who are some assistants they could potentially target? Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6, right here on Arizona Sports. right. Cam Scatterbo talking to the New York media, Wolf. Just kind of waiting for this day to arrive, and I would say Cam did not disappoint. Okay, I'm gonna start playing some of these cuts. First of all, he talked about what he has proved and still has to prove.
Yeah, how many snaps of the NFL have you seen me play? 0, right? I've proved nothing. I've proved what I am in college, but I've proved nothing at this level. So now where I'm at, I have to prove myself. And if that's for 5 years or if that's for 10 years, I'm going to continue to prove myself. I'm the best, do it for the longest. So I'll continue to do that and just work my butt off until time comes.
It got me all fired up, Mason O'Needs, when I heard that. I kid you not, man. Cam, that is it right there. Have that attitude. I've got to prove myself. How many plays have you seen me play in the NFL, he said right there? None. 0. I've got to prove that I can play. Embrace that. Guys who embrace that, they're confident that they're going to be able to do it. And what I also loved about it, Mason O'Needs, is the fact that he kept saying, hey, 5 years, 10 years, I'm going to keep proving it. That, to me, yeah, that's right. It's a state of proving it, Cam. And it never goes away. Ever. You just keep proving it, Luke.
Can I just reiterate how happy I am he landed on a team that I'm pretty neutral on? I mean, I know that there are a lot of Cardinals fans that hate the Giants. I get that. I'm not really in that group. I don't like the Giants. I don't dislike the Giants. So for me,
I dislike the Giants.
Sorry, but you're going to have to get on board on this one.
But we used to play them, of course.
Yeah, you have every reason to
Twice
dislike
a year.
the Giants. But
Lawrence Taylor, everybody.
You're going to have to pull for Cam Scatterbo if you're on the show, because otherwise you're going to have to deal with Jamal.
You know what? I love Cam, man. I really do. I think he's gonna get that opportunity, especially in rundown situation, to get off. And I think he's going to be that back. I think he's going to win the job coming out.
That would be pretty sweet. And he basically said, "Prove it, Rook," and he's a rookie.
Yes.
So I knew you were going to love that commentary, but I'm happy that he didn't end up on anybody in the division or like the Cowboys or something. You know what I mean? He's on a team where if he does well, I'm not going to be conflicted. I'll be like, great. And the Cardinals don't even play the Giants this year, so he'd go out there and rush for 1,500 yards. Here's more from Cam Scatterbo. I'm not saying he is going to rush for 1,500 yards. I'm just saying he could, and it wouldn't hurt the Cardinals.
Okay.
He talked about physicality. Wolf, I don't know if you care about physicality in sports, but I'm going to play this cut anyway.
A little.
It feels good when you run somebody over and then get in the end zone. I mean, it feels good when you get in the end zone, but imagine running someone over and then running another person over and then getting in the end zone. It's that much better, So it just shows that, when you're physical, it shows the work you put in, the weight room and how much you do to make your game better. So
imagine, Cam, running down the field as fast as you possibly can and hitting somebody right in the face with your forehead and hearing him actually go, eek, eek. It feels just as good as scoring a touchdown. Can I tell you that, right? I used to enjoy it, brothers, so much when you'd get that squeak sound out of hitting another dude. And it's hard to describe the feeling because as you're hitting them, full speed and the explosion that is so massive, you don't feel anything, but you hear ee. That is weird, dudes.
No.
I'm just telling you right there.
No kidding.
So, again, Cam, you running over somebody, scoring a touchdown. That's pretty cool. That's got to be really cool. I've scored a touchdown, ladies and gentlemen. I've scored 4 in my career.
That's 4 more than Cam right now in the pros. And you were picked 1 pick earlier.
Well, don't get me started.
Fake to Vardell. Testaverde. Touchdown. Wolfley.
Is that a catch?
That was a catch in the back of the end zone right now, and I know exactly the play it happened on. But I digress. This is about Cam Scatterbo. Do we have more sound?
We do.
On Cam getting it and understanding. It's a whole new level. It's a whole new kind of football. It's a whole new universe. It's a whole new world.
No, don't play this
Is that a Disney? Was that I digressed into a Disney song,
did.
I believe.
You worked us right into a Disney song.
Okay, I'm just saying it's a whole new world. And Cam, you've got to go out and you got to prove yourself at this level. Somebody who's willing to acknowledge that is not afraid of it, Basin audience. He is not afraid of it. Somebody that is willing to acknowledge that is not afraid. And that means to me, he's got a chance of getting on top of all of that and being successful.
Before you started singing Disney tunes, the verbalization from Cam Scadaboo of how he played football at ASU, at least, like, could you have described it any better? How many times did you watch him at ASU and it's like, oh, he's going to score? Oh, wait, he went over there and knocked the safety over, and then he got in the end zone.
Right.
Like, he probably didn't have to run through the safety, but the safety was in his periph, and so he just ran over there and took him out too. Or even plays where he would get like a first down. It's like, oh, he's going down, but he's going to run over this cornerback first. That's Scadaboo. But what's cool about it is they don't know that yet in New York.
Did you say periph?
I did say periph. I didn't have time to say peripheral.
Okay. That was interesting. Periph.
We're up against the break.
Krog!
I don't think it is. I think it was just me shortening a word that doesn't need to be shortened. Here's more from Cam Scadaboo. Not all contact is the same contact, Wolf. These are like comments I could hear you making.
Great.
Yeah, exactly, and that's right. I mean, head-up contact that's real contact, and shoulder to shoulder isn't as much contact as people think, And I have a good balance underneath my feet, so if I can get half of the body, I feel like I'm in a good shape to go past him. So.
See, there Finish him. That's what it is right there. Cam is going to bludgeon you with what? The blunt instrument that his body is, Basin audience. He's going to bludgeon you. And guess what? The head's going to be involved at some point in time. I know right now, Roger doesn't want to hear that, but the head is going to be involved. He's going to bludgeon you.
Everybody's getting hit.
You know it, Roger. I know it. We all know it. You can't always take the head out of the equation and still be playing football. You can't. You can't throw a flag on a running back that lowers his head to take on a linebacker or somebody out of the side. You can't do it.
They don't.
Exactly, even though the rule is in there, isn't it?
It is technically, right, for both sides.
Well, yeah, for a running back specifically.
Yeah.
You cannot lower your head
but you never
to initiate contact. You can't make that call in football and still be playing football. I'm sorry.
The Giants, to me, are going to be must-see TV on Sundays when they play. And that's not something I said a year ago about the Giants.
I'm jacked up. Cam, God bless you, man.
When he's playing, if they start the season with one of the other guys as the running back, they're not as must-see, obviously. But, it's cool to see him get introduced to this whole new fan base and be like, oh, this guy, I kind of like what this guy's all about. Like, he's not just saying it. That's how he plays.
You haven't seen anything yet.
We should just start calling random people in New York on this show on the air and telling them, like, this is how it really is. Like, he's not just going out there saying stuff. Like, get ready for this. All right, when we come back, the NBA draft lottery is tonight, just a few hours. How much is this draft lottery that the Suns aren't even in going to impact their entire offseason and the future of everything? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A whole new world.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, the Basin is heating up. There's no doubt about it. If you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, man. No glare and total privacy as well. And now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their new partnership With Shoes for Soldiers, you'll cool down your patio and help support the heroes who keep us safe. I can tell you right now, that's what we did. We had the Wu Fan Clan. We had All Pro Shade Concepts come over and take a look at the Wolfley compound. And, man, it was one of the best things we've ever done. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvi's here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature, and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless New York Strip Steaks are only $7.99 a pound in the Super Value Pack with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After splitting a 4-game series with the Dodgers over the weekend, the D-backs move on to another NL West rival. They take on the Giants in San Francisco. First pitch for that one is at 6:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the D-backs. And the big news surrounding the D-backs is they are reportedly calling up top prospect Jordan Lawler. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money. So when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you. Online at ReadyServices.com.
Arizona sports.
As the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Suns, a new horizon.
We will win championships with an asset here in Phoenix.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
The NBA draft lottery is tonight, Wolf, and yes, the Phoenix Suns do not have a pick in the lottery, but the Houston Rockets have their pick in the lottery. So it's one of those things where there are ramifications on a potential Kevin Durant trade. I get that, but there's also just the Arizona sports fan in you. Go out there and brace yourself for the fact that there's just a 3.8% chance that tonight gets really, really ugly. So I just don't want you to get blindsided by it.
So you're saying there's a 3.8% chance that the Houston Rockets get Cooper Flag?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
That would be wrong.
That would be ridiculous.
With the Suns pick. Okay.
No good. There's a 17-point-something% chance it went away. 17-point-something% chance that Houston picks in the top 4. So, I mean, that's not nothing. That's now you're getting into like 1 in 5, 1 in 6 chance that they move up into the top 4. That in itself would be pretty brutal because the Phoenix Suns could sure use the number 4 pick in the draft right now, could they not? A lot more than Houston could.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Once again, Houston, Macedonians, they have so many young guys. You look at their team, man, it is amazing. Now they've got some guys, Dylan Brooks by way of example, mixed in to that. Fred Van Vliet, of course, those two guys as well. They've got some veteran guys mixed in their young core. But, man, when you look at it, it's amazing. Şengün, Amen Thompson, Jalen Green, Jabari Smith Jr., Tari Eason. I mean, there's some good dudes, good players that they have that are 23 years or younger.
Yeah, I'll read you that quote again from The Athletic, too, because there's two elements to this tonight. There is the, hey, how about like the NBA basketball universe doesn't slap the Phoenix fans in the face again? Like, Houston does not need a top 4 pick with the Suns pick. Houston certainly doesn't need to get Cooper Flag with the Suns pick. Can we just rule that out?
But they would take it.
Yeah, I'm just
they wouldn't trade for anything if they had the number 1 pick overall.
Maybe they trade for Wembanyama. That's about it.
Maybe.
So you got to make sure.
By the way, the San Antonio Spurs, 6% chance.
Well, okay, let's have that
number
discussion.
8 is a matter
actually.
of fact.
So here's the teams up there, okay, that could get the pick. Who do we not want to get the pick? We don't want
Spurs.
Yeah, obviously.
The Spurs.
Can you imagine the Spurs?
I just, again, I like Victor Wembanyama. I do like him. The Spurs have been a class outfit, I would say, in the association, but the history with the Phoenix Suns, I'm sorry.
People are going to
Robert Horry
revolt.
I'm sorry.
If the Spurs get the number 1 pick again. Every time there's a franchise player, the Spurs get it.
I'm just saying, knock it off.
I don't want Utah to get it because they stole our hockey team. So Washington, I wouldn't mind. Charlotte, I wouldn't mind. Brooklyn, Toronto, any of those. Those are 4 of the teams in the top 7 in terms of odds. I just really don't want them in the Western Conference.
Okay.
We don't need to add another potentially great player to the Western Conference, but we especially don't need
the Pelicans get them.
Yeah, I mean, they're up there.
That.
That'd be better than San Antonio or Houston, obviously, or Utah. But Philly, you think he wants to go to Philly? What do you think Cooper Flag's thinking right now? Like, how about just not Philly win? I don't want to go deal with Philly.
Yeah, I wonder really about Brooklyn. Oh.
Brooklyn would be fine.
The Big Apple, once again.
But it can't be number 9. It can't be Houston moving up from 9 because that is the Suns' pick. This is the quote from The Athletic earlier today, and it's kind of a long one, but I'll read it. It says, while Durant is widely seen as the most attainable of that group and he is known to be very interested in playing in Houston, team sources said the Rockets still have significant reservations about that possible partnership, in large part because Durant's age, 36, would be so out of sync with their younger timeline. It's worth noting that previous talks between the teams about Durant, team sources said, were initiated by the Suns. The Rockets have previously held serious interest in the Suns' Devin Booker, but team sources said that is no longer the case. Not only do team officials still have faith in Jalen Green, who is 5 years younger than Booker and $66 million cheaper over the next 3 seasons, but also Booker's struggles last season shifted the thinking on this front. Unquote. Okay. All right, Houston. You're not getting
That's
Booker.
so good. I like that.
The implication you wouldn't trade Jalen Green for Devin Booker. Or that you wouldn't trade anybody for Kevin Durant. The Kevin Durant one's actually more of a slap in the face. Well, he's 36, and every player has to be the exact same age to win a championship, obviously.
Look at his numbers, bruh.
Yeah.
And not only that, we understand you've got some older guys with your young group as well, so we don't want to hear about that right now. I think this is what happens, though. Once again, you've got to remember that suddenly you've got one group that is going to negotiate with the other group. And the one group has got to say, you want this guy, you need this guy. And you know it, and I know it, and we all know it. And the other group says, no, I don't. I don't know what you're talking about, you mad person. This is what is going on. This is how you control it. You leak stories this way right here. So you can send a message to the other group and let them know, I don't know. You think you're going to walk in here and you're just going to give us anything for this? No.
But why not make it believable at least? Like, there's a way where you can make that believable, where you can say, look, a team source says they're not sure they want to trade for Durant because that's a lot of money tied up in one guy. I mean, it's still kind of not believable, but it's they don't want to disrupt their core or whatever. But when you're gonna go down the path, I mean, this is the Suns in 2017. We don't want good players because they'll affect our hashtag timeline. Nobody believes that.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me, Houston, so, okay, Houston, you would rather not win the title next year because Kevin Durant is older than Amen Thompson.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what? You don't have to trade Amen Thompson. You're telling me you don't want KD on the same team because they're not all the exact same age.
Yeah, really. You've already got your core leadership as well. This is the cool thing about it. They don't need, they have no need whatsoever for KD coming in there and being the leader.
They need a guy who has won in the playoffs before, check.
Yes.
Who's one of the greatest scorers of all time, check. And is a matchup nightmare, check.
Is a closer,
check. You just bring him in, he'll give you 30 a night. You'll at least make it to the Western Conference Finals next year if you're Houston, you add Kevin Durant. But instead, you'd rather not because he wasn't born the same year as Jabari Smith.
This is how you try to build leverage when your leverage seems a little questionable. What you do is you sit around a big rectangle, and if you're the general manager, you look at one of your scouts and you say, hey, Luke, you know a guy from the paper, don't you? You know a guy from the Republic. You know a guy. Why don't you go ahead and leak to him that, there's no way we're going to be interested in Kevin Durant or Devin Booker.
We wouldn't
that matter.
take Kevin Durant on this
team. Why don't you go ahead
Why
and
would
leak that to him?
The Devin Booker thing at the end just seems everybody knows Houston wanted Devin Booker last year. So to suddenly be like, well, he had such a bad year, he's not good anymore.
Yes.
Okay. All right. If you want to come out and say, like, hey, a team source with the Rockets said they'd probably be more interested in a guy like Giannis. He's right in his prime. He's a matchup nightmare as well. Okay, that's fine. But don't give me the whole Devin Booker's not good anymore and KD's too old. These things aren't true. So,
KD's still lighting it up, and all of a sudden he's too old.
Scored a lot more points per game than anybody on Houston did.
But
this
that's
year.
the way that works, Luke. They sit around the big rectangle right there, and you know what? Hey, are you listening to me? Why don't you go do this?
So I don't buy any of that.
All
do
your
you?
Media connections.
That actually
Luke.
Makes me feel like they're more interested in a Suns player, doesn't it? Isn't that kind of what that felt like?
Yeah.
All right, we come back. The Diamondbacks have lost at least 3, probably more, but 3 specifically really difficult games this season. So when do games like that start to weigh on a team? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It is a colossal failure of epic proportions if this team comes back with Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker next year.
Glad you said it.
If this team came back with those 3 guys next year, completely handcuffed with the apron, can't do anything because of the tax, stuck with a bunch of veteran minimum players to round out a roster that's just not good enough to even be a play-in team.
Yeah.
If you're Brian Gregory, and that's how you start off your first year as the Phoenix Suns GM, that's an F. You get an F.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. Looking for a great happy hour? Good news. You just found one. You can stop looking. You're not going to beat Twin Peaks when it comes to the happy hour. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday with an adventurous drink menu that is second to none, plus great atmosphere, great scenery. What more could you possibly want? How about some incredible food? My suggestion, start with the loaded fries or the burgers or the chips and queso. Mix in the brisket chili with the chips and queso. They've also got steaks, ribs, fire-roasted salsa and chips, wings with over a dozen sauces to choose from. You really can't go wrong, and now's an especially good time to go because everything's on right now. Baseball season is in full swing. We've got 8 teams left in the basketball playoffs, and all these series are pretty good right now. 8 teams remaining in the hockey playoffs. We had another buzzer beater over the weekend. Twin Peaks has great food, refreshing drinks, and with their wall-to-wall TVs, you won't miss 1 second of the action. You don't even have to wait for the weekend. They're serving scratch food and pouring quality drinks every day after dark. Whatever you're looking for, Twin Peaks has you covered with 5 convenient Valley locations, so never settle. Stop by and experience the Lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you're having plumbing problems, we've got you covered. My plumbing technicians are the best in the business. That's why we've been voted Arizona's #1 ranked company for more than a decade. Whether you've got clogged drains, drippy faucets, need a new water heater, or even a full house repipe, Precision does it all. So make the Precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Precision decision with Precision Air.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning when we will know where Cooper Flagg will play his NBA basketball. Philadelphia. Starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, well, I'll preface this by saying the Diamondbacks responded about as well as you can respond to a brutal loss. On Friday night was the brutal loss. Saturday was the really good response.
Indeed.
You lose to the Dodgers in a game where you're trailing 8-3. You come all the way back. You take an 11-8 lead. You exhaust your bullpen to keep that lead in a moment where you really can't afford to exhaust your bullpen anymore. And then you give up 6 in the 9th and you lose 14-11. the only real good way to respond is to just shut the Dodgers out the next day, which the Diamondbacks did.
Yes. The Diamondbacks should have won the first 3 games of the series.
They should have.
I mean, honestly, that is not a ridiculous statement. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, I get it. They did not. And you got to credit the Dodgers. You have to credit the Dodgers for coming back on Friday night and winning that game. And I do give them credit for that. Yet at the same time, that was so frustrating to watch that.
Yeah.
To lose that game, knowing how well they played. They played their best game of the season in game 1 of the series. Remember, we were talking about that.
Yeah.
Talking about that afterward on Friday, talking about the Thursday game 1 of this 4-game series, where they played great. Their best game, I thought, in all phases. Defensively in the field, of course, at the dish, coming up with critical hits.
Put up 5 against Yamamoto, who had given up 4 all season.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A great starting pitching. They got it done. Got a little sideways at the end right there, but still that's going to happen when you compete at the highest level our species could generate. It's going to happen. So because of that, I thought, man, what a great opportunity that was to be in a position to win Friday night in Game 2. They should have won the first 3 games of this series. And if they had J. Mart, I think they would have won.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
If they had A.J. Puck, I think they would have won.
I somehow hadn't heard it put that way yet, which is crazy, all the different ways that game's been talked about. But I think you just said it in the most, there you go. It's right there in front of you, the most, right in front of you, slap you over the face with a frying pan or whatever you always say.
Right, you hit you in the face.
Face with the frying pan.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, slap a face with the
Right, exactly.
That wouldn't work.
Ping pong paddle.
Man, here, take that. Here's ping pong. I win.
Oh, that hurt.
You said it the right way right there. If Justin Martinez is available and healthy, you probably win the first 3 games of the series.
Win the first 3 games of the series right there. But what I love, though, okay, you didn't. It's what happens. You lose game 2 in a horrific kind of way, and then Corbin Burns took the ball the next day. This is what these guys are all about. This is what a ace is about. We're going to go out there and shut you down. And that's what he did. He was dominant. He was the most dominant, I think, we've seen from him since he's been here.
Yes, I would agree. And now over his last 3 starts, there was a missed start in there, but over his last 3 actual starts, he's given up 2 total earned runs. And if you look at his numbers, he's got a 2.95 ERA this season. That's better than Brandon Pfaadt. I mean, that's the best on the Diamondbacks in terms of starters, and it's one of the best.
He's coming around.
It's one of the best in all in baseball in terms of starting pitchers, a 2.95 ERA. So, and you know, to your point though, I don't think other than this last start that he had even really started to scratch the surface of how good he is, and he's proven how good he is in the past. But it's good to see him do it in a Diamondbacks jersey now. This is now the 3rd time this season, at least. I'm sure people listening, or if you're watching on YouTube Live, are probably able to come up with a few more. But specifically these 3 losses, the one on Friday that you just described, Wolf. There was the one on April 26th where they lost to the Braves 8-7 in 10 innings. But Gino had 4 home runs in the game.
Man.
Something that's only happened 19 times in baseball history.
Just impossible.
Got to win that game. And there was the game earlier in the season, I believe it was the Cubs game. They lost 13-11 on April 18th, where they scored 10 runs in the 8th inning to come back, and then the bullpen melted down and they lost. So if you think about that, Wolf, that's all within the last not even month.
Yes.
It's like 3.5, 4 weeks.
It's 3 games.
Yeah.
Right there.
3 historically odd losses.
I know. That does give you a little bit of concern, does it not? Especially when you consider how last season ended. Okay. Yeah. Falling a game short of actually getting into the postseason, or having a chance to be in the postseason.
Yeah.
You know, can you imagine 3 games right there that you have lost in brutal style?
I would actually, just in terms of like historic context, the loss to the Dodgers on Friday is probably 3rd on that list really, if you think about it. You put up 10 in the 8th inning, come back, take the lead, and lose to the Cubs.
Yeah.
You get 4 home runs from one guy and lose to the Braves. Torey Lovullo was asked about that after the game on Friday. If, games like this start to weigh on a team, here's what he said.
Yeah, just dissecting it piece by piece, I think we all have to go into the environment of and into the mindset of just doing our job and not worrying about anything other than being the best version of ourselves. And when we lose a moment, it doesn't mean the game's over. We can continue chipping away because we're that good. If we don't have to win every moment, but I'd like to, and you can just tell yourself, like, we're in a spot now that doesn't look good, but we're going to be fine when we make it fine. I just think we got to slow the game down in some really, really critical situations. We made an error today that, in my opinion, cost us a couple of runs. That's the difference in the game. So if you break it down into a space that I will with the coaching staff, you start to dissect. There's a couple of moments in each of those games that you're talking about that if we did our job, we wouldn't have been in that situation. So we don't miss a lot here. That's our job. It's to uncover what's happening and correct it and help these guys learn from it. And that's what we'll do tomorrow when we get here.
Do your job.
Yeah.
Said that twice.
He did.
Do your job. It is a great way. My young Crunk brothers, if you're listening right now and you're trying to get something done, a task at hand, whatever it is, especially if you're on a sports team, maybe you're in high school, maybe it's Little League, whatever it may be, focus on doing your job. Whatever that job description is, do your job. Focus on yourself and giving it as much as you can, 100%. Then you don't have to worry about anything else after that. Nothing. Because you gave 100%. Just do your job and give all that you have and be prepared. Then you don't have to worry about the outcome. Because you've done everything you could to do your job.
That's actually really good advice.
It is.
Look at that on a Monday afternoon.
Indeed.
Rick, you have news.
I do. The D-backs have made the following roster moves. They have recalled infielder Jordan Lawler from AAA Reno. They have reinstated right-handed pitcher Kendall Graveman from the 15-day injured list.
Not a shock.
They have designated infielder Garrett Hampson for assignment. And they have also designated left-handed pitcher Jose Castillo for assignment.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, there it is.
That was Jose Castillo was the guy who kept getting called for balks in the 8th and 9th inning last night.
Yes,
That
okay.
was,
DFA'd.
Garrett Hampson getting DFA'd was a little surprising, but Kendall Graveman getting reinstated from the injured list that seemed pretty inevitable after Torey's pregame comments yesterday. And then Jordan Lawler, as we've been talking about all day, now it's official. Now he is a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And they didn't send down Tim Tawa or anybody. A lot of people thought that he would come in and replace Tawa, but Tim Tawa sticking around. By the way, I learned this over the weekend, Wolf, and I haven't. Maybe everybody in the world knew this, and I just didn't. Did you know that Tim Tawa was the West Linn quarterback, high school in Oregon?
Yeah.
And then 3 years later, Sam Levitt was the West Linn quarterback.
I did not know that.
And Tim Tawa's passing stats,
yeah,
his senior year, and because you're a football guy, you can tell me if this is a good number for a quarterback.
Yeah.
55 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Pretty sure he had better high school numbers than Sam.
I think he did.
Knock it off.
I didn't realize they went to the same high school until the other day. I was like, that sounds like the same high school, and I doubled. Cade McNown went there too, but whatever with Cade McNown. Those two, though, pretty close to each other.
Were there 13 guys on the roster?
55-1 touchdown to interception ratio.
Wow.
That's in Portland. That's not I don't think it's that small.
Oh, my goodness, that's stunning.
Yeah. All right, when we come back. Oh, this is good. This is producer Wolf right here.
Okay.
Talk a little Cardinals. What are your assumptions about each Cardinals rookie? We're going to get into that next. This is a game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Dodgers.
The 2-1. Swung on. That's a line drive to left center. Hernandez will make the catch. The ball game is over. The Dodgers win it. It is a series split between these two. The D-backs took the odds. The Dodgers took the evens.
No break for the Snakes as they begin a 3-game series at the Giants tonight. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back, and that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere, and that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
For 120 years, Ford has been committed to doing the right thing for America. And we're not going anywhere. That's why Ford assembles more vehicles in the U.S. than any other automaker and employs the most hourly auto workers in the country. That's not a boast, it's a pledge to the Americans who drive our vehicles and the capable people who build them. Because our values can't be offshored. We do it for the people who make America. Workers, farmers, first responders, communities. As long as America depends on them, they can depend on us. Ford Motor Company. From America, for America.
Based on S&P Global Mobility Calendar Year 2024 U.S. light vehicle production data. Assembled in the USA with domestic and foreign parts. Based on 2024 year-end hourly employment data.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After splitting a 4-game series with the Dodgers over the weekend, the D-backs move on to another NL West rival. They take on the Giants in San Francisco. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes, and the D-backs are recalling top prospect Jordan Lawler from AAA Reno and reinstating righty Kendall Graveman from the 15-day injured list. And corresponding moves, they've designated infielder Garrett Hampson and relief pitcher Jose Castillo for assignment. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the Valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best. Online at sciatica.com.
Is it worth it? Can you even hear me? Starting with your spotlight on me.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns, and if the Phoenix Suns are going to hire a first-time NBA head coach, who are some assistants they could potentially target? Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6, right here on Arizona Sports. Now I'm in this, awful circle, Wolf, where I keep doing the simulating the NBA draft lottery. I just did it again. The Mavericks won it. I didn't even think that was a possibility. They jumped from behind Houston, actually.
Wouldn't you like to actually see something like that happen? I mean, not the Mavericks, of course.
No.
Anybody but the Mavericks.
It could be like Chicago or Atlanta or somebody like that.
Surprise!
Somebody in the Eastern Conference.
Be kind of cool there to see that.
But no Houston, because that should be the Suns. That is the Suns' pick, so Houston doesn't get to do anything cool with that pick. All right, let's go to football now, Wolf. And you had this in your email. So how do you want to do this? This is rookie mini camp and everything for the Cardinals, and we're heading towards some of the offseason programs now. You had in your email rookie assumptions.
Yeah, rookie assumptions. I think right now we all have seen the scouting reports on so many of these guys, and we have our own assumptions that we're starting to build, getting ready for OTAs coming up right now. They've had their 3-day mini camp with the rookies, of course, and OTAs loom in the future. And, for me right now, you're wondering, okay, what's this guy going to be like? Or what's this guy going to be like? And for me, I broke it down into 4 categories. Of everything that you've heard so far, who do you think is going to be the most physical? Who's going to be the most physical rookie? Of all the rookies that they're drafting or actually signed, maybe somebody that was an undrafted free agent rookie that was signed, of course, to a contract. Maybe he's a very physical player. Who's the most physical guy you expect to see in training camp of the rookies?
If we use a player for one of these, can they be used for more than one category?
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to let me go first?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to take who I'm pretty sure you're going to say with the first one. The most physical is probably 6th-round pick Hayden Connor. I don't know why you let me go first.
That's all right, though. No. Why would you say that, though? Why do you say that?
But because he is, quote, a mauler, Wolf.
He
unquote.
is a mauler. Yes.
No, but I mean, he was playing a big role on a Texas team that, as much as I feel like they should have lost earlier than they did in the college football playoff, they were a really good team. He was playing a big role specifically because of his physicality.
Yes.
So there you go.
Yes, his physicality, once again. I do believe this. This is going to be great to see this. You can talk about Will Johnson and his physicality out on the perimeter, playing corner out there, and he is a guy that is strong. He's a big corner that is very physical, but once again, when you look at it in terms of the line of scrimmage and who is the most physical rookie, I think it's Hayden Connor beyond a shadow of a doubt. Now, he's got to go prove that. Prove it, rookie. Show up and be physical. But this is one of the reasons why. It would not shock me in the least. It would not shock me if Hayden Connor was a starter coming out of training camp.
All right, so we agreed on the first one.
Yes.
Okay.
Best athlete.
Okay, I have my answer. But I think you should get to go first this time. We'll just go back and forth on these.
Okay. I'm going to go with Will Johnson.
Yeah, that was my answer.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, Will Johnson. But it's not a really easy one. It isn't. Walter Nolan is a hack of an athlete.
I thought you might even go with Jordan Birch. I thought you might throw me a curveball there.
Jordan Birch is a fantastic athlete as well. I'm just saying Will Johnson. This guy's got it all, man. Seriously, when you stop and think about it. He does have the physicality. He also has the athleticism. He's a corner. This is what he does. He also is really, really smart, Basin Orleans. When you watch him on tape, once again, look at where his eyes are when he's playing in his zone room. He's feeling the route combination, and yet he's looking at the cue. That is brilliant in order to do that. It's a great technique of playing in his own room, but you've got to have some circumference to do that. And you've got to be able to have a brain to figure out what it is they're trying to do with the route combination and who it is they're trying to target, which allows you to make assumptions sometimes and jump that route combination. Will Johnson is definitely that guy.
That is my answer too. You know how I feel about Will Johnson, and especially that pick. Let me ask you this: if I told you somebody on the Cardinals won Defensive Rookie of the Year this year, who do you think it would be?
Wow.
Because I think Will Johnson would actually be my pick. Now I was just looking at the odds. Walter Nolan has better odds, or whatever. He's more of a favorite to do it. But Will Johnson's not that far behind Walter Nolan on the list. But I just feel like it's tough for an interior defensive lineman to win Defensive Rookie of the Year unless they have like sacks or some sort of stat that's
absolutely.
Will Johnson could have 5-6 interceptions or something in theory, and then that would propel him towards the top of a lot of these lists.
So let's go to the third. We have most physical, of course. We have best athlete, and then we have smartest. Who do you think is the smartest rookie the Arizona Cardinals have brought on board?
Based on everything we have seen and heard, it's got to be Cody Simon, doesn't it? I mean, if you're talking about the guy potentially wearing the green dot in maybe even his first year, and certainly, just hearing the way he spoke at his introduction or his introductory press conference, I don't know how smart the other guys are because I haven't met all of them yet, but Cody Simon right now is the front runner.
And once again, we're talking about football intelligence right now, and Cody Simon is the answer as far as I'm concerned.
Wow, we are 3 for 3 with the same.
We are 3 for 3 right now. I've got to admit, I'm a little shocked that Luke went with Hayden Connor. All right, but for the most physical, the fact that he went with Hayden Connor, I'm proud of him. All right,
you thought I was just going to go in the order of the draft
I just
picks.
thought you were going to go Walter Nolan, and he is. Walter Nolan is an explosive, physical, violent guy at the point of attack, penetrating, getting off blocks. I mean, yes, he's explosive, but Hayden Connor is a mauler. Just to repeat, though I digress. Cody Simon is that guy as well. When you talk about a guy, and Dave Sears, the assistant general manager for the Arizona Cardinals based in O'Neill's, can I just tell you, this guy is a very reserved individual. Okay, I love the guy. Very reserved. Remember, he came from the Detroit Lions as well, and yet the value he places on physicality is very, very high. But he also loves smart guys. And for him to actually say that he believes Cody Simon could come in and wear the green dot, that speaks volumes to me because, once again, Dave Sears is not a guy that embellishes.
No, he's pretty even keel, matter of fact. Let's just get the information out there, and that's it.
Yes, he's very reserved in that regard. He's not going to sit there and blowhard some dude, okay? That's not going to happen. Now, Cody Simon, to me, is really smart because when you watch him on tape, you see him making the calls. He is moving his hands. He is the guy that is making calls that is out there on the field. But
would you say Ohio State had a pretty good defense last year?
Really good defense. And Cody Simon is a guy that they believe he's going to be able to come in here and do the same thing. That is crazy to me. So let's go to the last category.
This one's tougher.
Who is going to be the loudest rookie?
So are you talking about like they just talk the most? They yell the loudest? They're loudest with their play?
Yes, I'm talking, just who's going to be the loudest? Maybe somebody who enjoys yelling. Maybe he's a rookie and he actually is loud in training camp. Who's going to be the loudest?
All right,
somebody who's confident.
Give me your answer on that one.
Walter Nolan.
Yeah.
That's what you were going to say.
I was torn on this one, actually. I don't know that I have a definitive answer on that one, but I sort of assume that's where you were going with it. That's a tough one, though.
Man, he's a pretty confident dude from what I am told, and he doesn't mind saying it. We'll see.
Doesn't sound like he's lacking for confidence. Doesn't sound like Will Johnson is lacking for confidence. Although you're right. Now that I think about this, Walter Nolan has referenced Aaron Donald in the past as somebody he wants to be like. So yeah, I don't think he's lacking for confidence. All right, we come back. Final segment of the show. The Diamondbacks have called up Jordan Lawler. What exactly is that going to look like now with the lineup going forward? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL schedule will be released this Wednesday. Oh, wait, hold up. I'm being handed a note from our fact-checking team that reads, actually, the NFL is doing this thing where they let everyone know parts of the schedule today and tomorrow, with the remainder of the schedule made known to the public on Wednesday, but only if you have Netflix. So we're going to know some of the schedule today and then some more tomorrow, and by Wednesday afternoon, we'll have the whole thing. Hang with us, amigos. We'll get it all sorted out. Stick with Arizona Sports for the full drop. 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. When you do, you're going to find out that Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He runs the company with his family. That's right, his sons, JT and Garrett. The Lee family, Basinonians, I've known them for years now, and I give them my highest recommendation. When it comes to a move, if you've got to move, whether it's local, whether it's long distance, maybe it's commercial, residential, whatever it may be, they are the professionals. You need Moving Team 6. They offer packing services as well. And they also have an air-conditioned storage unit right here in Phoenix. So if you've got to store stuff before you actually move it, you need Moving Team 6. For a free home estimate, just go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Hey, it's Gambo. What do the NL West standings look like now following that 4-game series with the Dodgers as the D-backs prepare for 3 straight division series? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
As if my dreams were boring. We all know conspiracies are dumb.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke, Monday afternoon. Looking at the YouTube live chat, Wolf, Chris points out the Hawks won the draft lottery last year. It's a 3% chance.
Okay.
Chris, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying we don't need that right now.
Yeah.
We don't need none of that.
He's right about that, though.
We don't need Houston winning the draft lottery tonight.
Also, shockingly, the Eagles will host the Cowboys to open the season.
Oh, there you go. That's not what you wanted.
Okay.
That's not what I don't think anybody wanted who's not like a Cowboys fan.
So no Eagles Lions to start the season. Is that official?
Okay.
That's official. I saw it on the ticker on ESPN.
Oh.
So they just went with the divisional game.
Okay.
If they were just going to go divisional game, Rick, I actually agree with you. Commanders would have been a lot more interesting. Doesn't matter. It's first game of the NFL season. I'll be watching.
Sure. No, it's going to be huge right there. It will be. The Star. See, this is what the Star gets. The Star.
It could have been Colts, Falcons. I'd have been like, football. I'm in.
True. You had me at football, but still. The Star is going to open against the Eagles. Okay, we get it why the Eagles are going to get their Super Bowl champions.
Yeah, they've earned it.
But the Star? What have they earned?
I'm going to take Chris's post in the chat that the fact that Atlanta won it last year with a 3% chance means there's no way another team would win it with a 3% chance, right? The odds of back-to-back 3% chance winners taking down the NBA draft
there's
lottery.
a 3% chance.
I don't like it.
It's 3%, Luke.
Well, okay. On to baseball. Jordan Lawler, in case you missed it, has officially been called up by the Arizona Diamondbacks. Kendall Graveman activated off the injured list as well. Garrett Hampson and Jose Castillo DFA'd, so that's how they made room, I should say, for Jordan Lawler and Kendall Graveman. Graveman, it's obvious what his role is. They need help in the bullpen. There you go. They went out and got him in the offseason. He's been hurt, but Lawler...
The bullpen is a mess. Yes.
Can Jordan Lawler pitch?
Yes.
Right. So, okay, how do we feel like they're going to use... do we think we're going to see him a lot? I guess is the real question.
This is, first of all, ask this. Why are they bringing him up? Why are they bringing Jordan Lawler up?
It's a kind of a loaded question, isn't it?
It is a little loaded question. Why? As a matter of fact, we've talked to people that are analysts, baseball analysts, about this very thing, and they have asked the same question. Uh-huh. Why would you bring him up now?
So the easy answer, I'm not saying it's the right answer, the easy answer is he's just too good for the minors at this point. He was your first-round pick, number 6 overall in 2021. He's not behind schedule by any means, but, the only reason you wouldn't call him up is because his path to playing time is blocked. I guess that would be the easiest thing. He's just too good. You got to get him up
Okay,
here.
So to that note right there, you've got shortstop. That's Jerry Perdomo right there.
I think
Jerry's not going anywhere.
No, Jerry's going to be
especially hitting 292. He's not going anywhere at base running. He's playing the defense that he plays out there and the leadership that he brings. And then Eugenio Suarez plays third. That's another spot you could see Jordan Lawler playing. And then second base, of course, that's Ketel Marte. Those are 3 pretty big names, pretty central, I would say, to the Diamondbacks. He could also DH.
Torey Lovello pregame yesterday, so this is well before they called Jordan Lawler up, but he was asked, everybody could kind of get a sense of, I was in this press conference yesterday, everybody kind of had the sense, like, at a certain point, Jordan Lawler's getting called up, right? But the issue is, can you get him enough playing time? There's no reason to call him up just to have him watch the Diamondbacks. This is what Torey said.
We are very well aware of Jordan Lawler and his progression and his development, and he is coming on quickly. We know that, and he's doing his job, and I'm really proud of him because he is a very talented player that is knocking as hard as you can at this door, at the big league door. Yes, when Mike asks me certain questions, I'm prepared to answer them the best way that I can. And, based on some of the things I'm just telling you with guys needing days off, we could. If we need to, we could probably get him 3 days a week, 3 to 4 days a week, and that's enough at-bats per week. I agree. There's different criteria for different players. I think guys like Garrett Hampson, I told him to maintain, you probably need 2 at-bats a week, 2 or 3 at-bats a week, and he's in that role where he's been a bench player and coming in off the bench or maybe getting a start every now and then. So I think to maintain, you need 2 at-bats a week. To hang in there, that's probably the low side. But to continue to develop and impact games, you probably need 2 to 3 starts a week.
A lot has changed in 24 hours since that press conference.
Yes.
Because Garrett Hampson's not here anymore, and
right.
Jordan Lawler is.
Exactly. Once again, I just think it's interesting. Why now? And, I think of this, bringing up a young guy into a major league clubhouse, bringing up a guy that is so talented, one of the best prospects in baseball.
Number 4 now, according to MLB Pipeline.
Exactly. And suddenly bringing him up, man, it's a good reminder to everybody. It really is to me. If you're a hardcore veteran and you've been around and you've done some things in this game, you know what? It's a great reminder that, hey, this is baseball at the highest level, and somebody is trying to take my job and always will be trying to take my job. And maybe you want to get out the cattle prod, for lack of a better way of saying it, and jab somebody in the ribs a little bit. Because, again, I don't necessarily see a spot for Jordan Lawler to get a ton of at-bats right now.
No, the other cut, we didn't get to play this earlier. I'll play it real quick right now. Torrey was also asked yesterday before the game if he's okay with Lawler or any prospect getting called up, but then they have to bounce around position to position. Because you're trying to play second base and short and third at the major league level. And oh, by the way, you better be able to hit major league pitching. That's a lot. This is what Torrey said.
Now, playing, and you ask about bouncing around, I am very concerned about that. I know what that feels like. Personally, I know what that feels like. So, my questions are, I know he's going to impact the game offensively, but you can't totally count on it all the time. What's he going to do defensively? Is he able to move around comfortably and play 3 positions, comfortably making his plays? And the answers have been yes. So that's the space I live in.
The biggest thing for Jordan Lawler, maybe even more than he's tearing the cover off the ball in the minors. And that was expected, right? He's the number 6 overall pick a few years ago. It's been his willingness and ability to go from playing shortstop to then he's playing third base. And because Gino's not signed past this year, so maybe his future is at third, depending what they do with Gino after this year, to learning second base in the minors this year when Ketel Marte was hurt. So now he can play short, third, or second, or like you said, DH. So be interesting to see if he's in the lineup tonight. I would assume he's going to be in the lineup at some point in the San Francisco series. Otherwise, there's no point in calling him up yet.
Yeah, no, I cannot wait to watch this kid play. I think everybody would agree that we can't wait to watch him play. Yet at the same time, where are these at-bats going to be found for Torrey? We're going to find out, though. That much is clear.
I would think DH is the part that people kind of overlook. The Pavin Smith's hitting the ball now again, so I don't know, but there's a way to work it in there.
Yeah, and also, too, when you see him sitting down Ketel Marte, of course, right? He's all worried about Ketel Marte and, making sure that Ketel is fresh. Maybe that's where he's going to get some reps.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. For Wolf and Luke, we got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
And on score!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
It's no surprise that people love their pets. In fact, 97% of pet owners consider them part of the family. Amazon's Jen Ray has more.
Amazon Pet Day makes caring for your pets easier than ever. The 48-hour sales event features thousands of deals with the convenience of Amazon's fast delivery. Whether you're welcoming a new puppy, upgrading essentials for a senior pet, or looking for products that pamper, there's something for everyone.
Nearly 2/3 of U.S. households have a pet. That's 86.9 million homes.
With so many households having pets, Amazon has something for every pet owner and their furry friends, from trusted basics to exciting new favorites across price points. Plus, Amazon is expanding its pet care offerings, now providing prescription pet medications on Amazon.com through VetSource, a leading pet pharmacy.
On May 13th and 14th, Amazon Pet Day will offer incredible deals, including on our most popular and pet-approved brands, like Purina Pro Plan, Iams, PetSafe, O'Norman, Ring, and more. Learn more at Amazon.com/petday.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445. It includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's, fresh for everyone. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ahead of tonight's Diamondbacks game, the Snakes made a much-anticipated move.
Crush to left, Jordan Lawler ties the game!
Shouts to the Reno Aces for that call. The Snakes' top prospect has officially arrived. He and Kendall Graveman joined the big league club ahead of tonight's game. In corresponding moves, Garrett Hampson and Jose Castillo were designated for assignment. The Diamondbacks continue their 16 games in 16 days stretch tonight from the city by the Bay. San Francisco Giants play host first of 3 games against the divisional foe. Merrill Kelly on the mound tonight. He'll oppose the aging veteran Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. It'll all be right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in the NBA, prior to tonight's games is the draft lottery. The Suns don't have a spot in the lottery,
But the Houston Rockets have theirs. The lottery is at 4, and at that time, we'll learn where Houston will be picking. And then after that lottery is done, Game 4 between the Celtics and the Knicks from New York, with the Knicks up 2-1. Coverage will start at 4. That'll be over on ESPN 6:20 a.m. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Monday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
I love how, and we should all strive to be like this today, I love how emotionally detached Mitch read the news in Trending Now about the draft lottery coming up at 4, as if there's just nothing going on today. Everything's fine. It's a little draft lottery. No big deal. Suns don't really have any skin in the game. Yeah, because that's what's going to happen.
I'm open to anything and attached to nothing.
Okay. We're all going to channel our inner Aaron Rodgers now, go to our dark room.
In a way, it's a shame because this could be a very important day. It could be a very important day for the Phoenix Suns. If the Suns had held on to this pick, and this was their pick, there'd probably be some excitement right now. Excitement about the possibility of getting Cooper Flagg or one of the top 3 or 4 picks, or, having a top 10 pick in the NBA draft. There'd be a lot of excitement surrounding that.
Sure, there would be. Do we get young kids on the other side of the glass? Do we get official permission to carry said draft law? Okay, so
there we go.
We will be carrying. We had to go through a couple of clearance hoops here. We will be carrying, and what we're going to do basically, if it starts at 4-ish. And we know the drill. Like, if the envelope opens and the Sun's name is in it at either 11 or 10 or 9, then that's it. It's over. We're done.
Yeah, we're done.
But if we get to 9 and we haven't seen the Suns logo come out of the envelope, that means the Rockets have moved up to either 4, 3, 2, or 1, and we all start freaking out. Mitch?
So to clarify, the Suns' name won't be called tonight. It is officially Houston's property.
Well, okay,
so it won't be announced as the Suns pick. It'll be announced as the Rockets.
Thank you for correcting me on that one. It will not be. It will not. They won't open the.
We just know it's the Suns pick.
Yeah,
that's how they got it.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified that, because I thought it was still like we're still in the Stone Age where they're showing me.
No,
the
they
Suns
somehow
logo.
figured out to give the correct draft hat on this one.
That's coming up. That's coming up at 4:00 today. We'll carry it live, and it's still good. Like, as Gambo's pointed this out a couple times, it's gonna suck either way, But there's degrees of suckage here, and we're. I'll be tuning in at 4:00 to see just how bad it sucks. Hopefully it doesn't suck as much as we think. Let's talk about our top story of the day here. It's twofold, and we'll tell you what it is here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
The 2-1. Swung on. That's a line drive to left center. Hernandez will make the catch. The ball game is over. The Dodgers win it. It is a series split between these two. The D-backs took the odds. The Dodgers took the evens.
That was a final call yesterday. Chris Garagiola. I say it's twofold because coming up in the next segment, obviously we're going to talk about the other big story of the day for the Diamondbacks. Jordan Lawler has been called up by the organization. They just made it official about a half hour ago. Gambo's got the inside information. You're only going to get right here on Burns and Gambo, so keep it here right there for that, because we're going to tell everybody about how it's going to go
we'll
down.
Tell you how it's going to go down, when he's going to play, how he's going to play, where he's going to play, all of that stuff. So we'll get to that in just a minute. But I think we start with that series. I think it was exactly what we probably expected. The Diamondbacks win 2. The Dodgers win 2. They are now 17-17 against each other in the last 34 games. They are as even as Steven. They really are. But you feel like they should have had this one. You feel like they should have won this series 3-1. If we turn our attention and our focus to Friday, Burnsy, you've got another game to add to the list.
It's on the list. It's
another game.
It's on the list. I sent you the list. I'm calling it the D-backs memory bank. There's the should have lost but they won category, of which there are 2 games so far. The should have won but they lost. And you better believe Friday night's game is going in the should have won but they lost category.
Just
that
devastating.
9th inning was
Devastating. It was so. You watch Kevin Ginkel walk off that mound.
Yeah.
He didn't say a word to anybody. Torrey came out there and got him, and Ginkel just stood there and he was like looking right at the ground and just walked off that field, said nothing to nobody, and walked right off.
First of all, it was a game that they shouldn't have won. They were down, 8-3.
Yeah.
And then Gurriel grand slam 8-8. Suarez RBI walk 9-8. Back-to-back home runs by Marte and Gurriel. It's 11-8. You're like, oh, my God, they're going to win this game. It's the 8th inning. You're up 11-8. And in the bullpen, by the way, just a terrific job by that Christian Mena.
Christian Mena.
Wow,
he was
so good. Just so good. And Beeks was good, and Shelby Miller was good.
He was so good, he got rewarded with a trip to Reno the next
I know, but he was great. He kept him in a game. And then the Gink, he a stink.
The Gink.
5 runs, only got 1 out. Freeman singles, Pagas doubles, Enrique Hernandez 2-run double, Muncy RBI single, strikes out Outman, the only out he records. Conforto, he hits him. Then Ryan Thompson comes in, and then come sail away with me on a 1-2 pitch to Ohtani.
Yeah, come sail away with me.
That sticks.
That was 6, as a matter of fact. Sail away with me. Yeah,
that's what a baseball 14-11 Dodgers. Terrible loss.
It took 11 pitches for Kevin Ginkel to undo everything that had been done. 11. I went back and counted them. 11 pitches from an 11-8 game to an 11-11 tie. I mean, it felt like it happened fast. That's because it happened real darn fast. It was over in a New York minute. And Ryan Thompson comes in afterwards. Torrey's like, that is not the pitch we should have thrown Shohei Ohtani there. It's his third best pitch. And Ryan Thompson is like, he's right. I should not have thrown that pitch there. And it's too bad.
Just
and I know.
Bomb.
I know there was a 4-game series, and you're right. Overall, you step back and you go, okay, you split the series, fine, whatever. I guess you take it. But knowing how tantalizingly close you were to taking 3 of 4 from the LA Dodgers, and
so close,
you were just in front of 180,000 people over the 4-day series. Oh, the great crowds,
great
really split right down the middle. Zach Gallen was talking about that yesterday. It's a shame at the opportunity that passed the Arizona Diamondbacks by yesterday. It really is a shame that they weren't able to. And it all comes down to Friday night and the opportunity they had and our lack of faith once again in that bullpen until they start getting dudes back. This is how it's going to be, Gambo.
Yeah, no, the bullpen has been a disaster. The bullpen is not what it is. Puck's going to come back. Martinez is going to come back. So what you're seeing now, this bullpen is not what it appears to be. It's going to be much different.
Is that supposed to make
in the
me
next
feel better?
couple of weeks?
I'm not trying to give you just static here. Is that really supposed to make me feel better?
How many blown saves?
8. 8 blown saves.
8 blown saves and only 12 saves.
Most in the National League, I think, is the stat I had in my email, right?
So they're only converting 3/5 of their saves, if I do this right. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. 60% of their saves they're converting. 60%.
Tied for the most blown saves in the National League.
Yeah.
They have 12 saves. 8. Well, no, okay. This was a stat on Friday night, so now they have 13 saves and 8 blown saves.
Well, then I can't do the math on that one.
Counting Ryan Nelson
doesn't have an even number. I can't do it. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. You add one more, I can't do it.
I mean, and you're right. It will. Kendall Graveman's back today. Awesome. Justin Martinez, ball was coming out of his hands like it was on fire. Okay, awesome. Let's see how he does when he's actually in there pitching the batters. The very DNA of the bullpen is going to go through an evolution here in a week or so with Graveman's return and Martinez's return and hopefully Puck's return by sometime in, late June, early July. But it doesn't. Yeah. It's hard to find comfort in that right now. It's really hard to go. Oh, you know what? It's going to be okay. The bullpen's going to look different a week from now. Yeah, great. They got 8 blown saves on the season.
Right. Missed the playoffs by 2 games. We've already got a handful of games that we could point to as the reason why. And this one, I was looking at it. The Dodgers, the only team in Major League Baseball's modern era to take the lead, then trail by 2+ runs, then lead by 5+ runs, then trail by 3+ runs, then lead by 3+ runs in one game. It's never been done before in the history of Major League Baseball in the modern era.
I'm so confused.
Trail by 2, lead by 5, trail by 3, lead by 3. It's never happened before. And we've not even got it to the point about just how bad Eduardo Rodriguez was in that baseball game.
Oh.
ERA's now at 7.30. 7.30. He was terrible.
Yeah, he was. That's remarkably
they've lost 2 games this year when they've scored 11 runs. They scored 11 runs.
Right.
The
Cubs game?
Somebody looked at the Cubs game, that windy day at Wrigley, and then this one. They've got 234 wins and 3 losses in franchise history. When they score 11 runs or more, it's like, you score 11 runs, that's it. It's done. The 3 games that are on the list so far, the 11-run game in Wrigley, the 4-home-run game from Geno Suarez, and what happened Friday night. Those are the 3 games so far that if we get to the end of this and they're not a playoff team, those are the 3 games we're going to look back on and go, man, how did you lose those games? How did you lose those games? Friday nights absolutely qualifies. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, it is official, all caps. The Diamondbacks franchise savior is back with the big league club, followed by 5 exclamation points. That's what's in front of me anyway. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
D-backs Dodgers.
The 2-1. Swung on. That's a line drive to left center. Hernandez will make the catch. The ball game is over. The Dodgers win it. It is a series split between these two. The D-backs took the odds. The Dodgers took the evens.
No break for the Snakes as they begin a 3-game series at the Giants tonight. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvise here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Fernando Tatis Jr. and the San Diego Padres return to Chase Field for a weekend series starting June 13th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Bedding. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in-store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Bedding. Brooklyn Bedding has 12 basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
I'm Kimberly.
I'm Ken.
And we're the Owens family. I love living next to my parents because when we lived 10 minutes from them, sometimes I would dread a phone call coming because I wouldn't know if my mom was like, okay, your dad fell. He needs help. Can you get here right away? Now, since they're right next door, if anything happens, I can be there within a matter of minutes.
Photo home communities are wonderful. It's a very comforting feeling. You know, it's kind of seems to be a sense of family, you know, which I think everybody wants. And so, you know, when you have that opportunity to live in a situation like that, it's everything.
We're always trying to get our friends and families to move over here. We would recommend Fulton Homes to our friends and our family, and we have recommended Fulton Homes to our friends and our family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Disturbed. Live. Oh, the 25th anniversary of the 5-time platinum album, The Sickness. 2 sets, 1 show, The Sickness in its entirety, and greatest hits with special guests, Daughtry, and nothing more. May 15th, PHX Arena, formerly Footprint Center. Tickets are on sale now at LiveNation.com. Disturbed. Live.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
D-backs Giants. Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Want impact players here. That's what I always tell Mike. And you got to impact the game offensively, defensively, and run the bases. If you're just getting by here, we don't want those types of players, because we have really good players on this team, in the system, and when you are making statements the way that Jordan Lawler is, we certainly are taking notice. He's a once every 5-year type of player. That's what he potentially can do. We just got to make sure that we're giving him the chance to show us that he's able to do that.
That was Torey Lovullo yesterday, and that was pregame yesterday, before we knew Jordan Lawler was going to get called up, though I would imagine, based off of how much Torey Lovullo talked about Jordan Lawler, he knew Jordan Lawler was probably getting called up because he spoke about him at great lengths. It became official this morning. Jordan Lawler called up from AAA Reno, along with Kendall Graveman. Luis Castillo and Garrett Hampson are no longer with, or at least have been, let go from the organization. Let's not bury the lead. Jordan Lawler is here. What do you know?
Well, Nick Picoro had the nugget late last night.
Yes.
Late last night.
Props
I think I was
to
already
Nick.
in bed. So Nick had that, hey, they're going to call up Lawler. So good job by Nick there. Here's what I found out. I do not expect that Lawler will play tonight as a starter. Now, he could get into the game at some point, but the plan is that he will be the shortstop tomorrow against Robbie Ray. So they go against Verlander tonight. I don't believe that Lawler will play tonight. I'm 90% sure on this information that Lawler does not play tonight, but he will play tomorrow, most likely at shortstop for Geraldo Perdomo. What I can tell you is that the plan is that he will play second base, shortstop, and third base. He will not play the outfield, although he can. The plan is not for him to play the outfield. The plan is for him to get around 4 games a week.
Okay.
Now, that plan could change, but their belief is that they can get him 4 or 5 games a week by mixing and matching Ketel Marte, filling at second for Ketel, filling at third for Perdomo, filling it at short for Perdomo, filling at third for Suarez. Those guys could also be moved to DH.
Okay.
So, Gritchick could play some outfield if you got to give somebody a breather. Those guys could all be designated hitters. So the plan is that they will get him games at second, short, and third. And the plan is that he's up, hopefully for good, and they feel that they're easily going to be able to get him 4 games a week to play.
Which is kind of what we've always, what you have always said here on the show, that once he comes up, they want him to stay. Once they come out, they don't want to be bouncing him back and forth, up and down, and things like that. Now, we'll see if they stick with that. But Torey Lovullo yesterday was asked, again, kind of like the plan that you just said a second ago, having him bounce around positions. Is there a problem with that in Torey's mind?
Now, playing, and you ask about bouncing around, I am very concerned about that. I know what that feels like. Personally, I know what that feels like. So my questions are, I know he's going to impact the game offensively, but you can't totally count on it all the time. What's he going to do defensively? Is he able to move around comfortably and play 3 positions comfortably, making his plays? And the answers have been yes. So that's the space I live in.
He was doing really well in the minors, and they just felt like they were ready to put him on the team now. They sent him down to get regular at-bats. The reason he got sent down to the minors was to go get regular at-bats. They feel like right now he's kind of gotten enough at-bats. They wanted to reward him. They felt like, that he's a good player and that he should be on this team. And it's as simple as that. They felt like Jordan Lawler was a good player and that he deserved to be on this roster to help this baseball team win. And that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. There was a feeling like with him missing all of last year is like we got to make sure he gets the at-bats. How many? Do you see how many he got in the minors?
He got 152 this year.
152 at-bats in the minors.
173 plate appearances, 152
And
at-bats.
I think, there was a certain amount that they were like comfortable with. Okay, we're comfortable. He got those regular at-bats. And now they're going to bring him up and he's going to get a chance to play. They're going to move him around. That's just the way it is. Now, injury happens, guy goes on, an injured list, or just a guy hurt something, you might get a run of 4 or 5 days at a certain position. That happens. But the plan now, and plans can change, the plan now is that he will play second base, shortstop, third base, no outfield, get him the at-bats. He'll fill in for those other guys. Those other guys can play DH on days that they don't play or get a day off. And I expect that he'll be in the lineup tomorrow against Robbie Ray in San Francisco.
You talk about the reason why. I want to play this again from Troy Lavello because I open up the segment with it. He wants impact players here.
I want impact players here. That's what I always tell Mike. And you got to impact the game offensively, defensively, and run the bases. If you're just getting by here, we don't want those types of players, because we have really good players on this team, in the system, and when you are making statements the way that Jordan Lawler is, we certainly are taking notice. He's a once every 5-year type of player. That's what he potentially can do. We just got to make sure that we're giving him the chance to show us that he's able to do that.
To your point about moving around, in the minors this year, he played 141. This is according to Nick, who wrote this, Nick Bacoro from AZ Central. 141 innings at second base, 90 innings at shortstop, 72 innings at third. So they've moved him around quite a bit down there to give him a little sampling of everything. His offensive numbers are ridiculous. They're through the roof. They just MLB.com recently came out with their prospect ranking. He's ranked number 4 in all of baseball in terms of the 4th best prospect. Ironically, he's actually kind of gone through a little bit of a slump the last 6 games.
He's 4 for 20 something.
6 for 35.
6 for 35.
Hitting 171. His overall numbers, though, are spectacular. He's hitting 336. He's got a 992 OPS. He's got 6 homers. He's got 31 RBI. He's got 15 doubles. He's got 13 stolen bases. I mean, he's been and so now, look, as I drop my glasses, what this does is, okay, the tease I read was like this, the franchise savior. I hope Jordan Lawler isn't coming here thinking he needs to be the franchise savior. The franchise is doing okay. Could it do better? Yes, it could do better.
He needs to be himself and do what he's doing in the minors.
He doesn't need to come here and save the organization, save the team.
He's 22 years old.
He takes a good team and make it a little bit better.
Stronger.
Because if this team can get even just a little bit better, they should be everything that we thought they were going to be, right? Like they're not there yet, and I don't know if it's because of their offense. It's probably mostly because of their bullpen, if we're just being honest with everybody about it. But it's clear the Diamondbacks, while good, have not been the version of themselves that we thought they could be. And I think if Jordan Lawler can inch them closer to that vision, we'll be good.
The only thing we didn't know, and I had said last week, I expected Jordan Lawler will play a significant role on the Diamondbacks this season, is what I was told, that it's not a September call-up. It's going to be at some point he's going to get called up. We didn't know when. It's now. It's a little bit earlier, probably than I would have thought, but it's the right time. They figured out a way to get him those at-bats. That was what they were wrestling with. They wanted to make sure he got enough at-bats in the minors because he is 22, and he did miss last season. So they wanted to make sure he got some at-bats, but now they feel like, hey, he can help them. So it was never about, like, trying to keep him down there and service time and all these things that people kept asking me about. It was just a matter of how do you get the right fit? Because Suarez is an everyday third baseman, Perdomo is an everyday shortstop, and Marte is an everyday second baseman. How do you find at bats for him? And it's like, okay, Marte gets 1 day off, Suarez gets 1 day off, Geraldo gets a day off, and then you find one more day for him to play.
I think the organization's track record on this, especially when it comes to Corbin Carroll, I think it's safe to trust the organization on this one. You know, like this is they brought Corbin Carroll up, and they said service time be damned. We're just bringing it up because he's ready, and they got an extra draft pick actually because they didn't really care about Corbin Carroll's service time, which was kind of cool. So I don't think it. I think it is exactly the way you were saying. It's just making sure he got the at bats, and now his at-bats become must-see stuff, right? Like every single night and where he plays in the field. And you know we're going to have these conversations. Do we like him better at second? Do we like him better at short? Do we like him better at third?
I hope we like him better at third.
Where does he project to? So, well, I mean, you say that, but there's been some thought about eventually moving Cattell over to first.
He's so good
and making Lawler at second. He is, but with the injuries and the hamstrings and things like that, would he be less prone to get injured over there? There's been at least some conversation out there in the ether
can't rule
about
it out.
that.
Can't rule it out.
No, but
he played 2 years ago. He got a cup of coffee with the big league club 2 years ago.
Didn't
Jordan.
hit very well. No,
didn't hit very well.
Didn't make an impact at all.
But now he's older now. Again, he's still only 22 years old. This is a good move for them. Looking forward to it. People are asking, why not today? Why is he not playing today? Why would you call him up and not play him today? The answer is maybe it's the matchup. Maybe they feel like it's a better matchup for him going up against Robbie Ray in his first game as a Diamondback this year than it is against Justin Verlander.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, we have 1 hour and 34 minutes left to play Tankathon.
I'm going to close my eyes.
Everybody get in on the fun because the fun ends today at 4. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. I used to think the NFL draft was the league's biggest flex. This is fast becoming the league's biggest flex because they are not giving us any information we don't already know other than the sequencing of games. And we already also know that the sequencing of games is meaningless right now because of injuries and all that kind of stuff. Week to week, we all know the NFL is a week-to-week proposition. And yet, it's now become a big-time event on the schedule. It's here. It's here, baby. The monster's back.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. Truly all of your needs. They've been around since 1976, and they're ready to help you right now. They've got a great plumbing special because a lot of people out there, you ignore your plumbing. You've got slow-moving drains. They need to be fixed. You've got a toilet bowl that's not flushing properly. Your water, you've got slow-running water. You're trying to figure out why. Well, you can get a tune-up for $129. First of all, they're going to come out. They're going to flush your water heater. That's going to save your water heater. Going to get rid of all the hard water sediments on the bottom of the tank. You're going to flush that out, and that's going to help preserve the tank, make it last longer. They're also going to check the water pressure, inspect all the fixtures, including the hose bibs. You're going to get a free water quality test to know exactly what type of water you have, because Arizona has terrible water, but it would be good to know what type of water you have, and they're going to flush that water heater for you, like I said, all for $129. That's a great price to have Christian Brothers come out for that plumbing tune-up. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are. are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Ario Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
Crush to left. Jordan Lawler ties the game.
Maybe we'll see some of that at the big league level because the Diamondbacks announced today top prospect Jordan Lawler is with the Diamondbacks as they're getting set for a series in San Francisco. Lawler's not the only one joining the big league club. Kendall Graveman has been activated from the injured list and is joining as well. Diamondbacks, as I mentioned, are in the Bay playing the Giants, first of 3 games, and it's the last 3 games of this 16 games and 16-day stretch. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound. He'll oppose Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And in the NBA, prior to tonight's games, is the draft lottery. Suns don't have a spot in the lottery, but the Houston Rockets have theirs, and the lottery is at 4 later today. We will update you where Houston will be picking in that Suns spot. We've also got Game 4 between the Celtics and Knicks from New York, with the Knicks up 2-1. Coverage of that will start at 4 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and are the Diamondbacks rested enough to play a game in San Francisco tonight? Big game for the Diamondbacks. We'll talk about it tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo show on this Monday. Sorry for the long pause there. Dramatic long
I was trying to figure out what the hell you were doing.
I was trying to figure out what the hell I was doing, too.
What are we talking about now?
I didn't know if I had any sound to play here or if it's...
That one was unexpected.
You going to play Tankathon for me? You want to do it real quick?
Oh, I could do Tankathon.
I'll do Tankathon, too.
Right,
Let's
all
see.
right.
All right, simulate lottery. Here we go.
First.
Binga bang, the 10th. 10th. I'll take 10th.
Okay, here we go.
Works for me. Go for you. Got the... What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You doing? He's got the Houston Rockets with the first pick overall in the NBA draft. That's like the 5th.
Not allowed to go on the website anymore. You're done. I'm sorry.
Like the 5th.
He asked me to play it. I just played it.
The 5th time that's happened to you. What's wrong with you?
It's not me. It's the computer. Want me to break this? How about I break the computer if they get the number 1 pick?
No, that's expensive. That's an expensive piece of equipment. Don't do that. Okay. And while I'm sure you could afford a... I know, you're pointing to the gopher.
Oh, he's gone.
You're pointing to the gopher.
If the Rockets get the number 1 pick, the gopher's gone.
You're breaking the gopher?
I am.
I haven't decided what I'm breaking yet. The last time we did this...
Breaking Bad?
I broke... Yeah, I'm going to break Bad. Walter White and Jesse. I'm going to go find those 2 guys. So today is the draft lottery.
Yes.
It's at 4 o'clock. We're going to bring it to you live. If everything goes according to plan and the Houston Rockets end up with the 9th pick or the 10th pick or the 11th pick, that's it. We're done. We're going to back out and talk about what it means, and we'll tell you the rest of the results, but obviously we don't care. If we get to number 9 and the Houston Rockets have not been revealed yet as the team when they open the envelope, if we get to number 8 and the Houston Rockets haven't come up yet, that means they've moved up to either 4, 3, 2, or 1, which is just like disaster at that point. And at that point, we're going to stay with it and talk about it. It's disaster no matter what. The Suns have given up the 9th pick in this year's draft, the 10th pick in this year's draft, whatever it ends up being. That's going to be a good player, and Houston's going to have a very interesting choice there.
Yeah.
But if it's number 1 or number 2 or number 3, it is going to be an utter disaster for the Suns.
And what's crazy is that the Rockets didn't get this pick from the Suns. They got it from the Nets.
Right.
They got this pick from the Nets, and now they've got a 3.8% chance of winning the lottery. The last time the Houston Rockets won the lottery, by the way, Yao Ming. The last time they won the lottery, that's who they got. His career was cut short by injuries, but he was a dominant player when they got him. So that's when they got Yao. They got Yao Ming was the last time they won it all.
Which was a long time ago. Whereas the Suns, I know it's not the Suns.
2003, I think it was.
Yao
2003.
Ming was 2003.
Yep.
So the numbers, all right, and here's what it looks like. The numbers are, I'm scrolling down to it right now. There is a 3.5% chance it'll drop to 11. There's a 28% chance it'll drop to 10. There's about a 51% chance it'll be number 9. Okay, and I didn't add it up, so I don't know. But 51 plus 28 plus 3.5, it's either 9, 10, or 11, with a slight chance that it's going to be 12. There's a 3.8% chance they're at number 1, 4.1% chance they're number 2, 4.5 it's number 3,
Right.
4.9 it's number 4.
And
Those are the
everybody
odds
talks
we're
about-
looking at.
So everybody talks about Cooper Flagg, but you've got the Trey Johnson kid from Texas. You got Dylan Harper from Rutgers, VJ Edgecombe, the kid from Baylor. There's some really good players in this draft. You got the 2 Rutgers kids. So I think that's what you're looking at, too. I mean, you're looking at, Ace Bailey was the kid. I couldn't remember his name.
Ace Bailey.
The Rutgers kid. There are some really good players. I like the kid out of Maryland, Derek Queen. He's expected to be a top 10 pick. This is a good draft. Lawrence Guard from Illinois, the Lithuanian kid. He's going to be a top pick. There's going to be a lot of good players in here. And so, either way, even the kid from Arizona, Carter Bryant, I think I've seen him in some top 10s recently.
Have you?
Either way, you're looking at a really good player that could have been yours that's now going to go to the Houston Rockets if they decide to keep this pick. And you're hoping that you're just hoping it's 9 rather than 1, 2, or 3 because again, it's just more egg on your face.
Yeah.
Because when you trade it, listen, let's get to the nutshell here. Cut to the nutshell?
Cut to the nutshell.
Let's cut to the chase.
Cut to the chase, or let's put it in a nutshell. Yeah, okay, yeah. We're not cutting to a nutshell.
Speaking very well today.
No, that's okay.
When the Phoenix Suns traded for Kevin Durant, there's not a snowball's chance in hell they thought this would be a top 10 pick in the draft.
That's the thing.
I mean, you gave this pick up, and there's no way that now you start to look at the future picks when you get to 27 or 29. Okay, you got to figure at that time Kevin Durant might be out of the league, probably be out of the league. But there's no way they thought that this pick right here, in 2025, was going to be a top 10 pick with a chance at being the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
I'm so glad you said it because that is really the surprise of all of this. I don't think anybody would have been surprised that the 27 pick was very valuable or the 29 pick was very valuable. That's why it was so shocking. But this one already, as quickly as it's been,
right,
is what scares you about the other picks and just how much they're going to be worth when it all comes. There's another element to consider here too, and that is based off of the results tonight. Now, I don't know what the timeline is for the Suns to be competitive again in the Western Conference, but based off of the results tonight, there are some Western Conference teams who could get a whole lot better a whole lot quickly. Looking at you, San Antonio. Looking at you, Houston. Looking at you, Portland. Teams that could affect in a roundabout way the Phoenix Suns' ability to compete by making the West that much tougher and that much deeper. I mean, they're all in the lottery anyway, but if some of those Western Conference teams move up, I would think that just makes the Suns' challenge even more pronounced moving forward, I would think.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're looking at too. Is like and a lot of things play out in like, okay, if a team does jump up and gets Cooper Flagg or somebody they really like, does that change their ability to want Kevin Durant? If you're Houston, does it change your ability to get Durant? Or
Dallas.
If you're San Antonio or all of these teams, you look at it and you say, okay, what if they got the number 1 pick or number 2 pick? Would it affect their ability to want Kevin Durant? So that's something that we're focused on. That's something that we're looking at. The Jazz have, I believe, the highest odds to get him, but the Jazz have not had a lot of success. Even with that, the odds are, 14% for the Jazz?
Utah, Washington, and Charlotte each have the same odds. 14% at number one for those three teams.
Right.
And New Orleans goes down to 12.5, Philly's 10.5. You're right about the Western Conference teams, though. If we kind of dismiss Utah and to a certain extent New Orleans and kind of take them out of the equation and say we're not really worried about them, the teams that I think on your radar screen to be worried about would be the Spurs, would be the Rockets, it would be Portland, and it'd be Dallas.
Can I throw in Oklahoma City?
Sure.
Oklahoma City has a 36% chance of getting a top 10 pick based off the results. If the Sixers are chosen before number 6 overall, their pick goes to Oklahoma City thanks to the Al Horford salary dump in 2020.
If it falls between 7 and 14, it goes to Oklahoma City.
It goes to Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a high pick.
Sure. So, and another asset for them to potentially use in this offseason. If we're now,
they may like the player.
They may like the play, but sitting where they're sitting in their series against Denver, at least it's conceivable. Oklahoma City could be. Nice hat, by the way, Mitch. Turn the mic on there so everybody who's watching on YouTube
I was going to bring up
the
they also pick at 15, so they could have 2 top 15 picks.
So they're in a position where this postseason doesn't give them the fruit they're looking for, man, they're again as usual
all
loaded.
The assets
loaded. All the assets in the world.
Who do you want? Who do you want that's available? You can make an offer.
Yeah.
The Suns draft lottery history, just quickly. They've moved up once.
This is what I was looking for. Yes.
Times that Phoenix Suns have moved up once. Times they've stayed in the same spot 10. Times they've moved down 6.
Yeah, they haven't had a lot of luck in this.
They've moved down 6. They've stayed in the same spot 10. They've moved up once.
Yeah. And the one time they won the draft lottery, it's DeAndre Ayton. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the second round of the NBA playoffs has been all over the place. Just look at this past weekend, which is what we're going to do next on Burns and Gambo.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of Get It Nowhere Else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. At your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here. She's got today's Twitter poll question of the day. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. And of course, since I'm mentioning social media, you on Facebook at Burns and Gambo, on X at Burns and Gambo, on Instagram at Burns and Gambo, and at YouTube at Arizona_sports. Subscribe to Arizona Sports on YouTube.
And a podcast.
And watch the show. And the podcast, which you can download and listen to.
I was just reading today. It's the top 100 Arizona sports podcasts by 1 million podcasts. And they rated the Burns and Gambo Show as the #1 podcast in Arizona. How about that?
So it's not a waste that I cut up these hours for podcast form.
30 Arizona sports podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show was #1.
Yeah, so when we're done with the show, yeah.
And our boys got number 21, State of the Sun Devils, with Jeremy Schnell, Jesse Morrison, and Damon Allred. Came in at number 21, State of the Sun Devils.
Fantastic. That's great. Yeah, Lauren, when the show is done, Lauren or Mitch, they'll take the show and they'll kind of like pare it down to podcast form. So they do the extra work on that. So thank you, guys.
After every hour, when you're done.
After every hour, it's there and you can listen to it.
You should listen to it. It's ranked as the #1 podcast in Arizona.
Yeah, please.
Didn't even know that. I didn't even know we had a podcast, really.
What?
But now I know.
What?
I don't really.
What do you think I do back here?
I don't really consider us a podcast.
Of course.
I know we're on everything now. We're on YouTube. We're on Instagram. We're on Spotify. We're on everything. MySpace. We're on everything. I get it.
You think I'm just clicking the mouse for fun? Your silence was damning.
Yeah. Apparently he does.
Yeah, apparently.
We don't do it in like podcast form, as Burnsy was explaining it to me. But it is it is put out as a podcast, and it was ranked as the #1 sports podcast.
There's one thing we've come to learn about Gambo. He's a very linear thinker, right? Like it's just, what do? I host a radio show, right? That's fine.
Yeah.
You know, I at 2 o'clock until 6 o'clock, I host a radio show in this straight line. But podcasts and video, hi YouTubers, hello. Haven't chatted with you yet today, but thanks for watching us. There's so many other ways for you to get the show, including apparently is the #1 podcast.
It is ranked #1 podcast.
Woo, that was a journey. Lauren, what's our poll question today? What do you got?
We're asking, which position do you think that Jordan Lawler will play the most at this season with the Diamondbacks?
Oh boy.
Shortstop, second base, third base, or DH?
It's going to be so even. Because it's not like they... It's going to be so even, but I'm going to say third.
I was going to say third, and I don't think it's going to be as even as Gambo thinks, only because Eugenio Suarez has not been a plus defender this year. Perdomo has, Cattell has. I think at the end of the day, it's going to be more third, and I don't know if it's going to be that close. But third base, yeah.
And third base is leading the way with 43% of the vote, 28% going with second base, 19% going with DH, and 10% going with shortstop.
All right, thank you, Lauren. That's a great question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page, @Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Gambo, 4 NBA playoff series going on right now. Which one do you want to talk about? Because we're only going to give each one about a minute or so's worth of conversation. What do you got? Where do you want to start?
Let's start with the Celtics.
Let's
start with the Celtics.
With the Boston Celtics.
They hit 23-pointers. They won Game 3. That was the team. We had a debate about this the other day, which team could more likely to come back. And I said it's still the Celtics. They went 20 for 40 from three-point range in Game 3. They were 25 for 100 in their first 2 losses. Jaylen Brown was good. Derek White was good. They bounced back. They won that game in New York at the Garden, and they made this a series again. Jason Tatum finally played well, 22 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists, and they beat the Knicks pretty easily in that game, 115-93.
20 of 40 from distance after they went 25% in the first 2 games. They had a 31-point lead. It was never in jeopardy of blowing it, and that was even with Jason Tatum not having a great shooting game and Jaylen Brown not having a great shooting game. It was good enough for them. They made their threes. They got up big. Let's stay in the East. The Pacers demolished the Cleveland Cavaliers, who are starting to look and smell like they've been left out too long, man.
Now Donovan Mitchell's hurt.
Donovan Mitchell's hurt. He couldn't play in the second half of that game. They're down 3-1.
Mark Price ain't walking through that door, is he?
They are in. I mean, they're a 64-win. We went through this.
Yeah.
In some ways, they're us, right? Like a couple years ago. Phoenix Suns won 64 games, couldn't get out of the second round against the Dallas Mavericks. The Cleveland Cavaliers are like on the verge of being exactly that same team against the Pacers, and that's a terrible place to be in. We all know.
Pacers tied an NBA playoff record by building a 41-point halftime lead Sunday in Game 4. We know what it's like to be done at halftime of a game here in Phoenix, because we had a few of those in the playoffs.
Yes, we have.
One to Dallas, one to Denver, right, where they're just absolutely blown out. So 80-39. The score was 80-39. That they were winning that basketball game. And it does. It looks like, it looks like the Cavaliers are done. The Pacers are playing with such confidence.
MRI for Donovan Mitchell going forward, as you mentioned, on his injured ankle. Rick Carlisle trying to save the victory parades for now.
We haven't done anything yet. We're a pretty significant underdog in every game we've played in this series, and that will continue till the end. And we're going to keep approaching this like we have everything to prove.
Clearly, though, I think the most compelling series of the second round has become OKC versus Denver.
If I would have told you, Jokic was 8 for 25 from the field, 0 for 10 from deep, and had 8 turnovers in a basketball game, you would have thought the Nuggets lost.
100%.
They won. They beat Oklahoma City in overtime, 113-104. And
on Friday, but then on Sunday.
Yep, and then on Sunday, Shai bounced back, 25 points. They won the game, tied the series 2-2. This is a hell of a series.
Mitch and I, every time you say Shai Gilgeous' name wrong, Mitch and I always just give each other a look.
Shy.
You just go Shy.
You're shy to say his name properly. That's what
I don't say, I mess up. At least
Mitch and I just look at each other every time.
I can't say... I'll watch a game and I'll hear a guy's name 10 times and I'll mispronounce it the next day.
The guy's gonna win the MVP this year. You can't get.
Who's the guy in the Dodgers? Pages.
That one's a little more complex, though.
Yeah.
I can't I'll hear the guy. I'll hear Berthiaume mention it 5,000 times every time the guy comes up in a series, and I still can't pronounce.
But that's
the name.
Andy Pages. He's kind of whatever. This is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's not shy. He's Shai, but whatever, man. You just keep.
Did I call him Shy?
Every time you call him by his name, you call him Shy.
No, do I?
Every time.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
There you go. There you go. Actually, keep calling him Shy.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
It's kind of funny.
I can do it.
Can you do it? Can you do it?
I'm trying to get Perdomo to Perdomo.
You've been so good on that lately.
I'm trying.
Oh my, you've been so good on that lately.
There's this misconception that I don't mind that. I really do mind that I mispronounce. I'm trying. I wish I didn't mispronounce so many things.
Do you want me to? Do you want me to call you out every time you call him?
No, because it's going to be half the show, like mispronouncing names.
No, I
mispronounced the name earlier today, talking about somebody.
Shay specifically.
It wasn't Shay.
Do you want me to call you out for Shay, or you want me to just let it go? Let me know.
I don't care. I don't care. It was somebody
We need to
else's
just
name,
keep
right?
letting it go so that Burnsy and I can exchange the look
Just
across
the look.
glass.
A compelling series, an ugly game yesterday between these two. They were clearly tired having to play in the early window and then having that late game on Friday. But that series is tied 2-2. And yet, Nikola Jokic is going through one of the toughest three-game stretches he perhaps ever has in his entire career. And the Minnesota beat Golden State on Saturday, 102-97. Julius Randle triple-double in that game as the Warriors trying to find a way to survive without Steph, and they could not survive. And that's despite a great game from Butler, great game from Kuminga on Saturday.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't enough against Minnesota.
I mean, you're taking out one of the best players in the history of the game.
Yes.
Like, you're not going to beat the Timberwolves and Julius Randle. For all the knocks on Julius Randle, and I know they gave up Cat, he's been so good for them.
He has.
He's been so good for them. And I know a lot of people I don't understand. I never understood it. He's a tough, hard-nosed son of a gun. And he's a good basketball player. He's not Karl Anthony Towns, but if you go look at what he's done for that team this year, I think he's been terrific for them.
When we come back, A.J. Puck is out. Justin Martinez is out. The options used at closer have not been great. Should the Diamondbacks consider using him instead?
Who?
That's what we'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
Suns' new general manager, Brian Gregory.
My main focus right now is hiring the next head coach of the Phoenix Sun and hiring a great one. I'm not going to give a timetable because I want to make sure that we get this right. Finding that head coach that is aligned. Finding that head coach that has the attributes that are important to us.
We talk about a new horizon for the Suns today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
I'll tell you about a company as a homeowner you need to know. You need to remember this company because I'm telling you, as a homeowner, at some point, you're going to want to use them. JLC Roofing. They specialize in all types of roofs. They service the entire valley. They're A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. They're licensed, they're bonded, they're insured. They even do emergency roof repairs, roof replacements, and commercial roofing. Retail, government, hospitals, banks, schools, warehouses, office buildings, you name it, they've roofed it. Why would you use JLC Roofing over another company? I'm going to tell you why. A roofer-owned roofing company. Yeah, it's a dying art, but not with them. JLC Roofing is family-owned for generations, from the grandfather to the father to the son. That's in their blood. It's what they do. They do roofs. They didn't sell out to some big company. They take a lot of pride in the work that they do. They've got a lot of great customers in the Valley, and they would love to make you a customer as well. All you have to do is give JLC Roofing a call at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if I am ever hurt in an accident, I am calling Sweet James. That's right, I already know that's the team I want on my side, and so should you, because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. For example, one of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light. The insurance company offered them $60,000. Now that might seem like a lot of money, but with Sweet James protecting them, they were awarded $745,000 instead. Now, they can't guarantee outcomes, but the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION for a free consultation, and don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. Call the firm that wins the most. Call Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. DiscSpine.com, proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "Enjoy life again," or "Get back to living. Wouldn't that be nice?" DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ahead of tonight's Diamondbacks game, the Snakes made a much-anticipated roster move.
Crush to left, Jordan Lawler ties the game!
He's here, along with Kendall Graveman, of course, both of them officially joining the big league roster. In corresponding moves, Garrett Hampson and Jose Castillo were designated for assignment. The Diamondbacks, these are the final 3 games of their 16-16 games in days stretch. They're wrapping things up in San Francisco against the Giants, first of 3. Merrill Kelly is on the mound tonight. He'll oppose Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And then in the NBA, prior to tonight's games, is the draft lottery. Suns don't have a spot in the lottery as it was traded away, but Houston has that spot. So when the lottery comes down at around 4 o'clock, we will be reacting to where Houston ends up. And then after that lottery is done, we've got Game 4 between the Celtics and the Knicks from New York. Knicks are up 2-1 over the defending champs. Coverage will start at 4. That'll be over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Whether you need adjustments to an existing estate plan or just need to get one started, the attorneys at Morris Hall are ready to help. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Suns are not involved in tonight's draft lottery, but it is still pivotal for them. We'll react to what goes down in Chicago tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, 3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo show on this Monday. The Arizona Diamondbacks in the Bay Area tonight taking on the San Francisco Giants for the first time. First of 3 coming up tonight at 6:45. Obviously, as Mitch just said, and trending now, the news of the day, Jordan Lawler has been called up by the organization along with Kendall Graveman. Gambo reporting that Lawler will not be in the lineup tonight. The lineup is out, by the way, and he's not in it. Yes.
You want me to read it off real quick?
Yeah, please read it off for me.
Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Pavin Smith at DH, Josh Naylor, Suarez, Moreno, Gurriel Jr. 7th, Thomas, and then Perdomo.
Okay. Yeah, I was told, and I reported earlier that he was not going to play today, but will be a start. Will it be in this? He will be in the starting lineup tomorrow and most likely play shortstop.
And the Diamondbacks coming off of a 4-game split against the LA Dodgers.
Yeah.
Attendance was unbelievable. It was huge. There were so many things that happened this weekend to talk about. I heard Wolf and Luke talking about this earlier. It really did kind of like dominate the landscape all weekend here. You know, it helps when your NBA team's not in the playoffs. You don't really have anything else going on. But every single game felt like it was a big deal, whether it was fought on Thursday, whether it was the blown lead on Friday, Corbin Burns on Saturday, and then what happened yesterday was Zach Gallen in the split. We're kind of like looking at little individual things that happened over the 4-game series and saying, okay, let's have a conversation about that. And let's have a conversation about that. The thing we want to have a conversation about right now is the role that Ryan Nelson filled to a T on Saturday night. It took him, 18 pitches? 11? I think it was 18 pitches to get through
Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman.
The 8th and the 9th for the Diamondbacks in that 2-inning save. And I got to admit, watching the game,
wow,
I kind of had the same thought you did in email form. I'm like, should we be thinking about something different for Ryan Nelson here? Because he looked really good shutting that game down.
He was a closer at Oregon. If you go look at his stats when he was at Oregon, you'll see that, that he, like in 2017, he started 1 game, he pitched in 9. 2018 at Oregon, he didn't have any starts, 16 appearances. 2019, 23 appearances, only 4 were starts. So he was like their closer. So, He was so great in getting those 3 guys out in that 8th inning. Ohtani lined out, Betts struck out, Freeman grounded out. Then, of course, 1, 2, 3 in the 9th. First save last year was against San Diego. It was an 11-2 win, but he pitched 3 innings. It was an odd save, but he got the save. This one was a much different situation because it was a 3-0 game. Corbin Burns had pitched so well, and you wanted to make sure you got him that win. And they turned it to Ryan Nelson. And I just got to be honest with you. For the first time in a long time, I just had this, they're going to win this game. And almost every other time, I'm on the edge of my seat, and I have no idea if they're going to win a game or not.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's J-Mart, Puck, Ginkel, Thompson, Mantiply. It doesn't matter who's pitching. I've always felt unease with those guys. And when Ryan Nelson came into that baseball game, I was like, they're going to win this game. Ryan Nelson, I don't care.
You felt very sure about it.
Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, no problem. 1, 2, 3. Which brings up the question is, shouldn't he just be the freaking closer? Shouldn't he just be the closer?
Shouldn't he just be the closer?
He was a closer in college.
I know, he was. And if you... Okay, so here's where you're at the crossroads if you're the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Okay.
Path 1... You make Ryan Nelson your closer, okay? And you commit to that vision of him all season long. It automatically makes him ineligible to be your 6th starter should anything come to that. He will take himself out of that equation. He will be taken out of that equation. And then when you get Justin Martinez and AJ Puck back, do you regret it because either one of them could still be your closer, and now you've just burned Ryan Nelson's ability to be a starter if somebody goes down with injury? That's path number 1. Path number 2 is you keep Ryan Nelson right where he's at. Long relief, and he's building up his arm, and he's maintaining that pitch count so that if something happens to somebody, he can step in on a moment's notice, which is great, except that this organization right now has a pronounced need in the bullpen to get better, and a commitment to Ryan Nelson would make them better, just like that. Just like that.
You'd
You would
have
add a high-quality arm in their bullpen.
Right.
They could deploy whenever they wanted.
Puck in the 7, J.
Not
Martin
worry
the
about
8.
the plan, not worry about we're saving him, or we got to make sure this. So I guess the question for you and every Diamondback fan out there is, which version of Ryan Nelson do you prefer? Which one has more value to the Diamondbacks this year?
Listen, it's been discussed, but they're not going to do it. But it has been discussed.
Okay.
With the Diamondbacks brass. Can we make Ryan Nelson the closer? The feeling is that the way the bullpen looks now is not the way the bullpen's going to look in a few weeks.
You said that earlier, yeah.
That's their feeling, is that the way the bullpen looks right now, it's not going to look like this in a few weeks. Puck will be back. J-Mart will be back. They'll feel like they're whole again. I think that they're still holding on to Ryan Nelson as the possibility to be the 6th starter. especially with Eduardo Rodriguez really, really scuffling right now. He just had I thought he was okay going into that game, but his ERA 7.30.
He was awful
He was just terrible.
What night was that? Friday night.
Friday night.
He was awful on Friday night.
Yeah, they got down 8-3. He couldn't get anybody out. He was gone in less than 3 innings. So I still believe that the path for Ryan Nelson is keep him on the path he's on right now. 2 innings here, 3 innings there, and just hold on to him as a potential sixth starter.
So you think that's the better path?
No, I think he should close now.
Oh, no, so you don't. Okay, you think he should close.
I think he should close. I disagree with disagree with them. Not by a lot, but I'm telling you, when Ryan Nelson came into the game on Saturday, I was like, he's got this. I just have confidence in him. That I don't have confidence. And I love Ginkle. I didn't have confidence in him the other night. I don't have confidence in J Mart. I don't have confidence in Ryan Thompson. I don't have confidence in anybody.
Yeah.
Shelby Miller? Yeah, I've got some confidence in Shelby Miller. I got confidence in Shelby.
They definitely, when they used Shelby over the weekend, it was definitely with you're here to get Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman out. Like, we're saving you for this moment of the game, and he did very well.
They brought in Mantiply. He's back. Oh. His role is to get Ohtani out. He couldn't do it.
And he had good numbers against Ohtani,
Great
too,
numbers.
in his career. I think it was like 1 for 9 against him, and Mantiply.
He looks like he's toast this year.
He does look like he's got not much, a whole lot left. Yeah.
So I would honestly think about Ryan Nelson as the closer. And then I could have, Ryan Thompson, Ginkle, Puck, Shelby Miller, and J Mart, however I wanted it for the 6th, 7th, and 8th. I could always have a fresh arm. And I just make Ryan Nelson my closer. They're not going to do it, but it's been discussed. It has been discussed.
I have a feeling they're going to need Ryan Nelson to be a starter at some point this season.
And that's
I don't know when.
Yes.
And I don't know for who.
Yep.
I have a feeling that at some point this year, we're going to be really glad they used Ryan Nelson this way. Now, if the challenge is going to be giving him the innings and the pitches and making sure his arm stays built up. It's always going to be the challenge for him. And at some point, they've been really good about it, right? They've been really good about making sure he gets his work so that he's somewhat built up, and that's good. But at some point, if that just gets harder and harder to do it, this plan B, your plan B of making him a closer or a reliever, it's a great plan. It is a great plan. You just burn him for the rotation if you ever need him.
You do.
And they're going to need him. I'd be willing to bet more than a lunch that at some point they're going to be very glad they did this with Ryan Nelson.
What do you need more? Do you need a fifth starter more? Or do you need a guy who can actually close a baseball game because they've blown 8 saves?
I think because Puck and Martinez and Graveman are coming back, I still think you need a starter more. Not now, but you will.
At some point.
At some point you will. I still think that's a more valuable spot for him to be in.
I wonder if we ever did a poll question on that, what the people would think. Would you want to have Ryan Nelson as your closer right now or still keep him available to maybe be your starter?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that question would be. Do you want Lauren to put one out?
Someday.
Someday. Someday? What the hell
if you want, you can.
What is this?
You can do today or tomorrow.
Someday, maybe it's tomorrow's poll question. Maybe you do that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. Speaking of the starting rotation, let's speak on the starting rotation. We saw the good. We saw the bad. Kind of saw the in-between yesterday. What do they do about it? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The NFL schedule release. Why is it important? Teams want to know if they're playing in an early season Miami monsoon or a blizzard in Buffalo in December. Fans want to know if they're going to tack on tickets at Soldier Field for their visit to Grandma's.
Stop Bears.
Or if there's another reason to hit Vegas for a long weekend.
Changing 500.
We'll share the NFL schedule as it's revealed. So keep it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, our YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
I know this. If it ever happens to us again, I know we're calling Berg Simpson. And I'm not waiting, and I'm not doing it, and I'm not putting it off just because the accident wasn't our fault. The last time we got into a serious accident, an automobile accident, it wasn't our fault, and I assumed that because it wasn't our fault, that we were going to be taken care of, that everything was going to be fine, and boy, was that a mistake. And if we had to do it all over again, certainly, I wouldn't wish that upon us, and I wouldn't wish it upon you. But if we had to do it again differently, I would have called Berg Simpson the next day, and I would have had them represent me, because even though the accident wasn't our fault, we got T-boned at an intersection years ago. Everything was a fight. Everything was a battle. Everything was just hard, and it shouldn't have been like that. And I trust Berg Simpson to make sure it wouldn't be like that because they're one of America's most influential law firms, and their individual attorneys are frequently listed as some of the best in America. They are just different than your typical law firm. If you're ever in need, let them represent you by calling 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Caroline seller must agree on price and possession.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Will the Diamondbacks be able to bounce back against another tough division foe? We'll be reacting to D-backs Giants tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
The payoff from Burns. That's a foul tip into the mid of Moreno for strike three. 7 shutout here against the Dodgers. It's a Burns masterclass here in the desert.
Sorry, I think that's funny.
What, a Burns masterclass
yeah,
here in the desert?
Yeah, he said my name.
He didn't mean you.
I know he didn't mean me, but it's a Burns masterclass here in the desert. Yeah.
The only time that may have ever been said in the entire
history of the world.
Like maybe a class in high school.
Exactly. So I'll take words that have never been said about me in the history of everything for 400, please,
Burns
Ken.
masterclass in algebra.
Never. It's never been said
Never?
about me. No, probably not. But Corbin Burns with an E was outstanding. I mean, outstanding on Saturday night.
Incredible.
Just like oh, yeah. That's what you paid $210 million for. There he is. I got him. I see it.
And another reason to believe, after the Fott outing the first game, that if you play the Dodgers in a playoff series, you've got a chance. Corbin Burns, 7 innings. Okay, missed a start, no issues, a little bit of a dead arm, nothing to worry about. He missed one turn. came back. He was so strong at the end of the game. The 1-2-3 seventh, he struck out Barnes to end his day. Little traffic on the bases here and there. Leadoff single to Ohtani in the first, but then got Betts to hit into a double play. Freeman a ground out. Leadoff single to Conforto in the third. Kim hits into a force out. Barnes pops out. He intentionally walks Ohtani after a disengagement. He threw over 3 times. And then he gets
second time he's done that, by the way, in his Diamondbacks career. I noticed he did that a couple of weeks ago, too.
I don't even think he knew it. And then he gets Betts to fly out. Pagaz? Did I get it right? I can't say his name. Pages. I'm just going to say Pages. Pages, 1 out single in the fourth.
Give it to him, Mitch. Give it to him.
He plays for the Dodgers. I'm fine with it this once.
Yeah. Enrique strikes out Enrique Conforto. Just, my bottom line is like every time he put somebody on base, and there weren't a lot of hits, but he walked 2 and he gave a 5. 7 guys got on base. I thought he was at his best with guys on base. I thought he was really at his best. Leadoff singles in the first, the third, and the fifth, no problem. I'm getting out of these. He was great. It was a masterpiece by him.
Yeah, it was. It was not that we needed that kind of reaffirmation, but it hasn't. He's been much better as of late. But admittedly, I think all of us have sort of been waiting for the show us, show us and I say that, and it makes it sound like we've been dissatisfied with Corbin Burnes. We haven't been dissatisfied with him. He's been fine, but you surprise everybody and you shock the world by spending $210 million. You expect $210 million, right? Like
I'm expecting a true ace to give you a chance to win every single time out there, yeah.
And we hadn't really gotten that version of him until Saturday night, and seeing it and recognizing that, hey, I'm going to take a start off, and I'm going to get the cortisone shot, and I'm going to come back. I'm going to throw a tick or two faster and harder than I was before, which is awesome. Apparently, he used the time to work on his cutter, to really talk with Brian Kaplan about making the cutter cut and do what he wanted it to do. It was great. It made him skipping that start on Monday completely, totally worth it. No problems whatsoever. He says he doesn't think he's going to have any issues the rest of the season. It was fantastic. It's great. It's the reason why you have a chance against the Dodgers and some of the elite in the National League team, because you have these guys to deploy in a series like this.
And again, I was so happy they went to Ryan Nelson to close that out and didn't have to go to any of the other guys because they've been struggling so much. But yeah, I think after Friday's loss, right, and this is what I want to see too from an ace. You have a devastating loss on Friday.
Yeah.
You're up 11-8. There's 3 outs to go. You give up 6 runs. You lose the baseball game. You're devastated. You don't sleep all night. You can't believe you lost that. And then your ace comes out and shuts out the Dodgers.
Yeah, and this is what I want to see from a team after a game like Friday night. Now,
totally agree.
It can't happen without Corbin Burnes, but that was maybe the most encouraging thing out of the weekend. That was devastating what happened to them on Friday night. That sucked.
And they bounced back.
And they bounced back.
No problem.
And it was because of him. I mean, it was mostly centered on him. But that's not only what I want to see out of an ace, that's what I want to see out of my baseball team. I want them to go, okay, yeah, no big deal. That's one of the most tragic losses of the season, and we're fine. We just win the next game, and everything's all right. The other flip side to the coin is Eduardo Rodriguez, who, we just got done having a conversation about Ryan Nelson, and Eduardo Rodriguez the numbers are bad. His ERA in like his last 18 innings, it's 9. It's been so tough to
I got the
watch.
numbers here. You're exactly right. 18 innings pitched, 25 hits, 6 walks. That's 31 guys on base in 18 innings. Oh, my God, that's bad. ERA of 9. Just brutal. He didn't even give him a chance in that game. 2 2/3 innings, 8 runs, 9 hits, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. ERA on the season is 7.30. He's been teetering on. He's okay. I don't want to pull him out of the rotation. He's there's some signs that he's okay. But man, that game yesterday has to. You start to believe that, man. He's the weak link in the rotation.
Although he's the weak link. I mean, that's obvious. Troy Lovello was asked after the game, I think on Friday, if they've had the conversation about switching Nelson into the rotation for Eduardo Rodriguez. Here's what he said.
No, we haven't had that conversation. Erod's been throwing the ball well enough. I think early on, if we had picked up the ball behind him defensively, he would be in a totally different scenario. He's had some good wins for us and good games for us, so we haven't had that conversation.
Boy, I heard that soundbite earlier on the station. The words "well enough," yeah,
Right.
I mean, really, no, those words just like Wow.
Pitched well enough.
Well enough? Is
That one was unexpected.
Is that what we're striving for here? And I know what Torrey's trying to say, and I know Torrey's not trying to throw the player under the bus publicly, and if Torrey's got something to say to him, to his face, he'll say something to his face. We learned that for sure about Torrey on Friday when he was on the show. But well enough. I mean, and
they've lost 5 of his last 7 starts.
Feels like him. It feels like it.
They've lost 5 of his last 7. You can't have a guy that doesn't go out and give your team a chance to win.
And he hasn't pitched poorly in those 7 games, in all 7 of those games. But
some he did. The Mets game, he was terrible.
Of course, some he was awful. The Mets and the Dodgers game, he was absolutely terrible in. And so now we're back on Eduardo Rodriguez watch. And his next start, which would come against, the Rockies and their newly fired manager, Bud Black. I think he would start this weekend. Now we watch that start to see how he does.
How are the Rockies on pace to have a worse record than the White Sox last year?
They're terrible.
Oh, my God.
They're just terrible. They're so bad. Mitch will root for every team from Denver except for the Colorado Rockies.
Right. Avalanche, check. Nuggets, check. Rockies, hell no. Give me the Giants.
Broncos, you bet. The Rockies, hell no. Not doing it.
Do you think most Colorado fans are like that? I'll root for all the local teams except the Rockies.
I think that's a fair assessment.
I have a real good friend who lives in Denver. And every time she posts something on her Insta page about Nikola Jokic did this, or I always want to post a Rockies highlight and go, yeah, but you've got that. You know?
Right.
just I get it.
Yeah, so taste it. Not everything's great for you.
You've got a team up there that won a championship and mine didn't. Okay, fine, whatever. But your baseball team just stinks.
They went to the World Series in 2007, and that feels like forever ago.
They lost all 4 games.
Yeah,
they didn't win a game.
They've been They've made the playoffs twice in Bud Black's career. Once they lost the wild card game.
17 they lost to the D-backs, and then 18 they
won the wild card, and then lost. Get swept by the Braves, I think, in the second round. Yeah, you always have that over the Denver fan. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, have the Phoenix Suns lost a Kevin Durant suitor? Let's talk about that next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs Dodgers.
The 2-1. Swung on. That's a line drive to left center. Hernandez will make the catch. The ball game is over. The Dodgers win it. It is a series split between these two. The D-backs took the odds. The Dodgers took the evens.
No break for the Snakes as they begin a 3-game series at the Giants tonight. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Yes, I love looking at the news and seeing that the house prices are slowing down in Arizona. They're calling it a cooling market, showing signs of moderating, and makes good news for people out there that want to buy houses, people that want to become first-time homeowners. Well, the Lund Mortgage team can help you because the Lund Mortgage team can get you pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. You're like, free? Yeah, free. You don't pay for it. That's right. So you're looking at some of the house prices saying, man, house prices are starting to come down in Arizona. That's pretty good. There's a lot of inventory right now. It's a great time to go look. But the first thing you have to do is get pre-approved for a mortgage because the seller of the house doesn't even want to show you his house unless he knows that you're pre-approved. He's going to ask the realtor, are they pre-approved? Yeah, you have to be pre-approved to even come and look at the house. That's what they want because they don't want to waste their time getting the house ready for you to look at it, for you not to be able to get the mortgage. The Lund Mortgage team will get you pre-approved absolutely free. They're available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley. 30 years of experience plus right here in this industry. I've used them every step of the way since I moved to Arizona. You can use them too. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimers.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
Entrepreneurship, that was always the dream, right? The American dream. I guess I instilled that in my boys.
My name is Gary Lee. I'm one of the owners at Moving Team 6. I would say my dad taught us dedication and discipline. If you have these attributes, you're going to be successful at no matter what you do.
I'm JT Lee. I'm owner of Moving Team 6 too. We want to make you successful. I heard this ad about Moving Team 6. They take care of our vets. That's what we want.
MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Crush to left. Jordan Lawler ties the game.
We're not going to be hearing that in AAA anymore because Jordan Lawler is on the big league club. He was officially added to the Diamondbacks roster today, along with right-handed pitcher Kendall Graveman. In corresponding moves, Garrett Hampson and Jose Castillo were designated for assignment. D-backs wrapping up their 16-game in 16-day stretch. They are wrapping things up in the city by the bay. First of 3 games against the San Francisco Giants tonight. You got Merrill Kelly on the mound on one side and Justin Verlander on the mound on the other side. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. A half hour from now is the NBA's draft lottery. And no, the Suns don't have a spot in the lottery because it belongs to Houston. And we will be reacting live on the Burns and Gambo show when the lottery occurs and where Houston will be picking. And then after the lottery, you've got Game 4 between the Celtics and the Knicks, with the Knicks up 2-1. Coverage starts at 4 o'clock. That'll be over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Diamondbacks call up top prospect Jordan Lawler. Rockets enter NBA draft lottery, hoping for luck with Suns' pick. And Arizona's Carter Bryant measures out at the NBA draft combine. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, first of all, appreciate the listeners of Burns and Gambo holding my feet to the fire and the accountability. Derek Rodriguez tweeted me and said, wouldn't E-Rod be going in Game 3 against the Giants and not Game 1 against the Rockies? Yes, he would. He's going against the Giants on Wednesday. So, there you go. So, actually, that might work out well for us because it's a day game, so we have a show after E-Rod's start. Oh, boy. I mean, when I say it work out well for us, I mean in that we can react in real time to how Erod did against the Giants and whether it was a good Erod start or a bad Erod start. Because that's a day game on Wednesday. So my bad. He's not pitching against the Rockies on Friday.
Yeah, I don't think his spot in the rotation is in jeopardy right now, but it could be very quickly. It could be very quickly.
You know what? We're not there. You can see it from here. You can start to see why we would not be thinking about having a conversation about that relatively soon. And then to reiterate what Mitch said, stay with us. We're going to do the 4 o'clock reset a little early today at 3:45 because at 4.
The 3:45 reset.
3:45. Hit the reset button. We're not quite halfway through the Burns and Gambo show.
This is a lot to go over in a 3:45 reset.
Because at 4 o'clock, we want to bring you the NBA draft lottery so we can all suffer together as Suns fans. Collectively, spiritually, communally, we're all going to get together and struggle and suffer and hope that the Houston Rockets don't have the number 1 pick in the draft for the Phoenix Suns.
Do you celebrate it? Do you celebrate it if the Rockets end up with the 9th pick and they stay where they are?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Oh, I do. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll throw, I mean, will I go
Mitch
Deion?
is shaking his head, no?
I'm just not celebrating because they're going to have a top 14 pick, period.
They could have a top 10 pick.
Well, they could be anywhere.
Well, I guess they could drop a little bit, right?
They could drop to 11th, I think, even as far as 12th. I think
the point being is that was a 52-win basketball team last year that's going to add a top 10 talent.
Yeah, I'm going to celebrate because it can always be worse, and I'll celebrate the fact that it wasn't worse. You know? No, I'm being serious.
That should be the motto of Arizona sports.
It could have been worse. Right. Tune in here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Why? Because it could have been worse.
It could have been worse.
Listen from 6 a to 8 p.m. every day. Why? Because it could have been worse.
ASU could have lost the Big 12 championship, and they never would have had that lead over Texas and allowed that touchdown.
Seriously, Mitch, you have really pinched the nerve here on this one. Yes, that is the motto of the Arizona sports fan. It could have been worse. It could have been worse.
Maybe they would have lost to the Phillies, and they never would have played the Rangers in the World Series.
In the meantime, there was a story today on The Athletic about the aforementioned Houston Rockets and whether they're not only not interested anymore in Kevin Durant, but whether they've lost interest in Devin Booker as well.
Maybe one of the dumbest things I've read in the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
This Devin Booker. We're not interested in Devin Booker. Yeah, okay. You're not interested in Devin Booker because you're trying to save face. Okay, Devin Booker was never available. The Suns had no interest in trading Devin Booker to you. Everybody and their mother who's in the NBA has believed that you have been acquiring these picks and the assets in order to get Devin Booker. Mm-hmm. Everybody, every expert, every analyst, every single one has been in the belief that you were acquiring these assets to be able to get Devin Booker from the Suns. Now that Devin Booker's not available, you know what? We don't want you. It's like, your girlfriend breaks up with you and then you go tell everybody you broke up with her, right? Like, we don't want Devin Booker. We love Jalen Green.
We love Jalen Green.
Jalen Green, we love him. You see what he did in those playoff games? I mean, maybe the one playoff game?
The one playoff game. The rest of them he wasn't very good in. The one playoff game he was great in.
So dumb.
It's a story from Sam Amick and Kelly Iko, who I think Iko is the beat writer who covers the Rockets for The Athletic, and Amick is more like one of the national NBA guys for The Athletic. Here's the exact line word for word. The Rockets have previously held serious interest in the Suns' Devin Booker, but team sources said that is no longer the case. Not only do team officials still have faith in Jalen Green, who is 5 years younger than Booker and $66 million cheaper over the next 3 seasons, but also because Booker's struggles last season shifted the thinking on this front close.
Oh, yeah, he sucks.
I had the same reaction you did.
Yeah, I know exactly what this is.
If you even caught a whiff that Devin Booker was available, you think I'm reading this line in this story, you can't have him. You know you can't have him. You're not going to get him. Now, we can debate here whether you should be able to get him. We can have an honest-to-God adult conversation about whether the Suns should make Devin Booker available in the interest of the long-term health of the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah,
that's fine.
I would.
But I would at least consider it. I would at least listen if somebody wanted to call and ask about Devin Booker. But they've made it very, very clear. They are not going to do that. Matt Ishbia has abundantly clear they're not going to do that. So the Rockets, rather than continue to pound their head up against a brick wall, are letting it be known, we kind of like Jalen Green anyway. So it's like, okay, whatever.
It's like Bernsey in high school, right? He's got interest in this girl. He lets it be known, but then he finds out she doesn't want to go out with him. So he's telling everybody, yeah, I didn't want to go out with her anyway.
Yeah, really, that's
I didn't
actually,
want to go out with her
Gambo,
anyway.
you
I had no
really
interest in her.
have absolutely no understanding whatsoever of how I existed in high school at all. That was not how it worked in high school at all. If I had interest in a girl, nobody knew about it. I was way too shy to do anything about it. All right, nobody knew anything. But there were a couple of times I went out and did the book. There was. I told you the story. There was one time I stole a street sign for a girl to ask her to homecoming.
How about that?
Yeah, she said no, but I did it anyway.
Man,
have I never told you this? Have I never told you this story?
You stole a street sign to ask a girl to homecoming?
So at the time, my dad was.
Well, we're all like,
yeah, everyone was like,
okay.
What? I'm not going to name names, and I'm not going to name the name of the street. Okay, so to protect. Because I believe this person still lives here.
Heather?
Yes, she does. No, I'm not going to say her name. So, I want to ask this girl to one of the school dances, right? My dad at the time is the assistant chief of police in Tempe. So he's like uppity up, right? So my buddy and I, one of my really good friends and I, decide I'm going to ask so-and-so to whatever dance it was.
Homecoming.
And I was it homecoming?
I said
homecoming. Okay,
Yeah,
I was homecoming. I was trying to protect it, but
How
whatever.
you doing?
So we're going to go to homecoming. Hey, I had this cool idea, like let's go steal a street sign that's got her name, like an actual City of Tempe street sign. And I'm going to present it to her and say, hey, would you, with the street sign, like to go to homecoming with me?
It's a good idea.
I thought so too, right?
It's pretty good idea.
2:00 in the morning, I'm standing in the trunk of my friend's car with a hacksaw, trying to get... And I get the street sign off, but it's the cross street, right? So I've got the street that I want, and I got the other one.
You got both of them.
I was in the garage till 5:00 in the morning with a hacksaw, sawing off the bolts of the other street so I could get the one street sign that I wanted.
Yeah.
But this is how stupid teenagers are. My parents' bedroom is above the garage. So my dad knew I was up to something in the garage because you get in with the saw and everything. I hide the street sign between my two mattresses. The next morning after I wake up, my dad has turned my mattresses and he's like, do you have any idea how illegal this is? He's holding up the street sign. Do you have any idea how much trouble I could get into if they ever found out you did this right here?
Hey, Dad, you know how hot this girl is?
I'm like, Dad, I just wanted to ask out to the dance. That's all I was trying to do.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I wasn't out doing drugs. I wasn't out drinking.
I stole a street sign.
I stole a street sign. That was it. Oh, he was so mad. He was so mad. And then I took it to her and she said no because somebody else had asked her about 6 hours before me. So don't tell me I didn't have the guts to. I had the guts to do it.
Wow.
I had the guts
Did
to
she
do
let
it.
you down easy?
She did. She's like, oh, that's so sweet.
That's so sweet.
She
but
kept
no.
the sign.
She kept the sign.
Oh, she kept the sign. Yeah, she kept
It's
the
got
sign.
a name on it.
I
would have kept it too.
She kept the sign. She kept the sign. So yeah, I asked and was good. Told no.
Yeah.
What the hell were we talking
Who's the
about
loser
here?
that took her?
I won't say. There are friends of mine right now who listen to this show every day. They know exactly who I'm talking about. But that's neither here nor there. It doesn't matter.
At least you tried.
I tried. You know what? Lauren is going to have a much better effort with the 4 o'clock reset because it starts at 3:45. We're doing a little early today. That is next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I have concerns about a guy who's never been an NBA GM stepping in this summer when everything is on the line. It's good to have a GM that when that GM disagrees, he'll trust him right away.
What I am excited about, again, this is a dynamic that exists. Accountability matters. So because of that, what you need is somebody who can look at them and metaphorically say, sit down and shut up. This is what I was talking about. Exactly. That's right.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, well, good. Too bad. Google it, my young crunks.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union. There has never been a better time than right now to join Global Credit Union because of all the benefits that you get that come with being a member of Global Credit Union. You bank at a bank, you're just a part of a bank, and they answer to shareholders and they answer to stockholders. Where at Global Credit Union, they answer to you. They answer their members, and because of that, they can offer you a full range of all the financial services you would expect from a bank, checking accounts and savings accounts and loans. But man, they just go so much further than that. Everything these days has some kind of fee attached to it. not a global credit union. They're about eliminating fees and delivery fees, service fees, convenience fees. Global members enjoy no-fee checking and savings accounts, no fees for accidentally going over your account balance. There's so much more than just that to Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Before the D-backs versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Ketel Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See team with the full details and disclaimer.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo. The 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
At 3:47, it's the 4 o'clock reset here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Lauren, top stories of the day. Take it away because we're carrying the NBA draft lottery live at 4.
I think the real top story of the day is we had somebody text in at our 620 text line to say, Burnsy, I too stole a street sign growing up in Scottsdale to get a date. Her name was Holly. I flew off the sign after getting it, wobbling and twisted my ankle.
See? It just goes to show.
Did he get the date?
Crime doesn't pay.
He didn't add it. He said his dad loved it.
We got to know if he got the date or not.
We got to know.
Yeah.
We got to know.
Text us back and let us know if you got the date.
Yeah.
I did not. And
I will be monitoring the text line,
and my
so
dad,
please.
My dad, assistant chief of police in Tempe at the time, was very angry that I would do something that illegal to ask a girl out to a dance.
Well, and then he didn't even turn you in, though. Think about that.
No,
like,
he didn't.
He knew about a crime committed, and he didn't even report it.
You know why? I think because
like,
subconsciously, he knew how much trouble my 2 younger brothers were going to get into, and he knew I'm going to let this one slide because the stuff I'm going to have to deal with them is way worse.
Police commissioner fails to report a crime that he knows about.
I like like that that's your takeaway from this
police
story.
commissioner knew about a crime and failed to report it.
What a scandal. It's a scandal in the city of Tempe. My dad refused to report a stolen street sign.
He knew about a crime.
Wait a minute.
And failed to report it.
Dude, seriously, your family was in the mafia. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy. Take it easy over there with the illegal behavior. All right?
Family was so proud when I got that job with the Castellano family.
I'm sure they were. Lauren, what do you got for us today?
Thank you, because I didn't know how to transition out of that one there.
Way to do it. Yeah.
I know, it's just the hardest thing. You've got a co-host that works for the mob. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay. Oof. All right, well, let's jump into sports today. We'll start with the big news of the day, which is Jordan Lawler has officially been called up.
All right.
We've been talking about it a lot lately. He's batting .336 in AAA so far this year. Along with him, Kendall Graveman was also reinstated from the 15-day IL. Garrett Hampson and Jose Castillo have been sent back for assignment.
Gambo, you learned a bunch of stuff about this. What did you find out?
Yeah, we reported earlier today Lawler was not going to play today against Justin Verlander. They haven't announced it yet. My expectation is that he will start at shortstop tomorrow against Robbie Ray. So you'll get to see Jordan Lawler first glimpse this year. Shortstop tomorrow versus Robbie Ray and the Giants.
We're very excited to see this. He's not the savior. They don't need him to be the savior, but he might be the difference between taking a good team and making them great, potentially, if he's in the kind of impact bat.
Just make yourself a better baseball team.
Absolutely.
And a little bit more news coming down in the same division. The Colorado Rockies, they fired their manager Bud Black after a 7-33 start to the season. It was his 9th season as manager.
I love how the GM gives the guy a vote of confidence
24
on
hours
Saturday,
before.
and 24 hours later cans his butt on a Sunday. That's class.
They lost 21-0.
I know, but it's like don't give him the vote of confidence then if you're going to fire him 24 hours later.
They lost 21-0.
You know, it's like, oh, you know what? That changed my mind. Never mind. You can't be our manager. We lost 21-0.
Yeah,
it's
but
so
then they won the next. They won, and then they fired him.
Yeah, exactly.
They got a lot of problems. Bud Black is not their biggest issue.
Amen to that.
They're last in hitting, 219, second worst in OPS, and they have the Major League Baseball's worst ERA at 5.77. Their issues run a lot deeper than the manager.
And the only team from the Mile High City that Mitch refuses to root for.
Which I find amusing. I worked for the Rockies while I was in college. Bud Black, very nice man. Every day.
They got
great.
They got two guys hitting above 250. They stink. They stink.
And let's take a trip down memory lane, guys. We're going to go back to October 3rd, 2023.
Loaded up. Brewers down a run. Line drive. Oh, what a catch. Longoria to second. It's a double play. Oh, my goodness. Evan Longoria.
Evan Longoria there flipping the double play. It was the bottom of the 5th, 4-3 lead for the D-backs, and the bases were loaded. Why do I bring this up?
Why?
Because Evan Longoria retired after 16 seasons this year.
I'm going to be honest with you. I thought he was retired.
You thought he was already retired?
I thought he was retired.
I didn't know where he was at, but...
Okay.
But
And he's doing your favorite thing, Gambo. He's signing a ceremonial one-day contract on June 7th.
With the Rays?
With the Rays.
You know, I on a smaller level, I kind of think of Longoria like I do the Ricky Rubios or the Kelly Oubres of that Suns team.
Okay.
Like, I think he was really good for that team, and he was really good for that room. When it got bad, it was time for them to move on. But I thought at the time, he was a really nice addition to that team.
He was.
In terms of leadership and what he did. Yeah.
We also have an update on our sign stealing man.
Oh, okay.
He texted in, I dated her for 4+ years.
There you go. There you go. Wow.
Some street stealing signs have a good ending.
Burnsy didn't get 4 seconds. That guy got 4 years out of the sign.
I'm glad it worked for you. Oh, listener on the text line, congratulations. 4 years from a street sign. I just got yelled at by my dad and told him no.
By the way, this just in, the Rockies have just signed Sierra Santos to pitch for them.
Oh.
Boy, everybody else see that?
Wow, that is unnecessary.
Okay.
Oh, come on. That was fun. It's hilarious.
The name of the show is Intentional Talk. Was that an intentionally bad first pitch?
I can't imagine after she sat right across from you on Thursday and was like, I can't mess this up.
Sometimes when you see first pitches that bad, I wonder if they deliberately did it that way because there's actually more attention that comes to you when you're that awful at it.
That's humiliating and embarrassing.
I know, but some people don't mind getting humiliated and embarrassed in the name of attention.
The look on her face when she was throwing that ball was like, scared to death.
Okay.
Just scared to death.
All right. It's just the thought that went through my head because it was a really bad first pitch.
Maybe one of the worst ones ever.
After you had reassured her, Gambo, that wasn't going to happen.
I tried to help.
You tried.
Yeah. There was no helping her. There was no helping her.
And the reason that we are doing the 345 reset, after all, is the NBA draft lottery. It starts in just a few minutes from now. That is not only the NBA news today, because Michael Jordan will be joining the NBA on NBC and Peacock as a special contributor.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
Really?
You've caught my attention. I have no idea if he's going to be any good or not. I don't think he's going to be hilarious like, Barkley and Shaq and Kenny, but I mean, it's Michael freaking Jordan.
I got to admit, the NBA, for people of my generation, the NBA on NBC is highly nostalgic. I can only imagine they're going to lean into that very
And they're bringing
heavily.
back the song.
They're
bringing it back.
Yeah, I know. It's very nostalgic. I mean, the peak of my NBA loving existence was when the NBA was on NBC. Oh, my God.
I think like some guy that died, they're going to use his introduction too. Did you see that?
Yeah, they like recreated his voice from AI. I'm not sure who it is. Yeah,
but the guy's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that.
I know, I hate that too. I don't like it either.
No.
He's dead.
He's dead.
Let him be dead.
Let him be.
Right.
Find another voice. It's okay.
And the draft lotteries tonight, but so are NBA playoff big games, because in just about 40 minutes from now, the Celtics take on the Knicks. That series is 2-1 Knicks leading after the Celtics got the victory over the weekend. And at 7 p.m., the Timberwolves face off against the Warriors. They're still without Steph. The Timberwolves have the 2-1 series lead in that one.
Big moment, I think, for the Knicks tonight.
Oh, yeah.
I think if they lose tonight, it's gonna be they're gonna be like, oh, okay, never mind. That was fun for a minute. Now we're in trouble.
Right.
Big moment for the Knicks tonight to punch back and let Boston know that they're gonna be one game away. If they don't, I think they'll lose the series.
Did you know the Knicks have not won a playoff game on ESPN broadcasts
Ever?
since this playoffs began?
No,
they're 0-8 on ESPN broadcasting.
Really? Okay, well, let's see if they can reverse that.
Really?
Double whammy tonight, yeah. Not a lot
Saw
of the
that
games,
today. It's
yeah.
7-1 on TNT program.
But 0-8 on ESPN? Okay, that's weird. That's weird. Yeah.
A little superstitious there. And finally, an injury update from Shams today. He joined Pat McAfee's show and said that Donovan Mitchell had an MRI today, and he's been diagnosed with a re-aggravation of that ankle sprain. He is a game-time decision for Game 5.
Okay. That series is 3-1 in favor of the Pacers.
Series is over.
Yeah, it looks like it's over.
Pacers are winning that thing.
Speaking of over.
This is over, your 345 reset. Now we all close our eyes and shield and cross our fingers and do whatever.
Let's come back and find out what pick the Phoenix Suns are sending the Houston Rockets. The draft lottery is next here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. They've got their great employee pricing going on right now. From America, for America, employee pricing, plus receive all Ford incentives and APR rates during the Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale. 70 years of Sanderson Ford right here in Arizona. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, online at sandersonford.com. A terrific inventory. They've got some great service specials as well. So they got some great low-price tire guarantee. You're going to get the low-price tire guarantee if you need new tires. Why buy anywhere else than Sanderson Ford? They've got the Works package available as well for your oil change and filter and checking all the fluids. They've got a great AC special, 15% off. So if you need service on your vehicle, it is the dealership that's service built. That is Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You can go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com. Are you looking to build your dream pool? Go with the name Arizona trusts most. That's Presidential Pools. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts. Presidential Pools, they love our military and first responders. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
My name is Allie Kuhn. I've been a Fulton Home resident for 30 years. The reason I purchased a Fulton home, I lived in a neighborhood very close by. My dog and I were walking past the new Fulton development. He pulled me inside and I fell in love with the house. I have 2 dogs, a Siberian Husky and a German Shepherd. We walk the neighborhood every morning. The Siberian Husky loves to walk through the little park nearby once the water's on the grass. That's his thing. My Fulton home has lasted 30 years. I've had no problems, no structural problems. There's been nothing that I've had to call a workman out ever. If you would walk through our neighborhood and not know that it is a 30-year-old neighborhood, you would never guess. I would definitely recommend a Fulton home to friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ahead of tonight's Diamondbacks game, the Snakes did the thing, as many of people have been waiting on. Jordan Lawler, the organization's top prospect, is with the big league club. He and Kendall Graveman, who was activated from the 15-day injured list, are with the team in San Francisco, set for the beginning of this 3-game series. First time against the Giants this year. These are also the final 3 games of the 16 games in 16 days stretch. Merrill Kelly is on the mound tonight. He'll go against right-hander Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the sweepstakes for Cooper Flagg, the top prospect in the NBA's draft, is just moments away. The NBA draft lottery, we're keeping tabs on it because we want to know, where did the Suns' pick end up, and where will the Houston Rockets be picking with it? That's coming up momentarily next here on Burns and Gambo. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports.
We're going to think differently. We're going to be unified in our approach on a daily basis.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, so this is live radio at its best here. We might have messed this up a smidge.
Why?
All right, so look up at ESPN on that monitor right there, Gambo.
15 minutes.
Yeah, revealing 14 minutes and 21, 20, 19, 18.
So their coverage started at 4.
Their coverage
not
started
the
at 4.
not the actual draft lottery started at 4.
Yeah, I thought they. Look, this is. I'll take the L on this one. I came in. I'm like, oh, we need to cover this. We need to put this live on the air.
That's 2 L's for you today.
What was the other one? Well, what's her name saying no?
No.
What was the other one?
You just admitted you did something else wrong today earlier. Do you guys remember what it was?
Oh, Eduardo Rodriguez not starting against the Rockies?
He got Eduardo Rodriguez's start. He said it was Colorado.
God, massive L, Burnsy. Jeez.
Seriously.
He's not having a good day.
Is that an L? Is that? I mean, you know what?
You have to be corrected by a listener.
If I can't live up to John Gambadoro's standards, then yes, I should be reprimanded. Because those are very high standards over there that you're rocking. Very high standards.
All right, let's turn it over to the 4 o'clock reset.
Lauren, take it away. Tell us what's going on.
What else you got?
I got some stuff I didn't cover.
There's some stuff you didn't cover we can hit on.
Live radio at its finest. No, you know what? It's fine. What we'll do is we'll preview it, and then we'll react to it when it happens. So let's preview it. The NBA Draft Lottery is coming up in a few minutes. And they're showing the lottery picks already traded. We all know the deal by now. The Phoenix Suns traded this pick to the Brooklyn Nets in exchange for Kevin Durant a couple years ago. The Nets then, in a shrewd move by the Houston Rockets, traded a lot of the Suns' inventory to Houston. It was believed at the time so that Houston could kind of own the Phoenix Suns draft, so that if they ever, hey, you want your draft back? Give us Kevin Durant.
Right.
You want Devin Booker back? You want your draft back? Give us Devin Booker. You know, and it was thought that's why Houston wanted these draft picks all along. Nobody, and you brought this up earlier, nobody in their right mind thought that the 2025 draft pick would come back to haunt the Suns.
Right.
27, yeah. 29, sure.
When the Suns,
but 25? Never. Nobody thought that.
When the Suns made the trade, it was Kevin Durant and T.J. Warren went to Phoenix. Brooklyn got Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, 4 first-round picks, and a 2028 pick swap. So they got the 4 first-round picks, and then they got the pick swap. So 23, 25, 27, and 29 were the picks that went. Houston made that shrewd deal to go get the picks with this trade with the Nets. It was a crazy trade, but, you know, and a lot of people were kind of confused by it. But what they ended up doing is they got a lot of the inventory with Phoenix, and some people believed that the reason why was to eventually make a trade with the Phoenix Suns if they were going to do it. The Suns then went and traded their 2031 first to the Jazz because they were out of first-round picks, and they got a 2025, a 2027, and a 2029 first-rounder. But those picks are, you know, they're the least of like 3 different teams.
Right.
So the Suns have a first-round pick this year. It's just the Cleveland Cavaliers' first-round pick.
Which will be the 29th
pick in the draft.
Right. And look, and the closer we get to the draft, and I'm sure you'll do the Gambo thing, and you'll work on who the Suns might be looking at number 29 or what moves they might make around the draft. And who knows, they might end up with a trade where somebody else in this draft is picking for them higher in the draft, depending on what they do with Kevin Durant, what they do with Bradley Beal, and things like that. At the end of the day, in some regard, you could say it doesn't really matter to the bottom line of the Phoenix Suns what happens in the draft lottery. This pick is gone. They're not getting it back, and it doesn't matter whether it's the 9th pick, the 10th pick, the 11th pick, or the 1st pick. The Suns have to figure out a way to work with what they've got. For us, it's a big deal because it's potentially the number 1 pick in the draft. And nobody thought that 3 years ago.
So right
when
now
they
it could be,
move.
yeah.
You know, it's potentially the number 2 pick in the draft. It's potentially Cooper Flagg. It's potentially one of the Rutgers kids. It's potentially the Baylor kid. And that's where we're all going to be watching today. We've been talking about this day for a long time. This was, Gambo, if you'll remember, this was the reason you and I, with about 3 weeks to go in the regular season, we're hoping that the Suns would make the playoffs to avoid this, right? To avoid this.
Make the play-in, but they still could have ended up in the lottery.
If they made
the Suns were the only team in the NBA that were not in the play-in. Let me see if I can word it exactly right. They're the only team that were not in the playoffs, the play-in tournament, or the NBA draft lottery.
Yeah, they're the only. That's exactly it. They're the only one.
Not in the playoffs, not in the play-in tournament, not in the draft lottery. Only team in the NBA.
I was only rooting for them to get into the play-in so that they could get into the playoffs. And I was rooting for them to get to the playoffs, not because I thought they had a chance of winning it, because I wanted to avoid this. I wanted to avoid the Houston Rockets maybe getting the number 1 pick at the expense of the Phoenix Suns, or the number 3 pick at the expense of the Phoenix Suns. If all goes according to plan, somewhere around envelope number 9, 10, or 11 in reverse order, the guy will open up the envelope and he'll pull out the Houston Rockets logo. If that happens, okay, fine. Still stinks. Suns are still giving up the 9th pick or the 10th pick or the 11th pick. But if we get to that point and we haven't seen the Houston Rockets logo by the 9th envelope, now we're talking about it's the 4th pick, it's the 3rd pick, it's the 2nd pick.
They moved up.
God forbid it's the 1st pick.
Yeah. I mean, it's a doomsday scenario where, like, all eyes are on it right now. Like, the Suns are going to have 2 picks in this draft. They're going to have the number 29 pick overall from Cleveland, and they have a number 52 pick, which is from the Denver Nuggets. Those are their 2 picks. The Suns have 5 first-round picks in the next 7 years. But we're talking about a lottery pick here. We're talking about a top 10 pick in the draft that you gave up because you felt that, you were not going to be in the lottery. So this was a tough spot. I mean, that was the reason. When you were coming down the stretch, there was a reason for Sacramento to not have to win or Dallas to not have to win, to get in the lottery. The Suns had every intention to win basketball games because they were never playing to be in the lottery. There were all these other teams that had San Antonio, Portland, Sacramento, Dallas. There was all okay, if we don't get in, we don't get in. We have a lottery pick. The Phoenix Suns never had that lottery pick. So that's why I had always thought that the Suns had something to play for and were going to get in, but that wasn't the case because they finished 36 and 46.
Yeah, I saw this story on The Ringer this morning. It was basically kind of jokingly using like karma to decide who should win tonight's draft lottery, and ultimately they decided Dallas should. That it'd be good karma for them to get something right that had nothing to do with Nico Harrison. Like, you know what? Give it to Dallas. Why not? Their general manager screwed this up so bad. That fan base needs something to get excited about. In writing about the Rockets via the Suns winning this, they brought up the suggestion. Now, I think it's crazy. I think it's really crazy. But if the Rockets win the draft lottery and get Cooper Flagg, their half suggestion was that maybe the Suns would want to trade Devin Booker to the Rockets to get Cooper Flagg back. Like, oh, you got the number 1 pick? Okay, we'll give you Devin Booker now for Cooper Flagg.
But did they do it?
Would
the Rockets trade? The Rockets had the last time the Rockets had the number 1 pick. You had to go back to 2003. They got Yao Ming.
Yeah,
that was the last time they had the number 1 overall pick. It was Yao Ming. If the Rockets ended up with the number 1 overall pick, would they even entertain trading that to the Suns for Devin Booker? I don't think so.
And they're not reporting it. They were just kind of jokingly suggesting, like, hey, the two should talk, and maybe they'll see. So when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, okay, we promise we'll actually have it. The NBA draft lottery, you'll hear it, and we'll all see what happens together next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs Dodgers.
The 2-1. Swung on. That's a line drive to left center. Hernandez will make the catch. The ball game is over. The Dodgers win it. It is a series split between these two. The D-backs took the odds. The Dodgers took the evens.
No break for the Snakes as they begin a 3-game series at the Giants tonight. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Liberty GMC, they're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Also, Liberty GMC to service your vehicle. You see, life moves really, really fast, right? And they get it at Liberty GMC. They want a service department that matches your needs and understands you don't have time to sit around, you don't have time to wait, you got stuff to do, right? Which is why at Liberty GMC they have a service department that's added a late night shift, which means you drop your car off by 8 p.m. and it's ready the next day. They also have the best tire deal in town, buy 2, get 2 free. You're not going to find a better deal than that than you're going to get at Liberty GMC. And I hate buying tires. That's the best deal in town. And it's all Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Join the D-backs for Father's Day on Sunday, June 15th. Purchase a special event ticket pack to play catch on the field before the D-backs versus Padres game. Visit dbacks.com/dad for tickets.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Suns are not involved in tonight's draft lottery, but it is still pivotal for them. We'll react to what goes down in Chicago tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
So we're watching the introduction of the people who are representing each of the teams of the draft lottery.
Yeah.
I reacted to Hakeem Olajuwon, who's representing the Houston Rockets. You reacted to Zion. I was putting my headphones in, like, is he even going to be on their team next year? But he's representing
Ryan Smith's wife.
Yeah,
in Utah with the Jazz.
Okay, so the envelopes they're being almost distributed right now. But yeah, Hakeem Olajuwon, who tortured the Phoenix Suns, is representing the Houston Rockets in this. Again, if we have not heard the Houston Rockets name called out by number 9,
there we go.
Then we're in trouble. It means they've moved up. So if everything goes,
so we want to hear the Rockets name at 9.
Let's do it, or before that.
All right, let's do it.
Let's go to the podium. And here we go.
NBA Draft.
Thank you, Kevin, and good luck, everyone. The 14th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, presented by State Farm, will be made by the San Antonio Spurs.
San Antonio receives this pick from Atlanta due to the DeJounte Murray trade in 2022.
The 13th pick goes to the Atlanta Hawks.
As expected, Atlanta receives this pick from Sacramento due to the Kevin Huerter trade in 2022.
Chalk so far.
Picking 12th in the NBA Draft will be the Chicago Bulls.
Stay with chalk. Everything's
the
according
11th
to
pick
plan.
belongs to the Portland Trailblazers.
That means Dallas has moved inside the top 4. The Mavericks have never won the lottery.
The Mavs are in the top 4.
Pick number 10 will be made by the Houston Rockets.
Oh, we survived. Hughes, they dropped. They dropped. Keep this going. Can we play it a little more?
Sure, why not?
Two. The Toronto Raptors.
Toronto 9.
We weren't going to.
That means the Spurs are in the top 4 with 2 teams jumping into the top 4. That means the Sixers will lose their pick to the Thunder because it's outside the top 6.
Oh, my goodness. The Oklahoma City Thunder gets a
The
top
8th pick in the NBA draft belongs to the Brooklyn Nets.
So the Suns could really be a big loser in all this, and we'll
Pick
explain
number 7
why in a
will
minute.
be made by the New Orleans Pelicans.
I love the music, by the way. It really is.
Picking 6th, the Washington Wizards.
Correction now. That means Philadelphia is in the top 4. So they make the jump, and suddenly Jared McCain is riding the roller coaster we all are inside this room. The Sixers are in the top 4.
The 5th pick in the NBA draft will be made by the Utah Jazz.
Oh,
wow.
Man.
Oh, wow.
They fell from 1 to 5.
Oh, boy.
And now we have our final 4. Buckle up. It is the Hornets, the Sixers, the Spurs, and the Mavericks.
It's the worst outcome
We'll
here.
find out the order of the top 4 picks in the 2025 NBA draft and likely landing spot for former
let's pot this down. And then,
Oh, my goodness.
And then when it comes to the top 4, we'll pot it back up and we'll let you know what's going on.
Okay, you're right. You're right. There's good news for the Suns in that the Rockets are going to get the 10th pick.
Yeah.
The bad news is, like, the Spurs moving up may take them out of the KD sweepstakes if they get the number 1 pick. Could take them out of it. And then, and then the Mavs.
Yeah.
The Mavs, who might have had some interest in Kevin Durant, if they get him. So you might lose somebody here.
Initially, when they were doing the reveal, I thought, oh, my God, Oklahoma City's going to have, like, the 7th pick or whatever in the draft, right? Like, that pick was going to convey to Oklahoma City. And I was thinking, this is the worst-case scenario for the Suns. Oklahoma City has another venue in which to get better. The Spurs have a venue in which to get better. The Mavs do, too. Okay, so now Oklahoma City, the pick doesn't convey. It stays with the Philadelphia 76ers. You've got San Antonio could potentially be on the verge of a dynasty again. I mean, like, they're just right on the precipice
The Aaron
of
Fox, Victor Wembanyama, Castle.
owning the Western
Cooper Flag.
Conference for a decade, potentially.
Wow.
Right? Like, just forget it.
Popovich is going to come out of retirement. Coach the team again.
And the Mavs, I mean, it's Nico Harrison does not deserve this gift.
I know.
He doesn't. I mean, for what he's done to that fan base, he does not deserve the number 1 pick. But that fan base, they don't. I mean, they're probably like, yeah, sure, give us Cooper Flag. We lost Luka, fine, give me Cooper Flag. Give me Cooper Flag, and not that all is forgiven, but at least we can start to rebuild our relationship with this basketball team now if we've got Cooper Flag and losing Luka Doncic. Either way, it sets the Mavs up potentially for great things. It sets the Spurs up potentially for great things. The Suns, okay.
I mean, okay.
They avoided disaster. They avoided
disaster. And again, like the Suns' history of dropping down in these picks is kind of remarkable when you think about it. This is the 7th. I'm going to look it up again. I think it's the 7th time that the Phoenix Suns have slid down. So they moved up once. They've stayed in the same spot 10 times, and they moved down 7. This is the 7th time their pick has moved down. Now, maybe you're going to say, okay, it's not their pick, but it really is. So this pick moves down for the 7th time. They've moved down. 1 time they moved up. 10 times they stayed the same.
Yeah. So this was like Gerald Bourguet is pointing out, and I could have looked up the odds myself, like a 28% chance of what happened to the Suns. There was a 28% chance of that happening. So it was uneventful for the Phoenix Suns, to your point. Now, it's still the 10th pick, and we will still always look at the 10th pick and wonder what would the Suns have done, who was available, what direction
would
might
Houston
they have
trade
gone
that pick to the Suns now for Durant? Not a top 5 pick, not top 7, not top 8.
I don't know. I don't know. It's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. We've said this before. I don't think the Suns can count on getting any more than one of their 3 draft picks back from Houston for Kevin Durant. I think it's only one. Now, if they could get 2 of the 3, great. Man, I'd do that every single day. I think they're only going to get the one. Would this be the one? So like the Rockets, if they want Kevin Durant and they're going to trade back one of the picks, would the Rockets be better off saying, okay, we'll give you 10 for Kevin Durant because we're betting that 27 pick is going to be really good.
Right.
And we're betting that 29 pick is going to be really, really good. So, yeah, we'll give you 10 in addition to other things for Kevin. Maybe. I mean, to your point, maybe now this puts 10 on the table and in the conversation for Kevin Durant.
Could be.
Because they'd be willing to take a chance. The other picks in later years are going to be really, really good.
Right.
Maybe.
Right. I would think that pick might be open for them to trade if they want to. I mean, I don't think they were going to trade if they were top 2 or 3. Who do you not want to get the pick more than anybody?
San Antonio.
Okay.
I do not want the San Antonio.
You don't want the Spurs to get the
this
pick.
Nope. I do not want San Antonio to get this pick. We're going to...
I'd rather the pick just not be in the West.
Agreed.
Right now, I'd rather it not be in the West.
Philly, fine. Charlotte, great.
Not Dallas.
No big deal. So they've narrowed the stage down to the 4 finalists: Charlotte, Philadelphia, San Antonio, and Dallas. Cooper Flagg is there, by the way.
He is there.
He's there watching, trying to figure out who his next employer is going to be. So as soon as the NBA official steps back to the podium, all right, let's go. Let's pull it up. Here we go.
Commissioner and Chief Operating Officer Mark Tatum.
Thanks again, Kevin. The 4th pick in the NBA draft goes to the Charlotte Hornets.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Picking 3rd will be the Philadelphia 76ers.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. 1st and 2nd. Oh, no.
The 2nd pick will be made by the San Antonio Spurs.
No.
And that means that the number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh, Nico, you lucky son of a...
Jason Kidd just texted me. He said, wow. Oh, man.
Wow. The Dallas Mavericks get the number 1 pick
oh my
in the
God.
draft. Oh,
and the Spurs get 2. Like, the Spurs are going to get a great player.
Spurs are going to get a great player. The Dallas Mavericks are going to get Cooper. It's almost as if the basketball god said, you know what? We feel bad for you, Mavs fan. Your stupid general manager traded your franchise player.
Wow.
So what the hell?
We'll give you another
We'll
one.
give you another one. Why not? Because that was such a bad deal for everybody. You just get
Does
another
Cooper
NBA
Flagg play
superstar.
defense? I got to know. Does he play defense?
Their front court defense is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Their front court defense is unreal.
No, he's only going to play
if Anthony Davis is healthy. Anthony Davis. I mean, they got 3 monsters at Lively. Like, they're so good. Gafford, they're so good. Now, if Kyrie comes back, you know, you've got Kyrie, you'll have Flagg, you'll have that monstrous front court. They're going to be good. They're going to be good.
Are we thinking Kyrie's going to be back in the
Not right away.
season?
No, they need a guard.
Right?
They need a guard. No, he'll be out for most of the season, if not all. They got to go get they have to go get a guard.
So Dallas, the Mavericks win the NBA draft lottery. The San Antonio Spurs are picking 2nd, and the Phoenix Suns suffer no further humiliation by this. The Houston Rockets are picking 10th with the Phoenix Suns pick. There it is. The Mavs and the Spurs.
I mean, boy, I'm having such mixed emotions on how to feel about this. I'm happy that it's not the Rockets because that could have been your pick.
Yeah.
But man, like the Mavs and the Spurs are getting the top 2 picks in the draft.
Yeah.
Like that kind of sucks.
That does really suck. It does.
Because the 2 best players in this draft are very likely to they're going to the West. They're not going to the East.
The other outcome would have been worse, and I'd rather this than Houston have the number 1 pick or the number 2 pick. I really would.
I'd rather this.
I'm
than
happier
Houston,
with this than the other
because
but this
Houston
is still
was
not
yours,
great.
and so you'd always have to live with the fact that was your pick.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, I hope everybody enjoyed the drama as much as we did. That was kind of fun. Have the Diamondbacks found a weak link in the rotation? And what, in the words of one of my favorite movies, are they prepared to do about it? Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The NFL schedule will be released this Wednesday. Oh, wait, hold up. I'm being handed a note from our fact-checking team that reads, actually, the NFL is doing this thing where they let everyone know parts of the schedule today and tomorrow, with the remainder of the schedule made known to the public on Wednesday, but only if you have Netflix. So we're going to know some of the schedule today and then some more tomorrow, and by Wednesday afternoon, we'll have the whole thing. Hang with us, amigos. We'll get it all sorted out. Stick with Arizona Sports for the full drop. 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
So the bottom line for me is I've trusted V's Barbershop for literally 2.5 decades, right? Like they opened the very first V's Barbershop in Arcadia 25 plus years ago. And like a lot of guys who were living here in the Valley 25 years ago, we all flocked to V's no matter where we were, no matter where we lived, because we all heard about it. The best barbers in town, this really cool vibe at the barbershop. You never quite knew who you were going to bump into there. It was great. It was awesome. And you always walked out of there feeling good about your haircut. V's has expanded. They're everywhere across the Valley now. But that thing that has made them special, that thing that has made them unique, they've been able to keep that. And as they like to say, the more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Things have stayed the same at V's, and no matter which one I go to, there's one right down the street from my house. Same great experience, same great atmosphere. It's all at V's. The next time you need a haircut or a hot lather shave, do yourself a favor. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand, made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement, for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to NewSmileArizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. That sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. Think about that for a second. Moving's a big enough deal as it is. How are you supposed to time everything out perfectly so you're selling your old home right as you're buying your new one? It's not realistic. Well, Orchard has the solution for you. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of that nonsense. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. So Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. Get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Crush to left. Jordan Lillard ties the game.
The Snakes' top prospect has arrived. He and Kendall Graveman are joining the big league club ahead of tonight's Game 1 against the San Francisco Giants. These are also the final 3 games the D-backs will have in their 16 games in 16 days stretch. And again, they're playing the Giants, again, first of 3. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound. He'll go against the right-hander Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. That'll be right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in the NBA... It's okay, Suns fans. We're good. The Houston Rockets fell, actually, from the 9th best odds, and they will be selecting 10th overall in the upcoming NBA draft. But it didn't come so easy, unfortunately. The winner of the NBA draft lottery, the Dallas Mavericks. Now that that's out of the way, we've got playoff basketball. Game 4 between the Celtics and Knicks from New York. Knicks are up 2-1. That's going to start momentarily. You can listen to the game on ESPN, 6:20 a.m. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning when we will know where Cooper Flagg will play his NBA basketball. Philadelphia. Starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dallas. It's going to be Dallas, Vince. Shh. Boy, are you on Twitter right now? Oh, my God, the conspiracy theories are... Oh, my Lord. It's just like, sure.
40 years ago today was the frozen envelope. 40 years ago today, the frozen envelope, I totally believe it was rigged to get Patrick Ewing to the Knicks.
Hey, we'll do you traded Luka to the Lakers. We'll do you solid. We'll get you the #1 pick.
We'll get you Cooper Flagg.
We'll get you Cooper Flagg. You'll be okay. Don't worry about it. You guys will be fine. I know you'll have to.
You only have to take 1 first round for Luka. You don't have to take 5.
You'll have to suffer a little bit, but it's okay. We'll get you Cooper Flagg. It'll be all right. Like it's just a little sampling on Twitter, everybody, because Dallas had a 1.8% chance of getting the #1 pick.
Wow.
1.8%.
Unbelievable.
And they got it.
Unbelievable.
So that's what's going on there. All is well. Well, I mean, relatively speaking, all is well with the Suns. Houston actually went down, as Mitch said. They're picking 10th, not 9th, and they didn't win the lottery, so there's that. Back to the Arizona Diamondbacks. The big news of the day, Jordan Lawler. We're going to react to that at 5 o'clock today with the latest that Gambo's learned about it. He's not in the lineup today. You said that he wouldn't be, and he's not. The Eduardo Rodriguez question continues to loom, and it wasn't just a bad start for Eduardo on Friday night. There were a couple of concerning things that happened with Eduardo Rodriguez over the weekend as well. For example, Torey Lovullo suggesting that maybe Erod was tipping his pitches on Friday nights.
No, I didn't think that. I thought...
He was asked about Zach Gallen tipping his pitches, and that's why at first he said, no, I don't think Zach Gallen was, but...
Erod was. But that's our job as staff to pay attention to that, and we go back to the drawing board and pay attention to every little movement our pitchers make. They were on every pitch that Erod was throwing. I will say, Jack, between me and you, I thought at one point in time they were sitting and backlegging some breaking balls, and when Zach's got a lot of velo and he can spot it up the way he can, I was a little bit suspicious, but it never reached. I'm only repeating it the second time. I thought about it the first time, and now I'm repeating it to you. So that's between me and you. Let's not tell anybody.
Wow. Well, everybody's whispering on this segment of the Burns and Gambo show. So that was 36 seconds of him talking about Zach Gallen not tipping his pitches. But the interesting takeaway was like, oh, yeah, Erod was. They were on everything he was throwing. He was tipping his pitch. He was very matter-of-fact about it. And then there was his lack of hustle on Friday night and Torey's comments on Friday, which I'll have to read. I don't have him here. I don't have those comments for you. But
the lack of hustle and getting behind home plate and covering behind the bag.
There were 2 plays. There was a throwing error by Josh Naylor, and a clearly exasperated Rodriguez maybe lost his focus and didn't cover first base. Wasn't interested in getting off the mound and fielding. Lovullo said, I was a little bit upset about that. quote, I'm more upset he didn't back up home plate than I am about him not getting off the mound.
Right.
That type of stuff bugs the bleep out of me.
Yes.
Lavillo said he and the coaches both spoke to Rodriguez about the situation.
Yeah. I mean,
it wasn't a banner weekend for Erod.
No, and I'm sure he was frustrated. He wasn't pitching very well, but not covering first base, not getting behind behind home plate to cover on a missed throw, like just little things. And Lavillo is a stickler for a lot of the little things, a stickler. Like stuff that you don't even realize in a game, like hitting the cutoff guy the right way, is stuff that you may not think about that when you're watching a baseball game, but a guy bounces a cutoff throw, and that's not Diamondback baseball. That's not what he wants. So he's very particular on all of those things, all of the relay throws. So I'm not surprised that he was angry at Erod for what would be lackadaisical play in that game.
Yeah. Now, does that plus the performance mean the leash on Erod is short, that he's in any kind of jeopardy of losing anything?
As long as Ryan Nelson remains a possibility as a starter, you're damn right it is. You're damn right. At some point, you got to win. If Erod's not getting the job done, you'll take him out of the rotation. He's got an ERA of 7.30. His last 3 starts, his ERA is 9. 18 innings, his ERA is 9. Yes, this is an important start for him Wednesday against the Giants. And if he doesn't pitch very well, you're going to have to start thinking about it. Like, is this worth it to have this guy in a rotation?
Yeah.
He committed a lot of money to him, but make no mistake about it. The Arizona Diamondbacks don't give a damn. They don't give a damn.
100%.
Jordan Montgomery, Madison Bumgarner, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't care how much money if Ryan Nelson's the better option, Ryan Nelson will pitch.
Yeah. No, this season, there's too much writing on this season for them not to approach it that way. So going back for just a second, Torey Lavello upset with Erod for not backing up home plate. Torey Lavello upset with Erod or just saying he's tipping pitches. We had Torey on the show on Friday, as we always do. And, what do you tell these guys when there's not a microphone in front of your face?
I said we're playing 20% confused baseball. I say clean it the F up. I'll look at somebody straight in the eye and say, hey, man, I'm tired of this. Catch the baseball. Do it right. I'm tired of it. So I've gotten to that point with some of my instruction. I'm usually very patient. That's kind of what my job is to be patient, non-reactive. And I know when we make mistakes, I make mistakes. I make 10 mistakes a day, and we pick each other up, and we kind of talk through it so you don't continue to make those same mistakes. So when I'm seeing it happen over and over and over again, I become a little bit more edgy and more reactive. And they know that. And they know when I get to that point, I have every right to come up to them and say, boys, this is unacceptable. We're playing well below what my expectations are and what our standard is here in the Valley. Like, clean it the F up. I'm unhappy. Do something about it and do it fast.
To your point, to Torey's point, the start on Wednesday, and this is, in a way, I'm kind of glad that it's a day game and you and I are coming on right after that game, because I want to react in real time to whatever Eduardo Rodriguez does against the San Francisco Giants on Wednesday. I really do, because between tipping pitches, of which his manager was very blunt about, between not being happy about him not backing up home plate, between the poor performances we've seen the last couple of weeks, I gotta think they're a couple of weeks away and maybe 2 or 3 more Erod starts before they go, you know what? To hell with this. We're not wasting time here. Now, I don't mean they're cutting him or releasing him or eating the money or anything. I'm just talking about a swap. Hey, okay, Ryan Nelson, you're up. Can you do better than that guy? Go do better than that guy.
They've lost 5 of his last 7 starts. Lost to the Dodgers, lost to the Mets, lost to Tampa, lost to Milwaukee, lost to Washington. They beat Miami, and they beat Philly in 10 innings. He didn't get the win in that game, but those are the games. But he lost 5 of the last 7. Like, not good enough. Just not good enough. It has to be better. And if it's not better, they'll probably make a change.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, a quarterback retiring from the NFL whose numbers look suspiciously like the one we have here in the desert. That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Quickly and Marana mornings. In my opinion, the idea that Kevin Durant doesn't fit the Rockets' timeline, I'm going to reject that. Because if you're in the business to win a title right here and now, then he fits your timeline perfectly. But I think the bigger question is, would you as the Rockets look at what Kevin Durant did or did not do for the Phoenix Suns and then come to the conclusion that the idea of trading for KD is not exactly in alignment with the reality? and the experience of having Kevin
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimer.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carol Rice with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
You've always been strong. But in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless New York Strip Steaks are only $7.99 a pound in the Super Value Pack with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
So our top story of the day, Jordan Lawler called up by the Arizona Diamondbacks. Not in the lineup today, but that doesn't mean he is not the subject of today's X poll question of the day, social media poll question of the day. Lauren, what are we asking the folks today? What do we got?
We're asking them, which position do you think Jordan Lawler will play the most this season with the D-backs? Is it shortstop, second base, third base, or DH?
For what it's worth, so far down in the minors, he is 141 innings at second, 90 at short, and only 72 at third. But I still think the answer is third base.
That's close. It's going to be really close, I think. I'm going to lean third base, too.
I just think
Marte's a switch hitter, so you could have him DH from the left and the right side if you want to get him play at second base.
You could.
And Marte's got the legs. They gave Marte the day off yesterday. So you could make an argument second base because they want to rest Marte's legs.
You could. Absolutely. I think shortstop will be the fewest. Geraldo Perdomo is the team's shortstop for the next. I think it's rule that one out. It's either second or third. I'm just going with third because I think Suarez's defense this year has been spotty.
His throwing.
It's been really spotty. It's really the throwing. Yeah. So that'd be a good way to maybe move him to DH. So I'll say third base. Yeah.
Me too.
And third base is leading the way with 43% of the vote, 28% going with second base, 18% going with DH, and 12% going with shortstop.
All right. Thank you, Lauren. We haven't talked a lot of football today. Not a ton to talk about right now. But this is Jeremy Fowler talking about why Saints quarterback Derek Carr announced his retirement over the weekend.
Really, for the last 5 to 6 weeks, the Saints and Derek Carr have been trying to figure out what's best and how to proceed with this shoulder issue, which tests revealed, as the Saints just said, a labral tear and degenerative damage to his rotator cuff, potentially. So these are major issues. You imagine trying to throw on that. So really before then, the feeling was like, hey, we restructured his contract. We can move forward to Derek Carr, even though there was some talk about a potential trade at one point. That never happened. So it seemed at one point in the offseason he was going to be the quarterback in 2025. So really when he started throwing again, then he felt the issue, talked to the Saints, reported it. They tried to shake this out. I think the Saints in a perfect world hoped that he could maybe rehab to health. It just seems like that was not in the cards.
So it leaves 3 quarterbacks in New Orleans, 2 of which have Valley ties. Spencer Rattler, who went to Pinnacle. Tyler Shuck, who went to Chandler Hamilton, who was just drafted this year.
He graduated high school with you, right? Didn't he, Tyler?
Who, Tyler Shuck?
Yeah.
No, why?
No, because he played like 7 years in college football. Oh, he didn't play like 7 years.
I totally missed the joke. I'm like, I didn't go to Hamilton. I went to Corona.
No,
he was
in college for a long time.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
He was a lot of different schools.
And then Jake Hayner is the third quarterback there. You've always made the Derek Carr, Kyler Murray comp, not because of their styles, but because of their resumes.
Yeah, you always look at who, we did. There was one last week. Here's the players that have made the most money, and 2 guys stood out like a sore thumb. They had no playoff wins. It was Kyler Murray and Derek Carr. Derek Carr played 11 seasons. He's 34 years old. He was a second-round pick of the Raiders in 2014. He has no playoff wins. 77 wins, 92 losses as a starter, losing record. He's made a lot of money, a crap ton of money, and he doesn't have a playoff victory. And Kyler is in that spot too. Like, Kyler's got to get a playoff victory. He's got to lead his team to the playoffs to win a playoff game. He's got to get over that hump. He has to. Because if not, then you're going to be like Derek Carr. And eventually the Raiders decided, okay, we're not getting anywhere with this guy. We got to try to do better. They moved on. New Orleans signed him 4 years, $150 million. Waste of money. This guy's made over $200 million in his career. $200 million. Made the one trip to the playoffs. How many's Kyler made? One. No playoff wins. No playoff wins. He's got the 9th most cash of any player in the last 10 years. And so, there does come a point where you've paid these guys so much money, and you look, well, what did I get out of it? Like he was your quarterback, but you didn't win anything.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't win anything.
God, he went to one playoff game,
and then they lost
one. But that's Kyler. I mean, I believed you, but I just had to look it up just to 2021. They went to the playoffs. They played one game. That's it. Yeah, it is Kyler, and it's why for every Kyler Murray apologist that might be out there. I'm about to say this, and it makes it sound like that I'm going to rip Kyler Murray apologists. I'm not. In some ways, I very much want Kyler Murray to succeed. I think you do too.
Yes,
I do very much want him to succeed, and I want him. I like how he's reinvented himself in his role in the organization, and I think it'd be great for all involved, and not just because I'm a Cardinals fan, or if you're listening, you're a Cardinals fan. I think Kyler Murray, it'd be a really cool, redemptive kind of story for him to reinvent himself and be super successful and take the Cardinals to the playoffs. If it doesn't happen this year, you must move on. You must. And the Derek Carr reason is the perfect example why. You blink, and 11 years will have gone by, and you'll go, what did we win?
Raiders held on to him for 9. This will be the 7th year for Kyler in Arizona. This is his 7th year. The Raiders hung on to Carr for 9 years. No playoff wins in 9 years. moved to New Orleans, 2 years in New Orleans, no playoff wins. Kyler's behind Carr by a little bit. Like, there's still time, but to your point, like, it's time to get over the hump. Like, it's time. It's time to, like, if you are going to be in that upper, and I don't even want to say upper echelon, if you want to be in the top third of quarterbacks in the NFL, you've got to have playoff success.
Yes.
You've got to take your team to the playoffs and have some success there.
Absolutely do.
If not, you're stuck. You know me. I always say a third of the quarterbacks in the league are hot garbage. They're awful, and you know they're awful.
Mm-hmm.
A third of them are as mediocre could be, and the other third are really good quarterbacks to great quarterbacks. The middle ground is the worst to be in.
Yeah.
And I think the Cardinals right now are hovering in that middle ground. Not exactly sure if Kyler is the guy to lead him where he wants. Like, there's still belief in him, but he has to be able to show that he can do it.
For the longest time, we've talked about quarterbacks who are in that middle ground, and I think in some ways Derek Carr is the perfect poster child for that. I mean, like more
than Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins is the other one that comes to mind.
Jay Cutler.
I always thought Jay Cutler had such unbelievable ability. He was just such a hard guy to lead. He just wasn't a lead. He was a jerk, right? He just was not a good guy.
One playoff win.
Yeah, and it just
one playoff.
He was just not wired to lead an NFL locker room because he was just such not a good dude. But whatever. Derek Carr is the poster child. Kirk Cousins is the poster child. You mentioned Jay Cutler. For a long time, we thought Jared Goff was the poster child of that. And then he went, or not, Matthew Stafford. I got my quarterbacks mixed up. For a long time, we thought Matthew Stafford was the poster child of that. He just needed to get out of a bad situation. And who knows? If the Cardinals do move on from Kyler a year from now, maybe he'll get to a situation, one that is deemed better for him, and he'll have the kind of success that he wasn't able to have here. Maybe that happens with him. But at least in my mind, make no mistake, if it doesn't happen this year for the Cardinals, you got to move on. You got to move on. And for better or for worse, you might find somebody who is not as good as Kyler. And then you might have to move on again a few years after that. But to keep banging your head up against the same wall time and time again, you can't run the risk of blinking and having 9 years of your franchise existence be gone.
Well, especially now, your third year with Monty Austinford and Jonathan Gannon. And, I mean, it looks like they put together a hell of a football team. It really does. Look like they put together a really good football team. Now you've got to see that pay off. You got to see it pay off.
And to your point, they didn't select Kyler. Now, they've been very steadfast in standing by him. There's not once been a question of their loyalty to Kyler or vice versa, but they didn't draft him. No. And they might, if it doesn't happen this year, they might have the same questions we do when we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show. The news of the day comes to us from the Arizona Diamondbacks. Jordan Lawler is here. What are the biggest questions that need to be answered with him? We'll talk about that next on Burns and Gambo.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Walk-off homer! Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Bedding. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Bedding. Brooklyn Bedding has 12 basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ahead of tonight's Diamondbacks game, the Snakes made a much-anticipated roster move. The top prospect, Jordan Lawler, is back with the big league club. He and Kendall Graveman join them ahead of tonight's game against San Francisco. It's the first time against the Giants this year, first of 3 games. It's also the final 3 games of the Diamondbacks' 16 games in 16 days stretch. Merrill Kelly is on the mound tonight. He'll oppose the veteran right-hander Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. That'll be right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in the NBA, it's okay, Suns fans. The Rockets are not selecting in the first spot. They're not even selecting top 5. As a matter of fact, they fell from the 9th best odds to the 10th overall slot. So that is where the Rockets will have the Suns pick in the upcoming draft. The winner of the NBA draft lottery is the Dallas Mavericks. Now, make of that what you will. And in the NBA playoffs, we've got Game 4 in the East between the Boston Celtics and the New York Knicks. Knicks up 2-1 in that series, and the Knicks have closed the gap after falling behind early. Is now 19-17 in favor of Boston. There's 4.5 to go in the first quarter of play. That'll be over on ESPN 620 AM. Actually, it's over there right now. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. It's located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
D-backs Giants. Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Welcome back, Jordan Lawler.
Ecstatic to be here, and like I've told Tori and everybody, I just want to be here and help the team win in any way, method that I can be called on to do.
Yeah, it's funny. We've had a lot of conversations about Jordan Lawler, given the season that he was having at Reno. And at one point last week, you had said he's not going to be a September call-up. He's coming. And I said, okay, when?
I didn't have the answer, but I knew that he was going to play a significant role this year for the Diamondbacks.
Now we know the answer, and the answer is now. Nick Pecoro was the first to report last night that he was going to get called
very
up.
late.
It was like 10 o'clock at night when I saw it first thing this morning. I didn't see it last night. I do want to give credit to our buddy Jack Summers, who was the one who was really kind of running the line of questioning for Torrey yesterday before the game about Jordan Lawler and about how it might work and everything, which is why we've got so many good answers from Torrey about how he might get used. Either way, the top prospect in the system, and according to MLB.com, the number 4 prospect in baseball.
He's here.
Is here, and the question is he here to stay this time?
Yeah, I reported earlier that he was not going to play today, so he is not in the lineup tonight. This just came out a little while ago, the lineup. He is not in the lineup tonight against Justin Verlander. My expectation is that he will start tomorrow at shortstop. I can't tell you where he's hitting in a lineup, but I believe he'll be at shortstop tomorrow for Geraldo Perdomo. And he'll get his first start this year at that position. What they expect out of him, I can tell you this. They're expecting him to play some second base. They're expecting him to play some shortstop. And they're expecting him to play some third base. They're expecting that they can get him 4 games a week minimum, that he can get out there 4 times a week.
Okay.
If there's 6 games or 7 games, they can get him out there 4 times. If they play second, Marte can DH or get the day off. If he plays short, you give Perdomo a day off. If he plays third, Suarez can DH or get the day off. So you have those avenues available. Basically what they're going to do is they had the same thing with the outfield. There was a time when they had 4 outfielders, back when you had Jake McCarthy and Alec Thomas and Gurriel and Corbin, like, how are you going to play these guys? Where I said Lovello figures out a way to get the 4th outfielder the at-bats he needs. He's going to have to do that now with the infield. Between Marte, Perdomo, Suarez, and Jordan Lawler, you've got 4 guys at those positions, at those 3 positions. Now, unless you move somebody to first base, and I don't think I see that happening, because Lawler's just going to play second, short, and third. No first base, no outfield is what I'm being told. Now you've got to figure out a way to get to rotate those 4 guys into 3 positions, but you do get to use the DH.
I really, you know what? I don't think it's going to be that hard. And last week when we were talking about Jordan Lawler, it's basically the suggestion we came up with. This is almost exactly what we suggested. Just do it this way. Give Marte and whatever you do, whichever one of those guys you give a blow to, you could, as you say, just put him at DH. Let Lawler play at second base and Marte's your designated hitter that night. Let him play at shortstop and Perdomo's your designated. I mean, like it's not that complicated. When you think about it that way. To me, the one thing I know I want all the time is I want Geraldo Perdomo playing at shortstop. And that's why I'm surprised that's the first spot he's playing in. Because to me, I want Geraldo Perdomo on the field at all times. He's just too much of a leader. He's too smart. He's too much of the emotional heartbeat, all of that stuff. But okay, fine, whatever. It's obvious Suarez's defense has taken a step back, so it's very justifiable to do it third and have Suarez be the designated hitter. It's very obvious after watching Ketel not play yesterday that they're really taking it carefully with Ketel's health. So make him the designated hitter and have Jordan Lawler play second base. There are options here. I don't think it's that tough. And Torey Lovello doesn't think Lawler bouncing around positions is a detriment to him.
Now, playing, and you ask about bouncing around, I am very concerned about that. I know what that feels like. Personally, I know what that feels like. So my questions are, I know he's going to impact the game offensively, but you can't totally count on it all the time. What's he going to do defensively? Is he able to move around comfortably and play 3 positions, comfortably making his plays? And the answers have been yes. So that's the space I live in.
And Lawler today was asked about that as well.
I've enjoyed it. I mean, I enjoy kind of getting the different views, second, third, switching it up a little bit. It came up as a shortstop. So, yeah, it's fun to check out the different side of the diamond.
Shortstops, usually your best athletes.
Typically.
Shortstop, center fielders. And that guy could, go play anywhere. I mean, when the Yankees had Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez, they moved Alex Rodriguez to third base. He was fine. He was fine at third base. He could make the throw. Loyola, they gave him a lot of experience at second base when Marte went down, not because they felt he was going to replace Marte, it's because it was the one area he didn't have any experience at. And now you're bringing him up, you're saying, okay, that helped them with him playing a lot of second base because now they say, okay, Marte, they gave Marte a breather yesterday. A lot of people didn't like it, but they did.
I didn't like it at all.
Yeah, I mean, they're very particular with certain guys, especially with the hamstring and the legs with Marte. Give him a day here and there. So now Loyola can play second base.
More than anything, I mean, the positional stuff, we'll figure that out. I think they can get it. You said, 4 games a week? They can get him 4 games a week. I'm not that worried about that. More than anything, I'm looking big picture here, and I'm looking at a baseball team that has been good, but has not yet met our expectations so far this season. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. I'm hoping that Jordan Lawler is the one last thing left to put them over the top. Now, I'm not trying to put pressure on the kid and saying, it's all on you. You got to do it. You got to be the savior. Because really, the bullpen has been the problem, and you could make an argument that A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez coming back are actually more important to the Diamondbacks than Jordan Lawler. But for now, I like the idea of taking the number 4 prospect in baseball and saying, you know what, we're going to figure it out. And we're going to play him, and he's going to contribute. And I can't wait to see what he does. I can't, because the last time he was here,
he was a baby.
He was a baby, and he didn't get a lot of playing time. And it was in the middle of that 2023 stretch run to the postseason where it wasn't worth playing him a lot. They were doing pretty well without him. I feel like this time is a little bit different. Okay, we could use a little bit of help here. Let's lean into one of the best prospects in baseball and see if he can.
It's almost 2 years later, and he suffered an injury last year, and he missed all of last year. He barely played. But now he's a couple years more mature, and he's got some experience under his belt playing all his different positions. Would it be ideal if he was just ready to come up and play one position? Sure. But this is an ideal situation. They have an everyday second baseman, an everyday shortstop, and an everyday third baseman. And now you're bringing up a kid. If you've got a backup, you could have your backup not play for 5 days and then put him in there.
Yes.
You can't do that with Jordan Lawler.
No.
So you can't take your backup infielder, your utility infield. You could have your utility infielder sit for a week and then play him. Then sit for 3 days and then play him. Then sit for 5 days and then play him. Mm-hmm. You don't have to get a certain amount of bats for the guy. He's just got to stay ready on his own, knowing that he's a backup and be ready. Lawler's completely different. You have to treat him as a starter. You have to treat him as a guy who's going to get 16 to 20 at-bats a week. You have to.
Yeah. More than anything, there is that, and you're right. My hope is that Jordan Lawler plays so well that they go, okay, you know what? It's not going to be 4 times a week. It's going to be 5 times a week. And it's not going to be 5 times a week. It's going to be nearly every day where we're just going to find a way. We're going to find a way to get him in. Now, I know you say no outfield. I mean, is his bat so impactful that maybe he could play designated hitter perhaps, I suppose. He could play DH if they wanted him to.
They may want to give Suarez a day off or Marte a day off.
Marte especially,
they like giving guys
seem like they're
off.
being real cautious with Ketel Marte, and that's fine. Marte can be the designated hitter, and he can play second. More than anything, this is that moment of, okay, it's one of the top prospects in baseball, right? We've done this with Upton. And we did this with Carroll, and we've done it's always this magical moment for any baseball team anywhere when you've got a prospect who's like this, who's that well thought of. Okay, let's see what he's got, right? And let's take him for a test spin and see what he can do when it matters. And it's cool to see how they respond in the moment, right? Not too long ago. This was Paul Skeens and the Pittsburgh Pirates. How's he going to react? We all know he's a great prospect. How's he going to react in the moment? It's cool when you get to see this unfold in real time because it doesn't always work, but when it does, oh, it's great. Like it did with Corbin Carroll. You just saw him and you're like, oh yeah, he's a star.
Yeah,
I want to have that. I want to have that Jordan Lawler. Oh yeah, he's a star moment at some point this week. That would be the most affirming, cool thing that could happen if you're a Diamondback fan.
Yeah. It's a good point because you just don't know. We've had guys that we thought were going to be stars that weren't.
Yep.
And then you've got the guys that you mentioned, Corbin Carroll and Justin Upton, and you've had guys you thought you were hoping to be stars, and they were. And you're like, okay, well, you got something special here. And maybe that's the case with this kid. He's still 22 years old. He's going to be an everyday starter next year. He's going to, just like Ryan Nelson will very likely be a starting pitcher next year. And right now, you're just figuring out a way to use him and keep and have him help the big league club.
But I want more than that.
You want more than that out of Lawler.
That's what I mean. I show me you're a star. Show me you're all that.
Right.
And I know this is baseball.
That your career is going to end and you're going to be in the All-Star game 6 times.
Right. And I know it doesn't always work like that. But sometimes, every now and then, when the star is that bright, it does. I really hope we see that this year. Because you're right. He's going to be an everyday guy next year, and I don't doubt that for a second. I want to see something now.
Okay.
Show me something
I'm
now.
with you.
Let's see what you got. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, is there a closer option for this team that they aren't considering and should? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs Dodgers.
The 2-1. Swung on. That's a line drive to left center. Hernandez will make the catch. The ball game is over. The Dodgers win it. It is a series split between these two. The D-backs took the odds. The Dodgers took the evens.
No break for the Snakes as they begin a 3-game series at the Giants tonight. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
One of the best things I've ever done for myself was LASIK surgery. I'm just saying, I've thought about that. I haven't done it, but I've thought about it. Your eyesight changes as you get older. It changes for the worse. Between 40 and 50, mainly, you'll see a big difference in your eyes. Your eyes age. Your eyes are aging. They get worse. And Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz did wonders for me in my eyes. I had LASIK surgery done about 15 years ago. I don't wear glasses. I don't wear contact lenses. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. I have no issues at all with my eyes. I'll be 59 later this year. So, as my eyesight was changing in my 40s, I've avoided having to wear glasses or contacts thanks to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. All you have to do is call him at 480-483-EYES. Ask about 2 years of interest-free financing and the free thorough eye exam. That's 480-483-EYES or online at teamidoc.com.
Vaccines are one of the best ways to help protect against certain serious respiratory illnesses, including COVID-19. That's why it's important to understand what the CDC recommends for you when it comes to COVID-19 vaccination. Here's Dr. Maria McColgan, a physician and Pfizer employee.
COVID-19 continues to be a risk year-round, and you could take steps to help protect yourself. According to the CDC, everyone 6 months of age and older is recommended to receive a 2024-2025 formula COVID-19 vaccine. The CDC also recommends that people 65 years and older and certain people with a weakened immune system receive another 2024-2025 COVID-19 vaccine 6 months after their last dose, with a minimum interval of 2 months between doses. Talk to your healthcare provider about when to schedule your COVID-19 vaccination and book an appointment at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com.
This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
DQ presents how to hit summer's sweet spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
I was out of town, and my wife had a business meeting she had to go to, so we hired the next-door neighbor to be the babysitter. She had them out by the pool, and my daughter got hungry, so she took my daughter inside to get a sandwich and left Rex out by the pool by himself. And when she came back out, Rex was face down in the pool. She started screaming, the babysitter, And my next door neighbor on the other side heard the screaming, came over, got Rex out of the pool. By the time 911 came, they tried to resuscitate him. He never did regain consciousness. These drowning incidents, they happen very quickly and they're silent. Keep constant eye-to-eye contact with the children around the pool. Many people think it can't happen to me, and it does. It can happen to anybody. It happened to me.
Fulton Homes remembers Rex and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. And are the Diamondbacks rested enough to play a game in San Francisco tonight? Big game for the Diamondbacks. We'll talk about it tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
I heard Bickley's blast today. I agree. I thought it was ridiculous Ketel Marte didn't play in that game yesterday. It's like, come on. Come on. We're either playing ball or not. Let's do it.
He's had the hamstring injuries.
If
they're trying to make him, give him some rest here and there. I get it. I
healthy enough to be
understand.
activated. He's healthy enough to play, and if he's not healthy enough to be activated, then he shouldn't be activated.
I don't totally disagree. I really don't.
It was frustrating, like seeing the lineup for yesterday's game. What?
Right.
You're going up against Shohei and Freddie Freeman and his 400 batting average at Chase Field and Mookie Betts, and you're not putting Ketel Marte in the lineup. It's like, come on. Are these are these games matter at this point in the season, or is that lip service?
Like, can you give him a day off against, I don't know, like Colorado?
Yeah, right. Like, you want to give days off against Colorado? Knock yourself out against Colorado.
Pittsburgh?
Seriously. Can you imagine the pressure on any team now, but especially a contending team, to sweep the Colorado Rockies? Like, anything less than
Imagine losing a series to them?
Yeah, no, I can't. That'd be a disaster.
To lose a series to the Rockies.
Would be a disaster. Yeah. There was obviously a lot that happened this weekend over the Dodgers. The D-backs split the 4-game series. Yeah. We've talked about Corbin Burns. We've talked about Eduardo Rodriguez. We just had a conversation about Ketel Marte, and obviously we know about Jordan Lawler. We've been kind of like picking little things out of the 4 games. Okay, let's talk about this, and let's talk about this. You and I noticed exactly the same thing on Saturday's game, and I think it's a really good conversation to have. Ryan Nelson looked It took him 16 pitches and 11 strikes to mow through the 8th and the 9th inning when saving that game for Corbin Burns. And I had the same thought you did. Is the solution to the problem right under your nose if you're the Diamondbacks?
Just make Ryan Nelson a closer. He was a closer at Oregon. He was a closer. Like, he's got that DNA in his system. He was a closer. Like, he wasn't a starting pitcher. Well, he started some games, but not a lot. He was more of a reliever. Ryan Nelson goes into that game. 8th inning. Here comes Ohtani, Betts, Freeman. 1, 2, 3. Line out, strikeout, ground out, done. Goes into the 9th, 1, 2, 3. Gets his second Major League Baseball save. The first was last year against San Diego. They won the game 11-2, but it was a 3-inning type save, so they gave him credit for the save anyway. But there was a calming feeling when he was in the game against those guys that I don't have when Ryan Thompson is pitching and Joe Mantiply is pitching and Kevin Ginkel is pitching, as much as I love Ginkel and everybody else. Like, there was a calming influence. Ryan Nelson's on the mound. They're going to win. You had to protect that lead for Corbin Burns. Corbin Burns pitched his ass off. He pitched a great game against the Dodgers. A great game. He had leadoff runners on in the first and in the third and in the fifth, but he pitched so well. You got 2 innings to go. Ryan Nelson goes out there, mows him down. Do I think he should be given the closer spot? I'm open to it.
Okay.
I know that they've discussed it, but the answer's no.
And why is the answer no?
I don't know. I just feel like with Puck coming back and J-Mark coming back, that they've got, like, what their feeling is, what the bullpen looks like now is nothing like what it's going to look like in a few weeks. When they get these guys back, everybody's going to slide down.
Yeah.
If Puck and Martinez come back and they could be 8th and 9th inning, it's going to slide Ginkel down. It's going to slide Thompson down. It's going to slide all of these guys. And I still think you've got a Joe Mantiply problem. Like, he came up and home run, base hit. Like,
you have a Joe Mantiply problem. Like I don't know how much longer he's going to be on your roster. And I know once upon a time he was an all-star, but I saw him come into that game in relief yesterday, and Zach Gallen clearly did not want to come out. But Joe Mantiply, who's had really good numbers against Shohei Ohtani, I saw the outing that he had, and I thought, I don't know if Joe Mantiply is going to be on this roster much longer. Look, I think we can almost revisit this conversation in 2 weeks, okay? And here's what I mean by that. Because in 2 weeks, here's what's going to happen. Kendall Graveman is going to be in the bullpen. Let's see what impact he has. Okay. Justin Martinez, we think, will probably be back in the bullpen.
Yep.
Let's see what impact that has. And most importantly, we'll have about 3 more starts of Eduardo Rodriguez. And if he's still rocking an ERA of 9 like he is in his last 18 innings, I think depending on how those 3 things go, it might be crossroads time for Ryan Nelson in that if Martinez isn't great and Graveman isn't great, okay, let's put Ryan Nelson out there and let's leave him there all year long and have him anchor the back end of our bullpen. Or Eduardo Rodriguez still stinks like he has for the last 18 innings. We desperately need to get him out of the rotation and put Ryan Nelson in. Either way, I think in 2 weeks, you're going to have a much clearer idea of where Ryan Nelson's services are needed the most.
Yeah.
Either the rotation or agree, disagree?
No, I agree. I agree. I think that, look, watching him pitch in that game in relief of Corbin Burns, there was this feeling like he could be your freaking closer. He could be your guy. And I don't know what's more important. I really don't. They've blown 8 saves. It's very important to make sure that you've got the back end of your bullpen figured out. And maybe they feel comfortable that with all these guys coming back, Graveman coming in now, and then Jay Martin Puck, that they'll be okay. You do have an Eduardo Rodriguez problem. He's got a 7.30 ERA. He's got a 9 ERA in his last 3 outings over 18 innings. You got him under contract this year for $20 million, next year for $21 million, the year after that for $19 million. But I don't think this is about him and his money. The Diamondbacks have proven time and time again they'll sit somebody who's not playing because what's the best option? You're trying to win.
Absolutely.
Does Ryan Nelson give you are the Diamondbacks a better team with Ryan Nelson as a middle reliever, with Ryan Nelson as a starter and Eduardo Rodriguez on the bench, or with Ryan Nelson as a closer?
Well, I know what the answer to that question isn't.
With the role he's in now.
The role he's in now.
He's got to be one of the other.
I think, and I appreciate what they're trying to do with him and keep him ready in case that moment comes. But there's no question that if we're just talking straight value, what role does Ryan Nelson offer the club that has more value to it? It's not the one he's in now. It's not. It's not impactful enough. It's not regular enough. It's not steady enough. Yeah,
it's just buying time.
That's exactly the way to look at it. And so
until you figure out what to do with them.
That's why I think a couple of weeks, maybe you'll have a better idea of where you stand. And if Eduardo Rodriguez figures it out, okay, then because I do think if we're just looking at Ryan Nelson as an asset, I feel like he is kind of being wasted in this role a little bit. Like again, with full understanding of why they're doing it, it doesn't feel like they're maximizing the value of Ryan Nelson with where he is.
I think that their feeling is that you're going to need a 6th starter. He's the guy. The problem is it's not a problem. It's 6 weeks into the season, nobody went down.
Right.
Nobody went down.
I know that's what their feeling is. But it was also not just insurance against somebody getting injured. It's insurance against one of them being not very good. And Eduardo Rodriguez is starting to play the part a little bit of not being very good. And so they might not be, hey, we're going to wait until somebody gets hurt. Let's wait until somebody's not performing well enough, and let's get him out, and let's put Ryan Nelson in, and we might be a couple weeks away from being there.
If he has a bad outing against San Francisco on Wednesday, and we come on after that game's over, it's got to be a serious discussion about how short the rope is, the leash is on him at this point.
Yep.
Because you can't keep. They've lost 5 of his last 7 starts.
And
you can't keep losing games that he pitches in.
We've had conversations like this about Jordan Montgomery. We've had conversations about this Mad Bum in the last past. And I hope it doesn't get to that point. And they've done the right thing. And they'll do the right thing when it comes to this. It's just how long will it take them to get there? When we come back, the NBA draft lottery results. All is well for the Phoenix Suns, and all is pure conspiracy around the NBA. It is thick. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Wherever Giannis ends up going, and the fact that he's exploring possibilities now, he's gone. You don't make that step if you're going to stay. If you're going to stay, it's because you're going to be that guy. You're going to be forever loyal to one market, and that's antithetical to being loyal to one market if you go out on a dating circuit.
Isn't that his brother's name? Antithetical?
Gumbo. Yeah, that's him.
Bickley and Marotta. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Market had a great day today, up 1,160 points to 42,410. Big day for the market. There was time. People were panicking a few weeks ago, a month ago. People were very, very nervous about tariffs and things like that. And, you worry about it too much yourself. It's why I tell everybody, hire a financial advisor, most likely a fiduciary. Have somebody that can help guide you through the difficult times so that way you come out on top in the end. I use a local guy, 5 locations in the Valley for asset preservation, wealth, and tax. Stuart Willis, a fiduciary, always has your best interest in mind. He's done a great job with me, my retirement plan, my financial plan, putting me in a position to where I can retire on my terms, live the life that I want to live, do the things that I want to do as I start getting up there in age. Now, for a lot of you out there, the sooner you start, the better, but there's never a bad time to start. It's always 30s, 40s, even in your 50s. It's worth it to start. I recommend a free portfolio review. Call 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, aka DISC. Disc surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. Disc is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the DISC surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ahead of tonight's Diamondbacks game, the Diamondbacks made a much-anticipated roster move. The top prospect, Jordan Lawler, He's in San Francisco, along with the rest of the Diamondbacks. He and Kendall Graveman rejoined the big league club ahead of tonight's game. First of 3 against the San Francisco Giants, and the final 3 games of the Diamondbacks' 16 games in 16 days stretch. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound tonight. He'll go against the veteran right-hander Justin Verlander. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. And you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. In the NBA, sigh of relief, Suns fans. The Rockets are not picking first overall. They're not even picking in the top 5. They actually fell from the 9th best odds to the 10th overall pick in the upcoming draft. The winner of the NBA draft lottery, the Dallas Mavericks. Who would have thought? And right now, over on ESPN 620 AM, we've got Game 4 between the Boston Celtics and the New York Knicks in the second round of the Eastern playoffs. Knicks up 2-1, but they're currently down 51-44 in this game. There's 5 minutes to go until the first half has concluded. Again, that's over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Dine and donate during the month of May at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. $1 of each purchase will benefit the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Boston is beating the Knicks right now, 51-44. 5 minutes to go in the first half there. It is game
All the stars
4.
are out in this one.
Yes.
All the stars are out.
Yes, they are. We were just talking about that during the commercial break. All of the stars that are there courtside in New York to see Boston and New York. And then later tonight in the NBA, it is going to be the series between,
Minnesota Golden State.
I'm stalling here because my brain is locking up. I mean, Minnesota Golden State. Minnesota's up 2-1. That game starts at 7 o'clock. So a very pivotal game 4 in that series. It's either going to be a commanding 3-1 series lead for Minnesota, or it's going to be a 2-2 series, and maybe they get Steph back at some point.
But all the talk in the NBA is on the new Big 3 in Dallas.
Well, and before we get to that, and I do want to get to that, also what's on tonight, obviously Diamondbacks baseball, game 1 in their series against the San Francisco Giants. Haven't seen the Giants yet this year. We'll preview that matchup coming up in about 10 minutes here on Burns and Gambo, including the Keymaster with a key to the game as well. But yes, all of the NBA is talking about and laughing at the fact that of all of the teams to win the NBA draft lottery, the Dallas Mavericks and their 1.8% chance of doing so in the same year in which they traded Luka to the LA Lakers, almost as if they got rewarded for their own incompetence by, hey, you know what? That fan base deserves better than that. That idiot traded Luka. We'll go ahead and give you Cooper Flag. Not everybody. A lot of people are screaming just pure conspiracy right now about this. You said it was the 40th anniversary of the frozen envelope?
Anniversary of the frozen envelope with Patrick Ewing and the Knicks.
People are screaming conspiracy about this one too, Gambo.
Well, yeah. Unless Nico made one of those, golden fiddle deals with the devil and
I'll bet your soul a fiddle of gold.
Just give me Cooper Flag.
Yeah,
you can have my soul.
I'll do whatever
when I'm gone.
Yeah, it's
like doing everything wrong, and then like they did everything wrong, and then you get rewarded for it.
Being rewarded for it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
everything wrong.
And that's where the conspiracy is kind of like rooted in, like hey, that's too important of a team for the NBA to allow them to not be without Luka. That's too important of a fan base in our league for them to be without a superstar. Or I mean, whatever or maybe even a thank you to the Dallas Mavericks for trading Luka to the Lakers and what that's going to mean for eyeballs and revenue and rating and all that. Either way, I'm not sure I buy it. I'm just telling you what people are saying online about it, that they're looking at it as pure, straight conspiracy when the team that has Luka and trades Luka and has a 1.8% chance of winning the lottery wins the lottery when there's a generational talent like Cooper Flagg available. Everyone's screaming about it right now.
Yeah, and this kid is a generational talent. I mean, led Duke into the Final Four this year, shot 48% from field, 38.5% from three-point range, 84% from the free-throw line. He was with the U.S. Olympic team in training camp. He held his own against all those guys. People were bragging about how good he was. And now you look at that team, and, if things go according to plan, you'll have right now they've got Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, they'll have Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis, Daniel Gafford. You've got Lively there. That's if Kyrie's capable to come back at some point next year. Right now they need guard play. They're really struggling at the guard play. I think Spencer Dinwiddie's all they really had. But if Kyrie's able to come back even later in the year, that would be a boost for them. They're going to be good. And now you've got Cooper Flagg to deal with in the West. And then, the number 2 pick went to the Spurs, who have 2 lottery picks, by the way. The Spurs have 2 lottery picks. So, they can get better or use those picks in a trade to help themselves. So, the West just got a lot tougher. A lot tougher.
You got a text from Jason Kidd moments after it
I was talking with Jason because he was in California. And he texted me wow. He's just, wow, crazy. The first one was just wow when they got in the top 4. And then when they got number 1, he's like, wow, this is crazy. So he's, obviously very excited.
Yeah, by now, we'll talk about the Suns in a second here. But in a way, I feel like we are talking about the Suns because these are teams that they're going to be competing with in Western Conference. Obviously, nothing happened with the Suns. The Rockets are picking 10th, so we don't have to worry about it. A word about San Antonio for a second. And with them sitting at number 2, can you imagine if they would have finished with number 1 and it's Cooper Flagg and Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox and Stephon Castle and all of that stuff. But even sitting at number 2, it has been pointed out by Evan Siddery on Twitter and others. And I'm just going to read this word for word. The Spurs now have a golden asset with the number 2 pick to potentially offer the Bucks in a package for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Right.
San Antonio owns a surplus of picks and a compelling core of young talent. He's wondering, and other people are wondering too. You mentioned they've got 2 lottery picks. They're at 2 and 14.
2 and 14.
They've got all that young talent.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Spurs the team to watch in a Giannis trade because of everything that they can offer? And I think the answer is maybe. We'll have to see.
They got salaries that can match up. You'd have to put, you have Vassal's at about $28-29 million. You've got Harrison Barnes. Salary you could use. You've got young players in Sochan and Castle if you wanted to move one of them. But you've got the 2nd and 14th pick. If you're Milwaukee and you're going to get off of Giannis, those picks are intriguing. Give me both picks. Give me some players and let's make a deal.
I mean, look, you're only trading Giannis. And by the way, if you missed the news, we haven't talked about this once today. Shams over at ESPN reported that Giannis is contemplating what he wants to do.
He's open.
He's open to the idea.
Listen.
Yeah. And so if he's open to the idea, that might be code for, send us your best offer. If they make Giannis available, they're going to get unbelievable. But it's got to be a place where Giannis wants to go. He can dictate this. He can control that. He might want to go to San Antonio to play with Victor Wembanyama. And certainly San Antonio's got the assets to go make a whopper of a mother of a package to go get him with all these draft picks and players.
I think, again, they have the number 2 pick. They've got the number 14 pick. They've got terrific young talent. I mean, I loved Sochan. I love Castle. I think there's some really good young talent there.
I think they've got a lot of future draft assets too. I think they've got a surplus of picks coming up in that. I have to look that up to be sure, but I think they have a surplus of picks.
Castle was the rookie of the year. Mm-hmm. So you've got, if you could hold on to some of those guys, and again, I think there's some contracts you could trade. Milwaukee's not going to want Harrison Barnes, but you got to make contracts work somehow to make it work. But I think, getting the 2nd pick and the 4th, they might say, listen, we don't really want the 2nd pick. We'll trade that if it gets us Giannis. I think that they would. But again, I think that roster's really talented. I think the Spurs have a really good roster. And now if they want to make a trade for Giannis, as long as Giannis wants to go there, and I don't know why he wouldn't, because it's a young, talented team that he could lead to a championship, it makes sense to me that would be a team that he would want to go to if he wants out of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And he probably does want out of Milwaukee. Dame's out for the year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he should. He should.
They're not a threat to win it anymore in the East, I don't believe.
And once again, the Houston Rockets finished at number 10. So while that's bad if you're the Suns, their pick conveys to Houston, while that's bad, It's not. You brought up a really interesting point, and one maybe that we'll talk a little bit more tomorrow about. Could you make an argument that if Houston is going to do a deal with the Suns for Kevin Durant, that they'd be better off giving the Suns 10 back now and banking that the Suns wouldn't be very good in 27 and 29?
Yeah.
You know, we won't give you those picks back, but we'll give you 10. We'll give you 10.
So now you've got 2 first-round picks this year. You got 2 first-round picks.
Start your rebuild. Go get the 10th best player in the draft.
Yep.
I wonder. Because you could make an argument 27 and 29 could be better picks from the Suns.
I'm holding on to them.
Or at least better odds from the Suns that they're not going to be very good.
Yeah, I'm holding on to those picks if I'm Houston. I don't want to give those up. Now, again, the 10th pick in the draft, you probably feel like, okay, if it gets me Durant. But again, it depends on what they have to give up to get Kevin Durant. And there's been a lot of talk about what they have to give up. Jalen Green, Jabari Smith, would they give up an Eason? Would they give up a Shepard or Whitmore? What do they have to give? We don't know for sure right now. There's a lot of back and forth on how much Houston even wants Kevin Durant, so we're going to have to let that play out a little bit longer.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, D-backs on deck, the first 3 against the San Francisco Giants, and we'll preview that bad boy next here on Burns and Gambo.
The NFL schedule release. Why is it important? Teams want to know if they're playing in an early season Miami monsoon or a blizzard in Buffalo in December. Fans want to know if they're going to tack on tickets at Soldier Field for their visit to Grandma's. Or if there's another reason to hit Vegas for a long weekend.
Changing 500.
We'll share the NFL schedule as it's revealed. So keep it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, our YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 Basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Disturbed. Live. Oh, the 25th anniversary of the 5-time platinum album, The Sickness. 2 sets, 1 show, The Sickness in its entirety, and greatest hits with special guests, Daughtry, and nothing more. May 15th, PHX Arena, formerly Footprint Center. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. Disturbed. Live.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order and hand-smashed into greatness. America, today we smash free. One nation under melty cheese with liberty and a truckload of sauce for all. Meet our Smashable burger.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. See menu for details.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the GMC Sierra 1500 is a top pick. What makes this the ideal moment to drive one home?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, tech-packed, and built for any job. And Memorial Month means some of our best savings of the year, like $12,250 off, or take advantage of 5.9% financing for 84 months.
So visit Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
The first of three against the San Francisco Giants. The first time the Diamondbacks have faced the San Francisco Giants this year. Live from Oracle Park, and it's coming up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. It's D-backs on deck. It's our chance to get you ready for tonight's game and preview the matchup for you. And the pitching matchup for tonight is brought to you by The Window Depot. More than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, Merrill Kelly getting the start tonight. The right-hander is 3-2 with a 4.09 ERA. He is opposed by Justin Verlander, the ageless righty for San Francisco. He's 42. 0-2 on the season with a 4.50 ERA.
Yeah, Merrill Kelly's had some struggles in this ballpark. Keep your eye on that. He's got, this is the 20th time that he is facing the Giants in his career. But at Oracle Park, he's got a record of 1 win and 5 losses with an ERA of 5.36. So he's had some struggles. Yaz has hit 3 homers off of him. Wade Jr.'s hit a couple. Flores has hit 1. Adames has 2 against them. So he's got some struggles against some of these players, but he also has struggles at Oracle Park. 1-5, 5.36 ERA.
Okay, as far as Verlander is concerned,
oh yeah,
his first season in San Francisco. Lately, he's given up an earned run, 2, 3 earned runs. He's been all right so far for San Francisco. I don't know if they got him for just all right so far.
Well, last 4 starts have been really good for Justin Verlander. So he's got the 2.70 ERA. He's got a good career record against the Diamondbacks, 5 wins, 2 losses, 3.14 ERA. Last 4 starts, 4-0 record, 2.70 ERA. So pitching a lot better right now. Last 4 starts have been good for Justin Verlander.
Yeah, 5 innings against the Cubs. Last time out, he gave up 3 earned runs. The time before that, it was against Colorado. He went 6 1/3 and gave up 2 earned runs. He doesn't get tremendously deep into games. I think a couple times he went 6 innings.
Yeah.
But 82 pitches, 85 pitches, 89 pitches. It's 42, so there's that to keep in mind.
42, yeah. The team, yeah. And I think they've won some of those games. But it seems like he's starting to pitch a little bit better now. You're right.
It does, yeah, for sure. No doubt about it. As for the Diamondbacks themselves, obviously the news of the day, and we'll get to the injury report here in a second. Jordan Lawler has been called up by the organization. In fact, there were a couple of moves that were made by the Diamondbacks today. Jordan Lawler recalled from AAA Reno. Right-handed pitcher Kendall Graveman was reinstated from the 15-day injured list. Infielder Garrett Hampson was designated for assignment. Left-handed pitcher Jose Castillo was designated for assignment. Lawler, the top prospect in the organization, the number 4 prospect in all of baseball, according to MLB.com, is not in the lineup today. You believe he will be the starting shortstop tomorrow.
Starting shortstop tomorrow is what my expectations are. Going to get him adjusted today, get in, sit down, settle, say hello to everybody. But I believe tomorrow that he will be in the starting lineup and it will be at shortstop. They haven't announced this yet. Not 100% sure, but that's what my expectations are based on what my knowledge is.
Troy Lavello pregame today on Lawler rejoining the team.
He's a special kid.
I said yesterday he was knocking it down about as hard as he could at that point in time, and I knew that this was a very strong possibility. And I was speaking to you guys yesterday, and you guys are really good at reading through the tea leaves, so I just appreciate you leaving it where you guys did. But at the end of the day, we want our young players to go to the minor leagues, grow, learn, get experience, and then when it's time, we will know. And his play was telling us it was time. He didn't come up here because somebody was injured. He came up here because we let a very good baseball player in Garrett Hampson go. So that means there's going to be some playing time here for him, and this is his opportunity. I want to be the best version of himself. He's going to get some spins at third, at second, at short, give guys days off. What that means and how many games that totals a week, I don't know, but he's a very impactful player in every part of the game. He's got a ton of tools that are finally coming to play.
We've been talking about this all day. They're aiming for 4 starts a week where he plays for somebody at somebody's position.
Yeah. Second, short, third, no outfield. Maybe he can get a DH here and there. But, yeah, second, short, and third. He can play all 3 positions. I think at minimum they want to make sure he gets 4 days. I think it's easy to do because I think you give, each week you could give one guy a day off. You can give Marte a day off, Perdomo a day off, Suarez a day off. That's 3 starts right there. But you could also have those guys DH. So if Marte is, you want to give Marte's legs a break, you could have Marte, DH, and Lawler could play second base. That's what the goal is. It's easier said than done. There are 3 starters who play a lot, and now you're going to have to start sitting these guys a little bit more to get Lawler in.
I don't think it's that hard. I think they'll manage it okay as long as Jordan Lawler's offensive production makes the juice worth the squeeze, as we like to say, right? Like, as long as he's producing, I think they'll be able to find a way and figure it out, especially with the DH option and the fact that Grichuk hasn't really had the best of years as a right-handed designated hitter, right?
No.
So it's very easy to slide one of those guys into his spot and have Jordan Lawler play in the field if they want to get somebody off their feet a little bit. So that is the injury report, and it's brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. It's not as splashy as Jordan Lawler. I am also looking forward to seeing Kendall Graveman pitch in the bullpen. He missed all of last year with a shoulder injury. He was really good for 3 years, bouncing around a couple of organizations.
And they need the help.
Right, yes, they could use all the help they can get. The MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less starting the day. Diamondbacks are 21-20, 6 games out of first. The Giants, 24-17. They've lost 3 straight. They're 3 games out of first. Time for a key to tonight's game from Gambo.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key.